Chapter 1. You're like the bright moon, unreachable. Look. Another clueless person is confessing to Mo Yuking. But this guy looks good. He's my type. True, but look at the girl. She's so beautiful, and she comes from a wealthy family. Stop looking. It's impossible for him to succeed. I heard they've known each other for a long time, and this guy has been pursuing her for quite some time. Sigh, being a lapdog, licking all the way, ending up with nothing. At this moment, Hang City was just entering spring, with plants starting to sprout tender buds. Despite the somewhat empty surroundings, the school playground was surrounded by spectators. Amidst the mocking comments, Chen Lu listened quietly, knowing he was the subject of gossip. He stood holding a rose on the playground, watching the girl walking towards him, Mo Yuking, the most beautiful girl in the school and the one he had been pursuing for 7 years. The weather was still chilly, the cool breeze brushing against Chen Lu's warm cheeks and blowing through Mo Yuking's waterfall-like black hair and milk-white dress. It seemed the temperature had no effect on girls like her. Her neckline revealing beautiful collarbones and a smooth, snowy neck. Mo Yuking's expression was calm, lips slightly pursed, her pretty almond-shaped eyes like shimmering autumn water, captivating anyone's gaze. Chen Lu took a deep breath, slowly moving forward, not wanting to make a public confession, as it felt like emotional blackmail. But he didn't want Mo Yuking to brush him off again. Yes, it puts a lot of pressure on the one being confessed to. Still, Mo Yuking, you won't. You are untouchable in everyone's eyes, the moon held in high regard, with rejected suitors lining up outside the school gates, hoping to win your favor. Regardless of the worth of the one who confesses, they become stepping stones to increase your value. As expected, Mo Yuking noticed the growing crowd of spectators, showing no signs of concern, just a slightly furrowed brow as Chen Lu approached. How long have you been pursuing me? Mo Yuking asked with a cold tone mixed with the chilly wind into Chen Lu's ears. Exactly 7 years to today, she didn't let Chen Lu speak first, and Chen Lu, understandingly, didn't shout out his love since. This was his second confession. The first time was in high school, where Mo Yuking prioritized her studies, and Chen Lu respected that. He let go of his aspirations to move to another city, and instead enrolled in the same university. Noticing no change in their relationship once they reached university, Chen Lu already had an answer in his heart. If there are mutual feelings, things progress quickly. If two people, both single, know each other for years without progress, it's a sign of impossibility. Despite pursuing for 7 years, they had known each other since childhood, true childhood sweethearts. So now, he just wanted closure, to end the 7 years like a humble dog, elated with the little response, putting a period to these 7 years. I have strived for 7 years to be worthy of you. 7 years are indeed too long. Miss Mo, I also get tired. Let's put an end to this inexplicable relationship, shall we? Finally, Mo Yuking slightly parted her lips, bringing Chen Lu's thoughts back. Yes, Chen Lu, 7 years. All this time, you haven't realized I don't like you at all? Let's just remain friends. If you bring this up again, we won't even have that. Chen Lu looked up at the gloomy sky, unexpectedly calm. Just friends? And then watch you with someone else, witness your marriage and children. Mo Yuking, I like you, but not to that extent. Mo Yuking didn't say anything more. Her cold gaze swept around before leaving Chen Lu with a graceful yet heartless silhouette. Mo Yuking, I like you. I've liked you for 7 whole years. Chen Lu watched her depart, disregarding the surrounding gazes and shouting loudly. When the surrounding whisper started, he added with a self-deprecating smile, but not anymore. Then he turned and walked away, facing away from the crowd, feeling utterly lonely. Like a gambler who had lost everything. Chen Lu suddenly realized that besides sadness, there was also a sense of relief. Not liking someone was simple, it was a greater gap to bridge than financial status, looks, or compatibility. Others aspects could be worked on, but not feelings. Chen Lu thought about this as he forced a smile at Zhang Chao, waiting for him. Zhang Chao, his good friend and god-brother with a somewhat unconventional demeanor, would go jogging in the mornings and bring breakfast to their dorm, earning him the nickname Big Boss. The best is yet to come. Zhang Chao reassured, wrapping an arm around Chen Lu's shoulders. We didn't prepare to celebrate, you know? It's not about you not measuring up to her. It's about her not being deserving of you. Chen Lu glanced at the discarded flower tubes in the trash can, smiled, and didn't say much. Let's go give these roses to the kids on the street later, not let them go to waste. The young ones will probably like them. I told you, with your personality, who wouldn't be comfortable with you? Zhang Chao said with a hint of disdain. And your other qualities aren't lacking either. What's not good enough about you? Doesn't she realize being attractive doesn't come without its troubles? Whenever she faces difficulties, isn't it a phone call to you for help? You solve them all. If I were a girl, I'd be dragging you to get a marriage certificate. All right, you were doing quite well until that last part. Chen Lu glanced around and asked, where are those two who disappeared? They had some last-minute issue. We'll make them pay for drinks later. Come on, let's go. Let me help you unwind. Zhang Chao said as he led Chen Lu out of the school gate. As the day gradually darkened, streetlights flickered on, and many vendors gathered at the school gate. Bright light bulbs hung on their modified three-wheel carts, attracting buzzing insects, while fragrant aromas wafted from sizzling oil pans. These diverse snack stalls fed many university students tired of cafeteria food. Watching Chen Lu's forlorn expression, Zhang Chao advised in a deep voice, "You've known each other for so long. If she truly liked you, she would have answered by now. Stop tormenting yourself. You're a smart person, Chen Lu. Why cling to this obsession in such a place?" Chen Lu looked lifelessly into the distance, a hint of a complicated smile on his lips. "I'm giving up." Those three words drained all his strength, revealing a sense of relief hidden beneath endless sorrow. Really giving up? This epiphany came at a great cost. Any glance back would mean my end. Chapter 2. When Zhang Chao heard it, he gave a bitter smile of agreement. How many 7-year periods do we have in this lifetime? That's right, the two other roommates who arrived late, Li Xinian and Zhang Heoyu, chimed in unison. They nodded in agreement and then didn't mention today's events at all. Chen Lu remained silent. Just then, a girl holding a stack of flyers timidly handed one to him. Seeing that he seemed distracted and didn't respond right away, the girl softly said, "Hello." Her voice was barely audible, quickly drowned out by the noise of the snack street around them. Chen Lu finally came back to his senses, took the flyer blankly, and stood there motionless like a statue, his thoughts wandering. He didn't know what he was thinking, his gaze unfocused. "Thank you." Even though Chen Lu didn't respond, the girl still politely bowed and said thank you before moving on to others, repeating the same action. "Honestly, if it were me handing out flyers, I'd just throw them all in the trash," Zhang Chao said, taking a drag of his cigarette. "But is there someone supervising this job?" "It's hard to say," Chen Lu said before his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his heart trembled slightly. It was Mo Yuking calling, probably wanting his help with something. It couldn't be that she had a change of heart. After much consideration, he decided to accept her confession. She probably thought I would still continue to be friends with her. Chen Lu knew that if he answered the call now, he could still stay by Mo Yuking's side, admiring her beautiful figure like the moonlight. Today, nothing had happened. But he really didn't want to answer. He was truly tired. "Hey, that girl with the low ponytail who handed you the flyer just now. What rating would you give her?" Zhang Chao asked, taking another drag of his cigarette. "She dresses so plainly, the bangs are so long, figure is okay, but I can only give her 5 points." Chen Lu listened, looking disdainful. "You're so boring," he said quietly as he hung up the phone, then glanced at the busy figure. The girl looked young, standing at less than 1.7 meters tall, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. Despite her plain attire, her slender figure was still noticeable, but her long bangs and lowered head as she walked made it seem like Zhang Chao's 5 points were only for her figure. As she moved around, her ponytail swayed back and forth, looking professional yet ordinary. She seemed like a part-time college student among all the other girls in their eye-catching outfits, laughing and chatting. She stood out as not quite fitting in. After Chen Lu hung up the phone, Zhang Chao relaxed and his tone became lighter. It seemed like his earlier words were just meant as a distraction. What's the big deal about rating? Even if someone gave me 2 points, I could still graciously say thank you. Bros don't double standards. And, just yesterday, I helped an old lady cross the street. I'm totally a good guy, right? Chen Lu couldn't be bothered to say more on that topic and simply turned off his phone. Pressing the side button to turn off the phone wasn't supposed to be a hassle, but at that moment, Chen Lu felt like he had exerted a lot of effort. "This is the first time I've ignored your call. even though you've hung up on me countless times. Sometimes, the only reason for not picking up the phone was simply because I was in a bad mood. Why did he not answer? Mo Yuking complained, furrowing her brows, lightly biting her lower lip. Her slender fingers kept tapping on the screen. I've rejected him before too. Why didn't he answer this time? What's wrong with being friends? Wasn't everything fine between us before? Her roommate and good friend, Liu Yan, looked at her helplessly. She found Mo Yuking's beauty somewhat distracting. Even her temper tantrum seemed aesthetic somehow. She, too, somewhat understood why she could stir up so much drama. Even when I had disagreements with my parents in the middle of the night, he would answer, "I'm going to ask him." Mo Yuking quickly changed out of her lace-trimmed nightgown and put on clothes, not caring about her messy hair as she was about to leave. As she grabbed the doorknob, her roommates thought she had finally come to her senses. But Mo Yuking turned back, sitting huffily on the bed. I won't actively seek out someone who doesn't answer my calls. Even though Mo Yuking had been trying to persuade since she got back, Liu Yan once again sat beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder, and said, "Yuking, let me advise you one last time. If you regret it later for liking him, there's still time. Chenlu has been pursuing you for a whole 7 years. Let's talk about what happened after I met you. Every day, he would bring you meals just with a phone call, regardless of morning or evening. Even my boyfriend wouldn't make me red date ginger tea during my period, but you always have it. Apart from him, which guy would make all your favorite dishes? He learned everything for you. You may be the class monitor superficially, but he handles most things for you. Even if you're used to it, not everyone receives morning and night greetings on time every day, right?" And Liu Yan thought for a moment, but didn't say the part about not being able to stay away from him. There had to be a limit to what friends share, and she was Mo Yuking's best friend, not Chenlu's. Even though she didn't say it, she believed it wholeheartedly. When Mo Yuking first returned to the dorm, she had misunderstandings with everyone due to her personality. But after Chenlu's efforts to mediate, the remaining 3 girls in the dorm began to get along with her, and it was because of Chenlu that she and Mo Yuking eventually became so close. Chenlu was just pursuing her, but he still actively kept his distance from other girls. Once she threw a tantrum, and Chenlu stood in the rain outside the dorm for an hour, making them all sigh. For some reason, it seemed that only Mo Yuking was not moved. Liu Yan, looking at the exquisitely pouting beauty in front of her, inexplicably felt like she was watching a eunuch hurry while the emperor was calm. Chenlu had emotional intelligence and looks. Although his family background wasn't as good as hers, it wasn't bad either, and he had other pursuers. But he obeyed only her. Mo Yuking, his obsession with you is becoming one of his few faults. I don't like him. I didn't like him before, don't like him now, and won't like him in the future. Mo Yuking got into bed without changing her clothes, burying herself under the covers, only leaving her long hair spilling out. Although she didn't have a clear definition of the word like, her pride instinctively denied it. Liu Yan and the other roommates exchanged glances, feeling a mix of love and exasperation for their dear friend. Mo Yuking was actually very kind to those around her and quite generous normally. For Chenlu's birthday, she even gave the latest model notebook computer. However, she didn't know what Chenlu really wanted. She never responded to Chenlu's feelings and had unintentionally dragged him along for a whole 7 years. Yuking, you will regret this. Soon you will feel that something is off, and when you face this world on your own, protected as if you were naive, he will definitely come back to me. Just like before. We've known each other for so long, I must understand him better. Meanwhile, on the other end, besides the melancholy Chenlu, Zhang Chao continued advising him, opening up even more. Don't increase your sunk costs, your youth is about to pass. If you cling to this like a drowning man at a tree, are you fair to the other young girls? Zhang Chao patted Chenlu's shoulder. Is that your reason for being the Sea King? Chenlu frowned. I just want to give them equal love. Oh, come on. Just as Chenlu was about to retort, there was suddenly a loud shout next to them. It was extremely piercing. Are you blind? Chapter 3. He deserves better. Chenlu turned his head and happened to see a boy angrily pointing at a part-time girl and yelling at her. The girl was so frightened that she shivered, and the scalding hot soup in the boy's hand splashed onto her arm. Strangely, even so, she didn't dare to make a sound, just kept her head down. Every time the boy shouted, the girl would tremble, Her eyes were visibly moist, but she dared not let the tears fall. Is this guy crazy? Clearly, he's the one who drank too much and bumped into others, yet he's blaming someone else first, Zhang Chao commented with narrowed eyes. Chen Lu nodded, and without saying a word, walked up and gently pulled the girl behind him. It's not her fault you spilled it on her. Isn't it too much to yell at her like this? Chen Lu assessed the seemingly drunken boy. He looked about the same age as himself, and there were 2 other boys accompanying him. High standards can't weed out scum. What's it got to do with you? You want to fight, just say it. Seeing the boy glaring angrily at him, Chen Lu remained calm and turned to look at the 2 boys beside him. Surprisingly, not one was willing to speak the truth, instead looking at him with hostility. Good companions indeed. Can they really stoop so low together? A crowd had already gathered, with many people raising their phones to record the scene, seemingly eager for the drama. Chen Lu unexpectedly wrapped his arm around the boy's shoulder and pointed to the corner where security cameras were. There are cameras, bro. There are many people recording this too. Chen Lu then gestured to his roommates who had gathered nearby, speaking softly. You're also a student here, right? We're from the law school, and these 2 are student council members. See that guy smoking over there? Don't be fooled by his appearance. His dad is the chief of public security. Let's not mess with them. The boy was at a loss for words momentarily, looking at him dumbfoundedly. Aren't you afraid of them losing their student council positions? Chen Lu played dumb, blinking at him. No, they just didn't stop us. They won't use force. But I believe we're all civilized people. We lift our heads, not bow them. Perhaps we can help each other in the future. Nice to meet you. The boy, looking at Chen Lu's calm demeanor, nervously nodded, okay? Strangely, just as Chen Lu had predicted, those with hot-headed temperaments were soon cowed. They dared to bully girls, but didn't dare provoke tough guys. The incident ended unexpectedly, and as Chen Lu headed back, the others started murmuring again, as if this was a common occurrence with him. If Mo Yuking were here, she'd definitely fall for you. Are you here to drink with me, or to rub salt in my wounds? The girl approached quietly, once again stuttering a thank you before leaving. Chen Lu watched the tear that fell to the ground. He shrugged at the others. Let's go, let's eat. After drinking too much, boys can brag endlessly. Chen Lu found himself unexpectedly dragged along until 10 o'clock at night. Stepping outside, the cold wind hit their faces, making Chen Lu shiver. This weather, he couldn't help but comment. The nearby shopping mall had closed early, but the streets were still bustling with lights and people. The dorms are probably closing by now, right? Should we go to the internet cafe? Zhang Heou rubbed his hands. Both Zhang Chao and Li Xinian had no objections and turned their gaze to Chen Lu. You guys go. I'll go home for a bit, Chen Lu said softly. The cold wind continued to blow on his flushed cheeks, gradually sobering him up, making him feel more and more desolate. Zhang Chao patted his shoulder. Get some rest. Watching Chen Lu's lonely figure, the others felt a pang of sympathy. Just as Zhang Chao lit a cigarette and noticed a few children playing nearby, he quickly put it out, saying, let him have some time alone. Damn it! Zhang Heou suddenly cursed. Why doesn't Mo Yuqing appreciate Brother Lu? Zhang Chao listened in silence, not saying a word, as he looked at the message lighting up on his phone screen. Mo Yuqing, where's Chen Lu? He looked up to see that Chen Lu had already disappeared, tapping a few times on the brightly lit screen with his thumb. If you had asked earlier, maybe it would have been in time. Now it's too late. Other girls will find out how great Chen Lu is. After saying this, he deleted the contact. Instead of going straight home, Chen Lu wandered aimlessly until he reached a nearby park. Walking past sporadic street lamps, the surroundings grew pitch black, with only faint light from outside revealing a few scattered objects. The park was almost deserted at this hour, and he sat on a swing, taking a deep breath. He used to play here every day with Mo Yuqing when he was young. Even now, he could still see the shadows of those memories in many places. Chen Lu chuckled wryly, recalling how they used to play house and talk about getting married when they grew up. It was amusing because only he took it seriously. He looked up, casting his gaze somewhere in the distance, and suddenly spotted a figure that was both unfamiliar and somewhat familiar sitting on a bench by the street lamp. It was the girl who had been handing out flyers at the school gate in the evening. While Chen Lu might not have been able to confirm it with anyone else, he recognized her signature bangs. So, At a glance, he knew it was her. The girl was sitting alone on the bench under the street lamp, wiping her tears quietly. The dim light illuminated her, making her already isolated figure appear even more desolate. She seemed out of place with everything around her, like she had been abandoned by the world in a corner. After some hesitation, Chen Lu stood in front of the girl. "Why are you still out so late?" Startled by the sudden sound, the girl shivered, but upon seeing Chen Lu, she seemed to relax slightly, quickly lowering her head to wipe away her tears. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before she sniffled and said softly, "I come here when I'm feeling down." Chen Lu thought back to what had happened earlier in the evening and then asked, "Have you applied ointment on your burn?" "No, wait here for a moment." A few minutes later, "What's wrong with you?" "It's troublesome if you don't treat this burn," Chen Lu gasped. The night breeze gently moved the loose sleeves of the girl's t-shirt and her hair, making her look like a pitiful figure, sitting there as if she were being treated unfairly. Chen Lu then knelt down in front of the girl, poked her burnt arm with the ointment, indicating she should apply it. The girl obediently extended her arm. Then, she stayed still, not knowing how to respond even when scolded, and now moving only one step at a time. Could this person be any more innocent? Chen Lu inwardly chuckled and decided to apply the ointment for her. Even under the dim street lamp, he could see that the girl's arm was very fair and delicate. With a gentle press, it almost felt like water would seep out. The burnt area had turned red and was starting to peel. "Did you rinse it with cool water?" Chen Lu asked, bowing his head. "I did." The girl's voice was soft and timid, but sweet to the ears. Though Chen Lu felt his tone was gentle, for some reason, the girl kept her head down, looking as if she were being scolded. "Then why didn't you go to the pharmacy?" "It's so late." Chen Lu was at a loss for words, so he silently applied the ointment to the girl's burn. "There, it's done. There's plenty of ointment left. Remember to apply it regularly," he instructed, lifting his head to find the girl gazing at him with a dazed expression. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, revealing the girl's bangs, and Chen Lu saw her crystal-clear eyes. Her pure and pristine face reflected in Chen Lu's eyes. "Zhang Chao, have you gone blind?" 5 points? She's 100 points. The noisy traffic and honking sounds on the road suddenly disappeared from Chen Lu's ears. The world felt unusually quiet, as if all the worldly disturbances were no longer relevant to them. In that moment, there was only each other in their world. From the innocent and gentle eyes of the young girl, Chen Lu could see the car lights on the road, the towering buildings behind him, the vivid stars, and finally, he saw himself. Don't look at me anymore, okay?" After a while, the girl, who had finally come to her senses, blushed and lowered her head shyly, her eyes misting over. Chen Lu smiled inexplicably. It was something that could be stated confidently. Yet, she asked if he could stop. Foolish girl. Chapter 4. As Chen Lu listened to the sound of the rain outside, he quickly stood up, taking out his phone to check a missed call. The Hang City at night was cold, causing Chen Lu's heart to shiver. He really only called me once and didn't leave a message, thought Chen Lu. Yuking, do you think I will definitely take the initiative to find you again? Why do you see me as so insignificant in your eyes? Chen Lu sighed, then deleted the missed call log. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. He then slowly spoke, "Let me take you back." Seeing that the girl was still silent with her head down, he continued, "My home is nearby, and the school is already closed at this hour." The girl finally nodded slightly, and the two of them walked together on the street. "I am Chen Lu, a road with no way." Chen Lu glanced at the girl. "What's your name?" "I am Leong Xiru." Leong Xiru looked at Chen Lu's shadow, finding comfort in not having to make direct eye contact, yet still able to see if he was looking at her. "He probably won't notice that I'm looking at him, right? Thank you for buying me the medicine. I'll pay you back." The girl whispered, then took out her phone from her pocket and tapped it twice. Chen Lu felt a warm feeling in his heart. To think that even for such a small gesture, there would still be someone who says thank you to me. Chen Lu was somewhat dazed, as he had never heard a word of gratitude from Yuking. Not a single one. As he was lost in thought, he saw the girl pouting, her eyes blinking, as she said, "My phone ran out of battery." Perhaps fearing suspicion, she nervously raised her phone towards Chen Lu, deliberately tapped it twice again. There was still no response. Even though she couldn't afford the medicine herself, she still felt uncomfortable taking advantage of others, making her seem a bit lost. Lu couldn't help but smirk. You seem a little naive. It's okay. The medicine was very cheap, less than 10 yuan. The girl felt too embarrassed to say anything more. She simply pursed her lips, continuing to look down. Actually, I'm very clever. After a while, Leong Xiru suddenly said seriously. All right. This girl's personality seemed quite dull, and Lu was not in the mood for conversation, so the two walked in silence. Lu took the opportunity to observe this somewhat self-conscious girl. That brief eye contact they had shared had left Lu impressed by Leong Xiru's beauty. He couldn't help but wonder why such a beautiful girl kept hiding herself. Why do you always keep your head down? Lu asked. You should be confident a little. I've lived for so long and have only seen one other girl as beautiful as you. Even though there might always be brainless guys bothering you, if you're more approachable, someone else might come to your aid. After a long pause, Leong Xiru finally spoke softly. It's easier not to attract attention this way. Lu finally understood. From her earlier remark about the expensive medicine, he had guessed that she might not come from a well-off family. For a girl with such a personality, being too good-looking was not advantageous. This quality needed to be combined with a background similar to Yuking's to have any value. They walked for a long time, but for some reason, Lu felt like time had passed in the blink of an eye. Leong Xiru led him to a bus stop. I'll wait for the bus here, Leong Xiru said softly, holding a public transport card. It's very close to my house after I get off the bus. Lu checked the time and realized that they had been walking for over 10 minutes. Do you go through all this trouble every day? Lu imagined himself and felt exhausted. Renting a slightly off location makes for cheaper living. Why don't you find work near your place then? Even if I leave out transportation costs, I can earn an extra 10 yuan per day here. Lu nodded silently. It seemed like this girl would honestly answer any question he asked. There was something almost magical about it. Go back, go back. These two are really tough, almost died 20 times together. You don't have to come, Zhang Chao texted back. Lu chuckled lightly before replying and turning off his phone. In Jian's next message, he mentioned jokingly about Lu suddenly mustering up the courage to approach the part-time girl. Lu smiled and closed his eyes, wondering why he never received quick replies from Yuking, even though she was always quick to respond during their game matches. Lu arrived at his home around 1 o'clock. He looked up at his window and only relaxed when he saw that the lights were off. As long as he came back after his parents fell asleep and left before they woke up, then technically, he never came back home. Lu thought to himself as he silently crept upstairs, feeling like a thief, opening a locked drawer filled with things related to Yuking. Suddenly, he saw a single bead bracelet. Why do I still have this? Holding it in his hand for a moment, Lu eventually placed the bracelet back in the empty drawer, along with everything else related to Yuking. Reflecting on Leong Xiru's dreamy and heartwarming dream, she felt a sense of healing from her past experiences that had kept her going until now. It was a memory from over 10 years ago. A little girl sat in the sand of a park, watching enviously as other children played on the slide. Her eyes were sparkly, slightly red from crying. Because she came from a mountain village, she was too afraid to join in the play. This feeling of inferiority seemed innate to her. What others took for granted, she had never experienced. She didn't even know what these things were. Then, a young boy approached, crouching beside her. Why are you upset? His voice was gentle, and it was the first time someone had spoken to her like this since she arrived in the city. Because my dad has an incurable illness, the little girl replied, her voice filled with tears, looking very pathetic. It was her first time in the imagined city. It was different from what she had imagined. The Hang City seemed only to consist of noisy cars honking and the smell of hospital disinfectant. Despite the crowd, there seemed to be a distance between people, as if no one would help each other. She could only follow her worried mother around the hospital, asking how to register and pay. Watching her mother being ignored, feeling so lost, she regretted not being older to handle the situation. The boy nodded in silence, then pointed to a group of children blowing bubbles in the distance. It's best to divert your attention at a time like this. Do you want to play with a bubble machine? Just press a button and many bubbles will fly out. It's very fun. I can't afford it because my family is poor. The little girl lowered her head even further. Luckily, I happen to have 2 of them. The young boy said excitedly. handing her his only bubble machine. He also gave her all his fruit candies. Each of us gets one, the boy said reassuringly, seeing the girl still looked skeptical. The other one is better at home, so I don't want to bring it out in case they break it. What's your name? The little girl reluctantly believed him, rubbing her reddened eyes. Even though she knew she would never see him again, she still wanted to ask. I am Flame Dragon Knight, the boy declared proudly, giving her a reassuring smile as he handed over his only bubble machine. Whenever you're sad, just eat a candy. Here, take this. The girl handed him the wooden bead bracelet from her wrist. My mom said we should reciprocate. I can't take your things for free. She had made it herself, which explained its simplicity. It had only one bead and a red cord. The bead was polished smoothly, requiring great patience. It was hard to imagine it was made by a little girl. Thank you. The boy wanted to ask for her name, but a girl dressed in designer clothes pulled him away. Leong Xiru, half awake, smiled gently as she covered her mother with a blanket, who looked exhausted. She had chosen this university because she wanted to return to this city, a city with millions of people, but where the same cloud could still be seen. Chapter 5. Chen Lu woke up and instinctively reached for his phone, wanting to send a message. Just before clicking send, he came to his senses and quickly slapped himself. In the morning, Chen Lu returned to the classroom, looking at his 3 roommates who also had dark circles under their eyes, and then at the book Jurisprudence on his desk, which said to advocate studying law, but at what cost? However, to pursue a girl to the extent of attending the same university with the same major was simply a huge joke. The familiar figure was sitting slightly further away to the left, the one he had been staring at during class, a habit he needed to change. As class hadn't started yet, people were still entering one after another, and almost everyone would first look at Chen Lu, then at Mo Yuking. It was as if they wanted to continue watching the drama unfold. Have you deleted her contact information? Zhang Chao leaned over and asked quietly. Chen Lu shook his head, looking somewhat gloomy. Damn, haven't you been acting like a puppy enough? Why haven't you deleted it? Zhang Chao was visibly exasperated. After listening, Chen Lu turned to look at him. Even putting it down takes time. 7 years is too long. If I can be so decisive, it means I haven't truly felt anything in these past 7 years. Li Xinian chimed in. That's right. They say it takes 21 days to form a habit. You can't expect Chen Lu to just drop a 7-year habit instantly. It's unrealistic. Zhang Chao leaned closer to Chen Lu again. Bro, let me introduce you. I may lack many things, but not knowing girls. I can introduce you to one every day. If you see the same one twice, then I lose. Even if someone better than D comes along, I still lose. Seeing Chen Lu uninterestedly rest his head on the desk, Zhang Chao continued. You find the girls I know too frivolous. How about I have my girlfriend introduce you then? I'm tired. Let me rest for a while. Maybe while resting, the one who loves me will come on their own. After saying this, Chen Lu fell asleep. In truth, seeing Zhang Chao made his heart ache. Zhang Chao had always been his wingman in pursuing Mo Yuking, but he failed to win her over. Instead, Zhang Chao ended up dating her roommate, Liu Yan. Chen Lu dared to sleep beside Zhang Chao, but Zhang Chao's presence made them uncomfortable. Whenever Chen Lu slept, he performed well in his subjects, whereas his roommates suffered greatly for slacking off. To see students like you still doing well, despite not working hard, is simply detrimental to the class. Zhang Chao cursed internally, then forced his eyelids open. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, his phone vibrated, jolting him awake. It was a message from a freshman girl. Brother Chao, do you know Chen Lu? My friend is looking for him, and I'm outside the classroom right now. Can you call him out? Zhang Chao looked dazed. Had Chen Lu really spilled the beans? He quickly woke Chen Lu up, regardless of whether this had to do with love or not, as long as it could divert his good friend's attention. Chen Lu awoke and walked outside, where a girl hurried over once she saw someone come out. All eyes in the classroom were on Chen Lu standing by the door. It was nothing out of the ordinary for someone to confess to Chen Lu. He was good-looking and had a pleasant personality. Despite not being the class monitor or part of the student council, he was well regarded. While pursuing Mo Yuking, he actively kept his distance from other girls, so not many had confessed knowing they had no chance. Now that Mo Yuking had publicly rejected him, it wasn't surprising that some girls saw an opportunity to confess to him. People kept glancing back at Mo Yuking's reaction. Chen Lu was Mo Yuking's most loyal pursuer, a fact that was widely known in the class. Mo Yuking paid no attention to Chen Lu, instead focusing on the window outside. "Hello." Chen Lu greeted the cheerful girl in front of him. She looked surprised, blinking her eyes as she stared at his face. "Senior, I'm Leong Xiru's friend. She's working part-time and couldn't ask for time off, so she asked me to find out when you're available. She wants to thank you in person. She also goes to this school." Chen Lu was taken aback, suddenly wide awake. "Yes, we're both majoring in accounting." "All right, I'm free after class. I'll have her wait for you at the library entrance then." For some reason, Chen Lu felt a mischievous intent in the girl's smile. Her demeanor reminded him of how his mother behaved while watching TV dramas where the main characters were together. "By the way, I'm Lin Miao Miao." Late into the night, Chen Lu sat back down at his desk, feeling wide awake. What were the odds of this happening? Why wasn't she staying in the dorm? Okay, enough daydreaming. She's already left. Liu Yan gave Mo Yuking a look. It wasn't a confession. "Why do I care?" Mo Yuking pouted, resting her head on the desk. After class, just as Chen Lu was about to leave, the counselor stopped him. Their counselor, a recent graduate student, had inexplicably adopted a mature woman persona, resembling a high school class teacher. She was difficult to deal with, but because Chen Lu was efficient, she was more lenient on him when it came to requests for leave. The price he paid was occasional tasks he had to help with. "Xiao Lu, come help me with the roster." "Is it urgent? Can't I come later?" Chen Lu asked, puzzled. "It is very urgent. If you wait any longer, someone else will approve your leave, and you'll have to prepare to welcome a new counselor." "I'll help him." Zhang Chao quickly intervened for his good friend. "You can't. Isn't your behavior unruly enough?" Seeing his other two roommates occupied, Zhang Chao watched helplessly as Chen Lu rushed to help. At first, Chen Lu felt relaxed when he saw the thin stack of documents. He thought that by working quickly, he might still make it in time. But after finishing that stack, he was informed that there was another tall stack beside it. He felt despair. Half an hour later, it started pouring outside. Before the cold wind swept in, Chen Lu closed the windows. April's weather changed as capriciously as a girl's mood. Today it might be sunny at 28 degrees, but tomorrow it could drop to single digits. However, the rain relaxed Chen Lu's tense heart a bit. After all this time, it was finally raining. Leong Xiru probably wouldn't wait for me anymore, right? Instead of being stood up himself, he didn't want anyone waiting indefinitely for him. Over half an hour later, Chen Lu finally finished the stack in front of him. The rain outside had lessened. "You've worked hard, Lu. I'll handle the rest myself. I have an umbrella here. You can take it." Mid-sentence, Chen Lu dashed out, running towards the library. He felt that a normal person wouldn't still be waiting, considering he was over an hour late. However, Chen Lu felt he must check. Along the way, he saw many couples sharing umbrellas, walking leisurely as if the rain provided a perfect atmosphere for them. Only one boy was dodging the crowd and running through the rain, creating splashes with his steps. It was a stark contrast, as Chen Lu had been exercising over the years. He had to run around quite often while delivering lunches to Mo Yuking, so his stamina was decent. Unfortunately, his well-defined ABS were only seen by his roommates. At the library entrance, Chen Lu saw a girl standing timidly, seemingly feeling a bit cold as she occasionally huddled in her coat. Despite this, she stood prominently at the front. When the wind blew, rainwater splattered on her, making her uncomfortable, yet she continued to stand in a conspicuous spot. Though she kept her head lowered, Chen Lu recognized her. He quickly approached Leong Xiru. She was still wearing the jeans from last night, today adding a light green jacket. When not working, she kept her hair down rather than tying it up in a long ponytail. This made the otherwise unremarkable girl even less conspicuous. The rain had wet part of her clothes and turned her ears red from the cold, adding to her adorable and pitiful appearance. "Why didn't you leave?" Chen Lu asked hesitantly, feeling a mix of emotions. "I was asked to help by the counselor. Sorry." Hearing a familiar voice, Leong Xiru finally lifted her head, her lips hinting at a slight smile when she saw Chen Lu. "I was waiting for you." The girl spoke matter-of-factly. "Given the heavy rain and my tardiness of over an hour, most people would have left thinking I stood you up, right? Especially with my rude behavior. You ought to walk away without a second thought. Leong Xiru looked at him earnestly, her clear eyes focused only on him. I promised you, she said. The intense eye contact seemed to drain her of all her strength and courage. Soon, she lowered her head again. And we had an agreement. Chen Lu's feelings became even more complicated. He didn't know whether he should feel happy or guilty. Perhaps it was mostly heartache. Why didn't you go inside? You're getting soaked standing here. I was afraid you wouldn't find me. Chen Lu suddenly didn't know what to say. He stood there, completely stunned. Was there really someone waiting for him? Not everyone would leave as soon as I'm late by a little bit, like Mo Yuking. In that moment, a certain something in Chen Lu's heart seemed to melt. After all, you're the kind of person who would wait for someone in the rain for nearly 2 hours just because of a single comment, she observed. I'm not foolish. Because you also came out in the rain. I'm not waiting for the wrong person. But the awkward girl didn't manage to say aloud. Chapter 6. A matching umbrella. You're not silly. I always feel that even if I sold you, you could still help me count money, Chen Lu joked. You're not that kind of person. The girl shook her head lightly. It was only you who helped me back then. Chen Lu chuckled to himself. No need to thank me anymore. Leong Xiru's mouth, which had just opened, closed obediently after hearing this. After a brief moment of contemplation, she asked cautiously, So, can I treat you to a meal? Chen Lu was about to refuse, but he noticed the girl bowing her head deeply, fingers nervously fiddling with her clothes. He cursed himself internally and quickly smiled, saying, It seems my stomach has its own ideas. Let's go, I'll treat you well. If he didn't accept the girl's gratitude, it might make her feel even more inferior. Leong Xiru seemed to immediately brighten up a bit, nodding repeatedly. Chen Lu found it interesting how the girl took his joking about treating her seriously. He wondered how anyone could be so easily fooled. With more people around, Chen Lu gently pinched Leong Xiru's sleeve and slowly moved forward with her. Leong Xiru took advantage of Chen Lu not looking back, alternating between glancing at him and her own sleeve being pinched. This tactful yet non-intrusive gesture filled her with a sense of security. She couldn't help but hope to walk a bit longer like this. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last, as Chen Lu released her arm as soon as they reached a less crowded area. Turning to her, the cafeteria at this hour is too crowded, and the food is expensive and not good. Let's go out to eat. All right, let's eat whatever you want, the girl immediately responded, then nervously lowered her head. But I don't have an umbrella. She came when it wasn't raining yet. Chen Lu glanced at the heavy rain outside nonchalantly. It's fine. We'll have one soon. With that, he picked up his phone and quickly tapped the screen. Chen Lu, boss, I'm on the library side. Quickly bring 2 umbrellas over. Confirm when received. Zhang Chao, message received, over. Chen Lu, remember to bring one for yourself too. I'm going out to eat with a girl. Zhang Chao. Efficiency was fast, and in a matter of minutes, he had arrived here. Here, I'm off. Zhang Chao handed the umbrella to Chen Lu as he climbed 2 flights of stairs. Upon seeing Leong Xiru, he gave Chen Lu a meaningful look before leaving. Why only 1 umbrella? Curious, Chen Lu asked. Zhang Chao looked him in the eye, the other suddenly broke. Watching Zhang Chao leave, Chen Lu sighed helplessly, slowly opening the umbrella and sheltering the girl standing there. Make do with this. Leong Xiru lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, then softly agreed, silently following beside Chen Lu, looking obedient and well-behaved. Standing under the same umbrella, they merged into the crowd. Seeing that Leong Xiru seemed hesitant to talk, Chen Lu didn't initiate any conversation, and the two walked quietly in the light rain. Raindrops kept hitting the umbrella, gradually drowning out the girl's rapid heartbeat. It was her first time walking so close to a boy, let alone sharing an umbrella with him. After a while, Chen Lu led her to a street outside the school gate and stopped. Here. Upon hearing Chen Lu's voice, the girl lifted her head. The first thing in sight was a well-decorated hotpot restaurant. She pursed her lips but earnestly said, "Let's go in." Money could be earned again, but kindness needed to be reciprocated. Especially since Chen Lu was the first person to step up and help her. Not here, which fool eats hotpot in the middle of the day. Chen Lu pointed to a noodle shop next door. This shop has been around for over 20 years. I used to come here often with my dad when I was young. Although it might not be the best to bring an unfamiliar girl here to eat, it was Leong Xiru's treat after all, and this place was affordable and delicious, making it more suitable. Chen Lu's reasoning was sound, and Leong Xiru didn't doubt it, following him inside. Even though it was raining outside, the customers in the restaurant hadn't thinned out. Most of them were students from Yuking University. Clearly, no good restaurant could escape the eyes of contemporary university students. Chen Lu didn't compete for seats and silently watched Leong Xiru make a payment before they each paid 28 yuan. Only freshmen like to eat in the cafeteria, silly, Chen Lu chuckled. Try it and see if it's good. Leong Xiru handed her chopsticks to Chen Lu and began eating in small bites, occasionally stealing glances at him and then quickly looking away. Seeing the girl with round cheeks eating so cutely, occasionally glancing shyly at him, then looking away, trying to hide her eat. It seemed that girls didn't like to appear as gluttonous in front of others. Watching the girl with cheeks puffed up like a hamster, Chen Lu inexplicably smiled, holding his chin and quietly watching her. He glanced at the drizzling rain outside and felt the warmth of the moment, the beauty of time. Why do you work part-time and save money like this? Chen Lu looked at the burn mark on the girl's arm and asked gently. Leong Xiru quickly swallowed what was in her mouth and slowly replied, because I need to save money for my mom's surgery. Seeing the girl's expression darken suddenly, Chen Lu tactfully changed the subject. He suddenly felt sorry for this girl who waited for him in the rain, being so diligent about saving money for her mother. Is Lin Miao Miao your friend? When she nodded, Chen Lu asked, does that make me your friend too? The girl suddenly froze. While her eyes were covered by her bangs, Chen Lu could still vaguely see her blinking rapidly. Her eyes were really beautiful, so much so that Chen Lu could imagine them clearly from the short encounter they had last night. It was already etched in his memory. Is that okay? After a brief moment, the girl asked cautiously, her head slightly raised, seemingly with some anticipation. Is it okay? What are you talking about? Wasn't I the one asking you? Chen Lu was a bit puzzled, almost causing his CPU to overheat with that sentence. I guess so. Thank you, Leong Xiru said softly. Before, she was my only friend. After hearing this, Chen Lu didn't say much, only took out his phone and placed it in front of the girl. Since we're friends now, let's have a meal together when you're free. Leong Xiru held her phone with both hands and scanned his phone. Her phone was very old and cheap, but clearly well-maintained, unlike Chen Lu's battle-scarred model. Why is your profile picture a bubble machine? Chen Lu couldn't help laughing and asked. It was just as strange. He thought Zhang Kao's profile picture was abstract enough being a Kun brother. It was a gift from someone. I've also bought this before. It was quite expensive when I was young. I gave mine away, and when I came back home, my mom gave me a good scolding. Chen Lu laughed but then stopped abruptly. He thought of that girl who had probably lost her father and saw the Leong Xiru in front of him, scrimping and saving every day to treat her mother. This world really wasn't gentle at all. Chapter 7 is all sunk costs on the other side. Walking on the street, Mo Yuking attracted countless glances. Unlike Leong Xiru, the clothes she wore every day were not heavy. Even if it was drizzling outside, she still wore a light camel-colored slim-fitting half-high-neck knit sweater paired with a black long skirt. Her near-perfect leg body was fully reflected, combined with her black straight-long hair, inexplicably exuding a mature and elegant aura. Even though there was some mud on her shoes, no one would pay attention to them because of her slender waist. However, those with sharp eyes may have noticed that this young lady had rarely been in the rain and seldom went out on rainy days. On the other hand, Liu Yan, who was following beside her, wore a thicker coat and jeans. Despite that, her high level of attractiveness was not overshadowed. But being next to Mo Yuking, no one had the time to notice her. Mo Yuking was a bit nervous today. She wanted to prove to Liu Yan that she could still do well without Chen Lu's support. However, as soon as she entered the cafeteria and saw the long lines, she furrowed her brow. Does Chen Lu always have to wait in such long lines when he buys food for me? Mo Yuking didn't think much about it. In fact, she didn't mind spending a little extra money on takeaway every day, but she just wanted to challenge herself, insisting on buying it herself. She even wanted to pick up the deliveries herself, grab her own snacks, handle things in class by herself. While listing her plans, she felt a bit ashamed because it seemed like things that others could always do easily. Mo Yuking wiped Liu Yan's hair with a tissue while they walked out of the school gates at a leisurely pace. There were too many people in the cafeteria, they could skip it. Liu Yan didn't mind much, but Mo Yuking was getting very annoyed about waiting in long lines. She felt like she was about to go crazy. The crowded environment, noise, lack of manners, blaring tasteless videos all made her ears ache. Just as she was heading to a familiar restaurant, she suddenly noticed Chen Lu's figure. However, he was sitting across from another girl. A girl completely different from herself. She didn't complain to Chen Lu about the various unpleasant things she encountered. She just quietly ate and occasionally glanced at Chen Lu. Chen Lu continued to look at her with his chin propped up. Although they didn't exchange many words, why did they seem so intimate? Why is Chen Lu having a meal with a girl other than me? He has always been with me. Mo Yuking stood there in a daze, feeling frustrated and annoyed. It should be me whom Chen Lu is looking at like that. His tenderness has always belonged only to me. Liu Yan noticed a bit later than Mo Yuking, so by the time she tried to hold Mo Yuking back, Mo Yuking had already walked up ahead. The girl was still eating with her head down, and Mo Yuking just stared at Chen Lu. "What are you doing?" she asked unkindly. Liu Yan, noticing the expression on Mo Yuking's face, indicating her efforts to hold her back, felt grateful even though she thought it was unnecessary. "As you can see, is there a problem?" Chen Lu asked, somewhat puzzled. "Don't you like me? Then why are you having a meal with another girl? Is that what you like?" Mo Yuking's voice was very soft because they were outside, but the irritation in her tone was still evident. "It's true that I like you, but I also mentioned when I confessed that it won't happen again in the future." Chen Lu's tone was a bit cold, even to his surprise. Usually, being so close to Mo Yuking would make his heart race, but at that moment, he felt nothing. "Is this what it feels like to have a dead heart? You refused me. You only gave me two choices at that time. Either continue being your lapdog, or don't even be friends. As you can see, I chose the latter, because I got tired of it." Chen Lu self-mockingly smiled. "I'm not a saint. It doesn't make sense to keep being nice to you when I know there won't be any results." This cold tone struck her deeply, making her feel like crying for some reason. She couldn't understand why, but her vision suddenly became blurry, tears swirling in her eyes. Mo Yuking wanted to hold back her tears and show a disdainful smile. However, since she had always been someone who freely expressed her emotions without any reservations, waiting for others to comfort her, she messed up her act. In the end, she could only pretend to be indifferent while tears flowed. "Okay, no problem. Even if you have dinner with 10 other girls, it doesn't matter to me, as long as you're happy." Then, she delicately used her fingers to brush the tears stuck to her cheek back behind her ear. "Since you don't answer my calls, don't think you can reach me again. I won't answer them. Not even once." "Okay, fine. So what's your reason for accusing me?" Chen Lu tilted his head and asked. "You can't even say it yourself, right? We're not even friends now. You're controlling things a bit too much," Mo Yuking said after a series of sentences spoken in frustration. Mo Yuking was a bit stunned after saying those words. She suddenly felt that Chen Lu was so unfamiliar. Strangely, it felt like she was meeting him for the first time. From the moment Chen Lu sent her the first bouquet of flowers to this moment, 7 years had passed. If we start from the moment she first met Chen Lu, they've known each other for over a decade. But no matter when she recalled, Chen Lu had never shown her such an expression before. There was no sparkle in his eyes when he looked at her. Why? Why is he looking at me with such an expression? Where did the Chen Lu, who would always smile and comfort me, go? "You're not like this before." The words had escaped her mouth before Mo Yuking realized it. "Mo Yuking, if you want to talk about the past, then let's talk properly." Chen Lu stared at the girl he had loved for 7 years. "What were you like in the past? At that time, I asked you out for a meal, and you agreed. Then that evening, I waited for 3 hours until the place closed, and you never showed up. Later, when I asked you, you said you forgot. Do you remember that? You might have forgotten, but I remember the mocking gazes from the people around me. I used to be as humble as a dog, always trying to please you. What did I get in return? Just rejections. I wanted to be your boyfriend, not just a dog by your side. Now, I don't want anything anymore. I just want to keep my distance from you." Mo Yuking may have been shocked by Chen Lu's indifferent demeanor, or may have been at a loss for words for a moment. In any case, she didn't speak, but only wiped her tears. Chen Lu didn't make a move, just sat there silently watching her. Pearls of tears. So this is how beautiful girls cry. Seeing the girl he had loved for 7 years cry in front of him, Chen Lu felt a bit conflicted. This was the first time he made Mo Yuking cry. Turns out, she will shed tears for me. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. I want to let go. After repeating these thoughts in his mind several times, Chen Lu continued sitting there, absent-mindedly playing with his phone. However, this time, he was mindlessly clicking on various apps and then exiting out. After all, 7 years is too long. It's not easy to let go. Even though the process will be painful, even if there will be another 7 years of anguish. I don't want to turn back. I truly never thought that the youth I've spent on you has all become sunk costs. Chapter 8. Just have a candy. When you're feeling down after Mo Yuking left, Mo Lu was still experiencing life, but she no longer wanted to care about these old paths. She would later find out that after going back and forth to buy everything she wanted to eat, she was too tired to eat anymore. She would find that picking up deliveries from distant locations for someone else was such a painful task. She would find that the seats in the library were not so easy to occupy. Even if someone looked good, it was still difficult to ask for leave from the counselor. At this moment, she was like the little mermaid who had just come ashore in a fairy tale, finding every step difficult. Mo Lu walked out of the noodle shop slowly, looked up to see the sun that had just emerged from behind a dark cloud. The sunlight was warm on her skin. The air was fresh due to the recent rain. The rain had stopped. The scene just now seemed to surpass Leong Xiru's understanding, and the girl kept her head down in silence. Mo Lu was also confused. He couldn't understand why Mo Yuking had come to make a fuss in front of him. Or maybe he guessed it but didn't want to face it. She just couldn't adapt to a life without lick dogs. Mo Lu took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling the cool breeze, and laughed a little self-deprecatingly. The girl just now is someone I pursued for a whole 7 years. I never got any response, but I still persisted for 7 years. Am I stupid? Unexpectedly, Leong Xiru just shook her head seriously, then took out a fruit candy from her pocket. Since Mo Lu was taller, she raised her right hand, and her delicate hand gently opened like a flower. Mo Lu carefully took it, looking at her curiously. Why are you giving me this? Mo Lu asked curiously. Because I don't want you to be sad. The girl's voice was light and so tender and sincere. Someone once told me that when you're sad, just have a candy. Mo Lu was once again stunned. The cold wind blew through him, but couldn't cool the warmth in his heart at the moment. No matter what, he never expected that the one thing that could soothe his sadness in these 2 days would be someone giving him a candy. It took him a while to come back to his senses, sniffed, and said, "By the way, why are you living outside? Our school dormitory is quite cheap, right? I have to take care of my mother." "I see. Where are you going later?" "I'll drive you," Mo Lu said softly. The apple-flavored candy melted slowly in his mouth, a sweet sensation. Something else seemed to have melted, to his heart. "No need. I have to work part-time. It's far." Leong Xiru lightly tugged at her clothes, looking at Mo Lu's shadow. Although she didn't know why, she just liked looking at Mo Lu this way, unnoticed, without having to worry about eye contact. It made her feel safe. She thought she had been bold enough. Her wish was simple, just wanting to look at his shadow. Leong Xiru had been mature since she was young, especially after her father passed away. Her mother's illness made her even more reluctant to be selfish, not daring to be willful or ignorant. Suppressing her own desires had become a habit. Constantly learning and working hard to earn money for her mother's treatment had almost become her survival instinct. She had no hobbies, didn't like to study cosmetics and skincare products like other girls her age, didn't want to put effort into dressing up. Just being able to look at the boy who brought a glimmer of light into her dark days made her content. Unexpectedly, Mo Lu suddenly bent down, smiled gently at her again, his handsome face capturing her attention. This made her lower her head a bit more, but she still couldn't help stealing glances at him. His smile was so tender. No one other than her mother had smiled at her like that in a long time. The last time she remembered was almost 10 years ago. Seeing that she was just lowering her head without any unhappiness, Mo Lu felt relieved and said, "Part-time jobs can also be done with company. I don't have much to do this afternoon." This is the joy of being a junior, something you freshmen can't understand. She was about to refuse, but seeing Mo Lu's cold gaze, she quickly nodded obediently. Mo Lu purposely stepped on shallow puddles, making a splashing sound. Watching the girl walking in front of him honestly, he chuckled to himself. Leong Xiru, you're really silly. I'm not. By now, the sun had completely dispersed the dark clouds, shining generously on the two of them. The surroundings brightened up, and everything was in warm colors, including the girl who had been walking with her head down. It was truly a good day for a walk. That damn sun is always shining on me. Yushin, if you're really tired, let's take a break. Liu Yan panted, turning to look at the exhausted girl behind her. The hem of the girl's long skirt swayed gently as she bit her lip lightly, looking absent-minded, giving off a conquering presence. Liu Yan couldn't help but sigh, grateful that she had a boyfriend, otherwise, she might have been charmed by her. She was so beautiful, but when will you understand that just looking pretty won't keep Chenlu by your side? When will you let go of your pride? You have the capability, but you won't get love this way. It seemed like Mo Yuking didn't hear her words, clutching to packages, looking lifeless, walking like a puppet. Her legs were starting to ache, and her mood had hit rock bottom. Running around at noon, she had gotten exhausted, and the sight of the dishes in front of her, which she loved, left her without an appetite. Even though she didn't feel guilty about spending the money, she felt like all her hard work had gone to waste since she couldn't enjoy the results of her efforts. She only now realized how much she had bought online. Previously, she only focused on what she wanted to buy, without considering the effort needed to receive it. Add to that the confrontation with Mo Lu at noon. Her mind was a mess, filled with thoughts of that inconspicuous girl. Is she pretty? Why did Chenlu have dinner with her? Why did Chenlu suddenly change, while those who had been rejected by me multiple times didn't change their attitude? However, she quickly pushed aside these thoughts, as Chenlu would come and apologize on his own. Just like he always did. How dare he not answer my calls? I won't forgive him easily when he does. After Mo Lu dropped off Leong Xiru, he strolled outside to clear his mind, returning to the dorm room only at night. As soon as he touched the doorknob, he overheard his roommates discussing something. Do you guys think there was something between Chenlu and that girl he met at the school gate? He hasn't come back since lunch. Zhang Chao had a recognizable magnetic voice. You must be mistaken. I think you're underestimating Chenlu by saying that. I can't stand the idea of him still hanging on there. I'm afraid he'd hang himself from a crooked tree. After a moment of bantering, the dorm room was left with the sound of keyboard clicks. Fellows, you're acting like old ladies. Mo Lu smiled faintly as he entered, only to feel 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes on him. You dog, staying out with a girl until this late. No way, we parted ways after dinner, and I've been alone since then. Mo Lu climbed onto his bed. We're completely innocent, all right? After saying that, he silently closed his eyes, ignoring his roommate's sour remarks. Soon, he sat up sharply, took out his phone, then paused for a moment. With a sigh, he laid back down. Before sleeping, he habitually thought to send a good-night text, only to realize there was no one to send it to. Suddenly, he saw that peculiar bubble from before, and hesitantly tapped into it, contemplating whether to say something. Just then, he saw Leong Xiru had sent a good evening message. Mo Lu was stunned, and just as he was about to reply, Leong Xiru retracted the message. What was that? Chapter 9. Leong Xiru finished showering and headed to bed early. She looked like a beautiful lotus flower, with her hair pinned up, wearing a loose white t-shirt and shorts at home. Her cheeks were undeniably beautiful, and the spacious neckline revealed her snow-white swan-like neck. Her slender and fair legs were captivating, and the movement of her chest made it hard to look away. However, her arms were strangely wrapped in several layers of plastic wrap. She gazed blankly at the chat window between the two, struggling with words and even uncertain about how to greet. As time passed, the smile that unconsciously formed at the corner of the girl's mouth vanished, and her breathing became more rapid. Finally, she looked at the time and realized 10 minutes had passed. 10 minutes, and she hadn't even figured out what to say. What am I doing? She had few friends, never initiated conversations, and even a simple greeting was extremely difficult for her. After a while, she mustered the courage and took the initiative to say, "Good evening." The simple 3 words were like a lonely boat floating on the pure white chat background. Looking at the message she sent, it seemed out of place in the blank chat window, making her heart beat faster as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. Hastily, she retracted the message. Leong Xiru blushed with embarrassment, rubbed her face, set her phone aside, speechless, rolled on the bed, and finally buried her face in the quilt, slapping her slender legs twice. He couldn't see that, right? He shouldn't see that, right? Don't reply. Please don't reply. Please. Leong Xiru hoped Chenlu would ignore the situation and not message her, yet she felt sad about the empty chat window between them. But with his good looks and friendly personality, he must have many people to talk to. After all, Chenlu's gentleness was like spring rain, nourishing others. Quiet and considerate, without crossing boundaries, only silently giving. Most importantly, he didn't pressure her, and when he held her sleeve in the crowd, she felt safe, and as though she only needed to follow him while he took care of everything else. Thinking of this, she recalled the princess-like girl she saw in the cafeteria during the day, beautiful and elegantly dressed, making her feel inferior. The girl exuded pride, probably coming from a wealthy family, raised in a protected environment. They were not from the same world, no wonder Chen Lu liked her. Leong Xiru sniffled, quickly composed herself, and charged her phone to prepare foot soak for her mother. Ever since her father fell ill and passed away, she had learned to bury all her emotions deep down. After checking her appearance in the bathroom mirror to ensure nothing was amiss, she quickly took the foot soak to her mother, Zi Zunfang. Zi Zunfang had suffered from a neurological disease in recent years, almost losing sensation in her legs. The doctor suggested surgery for improvement, with the best-case scenario being partial recovery and the ability to walk with a cane. But the biggest issue was not the treatment but the lack of funds. Poor people didn't deserve relatives. No one was willing to lend money for the operation. So she worked hard to sustain their lives, massaging her mother's legs daily, hoping to find time to earn money. Only when she showed she could repay would she consider applying for a loan. After burying all her thoughts, Leong Xiru forced a smile at her mother, who looked weary. Then, she lowered her head and began washing her mother's feet. Watching her earnest daughter, Zi Zunfang's eyes welled up, feeling a pang of sorrow. This young girl, who had recently entered university, should be enjoying her youth, but she had been burdened with all the family pressures from a young age. The more mature and responsible Leong Xiru became, the more Zi Zunfang felt heartache and self-blame. Leong Xiru used to be cheerful and lively, like any other child, enjoying dressing up in pretty dresses and asking her mother strange childish questions with a smile. However, after her father's passing, she seemed to transform overnight. She no longer smiled as often and rarely cried in front of others. Zi Zunfang's heart ached when she once saw a small Leong Xiru watching her peers play, leaning against the wall, lost in thoughts, before returning to the kitchen to start cooking. The pain in her heart was unbearable. She contemplated giving up to relieve her daughter's burden, but she couldn't bear the thought of Leong Xiru being alone. Could she endure it on her own? Zi Zunfang repeated this internal struggle daily, vacillating back and forth. Later, Zi Zunfang brought up a topic she had discussed several times. Xiaoru, how about not worrying about me for treatment? I've gotten used to being dependent. No. Leong Xiru's rare firm rebuttal continued, without pausing in her actions. Then what if we send Mom back to our hometown? It's too costly to stay here, and my follow-up checks are expensive. You'd have much less stress alone here. No. I can take care of myself. You've grown up and should have your own life. It might affect your marriage if I stay here. Zi Zunfang persistently spoke, her eyes reddening. No. Leong Xiru's voice wavered, and her actions almost stopped. Plop! Tears dripped one by one into the footbath, freezing Zi Zunfang's heart. She quickly reached out to touch her daughter's head. Mom will stop talking about it. Let's live our lives well. Leong Xiru wiped her tears with the back of her hand and continued massaging. Once again, Zi Zunfang noticed the red mark on her daughter's arm. She recalled the ointment and bandage Leong Xiru brought home that night, forming some assumptions and hopes. After all, her daughter had rarely sought medical attention or purchased medicine when she had a high fever. Dear, did you burn yourself accidentally? Did someone bully you? Zi Zunfang knew that, although Leong Xiru was a bit naive, having worked for over a decade had made her competent in handling tasks. No. Leong Xiru mumbled, lowering her head even more, seldom lying. Did you buy those medicines yourself? Zi Zunfang was curious. The girl shook her head. A friend bought them. Zi Zunfang seemed to understand, recalling the lively and adorable girl who had visited their home. Her daughter seemed to have mentioned only that one friend over the years, hinting at a lack of a social circle. Was it Meow Meow? She's a good girl. No, it's Chenlu. Chenlu. That sounded like a boy's name? Zi Zunfang paused, both surprised and pleased, cautiously asking, "The name sounds like a boy? Are you close to him?" She hoped her daughter could have her own feelings and life. "He's a boy, and he's just like Meow Meow. Very kind." Leong Xiru's voice was soft. After a moment, she added, "We're just new friends." Although Leong Xiru didn't say much, Zi Zunfang guessed something from the brief pause earlier. She didn't say anything, just extended her hand apologetically, gently pushing her daughter's hair back by her ear. Late at night, Leong Xiru, her eyes still slightly red, finally finished arranging everything and collapsed wearily onto her bed. Curious, she opened her phone's notifications, and her lips curved into a smile. Radiant and charming. In the pitch-black room, the faint light of the phone screen reflected in the girl's eyes. She took a screenshot of the message and stared at it for a long time. Chenlu, rest early. Remember to apply ointment to the burn. Chapter 10. Happy to be a dad. A few more days passed. Early in the morning. Luje, wake up quickly. Chenlu was shaken awake by Li Xinian, rubbing his eyes impatiently as he looked at the boy sitting on the edge of his bed. Li Xinian, seeing Chenlu awake, pushed up his glasses with a slightly embarrassed smile. "Are you crazy?" Chenlu scolded. "It must be that I didn't sleep in the right position. How could I dream of being woken up by a boy? So unlucky." Just as Chenlu was about to lie back down to change his position, Li Xinian pushed him up again. "What's going on?" Chenlu sat up straight. He then picked up his phone to check the time. It was only 7:15 a.m. As a university student with no classes, why should he have to get up at 7? "Do me a favor, like you did at the freshman gala. Go help the club preparing for the centennial celebration," Li Xinian earnestly asked. "This centennial celebration is going to be even busier. I really can't handle it all." Chenlu looked at Zhang Chao still sleeping, lowered his voice, and muttered, "Are you even human? Finding someone who hasn't gotten over a past relationship to help. Don't say that, otherwise, you'll be back in the shadow of losing me." Li Xinian seemed urgent, probably having just received the notice. Clearly, he was one of those foolish people who believe that the student council is a good place for growth, as someone else had told him. Even if he made it to the leadership position, he would just be a savvy fool. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Chenlu blinked before slowly saying, "Who are you? Why would I have a shadow from losing you?" Seeing Li Xinian's embarrassed face, Chenlu smiled, "Call me something nice, and I'll help you." Despite saying this, Chenlu still prepared to get up and change his clothes. "Dad, after this, I'll treat you to a seafood buffet, twice." This sudden offer startled Chenlu. "Wow, are you serious? Really can't handle it. The school leaders keep piling on tasks." Li Xinian sighed deeply. "You were asked to join the student council, wanted to train for the civil service exam early, and now you're overwhelmed. You have no idea where you heard all this." Chenlu got out of bed and headed towards the bathroom to freshen up, with Li Xinian following like a clingy bug, instructing him on what help was needed. "Besides, I can still manage it without blending in," Li Xinian somewhat defensively retorted. Chenlu glanced at him while brushing his teeth and quickly covered his mouth. Li Xinian cheerfully helped Chenlu make his bed, showing various attentiveness. Only Zhang Chao remained half asleep in dreamland. Although he was good to several people, being unreliable might be a label he couldn't shake off in his lifetime. On the contrary, Chenlu was good at handling everything. So many, including the counselor, often sought his help. Of course, when expressing their gratitude, they were never stingy. For example, Chenlu was one of the easiest students in the class to grant leave, no doubt about it. In a very spacious tiered classroom, watching the dance club girls becoming more and more synchronized, Yuking sitting by the window first showed a hint of a smile on her face, which quickly turned into a frown. She seemed a bit absent-minded. Although she had quit the dance club during her sophomore year, she was still called in to provide guidance for their performance. The centennial celebration seemed to be a big deal to everyone involved. Yuking wore black stockings, casually stretching her supremely attractive long legs, looking at the few white clouds outside the window, her thoughts inexplicably drifting back to the past. Apart from studying, She was often forced by her mother to learn all sorts of miscellaneous things since childhood: guzheng, electronic keyboard, dance, math Olympiad. Although very busy and tired, she always had Chenlu available whenever she needed him, barely making it through. After each learning session, she'd call Chenlu to play with her, and he never refused. During summer vacation, when Chenlu was staying in his hometown, he'd even take a 3-hour bus ride in advance to wait for her at the entrance of the cram school after her classes. But now, it seemed, something had changed. Why did things suddenly take a different turn? Mo Yuking couldn't figure it out. Seeing someone who used to be attentive to her now engrossed in watching a show, Leong Xiru was slightly taken aback, her mood a bit complicated. "Let's take a break." Mo Yuking clapped her hands lightly. "Everyone's making progress, training at this pace will do." With her clear and melodious voice, everyone caught their breath and found a place to rest. No one had any objections to Mo Yuking's guidance, considering she was not only more attractive than a celebrity, but also danced flawlessly as if she had stepped out of a painting. Yet they kept a certain distance from her because Mo Yuking was too proud, creating a subtle sense of estrangement in their interactions. Even though she bought each of them a very expensive dessert, they still felt a bit awkward. At that moment, a junior sister with her hair in a ponytail walked up to her slowly. "Senior Yuking, for some reason, we still haven't received the props and sound equipment we requested. Can you help us out?" The girl looked a bit forlorn. As a freshman, she took such opportunities to perform in front of the whole school seriously. "You used to be in the dance club and are the class monitor, so I thought I'd ask you." I'll try to figure something out," Mo Yuking stuttered, feeling troubled. Despite holding the title of class monitor, she was clueless about these matters. It had always been Chenlu who helped her, including the time she went on stage as a freshman. Apart from rehearsals and performances, she had no clue about the rest, all sorted out by Chenlu. The whole process was smooth and effortless. Until now, she realized she had to deal with so many complicated tasks. "I feel like having bubble tea. I'll go buy some. What does everyone want?" Leong Xiru noticed Mo Yuking struggling and spoke up to change the subject. "You don't have to bother, Senior Leong Xiru. My boyfriend said he'll deliver it for me." The girl with the ponytail laughed lightly, looking somewhat proud. Clearly, a girl recently in deep love. "That's nice, it saves you the trouble." Leong Xiru continued to sit next to Mo Yuking, happy to have free bubble tea without distress. Somewhere along the line, buying bubble tea for the girl next to their girlfriend had become a common practice. Perhaps the pillow talk of best friends was truly scary. When guys were in a relationship, they had to take care of their girlfriend's entire dorm while relying on their own dorm to take care of themselves. That was the idea. Mo Yuking had indeed enjoyed Chenlu's bubble tea for 3 years. Mo Yuking didn't engage in that conversation, but remained absent-minded. It was a moment like when Chenlu had carried a bunch of bubble teas to her rehearsal spot, distributed them, and walked up to her, smiling softly, saying, "This one with 70% sugar is yours. I only added a little coconut." She would then be like a princess adored by a prince, attracting envious glances. Not long after, the girl's boyfriend arrived. He glanced at the door, and as soon as she saw him, she dashed towards him. However, she noticed he only had 1 cup of bubble tea with him. Later on, she tugged at him in a mix of embarrassment and anger as they walked a few steps away. Whether it was a reminder or an argument, the outcome was unclear. As Mo Yuking watched this scene, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Gee, that's clumsy. If it were Chenlu, he would have asked me beforehand how many people there were here." Could it be that Chenlu truly was better than others? The proud smile that had unconsciously appeared on her face suddenly disappeared. The girl realized that regardless of how Chenlu was or what he did, it seemed that he no longer belonged to her. Leong Xiru sensed her good friend's off mood and placed her hand on her shoulder, wanting to say something. "Yes, you guys don't have to feel awkward. If anything is missing, just speak up, ask politely, and remind them frequently. The more apologetic you are, the more indifferent they become, but the attitude must be." Chenlu carried the sound equipment with the deputy head of the dance club holding a bunch of clothes and entered. Chapter 11. Too much is worse than not enough. Mo Yuking didn't know if she saw Chenlu first or if Chenlu saw Mo Yuking first. In any case, both of them were stunned for a moment. "In any case, remember to remind me to go back soon. Attitude must be good. Don't slap friendly people in the face." Chenlu seemed as if he hadn't seen her, continuing to speak. Then he quietly brought in the props and sound equipment, connected to the computer, and tested the sound. He didn't say a word to Mo Yuking from start to finish. After sorting out other miscellaneous items, it was time to test if the sound equipment could be used normally. Chen Lu stood in front of the computer, lightly tapping the mouse in his hand. He was speechless in his heart. How could this happen? It's truly unbelievable. Li Xinian, you damn guy. However, what Chen Lu didn't know was that his actions were like a godsend to the girls from the dance club who had been worried for days. Let alone the fact that he handled everything smoothly on his own throughout the whole process. In the eyes of these freshman girls, he was seen as a handsome and gentle senior who spoke eloquently. In the unaware mind of Liu Yan, this matter had turned into a different version. How did Chen Lu know? Did he come to help on his own initiative? Was he still planning to pursue Mo Yuking? There was uncertainty in her heart regarding these speculations. Although Chen Lu did help in practical ways, based on his behavior in the cafeteria, it seemed as if he had truly given up. After successfully playing music through the sound system, Chen Lu adjusted the volume quietly. "Senior brother is so handsome. Thank you." Several girls cheered. Chen Lu smiled slightly, nodded in response, spoke words of encouragement like keep practicing, and then turned to leave. There were other groups and various issues waiting for him to deal with. Being a leader is tough. Watching Chen Lu's back, Mo Yuking's small mouth was slightly open, and her cold eyes blinked. Contrary to her expectations, before Chen Lu left, he not only didn't come to apologize to her, but also didn't speak to her. Why isn't he coming to apologize quickly? Before she could gather her thoughts, a female student picked up her phone and ran out. Watching the girl leaving, Mo Yuking felt a strange tightening in her heart. It felt as if someone was scratching her heart, making her inexplicably restless. Even her breathing became somewhat rapid. Soon, seeing the dejected expression on the returning girl, she sighed in relief. Alas, didn't get his WeChat. Maybe it's not that he didn't like you. A senior brother as good-looking as him should already have a girlfriend, right? I remember, this senior brother seemed to have walked out of the school gate with a female classmate in our class one afternoon. I saw it. A girl scratched her head after speaking, but that girl always looks unremarkable, doing everything with her head down. But the senior brother said, he just got rejected after confessing, so he's not in the mood ... Another girl muttered in a low voice. Are you kidding me? How could such a good-looking senior brother get rejected? Is that girl foolish? Whispers were heard one after another. All right, let's continue the practice. Mo Yuking slightly furrowed her brows, interrupting the discussion. Liu Yan sat closer to Mo Yuking and after being silent for a while, whispered again, Did you see that? You must be careful because there are quite a few cabbage girls who are trying to seduce Chen Lu. He looked at you the moment he came in. I assure you that if you lower your head now, you still have a chance. Be careful not to regret it in the future. If you have feelings for him, take a step back. I don't want to see you sad in the future. Liu Yan said these words because she could sense Mo Yuking's displeasure when she saw someone asking Chen Lu for his WeChat. In this regard, her insight was far beyond that of ordinary people, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to handle Zhang Chao, the Sea King, so smoothly before. In fact, she couldn't understand what was going on in Mo Yuking's mind, but one thing she could be sure of was that Mo Yuking would definitely regret it. Mo Yuking remained silent, her restless thoughts evident as she repeatedly twirled her dark, silky hair around her fingers. Could it still be done? Just by lowering her head once? Could things go back to how they used to be? She thought of Chen Lu, who had been by her side all this time, thought of the good mornings and good nights messages she hadn't received for days. These thoughts were as tempting as candy, and Mo Yuking found herself swallowing involuntarily. But does that mean being with him? But do I even like him? Mo Yuking couldn't come up with an answer. After a mental struggle, she seemed to make up her mind. Under Liu Yan's somewhat hopeful gaze, Mo Yuking bit her lip gently before slowly saying, It's impossible. Mo Yuking had never bowed her head in her life. She would wait for his apology. Chen Lu had been dealing with various things all morning, and now felt that many freshmen were really spoiled idiots. He had a casual lunch in the cafeteria and vented on the phone to Li Xinian, then continued to be busy in the afternoon. A sumptuous seafood buffet followed by a dad meant that all this hustle was worth it. Looking at the messages on his phone, he thought about which other clueless students he needed to help later. Is the drama club's program a stage play? It's a bit interesting, but aren't they afraid of flopping as a club? Chenlu was somewhat puzzled. All are predestined to die, but not to die as a club. Walking on the sports field, he noticed couples displaying affection openly in the distance and expressed disdain for the many single people. Suddenly, a strangely dressed girl bounced in front of him, poking him with a fan. "Hello, senior." The girl's voice was lively and cute, but Chenlu didn't recognize her at all. "Who are you?" Chenlu asked. "I'm Lin Miao Miao." Chenlu took a few steps back, assessed her umbrella, and only then noticed that this was the gathering place of the drama club. So he sat down on the white plastic chair beneath the umbrella, looking for a familiar figure. Since Leong Xiru had said she would help last night, she should also be here. Not recognizing someone made him a bit embarrassed, but he quickly had a bright idea. "I know. Who are you cosplaying?" "Shinri Ayano Koji. Isn't it pretty? The costume I ordered just arrived today, so I wore it out to play." Lin Miao Miao made a peace sign and snapped a photo with her iconic fangs showing. It's pretty," Chenlu praised verbally, but his eyes were constantly fixed on a serious girl working in the distance. Leong Xiru was tying her long ponytail and busily setting up various props for the performance, wiping the sweat off her forehead with her hand from time to time. Lin Miao Miao also noticed this and, feeling both angry and amused, pursed her lips without saying much. Although Lin Miao Miao had a somewhat flat figure, her body had a bit too much of that youthful energy, but her appearance was not bad. However, it was undeniable that Leong Xiru was stunningly beautiful. Chenlu sat and watched, intending to see when the clueless Leong Xiru would finally notice him. Just as he couldn't wait for this rare show to end, 10 minutes passed without success. Everyone else was taking a break, so why were you sneaking a break? Are you lazy? Weren't you here to help? Are you an ox by any chance? Lin Miao Miao was starting to resent this. Helping ... And you sat there for half a day while I stood aside? Are you polite? Are you human? Senior, you came to help but you're still sitting there? I thought you came to play. You are in my seat. Lin Miao Miao scolded Chenlu angrily, her fangs very noticeable. Hey, didn't you have Leong Xiru helping you? Chenlu half-jokingly responded. She treats you so well, multitasking so busily, and yet still finds the time to help you. If it were the clueless Leong Xiru, she wouldn't have caught the teasing in Chenlu's words, but Lin Miao Miao was different. Lin Miao Miao realized what was happening when Chenlu, who was pretending to joke, became serious. I have to treat her to a big meal after this. Improve our meals. She glanced at the busy figure in the distance. Even though it's all work, it's different from part-time jobs, it's also a way to relax. Lin Miao Miao had developed a definite understanding of this. She's poor but strong. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from Lin Miao Miao's face. The cheerful girl's tone had become somewhat serious. It was as if she had transformed into someone else. Senior, you're so bad. Mo Yuking and Leong Xiru are probably the most gorgeous girls in our school. Chenlu raised an eyebrow, inwardly shaking his head, silently laughing at Lin Miao Miao's theatrics. She knew too much. When I came to help, I couldn't make out what she looked like at all. Chenlu spoke truthfully. She shouldn't be this good-looking. Lin Miao Miao mimicked holding a camera with her hands, framing Leong Xiru's figure in it. She's fragile, probably easy to hurt by anyone, so I don't want random people stepping into her life. She doesn't show off, it's the right choice. Originally, this was a secret known to very few people, but I didn't expect you to find out. She then smiled and looked at Chenlu. Luckily, Senior, you seem to be a good person. What do you mean seem? Chenlu retorted, internally forming a general judgment of Lin Miao Miao. It seemed she was good to Leong Xiru. If you're only nice to her because you were attracted by her appearance, then you're not a good person. Lin Miao Miao poked him with her fan. Quickly tell me, why are you so good to our dear Leong Xiru? Because she's the only girl willing to wait for me. While Lin Miao Miao pretended to be joking, Chenlu, who was also pretending, became serious. Upon seeing Leong Xiru finally headed in their direction, Lin Miao Miao's mood inexplicably turned somewhat gloomy. With a downcast expression, she murmured, I hope you can do better than me. She has very few friends, and it should be very difficult for anyone to get into her heart again. When Leong Xiru approached, Lin Miao Miao quickly changed the subject. Do you want to help her? I'll treat both of you to a meal later. Chenlu blinked. If I don't help, Can I still eat? I have a sensitive stomach. Soft food suits me better. Chapter 12. You are different. Lin Miao Miao gave Chen Lu a white glance and didn't say much. Chen Lu, holding his cheek with one hand, said with a mix of anger and amusement, Leong Xiru, are you a Taurus? Don't you need a break? Hearing this, Leong Xiru, who was still hesitating on how to greet them, inexplicably felt relieved. I'm not tired. He actually came up and mocked me. Now I don't need to think about how to greet them. Leong Xiru could directly link arms with Lin Miao Miao. But Chen Lu is a boy. Leong Xiru thought to herself, a drop of sweat sliding down her delicate cheek and dripping onto her heaving chest. She wasn't lying. After seeing Chen Lu, she really didn't feel tired anymore. You're not tired at all, Chen Lu quipped. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Lu noticed that Leong Xiru's eyes were slightly red. He glanced at a somewhat guilty-looking Lin Miao Miao, feeling even more confused. What's wrong? Chen Lu walked up to Leong Xiru. Slightly bending down, he looked at her eyes hidden beneath her hair strands. Leong Xiru wanted to step back, but then she felt it wouldn't be nice to Chen Lu. Before her brain could process, she froze in place, vigorously shaking her head. No, nothing. Leong Xiru's voice was soft, making Chen Lu inexplicably sweet inside. You don't seem okay. However, Chen Lu quickly figured out a way to respond, asking, aren't we friends? Why didn't you tell me about this? Soon after, he sighed, looking quite disappointed. Forget it, I was being presumptuous. It's my mistake. Lin Miao Miao thought there was nothing she couldn't tell Chen Lu. She deliberately chuckled. Who are you? She deliberately repeated what Chen Lu had just said to her, holding a grudge. Leong Xiru had never seen these two people bantering like this before. All of a sudden, a mist covered her eyes, and she stammered out all her words, her tone becoming urgent. Because I spent too much money on lunch. As she spoke, Chen Lu gently pressed her down onto a chair. Lin Miao Miao started fanning her with the fan she used for her cosplay. This treatment made the girl somewhat at a loss. Leong Xiru, feeling like a guilty child, recounted how her classmates in the drama club would always invite her to lunch and how she ended up spending more than she intended. Her purchases for lunch usually cost less than 5 yuan, even when she ate with her mother. The money had to be saved for her mother's medical treatment. She couldn't bear to waste any of the food she bought, even if it made her feel nauseated. When her drama club friends praised her for her big appetite, she didn't know what to say. Thinking about all this, Leong Xiru felt more and more like a villain enjoying life with her mother's medical funds, tears welling up in her eyes. The guilt filled the girl's heart, making her breathless. Watching Leong Xiru holding back tears and seeing Lin Miao Miao with slightly red eyes as well, Chen Lu helplessly stood by, scratching his head. A bunch of idiots, Chen Lu sighed. Well, it's all because of my buddies, Leong Xiru softly retorted, feeling a bit embarrassed after speaking. She didn't like arguing, and especially not with Chen Lu. Chen Lu glanced at her and chuckled. You might be the most foolish one, but you are quite kind-hearted. You are second to none in acting like a fool. Leong Xiru uncomfortably pursed her lips, her head lowering even more. But she didn't mind Chen Lu's remarks about herself. She actually enjoyed listening to his voice, especially when he spoke with a light laugh, warming her heart. Curious, he asked. Why didn't I see you cry when you invited me for lunch? You're different, Leong Xiru said earnestly with her hands crossed, leaving Chen Lu at a loss for words. Inviting him to an expensive lunch is fine, but eating alone isn't. Chen Lu arrogantly tilted his lips. Quite an honor indeed. After a moment, seeing Leong Xiru's mood calming down, her regret giving way to embarrassment, Chen Lu turned his head towards a distance. Members of the drama club were still bustling around, some flipping through scripts and discussing. Occasionally, students in sports attire ran past Chen Lu, with many glancing at Lin Miao Miao's attire, lured by her appearance. One student in a blue sports jacket had already made 5 or 6 laps, looking at her every time even when he was about to collapse from exhaustion. An idiot! Even when I was a bootlicker, I wasn't this absurd. Chen Lu glanced at the sun hanging high above and squinted his eyes from the brightness. The temperature in April and May was notoriously unpredictable. He patted Leong Xiru's head, then glanced at Lin Miao Miao before walking towards the drama club members. Rest here. I'll go help out, he said. Seeing Chen Lu leave, Leong Xiru quickly stood up. "I'll go too," she said, but Lin Meow Meow stopped her, saying, "He's here to help his friend in the student union. There's no way you can assist with that." Leong Xiru's furrowed brow relaxed, and she blinked continuously, watching Chen Lu chat and smile with the drama club members. Soon, a small crowd surrounded him, and some handed him scripts to read. Unlike during lunchtime, Chen Lu seemed to effortlessly engage in conversations with everyone and vice versa. With just a few words, he managed to resolve issues at the school gate. "How impressive!" Chen Lu pointed in their direction again, and Leong Xiru hastened to lower her head. "Yes, the girl earlier had low blood sugar. You all know Lin Meow Meow is unreliable," Chen Lu continued. "If she shows up to help again, let her exchange a few words with Lin Meow Meow, and then relax wherever she pleases." No wonder she looked so wronged. One student nodded in understanding, evidently believing Chen Lu's words. "I hear people with low blood sugar eat a lot," a not very bright girl added. Chen Lu chuckled. "I'll inform my friends about the remaining issues. Even if you lack props or costumes that the school can't provide, you won't need to cover the costs." The people listening were stunned for a moment, then they all started smiling and thanking him. These people weren't all freshmen. They knew that if it weren't for Chen Lu, they wouldn't get these benefits. After all, the common excuse is always budget limitations. "Thank you so much." Chen Lu sighed helplessly. "If you want to thank someone, thank those two girls. They kept pushing me to come here in the first place." Since Chen Lu couldn't possibly have any interactions with this group of socially awkward drama club members, he smoothly passed on the favor to Lin Meow Meow. After a while, Chen Lu returned to his spot under the sunshade. Now he understood why Li Xinian liked hanging around the student union so much, purely taking advantage of connections. You know what? Some things are better left unsaid. University is indeed a small society, and not to be trifled with. "Are you done?" Lin Meow Meow asked curiously. She was seated on a chair, with Leong Xiru leaning on her side, reviewing English vocabulary. In the second semester of their freshman year, she was already preparing for the college English test level 6. Seeing Chen Lu return, Leong Xiru also looked at him and took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag, asking softly, "Are you thirsty? Do you want some water?" She usually couldn't bear to buy mineral water, and this bottle was from the drama club's distribution. "I don't like drinking water. Real men drink Pepsi," Chen Lu lazily yawned. "Even toilets are drunk. Coca-Cola is undoubtedly the best in the world," Lin Meow Meow said disdainfully. After hearing this, Chen Lu forcibly lifted her up and sat down. "Coca-Cola? Even dogs don't drink that." Lin Meow Meow bit her lip in anger. "Even dogs don't drink that. What about you?" Lin Meow Meow felt a bit frustrated. Chen Lu clearly treated her differently, and she was sure he wouldn't have fought for the spot if Leong Xiru was sitting there. Seeing the two arguing, Leong Xiru secretly chuckled. This was the first time she had felt like she was playing with a group of friends. Even though it was just the two of them, she felt genuinely happy, almost making her doubt whether she was dreaming. After all, she'd always been the one watching others chat and laugh together. The joy and laughter never seemed to belong to her. "Should I go help out?" Leong Xiru asked, checking the time. "No need." Chen Lu slouched in the chair and grabbed her arm. Even though her arm was thin and soft, just like the night they touched, Chen Lu couldn't resist squeezing it lightly. Although he quickly let go, the spot where Chen Lu had held Leong Xiru's arm felt hotter than when she was burnt before. "We already helped a lot. Even if we just rest here, they should be grateful to us," Chen Lu said lazily. "If you have the energy, you can fan me instead. Your good friend also needs your help," he added. Leong Xiru responded with a no. Soon enough, Chen Lu, with his eyes half closed, started feeling a cool breeze continuously blowing on his cheeks. Glancing sideways, he saw Leong Xiru actually fanning him. She seemed to think he was about to fall asleep. She controlled the fan's strength with exceptional seriousness, creating a gentle and soft breeze. What kind of magical day was this? Chapter 13. Why aren't you following the routine? Feeling the vibration of the phone in his pocket, Chen Lu slowly opened his eyes. The gentle breeze was still brushing against his cheeks. Glancing at the time, it was already 5 in the afternoon. 2 hours had passed. Damn, he fell asleep. These short naps always felt like time travel, especially after hitting the snooze button in the morning. Once you close your eyes and open them again, you can never imagine how much time has passed. Li Xinian, when are you going to die? Chen Lu swore that he had only intended to experience what it felt like for someone to fan him before closing his eyes. He never expected to fall asleep within seconds. He rubbed his eyes and looked to the side, where Leong Xiru was holding a phone, earnestly studying English words, while gently fanning him with her other hand. Even though he couldn't see clearly with his eyes, he could still see that Leong Xiru's skin was very smooth, her facial features delicate and exceptionally attractive. A few strands of hair on the girl's cheeks were tightly stuck to her skin by sweat. Her t-shirt stuck to her body, revealing a strange light blue color, but she seemed unaware, silently reciting the words. It seemed that Leong Xiru had been in this position for the past 2 hours without moving. Chen Lu felt a mix of emotions at the moment, happy, guilty, touched, and a bit helpless towards this silly girl. He wasn't sure which emotion dominated. At that moment, the girl's gaze met his. Chen Lu immediately stood up, gently pressed Leong Xiru back into her seat, and took the fan from her. The girl was startled, not understanding what he was up to. Before she could speak, Chen Lu started fanning her. Feeling the breeze on her cheeks, Leong Xiru closed her eyes, eyelids turning a little red from studying. "You don't need to. I'm not hot," Leong Xiru whispered, secretly rubbing her arm that had become sore from fanning for a long time. "Just stay still. Otherwise, I might end up slapping myself out of boredom." Surprised by Chen Lu's unexpectedly serious tone, Leong Xiru remained silent. She closed her eyes slowly, somehow enjoying the moment. It had been cold in Hang City before meeting Chen Lu, but the weather had become warm afterward. Especially now, the sunshine felt comfortable on her body, and the breeze Chen Lu was fanning felt refreshing. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. "Phone," the girl reminded cautiously. Chen Lu had been sleeping soundly for a while, and the phone had been ringing the whole time. She felt it was probably something important. "Even if it's a call from the gods, I must fan you first," Chen Lu said, taking out his phone to check the caller. "Let me see who is disturbing my sweet dreams. Hello, Mom." Chen Lu's tone instantly softened. "Oh, so you remember I'm your mom." A hint of anger was evident in the voice on the other end of the line. Chen Lu trembled at those words, his hand holding the fan shook, accidentally brushing Leong Xiru's cheeks. The girl dared not make a sound. Chen Lu, still groggy from sleep, subconsciously touched her face, feeling something amiss, then withdrew his hand. The girl's cheeks were slightly redder than before. She pursed her lips, looking down, afraid her voice would be heard on the phone. This made Chen Lu inexplicably want to tease her, but his conscience stopped him. Besides, if his mother heard a girl's voice on the line, she would keep questioning him endlessly. It's not easy to study outside home, and it's a hassle to go back. "Do you know how many days it's been since you last came home?" "I did go home a few days ago." "Why didn't I know about it?" "Well, you were sleeping, and I didn't want to disturb you. So you sneak around like a thief when coming home. Your sister is in such an important stage of high school. Don't you care at all? Come back and visit in these next days. Otherwise, don't bother coming back." Chen Lu responded a couple of times before quickly hanging up, letting out a sigh. This odd mix of circumstances was truly something. He looked over to the drama club, where rehearsals were in full swing, and asked curiously, "Where's Lin Miao Miao?" "She was driven off by the two of us." Chen Lu was puzzled by this statement. "Driven off by the two of us." The girl explained as she tied her hair back with a hair tie, causing Chen Lu to swallow involuntarily. This action could easily captivate 80% of men. "She told me to stop fanning, said she wasn't tired, then yelled about dog men and women, and went back to the dorm to sleep." Leong Xiru was a bit flustered, pondering why Lin Miao Miao was upset. "She was just kidding," Chen Lu reassured her. Watching the relieved girl nod, Chen Lu scratched his head helplessly, feeling a headache coming on, and asked, "Aren't you exhausted?" "You said you needed me." Xiru's voice was serious. Chen Lu's heart skipped a beat. Forget it, she's gone. We don't have to stay here." "Do you have something else to do?" he asked, changing the topic. "I have a part-time job later." Hearing this, Chen Lu suddenly felt very idle, feeling guilty about living off his parents' money. Was this right? Probably not. Letting out a yawn, he said, "All right, rest for a bit. I'll fan you, then I'll walk you there." Xiru pursed her lips, staying silent, obediently closing her eyes and enjoying a tenderness she had never experienced before. trying to imprint this feeling into her memory, carving it into her dreams. Perhaps this time, it wouldn't matter. Time passed by, the two chatting and answering each other's questions. Despite Chen Lu's random and uninformative questions, Xiru earnestly responded to each one. It felt like a peaceful moment in time. Half an hour later, Chen Lu woke Xiru up from her daze, preparing to take her to her part-time job. As they walked across the playground, their shadows grew long. Chen Lu felt his arms ache from fanning for just over 30 minutes. This silly girl claimed she wasn't tired, lying through her teeth. Watching the girl beside him, Chen Lu's emotions became more and more complex. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Miao Miao appeared, giving him a disapproving look. "What are you looking at?" Chen Lu asked. "Are you even awake?" Lin Miao Miao shot him a glare, then guessed where they were heading, and said, "You sent her off. I'll go back to the drama club." She added loudly, "If you're free, remember to come help out. My sister Xiru shouldn't fan you for free. You owe her. She should have been napping." Chen Lu felt even more guilty at these words, thinking he needed a harsher term than born to criticize himself. A guy like him fanning for half an hour felt intolerable, yet Leong Xiru had persevered. How clueless he was, not knowing when to stop. Would she thank him for selling her and then count the money for him? After escorting Xiru, Chen Lu returned to the dorm with a cup of fruit tea. It was a gift from the manager of the hot pot restaurant where Xiru worked part-time. The manager's strange look made Chen Lu wonder, evoking a sense of a father-in-law scrutinizing his future son-in-law. Clearly, hard-working and dedicated girls like Xiru were greatly admired. Chen Lu walked over to Zhang Chao, who was gaming on his phone. Zhang Chao had defeated Han Din with a glorious record of 082. The chat window already showed friendly greetings to him. "Boss, are these teammates cursing you out?" Chen Lu mocked, taking a sip of his fruit tea. "They're saying, Sueno is my wife. What does that have to do with me? You're something else. Chen Lu, pass me the fruit knife. I'll cut a watermelon for you. I bought it this afternoon. Damn, watermelons are expensive this season." Just as Chen Lu picked up the knife, the door slowly creaked open. Li Xinian looked at Chen Lu, who was holding the knife staring at him, then leaned against the door. When he saw Chen Lu playfully twirling the knife, Li Xinian reached out with his trembling right hand to adjust his glasses. Luge, I really didn't know. Who would have thought that the dance society would ask Yuking for help? You were the one who told me about it." Chen Lu handed over the fruit knife to Zhang Chao, smiling, "I trust you, but mainly, I don't want our two remaining roommates to go after grad school." When the knife reached Zhang Chao's hand, Li Xinian suddenly yelled out, "Boss, afternoon, you met up with the girl handing out flyers again." At night, Chen Lu lay on his bed holding a notebook, watching a video of freshman Yuking performing on stage. The girl on stage was dressed brightly, moving gracefully and elegantly. Her dancing was beautiful, captivating the audience with her fluid movements, overshadowing everyone around her. She was truly the star of the show. From the moment she stepped on stage, all eyes were fixed on her alone. She became a school celebrity, her reputation far surpassing that of her high school days. When giving her final thanks, she acknowledged many people from the club, including Yanyan, who had only been there to cheer her on. But she didn't mention the one who had tirelessly helped from the beginning to the end, feeling as tired as a dog, unable to even grasp a word of gratitude. The person who had found the moment touching, ready to play as Batman's sidekick. With a bitter smile, Chen Lu tossed the video into the recycle bin, erasing it along with memories and nostalgia. He put away his computer, staring at the ceiling blankly. Humming. Chen Lu picked up his phone to check his messages. "Yiru, Miao said you will definitely come tomorrow. Is that true?" "Chen Lu, it depends on you coming or not." He stared at the screen for another long moment, feeling drowsy, almost falling asleep, when his phone rang again. "Jiru. It took the girl 10 minutes to type out that single word. Chen Lu looked at the message, rubbed his eyes, but the message remained. In this city, a new insomniac had emerged. Chapter 14, the lean pork and preserved egg congee, didn't seem so distasteful to Chen Lu. He felt like he had suddenly been bitten by a clueless little white rabbit, leaving him momentarily dazed. In the end, he was more of a strong attacker than defender. After all, he had spent his energy chasing Yuking for the past few years, never having been in a relationship and never receiving any feedback from Yuking. How could he handle this level of stimulation? What did that HM mean? Was it a joke? But it didn't seem like the type of person to joke around. Was it from someone else? That didn't seem right either, as Leong Xiru should be living in a rented house with her mother. Being hacked was even more unlikely. As the saying goes, no scammer would go after someone like him with a two-pronged monkey head avatar to scam money. Thinking about this, Chen Lu suddenly became curious about Leong Xiru's mother's situation. Although Leong Xiru might not want to talk about it, Chen Lu had always been afraid to ask out of fear of upsetting Leong Xiru. Perhaps there was a chance to get to know Leong Xiru better. She really was a strange girl. The next day, Chen Lu was up early, sporting large dark circles under his eyes. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, grabbed a bun from Zhang Chao, and was ready to leave. "You son of a..." Zhang Chao was about to curse upon discovering his breakfast had been stolen, but when he looked up and saw Chen Lu, who had already changed clothes, he was momentarily stunned. Though Chen Lu wasn't like them, often just wandering around in his boxes, it was still very rare to see an early rising Chen Lu dressed neatly. "Give me 2 buns, hungry," muttered Chen Lu. "Screw off, this was given to me by my girlfriend." "If you have the guts, go find yourself a girlfriend," Zhang Chao retorted with a puzzled expression. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to help out at the drama club. I owe a favor to the vice president from helping Li Xinian yesterday," Chen Lu explained truthfully, though not entirely. "Do you really have feelings for that girl you met at the school gate?" Zhang Chao continued the conversation from the previous night. In this aspect, he really was like an old woman. He hadn't been like this before, but ever since he started dating Liu Yan, he seemed to have changed. Chen Lu finished chewing, then said, "Do I seem like a frivolous person to you? But she's actually quite nice, at least." He didn't finish his sentence about being happier with her. "Just pretend I got lured away by a piece of candy from her," he concluded as he left the room. The weather was nice that day, not too hot or cold at that time. Chen Lu thought to himself, waking up at 7 for 2 days in a row. As a university student, I really am slipping. He quickly made his way to the drama club's gathering place. Finding that Leong Xiru hadn't arrived yet, Chen Lu felt relieved. After all, she must have wanted to see him early, so he shouldn't make her wait. "Senior, your panda eyes are really obvious today," Lin Miao Miao, who was dressed more formally that day, remarked. She still looked like a high school student, but of course, that was related to her being the princess typing. Chen Lu glanced at her lazily reclining in her chair, feeling uneasy. "You." When Lin Miao Miao saw a cockroach on her chair, she jumped up in surprise, almost breaking into a lightning-fast 5-part disarmament. Chen Lu calmly pulled over a chair and sat down comfortably. "You." Lin Miao Miao intended to scold him but stopped upon hearing someone call her, deflating her anger. She couldn't upset him, or Leong Xiru would be sad. Watching the girl walk away, Chen Lu felt more at ease sitting on the chair he had claimed for himself. It was more comfortable to sit on a stolen chair. His own chair didn't have that same aroma. He had come today with the mindset of being a laborer, but it didn't mean he wanted to stand and wait for Leong Xiru. 15 minutes passed, and Leong Xiru still hadn't arrived. Chen Lu couldn't help but be curious. Even though she didn't live on campus, she had insisted on arriving early. As he wondered if his feelings had been deceived, he saw a slightly frail girl approaching with a lunchbox in hand. She staggered as if she had no strength, like a clumsy penguin. Spotting Chen Lu, Leong Xiru quickened her pace. Finally reaching him, she handed him the lunchbox and asked softly, "I made congee for you. Would you like to try?" Her voice was almost lost in the dust, her hands fidgeting nervously. Chen Lu hesitated for a moment before reaching out, his eyes widening in surprise at her dark circles. Seeing that Chen Lu didn't seem disgusted as she had expected, Leong Xiru breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, she spoke softly, "You don't have a good appetite in the morning, so I made some congee for you." Lowering her head further, she added, "If you don't like it, it's okay. I can bring you some next time, it's not much trouble." Of course, this was a lie. She had stayed up late massaging her mother, and woke up early to cook congee for Chen Lu. Wanting it to taste better, she had cooked it slowly over low heat and felt that just plain congee wasn't good enough, so she had gone out early to find some ingredients at the supermarket, making lean pork and preserved egg congee. Chen Lu looked at Leong Xiru and her matching dark circles, thinking to himself, "You must be kidding me." But as a man, he almost broke down. In his 21 years of life, other than his own mother, Leong Xiru was the only one who had ever cooked congee for him. Even though he couldn't stand the taste of preserved eggs in the past and had even vomited, he drank it this time as if his life depended on it. He intentionally ate large spoonfuls, looking like he was enjoying every bite. Mainly, he was actually quite hungry. Zhang Chao, did you see that? Can your girlfriend do this? Suddenly, Chen Lu felt confused. Why did the preserved egg not taste so bad this time? Watching Chen Lu gobble up the congee, Leong Xiru finally felt at ease, adjusting a strand of hair behind her ear while considering that if Chen Lu liked it, she could make it for him again when she had time. Because of her father's health issues, she disliked stomach problems and didn't want Chen Lu to have any. If he didn't like eating breakfast because he was lazy, she could make the effort for him. After all, they were good friends. Did you not sleep well? Leong Xiru tentatively asked. Guess who's responsible for that? Chen Lu replied seriously, closing the lunchbox and yawning lazily. The girl fell silent, feeling as though Chen Lu was hinting at her. After sending that HM last night, she had felt like dying. She had hesitated on retracting it, but was afraid Chen Lu had already seen it and would make the situation more awkward if she withdrew it. After a moment of hesitation, she became more unsure about retracting it, fearing that Chen Lu might have already seen it. How did it get sent out so inexplicably? In the end, was it because Chen Lu had insisted on asking and she really wanted to see him? Leong Xiru blinked rapidly, and the scene before her became hazy. Could she live on Mars? Why was today's Leong Xiru paying for yesterday's actions? Chapter 15, Giving and Receiving Leong Xiru. Chen Lu called out. The girl raised her head slightly when she heard this, looking a bit puzzled. Thank you. Chen Lu thought for a while, but couldn't come up with a better sentence. However, it didn't matter. No matter how eloquent he spoke, Leong Xiru, who couldn't even detect a bad stomach joke, might not understand. Talking about one thing he did wrong yesterday, soft rice is really delicious, Leong Xiru's voice was soft and gentle, a rare moment of cheerfulness. All the weariness and fatigue disappeared with this thank you, leaving no trace behind. On the way here, Leong Xiru had been hesitating whether to just give up, bailing out countless times. She had speculated on many possibilities, such as Chen Lu politely refusing or saying the tea was not good, even wondering if he would find her behavior strange. She had all sorts of messy guesses, but she always felt that Chen Lu was a gentle person. It was more likely that he would force himself to finish the drink. Although that way, she wouldn't have felt embarrassed, she also didn't want Chen Lu to force himself. Fortunately, Chen Lu really seemed to like. Chen Lu gulped down several mouthfuls of water, finally removing the taste of century egg from his mouth. He stretched lazily, his eyes focused on the girl in front of him. His expression was neutral, but his gaze was gentle. Leong Xiru gathered her courage and glanced at him, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. The girl quickly turned away, as if she wanted to escape. They both tacitly avoided mentioning the phrase "wanted to see me so much again." Why are you staring at me all the time? After a while, the girl couldn't stand being watched anymore and quickly turned her face down, fidgeting and asking. Don't move. Chen Lu rubbed his forehead, as if thinking about something. I said don't move. Oh. Leong Xiru listened vaguely, but still stood obediently in front of Chen Lu, her left arm hanging down, her right hand grabbing her left arm. Her face turned slightly red as she turned away, her white t-shirt stretched taut by her arm, making the movement in front of her eyes dizzying. Anyone who didn't know might have thought Chen Lu was bullying a good girl from a decent family. Leong Xiru blushed under his gaze, her earlobes burning, her clear, watery eyes turning teary, as if she was about to cry in the next moment. What are you doing? Her heart became a bit uneasy, feeling like a victim, her voice trembling. Chen Lu was at a loss as to her reaction, feeling both amused and exasperated. He resisted the urge to tease her again and half-jokingly said, I'm thinking about how to repay you. He felt that Leong Xiru was different from other girls. She seemed to have no life of her own, no hobbies. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he had never seen Leong Xiru smile. This simple girl instinctively suppressed her emotions, feeling inferior to the core. What should he do? Chen Lu felt that as her good friend, he should do something, even if it was just for that piece of candy and this breakfast. However, he was currently at a loss. Why do you want to repay me? Leong Xiru suspected she was still half asleep, as she hadn't been in the same channel with him all day. "Why do you always say hum?" Chen-Lu chuckled. "Because I want to be good friends with you, so it's best if our mutual efforts and rewards are equal." He added thoughtfully, "That's how it lasts." Leong Xiru blushed shyly, looking at the rising sun in the sky, checking the time on her phone. She glanced at the handsome and gentle boy in front of her once more, then waved gently with a satisfied heart as she picked up her lunchbox, saying, "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Chen-Lu asked curiously, his tone full of doubt. "Are you here just to bring me breakfast?" "To hand out flyers." Leong Xiru extended her delicate and fair index finger, seeming proud. "I have no classes today, can earn over 100 more." She could make a good braised pork dish for her mother after work. Chen-Lu's initial reaction was to help, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Leong Xiru needed help, but not this kind of imposed kindness. She didn't need charity. It would only make this insecure girl more embarrassed. "Do you have something to do today? You said you would come by last night. I thought you wanted to help," Chen-Lu said helplessly, feeling a bit disappointed. He felt like he had been duped. Did Lin Miao Miao really not use Leong Xiru as bait? Chen-Lu never expected to fall for it. Because Leong Xiru had to leave due to her part-time job, he felt sorry insisting she helped. His plan to get to know Leong Xiru better seemed to have fallen through, but Chen-Lu was not in a hurry. "Are you coming back after you finish?" Chen-Lu asked out of the blue. "I'll be back." Leong Xiru responded inexplicably, and then quickly assessed if she had time to return, nodding firmly after making sure there was no issue. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Chen-Lu chuckled. Watching the girl disappear, Chen-Lu walked exasperatedly into the drama club gathering. Seeing Lin Miao Miao about to sit down, he quietly pulled the chair from under her. "Ah, that hurts." Leong Xiru walked towards the bus stop, feeling the gentle breeze brushing her cheeks. After the Qingming festival, the weather had gotten hotter, with the warm sun and willow fluff floating around like drifting snow. The students around her were chatting and laughing as they walked together, sharing recent gossip or playing games. The girls passing by were all adorned and lively, exuding youthfulness, contrasting with her. Leong Xiru pushed the stray hair that the wind had blown into her face back behind her ears, wiping her phone screen and looking at her reflection. She seemed to be not on par with the girl she saw in the cafeteria. Even if their hairstyles and looks were similar, her timid gaze and long bangs were giving her too many negative points. After a moment, the girl sighed quietly, tying her hair back into a ponytail. After all, she had work to do, and long hair would be inconvenient and hot. Leong Xiru couldn't figure out why she had let her hair down in the first place. It was really strange. In the evening, as the dusk fell, Chen-Lu watched the sun turn fiery red on the horizon, yawning lazily. Lights were lit up on the playground. There were no longer runners, but couples strolling hand in hand. The members of the drama club were still passionately rehearsing their lines, inspired by the Age of Awakening. The script they were preparing to perform seemed to depict the awakening and transformation of the university students during that era, viewing the period's ideological changes through the perspectives of a few students, from initial ignorance to eventually following in the footsteps of the martyrs. Chen-Lu had deep knowledge of history outside of class, and when he wasn't busy, he could discuss and modify the script with his classmates. However, he was not that meticulous when it came to modern history, as it was truly heart-wrenching to him. Reflecting on further historical eras might elicit some emotional response, but modern history often brought tears to his eyes. "Hey, senior, how come you know everything?" The bespectacled boy looked at Chen-Lu in astonishment, becoming more and more satisfied as he read the modified script. He couldn't fathom where the vice president found such a senior who could help with everything like Doraemon. Chen-Lu's knowledge of history could be precise down to the years, while most of his knowledge had been returned to the high school history teacher. Right now, he only knew he could eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal. When you have nothing to do, learn a little bit of everything. Even if there's no need for it, hitting a tree now and then won't hurt. Chen-Lu shrugged, carrying the sound equipment, and quickly moved everything back with the group. At this moment, a girl, struggling with carrying things, swayed over to him. It was Leong Xiru. Chapter 16. "I've been following behind you," the girl muttered as she crawled up the stairs beside Chen-Lu, her ponytail swaying back and forth efficiently. "Handing out flyers is tiring, isn't it?" Chen-Lu casually brought up a topic. "It's fine, just a bit tired today. Leong Xiru recalled her busy self running around to distribute the flyers quickly, speaking softly. Chenlu paused, obviously not understanding. After finishing moving things, Chenlu sat with Leong Xiru on the playground to relax. He was starting to enjoy spending quiet time with this silly girl. They watched the different people passing by in silence for a long time, often meeting eyes inadvertently. Many people feel low when they see the sunset in the evening, and Chenlu was one of them. You seem really tired every day. Is your mother's illness serious? Chenlu gazed at the fiery clouds in the sky and slowly spoke. Can you tell me about your family? Since they met, Leong Xiru always answered whatever Chenlu asked. This time was no exception, as she sat with her knees hugged, slowly recounting her family situation. My father passed away when I was young. And not long after that, my mother fell ill, paralyzed in her legs. Every year, we have to spend a lot of money on her treatment to maintain some sensation in her legs. So, I want to work hard to earn money to support my mother and save up for her surgery. After a pause, she continued, even if my mother has the surgery, there's a high chance she won't be able to walk again. But I still don't want to give up. This was the longest Leong Xiru had spoken since knowing Chenlu. Her tone was calm, as if sharing someone else's story. She had grown accustomed to it and accepted her fate. Afterward, they fell into silence again. Leong Xiru saw Chenlu's face becoming increasingly blurry, as if obscured by a mist, and she had never told anyone about this matter. She feared the pity in others' eyes, worried it would become gossip, and feared reminding herself of her inadequacy and weakness. But she was willing to confide in Chenlu, knowing he wouldn't look at her that way. Before meeting Chenlu, she had endured it all for too long alone, so she couldn't help but let it all out. She found herself becoming more attached to his kindness, like a drowning person grasping at driftwood. Leong Xiru, do you believe in miracles? Chenlu suddenly said. Leong Xiru, visibly taken aback, hesitated for a moment, her expression turning melancholy once again. I don't believe, at least not in something that could happen to me. How could a girl tormented by hardship like her believe in such intangible things? It's possible, Chenlu said earnestly. For example, someone suddenly entering your life, willing to stand by you through everything. With that, Chenlu stood up slowly. Let's not talk about this. Let me divert your attention. In no time, Chenlu fetched a guitar and sat back down next to Leong Xiru with about a space between them. What would you like to hear? I know quite a few songs. Just then, Lin Meow Meow, who had just finished dealing with something, arrived before them. Senior, you've worked hard, Lin Meow Meow teased, handing Chenlu a bottle of water. Play, Lin Meow Meow didn't back down, still smiling. She knew Chenlu might complain, but he was genuinely helping. Though it wasn't clear if there was any deeper meaning between them, if Chenlu suddenly expressed interest in Leong Xiru, she probably wouldn't object. Then, she looked surprised at Chenlu, who was holding the guitar. You can play the guitar. I want to hear. Of course, listen closely, Chenlu said confidently as he strummed a few chords. Lin Meow Meow wrinkled her nose in disdain, clearly unimpressed by his unskilled playing. Leong Xiru, however, listened attentively. It was the first time someone had played the guitar for her. Senior, I thought you'd show some skills, but you can't play the guitar. What's the point? Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes at Chenlu, expressionless, then left uninterestedly. Anyone could strum a guitar recklessly like that. She could play at least that well. Chenlu watched Lin Meow Meow's retreating figure and smiled at Leong Xiru before resuming playing the guitar. This time, Chenlu's movements were professional and skillful, clearly playing a song. Leong Xiru was stunned, never expecting that Chenlu had been pretending before. Now that the interfering person is gone, listen well. I'll play just for you. As she heard this, Leong Xiru's heart seemed to skip a beat with delight. But she blushed soon after due to her selfish thoughts. In that moment, she no longer felt like the sole pillar of her family. She seemed to transform into a girl who could be cared for, loved, and enjoy youth and happiness. The sky wants to rain, and I want to live next to you. Leong Xiru listened enthralled. Chenlu's singing was even more extravagant than she had anticipated, and his guitar playing was excellent. The growing number of people stopping to listen confirmed this. Soon, more and more onlookers gathered around, and Leong Xiru found herself blushing deeper. Suddenly, Chenlu gently lifted her chin, forcing her to look at him. I'm singing just for you. You can't keep your head down all the time. Several songs later, night had fully descended, and the onlookers had dispersed. Leong Xiru still felt her cheeks burning. There were too many people watching just now, and Chenlu wouldn't let her look down. I've been a lick puppy for 7 years. Do you know what that's taught me? As Leong Xiru's thoughts wandered, Chenlu, sipping water, spoke softly while looking at a distant street lamp. Leong Xiru glanced at him with confusion. Once someone looks down on you, you're done for. Not now, but eventually, you'll have to leave school, and you won't be able to hide in your own little world anymore. So, no matter how long it takes, you have to learn to hold your head high. Just like I do now. Chenlu turned to her, showing a gentle smile. We have family who love us. No one is beneath us. As your mother's precious child, you should learn to love yourself. These words were also meant for himself. He had almost become the lowest kind of lick puppy, almost caring more for a girl than his own parents. I hope you can grit your teeth and stand tall until you have the courage to look anyone in the eye. And you're already great, came to this university, can graduate, get a good job, and make a lot of money. You can definitely provide a good life for your mother. You'll surely become an amazing person. I want to become like that, Leong Xiru whispered softly, almost inaudible. She imagined enduring her current days, as Chenlu mentioned, earning money to heal her mother's legs, sustaining her little family. That was the most amazing version of herself in her eyes. Chenlu nodded slightly. You can do it. Really. Chenlu didn't just offer empty words like believe in yourself. After hesitating momentarily, he gently reached out his hand and brushed aside her bangs, meeting her gaze. It felt like that night when they first met. A breeze caressed her face, ushering the boy's words into her ears. You've been through a lot. I know. But you have to hold your head high and persevere. If you ever feel tired halfway, look back. I'll be right behind you. Chapter 17 Crisis. I am right behind you. Hearing these words, Leong Xiru was stunned for a moment, not knowing what she was thinking. She suddenly turned red-eyed, tightly gripping her clothes corner, feeling anxious about not knowing how to express herself. She was willing to believe Chenlu's words and suddenly began to believe in the future. Watching the girl holding back her tears, Chenlu also became flustered. Hey, don't cry. Is my singing that bad? Now Chenlu was puzzled. He thought his singing shouldn't be that bad, considering he had been practicing the guitar for years. Touching. It shouldn't be. If it was, he would have pursued Mo Yuking long ago. After all, Mo Yuking never had much reaction when he sang and played guitar for her. He couldn't imagine what kind of ripple his words and actions had caused in the girl's heart. Really? Leong Xiru asked with a teary voice, not realizing she had already asked once. Of course. He slowly extended his pinky finger, hooked it with the girl's, and said, I will always be watching over you. So you can't let me down. Chenlu glanced at the time and then asked, Are you going to work part-time at the hot pot restaurant? Leong Xiru nodded, seeming a bit hesitant in her eyes, but that feeling quickly disappeared. Play one last song, and then I'll walk you there. I can go by myself. Hush, listen carefully. Mo Yuking and the members of the dance club were walking side by side towards the playground. They had just finished rehearsing and were planning to take a walk and then go eat hot pot. These slender and long-legged girls walking together became a beautiful sight on the evening playground. Yuking, did that boy who confessed to you like you for a long time? It seems like it's not the first time he confessed to you. A girl from the dance club curiously asked beside Mo Yuking. That boy looked very handsome and was considered a campus heartthrob. They couldn't believe how cleanly Mo Yuking rejected him without any change in her expression. I don't know, don't remember. Mo Yuking replied truthfully. She had thought for a while but couldn't recall who he was. She even had to check the notes on a WeChat message to know his name. It seems like there are quite a few people pursuing you. I envy you. I also want to experience what it's like to have so many people chasing after me. Speaking of which, I saw the video of your performance from our school website. Your dancing looks so good. Won't you join us? The dance club girls kept chatting. Suddenly, they noticed Mo Yuking, who had been walking beside them, was gone. When they turned around, they saw Mo Yuking standing still. Senior, what's wrong? The girl followed her gaze and saw Chenlu playing the guitar next to an ordinary-looking girl. Her admiration for this senior increased, but the curiosity of the group now focused on Mo Yuking. Could there be some untold story between them? But didn't they not say a word to each other back then? Mo Yuking's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, blinking rapidly. Unaware of her clenched fists, she suddenly recognized the girl next to Chen Lu. She had dined with Chen Lu before. Chen Lu was still earnestly playing the guitar and occasionally glanced at the girl beside him, not even looking in her direction. Mo Yuking felt uncomfortable. It was as if someone was trying to take away her exclusive treasure from her. He learned to play the guitar for me. He learned because I liked it. I should be the one sitting beside him. Why should he play for you? Past scenes continued to flash before Mo Yuking's eyes. When she casually mentioned that she found boys who could play the guitar attractive while watching videos, Chen Lu started learning the next day. Maybe because he wasn't used to playing, she often saw band-aids on his fingers during that period. Later, during a self-study session when their homeroom teacher was absent, Chen Lu brought out a guitar and shouted for Mo Yuking to listen amid the excitement of the crowd. Since then, whenever she found a song she liked, she would forward it to Chen Lu, who would master it the next day. But now, he was playing for another girl to listen to. If the encounter in the cafeteria made her uncomfortable, this time she truly felt a premonition that Chen Lu was going to be taken away by someone else. In her life, for the first time, she experienced a term she never had in her heart before, a sense of crisis. Chen Lu was much more determined than she had imagined. After she rejected Chen Lu's confession for the second time that day, she never received a message from him again. He didn't apologize as he used to whenever she got angry. The Chen Lu who had always been by her side since childhood seemed to be drifting away from her. "Yuking, are you okay?" A girl reached out and shook her in front of her eyes, puzzled. Mo Yuking finally regained her composure and said, "I'm fine, let's go." Not wanting to be seen by Chen Lu, she quickly walked towards the school gate. "Aren't you coming with us?" "Next time, my mom is coming back from overseas today. I was just planning to have a stroll with you guys." Watching the graceful figure of Mo Yuking, the group of girls looked at each other. Mo Yuking returned to her doorstep, sorted out her emotions, and knocked on the door. She didn't lie. Her mother had indeed told her she was coming back from overseas today. It had been a year. Ever since her parents divorced when she was young, her mother had been traveling abroad. She wanted to experience the scene where her mother welcomed her home, something she hadn't experienced much in her life. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Her already low spirits plummeted further. After a few more knocks, she had to enter the passcode to open the door herself. The house wasn't brightly lit as she had imagined, and no one was waiting for her. Just like usual, the lights from the motion sensor outside had already lit the house before she entered. Mo Yuking bit her lip and collapsed onto the couch without even changing her shoes, feeling like a deflated balloon. After a long while, she seemed to regain a bit of strength and called her mother with her phone. Chapter 18. The hearts of boys often slowly die. The room was pitch black, with only a faint light shining in from the window, making it barely possible to see things. The normally spacious living room now seemed even more silent and empty. Mo Yuking stared fixedly at the screen of her phone, then squinted and lowered the brightness. The faint light from her phone illuminated her exquisitely delicate face, acting like a spotlight in the dim living room, showcasing the girl's helplessness and frustration vividly. After a while of ringing, the call finally connected. Soon after, a cold and stern voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mom, you haven't come back." Mo Yuking's tone was somewhat urgent and sounded aggrieved. "Not yet. Something came up suddenly, and I have to take care of it. Let's talk later." With no response for a while, the voice continued from the other end of the phone. "Cheer up, darling. Your Uncle Lin is currently in the country. He wants to treat you to a meal. Let him accompany you. Your father and I have been together for so many years, you should accept him too." "I don't. I'll stay by myself. You can live your own lives with each other and your own child. It has nothing to do with me." Mo Yuking held back her tears and said, "You and him spend your days together. I don't need to be involved." "What are you saying, child? How old are you? Why are you so immature? Haven't I loved you enough? How many children have your good conditions? What haven't I bought for you from childhood to now? Be sensible, dear. I'm hanging up. If there's not enough money, don't call me." Without waiting for Mo Yuking to say anything more, the sound of the call disconnecting echoed from the phone. Mo Yuking slowly placed her phone on the coffee table, leaning against the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the river view outside. Hugging her knees, she felt lost and desolate inside. The buildings in the surrounding neighborhood all lit up, each light representing a kind of life. Only she felt abandoned by the world. When she realized it, she almost dialed Chen Lu's number out of habit. These years, every time she encountered something upsetting, she would call Chen Lu. If it wasn't for that incident back then, just a phone call and Chen Lu would immediately come to accompany her, taking her out to eat, watch movies, go to the park like before. He would patiently listen with a smile as she complained about everything that upset her. The girl sniffled, clutching her delicate legs tighter. He was so good to me before. But why couldn't we even remain friends? When did I start believing that Chen Lu would never leave me? Mo Yuking looked at her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling extremely despondent. She couldn't figure out either of these questions. She has rejected so many people, counted numerous times being rejected but still made amends. But Chen Lu chose to leave her, not even willing to be friends. Chen Lu had always been by her side since childhood. Their fathers had a great relationship, and she and Chen Lu were true childhood friends. Chen Lu had always been kind to her, almost obedient in every way. So she couldn't remember when she started thinking that Chen Lu would never leave her. Thinking that Chen Lu might be with that girl now, her tears couldn't stop flowing, as if Chen Lu had been snatched away from her. No, it wasn't snatched away. It felt more like she had handed him over willingly. Mo Yuking, you will regret it. Liu Yan's words echoed incessantly in her ears, haunting her. Mo Yuking's vision suddenly became extremely blurry. All the lights in front turned into colorful stars. She could barely see her tear-streaked reflection in the window. She used to think it was Chen Lu who couldn't leave her, not her who couldn't leave Chen Lu. Now she realized she was wrong. She only understood one thing now. Even though she didn't know what Chen Lu was thinking, this time he might not come to apologize to her. Night fell. After dropping Leong Xiru off, Chen Lu returned to the dormitory feeling satisfied, only to see Zhang Chao gaming and eating. Whenever he was killed while watching the small black and white TV, he would take a few bites before responding to continue playing. This seemed to be a common skill among boys. Yes, I just dropped her off. Zhang Chao was about to speak when Chen Lu spoke first. Her name is Leong Xiru, so stop referring to her as the hot pot shop girl. Zhang Chao raised an eyebrow, already protecting her. Things are progressing fast. What? We're just friends for now. It's not what you think, at least not yet. Chen Lu walked slowly to the balcony of the dormitory, showing a somewhat wistful smile, but who knows what the future holds. Take it slow, both she and I need time. Didn't you want your unrequited love? Zhang Chao teased, or was it the mole? I think either works. Mo Yuking was both his unattainable moon and everlasting pain. Chen Lu self-mockingly said, then turned seriously, although I know you're making fun of me, I have to say, I don't want it anymore. Not every unrequited love can be fulfilled. There are so many people who love in vain, so why should I be the one who succeeds? Chasing after you for 7 years to no avail had already explained too much. I should let go. Zhang Chao watched Chen Lu closely, forgetting the game. He was very curious about how Chen Lu could speak with such acceptance and sadness. Suddenly, a muffled thunder sounded outside, followed by heavy rain. Damn, why is the weather so abstract? Zhang Chao's eyes widened in shock. Starting from a cold snap earlier this month, then suddenly moving into summer was one thing, but now it was thunderstorming. Where's spring? Where's the spring? Chen Lu turned to see the lightning and thunder outside, seemingly recalling something. Thunderstorms were Mo Yuking's least favorite weather. She hated the sound of thunder. She vaguely remembered that when her parents asked her who she wanted to be with, it was this kind of weather outside. He could still vividly recall the scene of himself going out in the pouring rain to find the runaway Mo Yuking, even though he was just a child back then. The two of them wandered in the rain, only to catch a fever the next day. Chen Lu had naively believed that he and Mo Yuking would always be okay, only to find out later that she had changed. Soon, he shook his head with a bitter smile, wondering what relevance that memory had to his current self. Just a few days ago, Chen Lu was surprised at his callousness. How could he be indifferent to Mo Yuking's tears after liking her for so long? But he quickly understood that he didn't change in an instant. It was just that by the time he realized it, his heart had already turned to ashes. With his emotions continually neglected and hurt, his heart had been slowly dissected like torture over the years. His heart was slowly dying. Chapter 19 was only meant for your eyes. In reality, the drama club no longer needed their help, but Lin Miao Miao didn't mention this. The others got along well with Chen Lu and were willing to have him stay. They all spent time together joking around. So Chen Lu still came here every day whenever he had free time to hang out at the drama club. He ate the breakfast Leong Xiru brought in the morning and returned for lunch. Don't ask. If you ask, it means you're here to help. Inviting him to eat was Chen Lu's firm request. If Leong Xiru didn't agree, he wouldn't eat his congee. Unable to resist his persistence, Leong Xiru agreed, and Chen Lu was happy to improve her meals. Chen Lu always said that giving should be mutual, but Leong Xiru couldn't understand and continued cluelessly researching what Chen Lu liked to eat. 1 week before the school's celebration performance, early one morning, the costumes they ordered finally arrived. They were Republic of China-era school uniforms, reminiscent of those seen in many TV dramas. The male version was a gray Zhongshan suit, and the female version was a blue top with a black skirt. Very classic. Lin Miao Miao was very excited and brought a male and female set over to Chen Lu and Leong Xiru, wondering if they wanted to try them on. She had originally planned to keep this spare set as a memento, but now she thought she might as well give it to Chen Lu and Leong Xiru. After all, she couldn't find anyone in the drama club who looked better than the two of them, and she could also enjoy the view. Upon reaching them, she saw Chen Lu sitting motionless, looking at his phone, while Leong Xiru rested her head on his shoulder, sleeping peacefully. It was probably unintentional for her to lean against him while sleeping, and she would definitely be embarrassed when she woke up. Chen Lu made a shushing gesture, then turned to look at the sleeping girl, feeling a mixture of amusement and helplessness as he sensed the sweet fragrance emanating from her silly hair. Leong Xiru had dozed off not long after arriving, and somehow ended up leaning on him, making his heart race, which hadn't calmed down even now. Every day, shuttling between school and part-time work, she must be exhausted. He thought. Lin Miao Miao didn't say anything further, and just shook the male costume she was holding, mouthing yours. Chen Lu shook his head, indicating refusal. She then pointed to the female costume, and then at Leong Xiru. Chen Lu immediately nodded, as if pecking like a chick, signaling her to keep the clothes. Lin Miao Miao understood Chen Lu's thoughts and gave him a playful glare before leaving the clothes behind and going away. Half an hour later, Chen Lu watched as Leong Xiru's part-time work hours approached in the daytime and tentatively moved his arm, softly asking, "Shouldn't you go to work now?" "Not going today," Leong Xiru replied in a half-awake state as she felt the pillow wasn't quite right and leaned it against her cheek, rubbing it lightly. Chen Lu unconsciously swallowed. Why not? He found it strange as he hadn't seen Leong Xiru skip work before. "The shop doesn't need me to distribute flyers anymore, and I haven't found a new job yet." "That works out. Take a rest today then." He looked at the girl next to him, who was speaking with her eyes closed and a drowsy tone, looking as if she felt very comfortable. Next moment, she realized something was off and immediately sat up. Whether it was from napping or embarrassment, Leong Xiru's cheeks were flushed and she nervously scanned her surroundings, then quickly wiped her mouth to check if she had drooled in her sleep. If she had drooled while leaning on Chen Lu's shoulder, she would have jumped into a river. Her eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Chen Lu's gaze directly. She could only hear the loud thumping of her heart, feeling the heat in her cheeks. "You took advantage of me," Chen Lu lightly teased as he watched Leong Xiru's embarrassed face. "Yes, I'm sorry." Chen Lu furrowed his brows, not quite satisfied with this apology. "Just apologizing is enough. So if you blank out, you won't be responsible for what happens to me. Is that it, aha?" Leong Xiru was even more flustered, like her CPU was burning out, her brain unable to function properly. The next moment, sweat dripping from her forehead wouldn't be surprising. Then how should I be responsible? She struggled with what she could possibly do. In her community, her behavior could be considered outrageous. Even with the advancement of the internet, children in rural areas like hers were not as open-minded as those in the big cities. Looking at how others behaved was one thing. Whether she could accept it was another. "I'm sorry." Leong Xiru still felt her behavior was somewhat impolite. This puzzled Chen Lu. Normally in TV dramas, the leading lady would blush, then pretend like nothing happened. Why was she apologizing continuously? Chen-Lu continued to joke, "If you really feel sorry, next time let me sleep with my head on your shoulder to make it even." She reluctantly nodded, afraid of further teasing from Chen-Lu. Chapter 20. Unwilling spirits are difficult to persuade. Leong Xiru, the stubborn ghost, asked Lin Meow Meow through WeChat, where they changed their clothes, and then secretly took Chen-Lu to that empty classroom. Lin Meow Meow intentionally reminded them that it was a professional classroom with no surveillance installed. Chen-Lu silently followed her, feeling a strange sense that they were up to no good. Clearly, their clothes were proper, and they were decent individuals. When they reached the door, Leong Xiru cutely peeked inside, making sure no one was around before she felt relieved. You watched the door." Leong Xiru walked into the classroom, opened the door slightly, and whispered to Chen-Lu. "Don't worry." Chen-Lu leaned against the wall and smiled at her. Leong Xiru was still not entirely at ease and added, "You're not allowed to come in." Chen-Lu looked as if he had just realized, "I would have never thought of it if you hadn't said anything." Leong Xiru immediately closed the door, ignoring him. It turned out Leong Xiru's worries were unnecessary as the weather was hot and it was close to May Day, so the university students were either in class or staying in their dorms. There wouldn't be anyone coming this way unless they had a reason. During the short time, Chen-Lu hadn't seen a soul in the corridor. He idly waited for nearly 10 minutes, even getting bored enough to study the tiles on the wall. Checking his phone, he was startled by how much time had passed. Did changing clothes take this long? Could she have fainted inside? "Leong Xiru, are you asleep?" Chen-Lu asked with some concern. Coming. The door slowly opened, and Leong Xiru walked up to Chen-Lu without saying a word, probably feeling embarrassed. The girl had her long hair down, wearing a tight pale blue short-sleeve shirt that exposed a low neckline, with a row of buttons securely fastened diagonally, and a black skirt covering her lower half, accentuating her already impressive figure. Her high chest almost completely drew Chen-Lu's attention. Leong Xiru seemed to notice Chen-Lu's gaze, discreetly adjusted her neckline with her fingers, and murmured softly, "It's a bit tight." Chen-Lu's nose suddenly felt hot as he watched this girl, who looked like she had just come back from a film set. He gently moved aside her long bangs. His movements were gentle, seemingly trying to avoid making her uncomfortable. Surprisingly, Leong Xiru didn't resist Chen-Lu's action of moving her bangs. She just squinted her eyes, looking like she was resigned to it. This made Chen-Lu inexplicably feel a sense of dizziness. At the time he stepped in to help, he never imagined he would get to know this girl. Even that night when they first made eye contact, revealing her ethereal beauty, he had never thought they would become closer. He could never have predicted that this girl, not only stunning in looks, but also gentle and kind-hearted toward him, would now be so accommodating. It felt like discovering a treasure. After coming to his senses, Chen-Lu picked up his phone. "Let's take a photo." He was sure Leong Xiru wouldn't wear this outfit again. It would be a shame not to capture this moment. Leong Xiru was visibly surprised and instinctively took a few steps back until her back was against the wall. "No, please don't," Chen-Lu solemnly said. "It's part of the plan." Then he framed the girl in the phone screen and took a serious photo. Unlike most boys who would anger their girlfriends with photos, Chen-Lu had some knowledge of photography and knew how to capture subjects without making them look bad. He even worked as the designated photographer for family trips. If Leong Xiru weren't so shy, he was confident he could take an even better picture with a different background. After taking the photo, Chen-Lu stood up straight instead of kneeling, looking intently at the phone. He sighed inwardly, thinking that pretty girls didn't even need editing. In the photo, Leong Xiru looked like a startled deer, not posing, clutching the edge of her skirt with both hands, looking sadly into the camera. Chen-Lu swallowed, feeling a bit absent-minded, forgetting there was an actual person in front of him to look at. "I sent the photo to your WeChat," Chen-Lu said with a gentle smile. He now understood why so many girls enjoyed playing dress-up games like Miracle Nikki. "Okay, can I change out of this outfit now?" "No, you can't." In another stairway classroom. "Yanqing, did you really see Chen-Lu playing guitar for another girl a few days ago? Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing?" Liu Yan couldn't believe it and planned to interrogate Zhang Chao thoroughly in the evening. She had heard from Mo Yuking that Chen-Lu played the guitar very well, but he had always kept it a secret, saying it was only for Mo Yuking. So if Chen-Lu was willing to play the guitar for another girl, it meant something significant. Chenlu was already naturally handsome, so it was reasonable for other girls to fall for him. But if he truly intended to let go of Mo Yuking, the progress on his relationship with another girl would escalate rapidly, and it would be terrifying. The other girls might not be as pretty as Mo Yuking, but none would be as foolish as this girl. Mo Yuking watched a few girls dancing gracefully in the distance and nodded absent-mindedly. Liu Yan sighed, the type who always liked to nag, but was being sincere this time. But what could she do? After all, she was Mo Yuking's best friend. How do you feel? Liu Yan smiled wryly and continued. Mo Yuking crossed her delicate fingers, fidgeting nervously. It's very uncomfortable, Mo Yuking finally responded. Liu Yan, exasperated, said, then why are you stressing yourself out? If you really have no feelings for him, you shouldn't care. There are so many people pursuing you. Do you care whether they're with other girls? Mo Yuking shook her head gently. She didn't care about other people. She didn't even remember many of their names. She wished many of those who incessantly bothered her would turn their attention to other girls. If you keep going like this, you'll have to watch Chenlu and that girl's relationship progress quickly. Liu Yan's tone was full of disgruntlement. By then, you'll see him hugging other girls, kissing them, and then you can prepare to attend his wedding. No, he can't be with other girls. Mo Yuking suddenly shouted, drawing the dance club members' attention. Feeling embarrassed, she bit her lip and whispered, I'll think about it. You just keep acting tough. Liu Yan didn't say much more and angrily grabbed a burger to take a big bite. She didn't want to listen to the ranting anymore. Good spirits are difficult to persuade, damn it. Am I really not good to him? After a while, Mo Yuking asked in a low, trembling voice, You want to hear the truth? It's really heart-wrenching, even though Liu Yan knew that Mo Yuking wouldn't care about these things due to her personality. She couldn't help asking. Just tell me the truth. The truth is, Liu Yan recalled what she had seen and took a deep breath. You owe him. Mo Yuking remained silent, frozen as if she were a beautiful sculpture, unmoving. No one knew what thoughts were running through her mind. Finishing off the fast food in front of her, Liu Yan prepared to throw away the trash. However, as soon as she stood up, her arm was gently pulled. Despite the hot weather, Mo Yuking's hand felt cold. Will Chenlu stop loving me once we're together? He's out there playing guitar for another girl right now. Mo Yuking's voice trembled with hints of tears. Liu Yan was surprised, then puzzled. She didn't expect Mo Yuking to lack such security in her heart. Nevertheless, she replied, This isn't something you should be asking me about. Aren't you childhood sweethearts? Don't you already know what's in his heart? Even she couldn't fathom how Chenlu had kept his commitment unwavering for years. She was sure of her love for Zhang Chao, but she couldn't imagine acting as steadfast as Chenlu did every day. If Mo Yuking had grown accustomed to Chenlu's exceedingly good nature and demanded more, how could she ever feel secure with him? If she took for granted his feelings, which were 10 times greater than most, who else in this world could provide her with such a sense of security? Chenlu was already at his limit. What more could he do? Liu Yan smiled helplessly. Besides, whether he will fall in love with someone else after being with you isn't a question you should be focusing on right now. You should be thinking about how to make Chenlu turn back. She patted Mo Yuking's head and turned to dispose of the garbage. Mo Yuking watched Liu Yan's back in silence, unable to speak. My parents are childhood sweethearts too. Chapter 21, Dreaming Awake with Empty Eyes. After finishing lunch, Liu Yan returned to the dormitory to sleep, while Mo Yuking stared at her chat page with Chenlu, feeling bewildered for a while. Ever since Chenlu confessed his feelings that day, the two of them had not exchanged messages. She scrolled through their chat history, seemingly trying to find evidence that she actually did care about Chenlu. However, there was none. Every day, only Chenlu sent good morning and good night messages, as well as caring inquiries. All the responses were usually just a simple sentence or two from her, sometimes even feeling annoyed and ignoring him altogether. Chenlu often reminded her to wear warm clothes when it was cold, but she never reciprocated. It had become a habit, so ingrained that it felt like Chenlu's care was taken for granted, forgetting to be grateful. Mo Yuking rubbed her slightly red eyes and cleared her throat before speaking slowly. Can I join your performance this time? Sure. Several people quickly agreed, even though they didn't know why this senior suddenly wanted to join, but having her in the show would attract more attention, both in terms of dance skill and appearance. Mo Yuking quickly caught up with practice, feeling no pressure. She didn't need much practice for this level of dance. After just following the routine twice, she knew how to dance. However, she found herself daydreaming as she practiced. She suddenly wanted to see Chen Lu. Apart from classes, this was the first time they hadn't met in a long time. This was also the first time Mo Yuking had missed Chen Lu. But there was no reason for them not to meet. This made Mo Yuking feel a bit dazed. It was a feeling of suddenly waking up from a dream. From childhood to now, no matter how trivial, Chen Lu always showed up at her call. Wanting to see Chen Lu never required a reason. But now it was different, still needing to think. During the break, Mo Yuking sat with her head down, feeling complex emotions as if things were unreal. The beautiful dream she'd been living seemed to have ended. Even though she didn't think much of it at first, there might still be a chance, right? Chen Lu must never bear to leave her. Mo Yuking comforted herself silently, while pondering reasons to meet Chen Lu in person. As the night fell, with the moon hanging high, Chen Lu happily returned to the dormitory. His mood was unusually relaxed. Upon entering, he noticed the curtain mysteriously drawn over Zhang Cao's bed, but he didn't bother to ask. His attention shifted to Li Xinian, who was eating porridge. Eating porridge at night? Are you trying to stay healthy? Chen Lu teased. Li Xinian shrugged and replied, the boss's girlfriend made porridge for him tonight. So what? Chen Lu didn't quite understand. Since I don't have a girlfriend, I bought it for myself. Zhang Cao is such a XXX, XXXXX. Li Xinian grumbled a few more times before finally catching his breath and then turned to Chen Lu with a smile. Want some? We're both poor souls who have to make our own porridge. Chen Lu ran his index finger over his cheek, hesitating to mention that a girl had been cooking him congee every morning. He knew he would die of embarrassment if he said it. He could only take a few sips and quickly rushed to the toilet to throw up. Damn, why is this century egg so disgusting? Chen Lu felt nauseous. Are you crazy? Century eggs are supposed to be like this, not the one made by Leong Xiru. After rinsing his mouth, Chen Lu couldn't help but smile, wondering how he managed to finish the century egg and lean meat porridge made by Leong Xiru. Although he was curious, he involuntarily raised a slight smile. Seeing Chen Lu packing, Li Xinian felt puzzled and asked, why are you packing up? Isn't tomorrow May Day? Going home for a bit. Chen Lu continued to stuff his bag with things he had read, but no longer needed. It was more like unloading than bringing luggage home. Each time Chen Lu went home, he only needed to take back the things he felt were unnecessary in the dormitory, rather than packing everything like other people did. After all, he could easily catch a taxi back home whenever he wanted, showing respect to other classmates by not carrying bags all the way. Wow, that's amazing! I almost forgot you're a local. Li Xinian chuckled. Isn't it just to see your big kids here? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xinian inexplicably approached him and gently tapped him, saying, let me tell you something interesting. Chen Lu turned around, gesturing for him to continue. Today, when I went over at Mo Yuking's request, she reported a problem. After fiddling around for a while, I discovered that some audio wires were plugged in backward. What's so interesting about that? Chen Lu paused, feeling confused. I haven't finished yet. Do you know what she said when she saw me? She said, why did you come? Li Xinian pushed his glasses up, looking as though he saw through everything. I suspect she deliberately plugged the interface wrong, originally wanting you to come over. After all, she still doesn't know you no longer deal with these matters for me. Chen Lu spat at him, placed his bag aside, and lay on the bed. Nonsense, I'd rather believe the boss will learn than think Mo Yuking will turn around. Li Xinian saw Chen Lu had closed his eyes and walked over to slowly open the curtains on Zhang Cao's bed. Looking at Zhang Cao, who was meticulously studying his laptop and taking notes, he shook his head and muttered to himself, but the boss is really learning. Meanwhile, Mo Yuking had just returned to her empty home. Changing into a thin lace-trimmed nightgown, she curled up on the couch, feeling a bit down. She didn't want Chen Lu to date someone else, yet she wasn't ready to pursue him. For the first time in her life, she understood the feeling of worrying excessively. It was only now that she realized she liked Chen Lu. She used to wonder how Chen Lu had so much time every day to care for her endlessly. Now she understood that it wasn't that he had nothing to do, but that he cared too much about her. He cared to the extent of always thinking about her feelings, making sure she was okay, and even knowing more about her physical state than she herself did. After a moment of silence, she gently tapped her phone and wrote a post on her moments. May all that I cherish not have to be lost for me to understand. This was Mo Yuking's hint to Chen Lu. After spending half the day thinking about it, she still couldn't muster the courage to initiate a message to Chen Lu, even if it was just a simple good night. This post came more than 2 months after her last one, which was for her birthday. Mo Yuking opened the image, feeling even more nostalgic. It was a beautiful bouquet of roses. Each red rose was in full bloom, seemingly eternal. They would never wither because they were all made of paper. Back then, Chen Lu had spent nearly half a month preparing for her birthday party and then handed her this hand-folded bouquet. A total of 33 roses, all made of paper. Mo Yuking still remembered vividly the envious glances from other girls. In just a few minutes, numerous comments flooded in under the new post. Are you feeling down, sis? I'll accompany you to watch a movie. Are you hinting at me? I don't want to lose you. Even though you rejected me, I'm still waiting for you. Yuking, feeling sad. Take a walk. I'll be downstairs at your dorm soon. Regretting now? Just say the word, and I'll rush to Hang City tomorrow. These comments almost took Mo Yuking's breath away, and she quickly deleted those few people she forgot to remove. She didn't even remember these people. So why did they remember her? The comments from girls were a bit slower, but not enough to lower blood pressure. Hugs, Yuking. Just pick the flowers when they bloom. Do not wait for the flowers to be empty branches. As a knowledgeable person, Liu Yan merely posted a sighing face emoji to express her disappointed feelings. Mo Yuking let out a sigh of dismay, continuing to refresh her messages repeatedly. It was the first time she paid so much attention to comments on her moments because she was waiting for one person. However enthusiastic or positive the comments were, they were not what she wanted to see. She wanted to see a reply from Chen Lu. Even a like would suffice. After a long time passed, she still hadn't seen one. Anxiously, Mo Yuking clicked into Chen Lu's moments. His moments were still empty, without a single post. But unlike before, the background now featured a Pikachu instead of her silhouette. As the night grew darker, the nearby building's lights faded one by one until it was pitch black. The proud girl waited until sleep overcame her, never receiving the response she longed to see. The cool moonlight filtered through the window, casting a cold and stunning light on the paper-folded rose bouquet on the coffee table. Behind the bouquet, the sleeping girl lay on the couch, her beauty untouched. The moonlight illuminated her exquisite profile, her fair neck, her snow-like thighs, as well as the dried tear stains on her cheeks. Chapter 22. I'm there May 1st, early in the morning. Last night, I'm not sure when it rained. It was a bit cool, and the air was fresh. Chen Lu yawned as he got up, opened the curtains to let in some fresh air, and then went to wash up. Li Xinian and Zheng Haoyu were from out of town and had to catch the early high-speed train. Only Zhang Chao was still sleeping like a log. Brother, what's your plan for May 1st? Chen Lu picked up his bag, intending to kick Zhang Chao, but in the end, he just nudged him. Going on a trip with Liu Yan, taking the afternoon high-speed train. Go to hell. This time he actually kicked him. As Chen Lu walked on the road, he messaged Leong Xiru. Chen Lu, good morning. What are you doing? Leong Xiru just got dressed, getting ready to go to work part-time. The girl replied quickly. Every time Chen Lu asked her what she was doing, she would earnestly tell him. Chen Lu, found a new job. Leong Xiru, yes. Still handing out flyers by the International Trade Mall. Chen Lu smiled and continued tapping on the screen. Sounds good. He almost twisted his foot when he inadvertently stepped into a gap while typing and walking. So, he thought to call Leong Xiru on his Bluetooth earphones. He was sure she was looking at her phone, but the call took a while to connect, and then a soft voice came through the phone. Hello, the girl's voice sounded groggy, like she had just woken up. I almost twisted my foot while chatting with you. Scared me. Let's chat on the phone, Chen Lu joked. Stepping into a gap when distracted was really scary. Leong Xiru's voice became somewhat anxious. I'm sorry. Are you okay? This confused Chen Lu. Why is she apologizing again? I'm fine. I reacted quickly. Chen Lu lazily yawned, secretly grateful that he didn't actually twist his foot. This was their first time talking on the phone. It seemed like time flew by when they were talking on the phone, and the half-hour drive was over in the blink of an eye. After reluctantly hanging up the phone, scanning the payment code, Chen-Lu got off the car promptly. It seemed like nothing had changed. Being a university student living at home had its downsides. There was no feeling of coming home during breaks. Seeing their kids return home, parents would treat them like treasures, at least for the first few days. Upon entering the house, he overheard the conversation between the adults and some relative, not sure which one. His parents, Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiao, were sitting quietly, listening with smiles. Beside them was his younger sister, Chen Mo. Moment Road. Chen-Lu didn't know why his parents were so fond of car-related names. The girl was 17, blossoming into a beautiful young lady, sitting silently and politely responding every now and then. Chen-Lu knew it was all an act. If Lin Miao Miao was a standard social awkward person, his sister was more of the crashing airplanes into buildings level. Quite the little mischief maker. Xiao, let me tell you, your way of upbringing is problematic. This child needs stricter discipline. Leaving his bag in the hallway, Chen-Lu was planning to quietly close the door and escape the conversation. But Wang Xiao noticed his intentions and didn't force him to stay. Just as he thought he would get away with it. Bro, you're back, Chen Mo exclaimed happily. The relative finally noticed the escaping Chen-Lu and asked, "Is this your kid? He's grown so much." Zilu, call her second aunt, Chen Guanglin reminded softly. Second aunt, Chen-Lu sighed, taking a seat beside Chen Mo, glaring at her like he was going to kill her. Chen Mo continued to act polite and well-mannered, blinking her eyes. It was then that Chen-Lu noticed the young man sitting next to second aunt, looking only a year or two younger than himself, very quiet. Unlike Chen Mo's perfect facade, the guy didn't speak or look at his phone, just sat there vacantly. It was hard to imagine he was a university student. Seeing the lack of greeting from the young man, Chen-Lu relaxed and took out his phone to message Leong Xiru. Chen Mo, seeing her brother's lead, also started imitating, watching meme videos. Chen-Lu, curious, glanced over and furrowed his brow. Blackie, bring your phone to the courtroom next time. Look at the kids nowadays, can't stay away from their phones. Second aunt lamented. How many children do games and phones ruin? Xiao, you see, electronic games are like mental opium. Chen-Lu froze. Isn't that the ninth art? Besides, I'm already in college. Chapter 23. Parasitic King Xiao still smiling softly. At this age she doesn't look too old, appearing gentle and warm. These two kids just don't have the maturity your son, Xiaohao, has, Xiao said before changing the subject, but I still feel that this thing shouldn't be controlled too strictly, as long as it doesn't affect their determination, and having a bit of entertainment is fine. Oh no, that won't do. All the online experts say it's a dangerous thing, not to be touched. Agu solemnly replied, then proudly patted her son's shoulder. My son is now in college, and I strictly control his phone usage. Every night at 10 p.m. during the holidays, I take away his phone. Chen-Lu glanced at the young man and suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. He suddenly noticed Agu's gaze on him and found her looking at him. Agu touched her son's head, then looked at Chen-Lu and Chen Mo playing on their phones, saying, Little Mo is in high school now, right? You must discipline her well. When my son was in high school, I never let him even glance at his phone. But this kid is also promising. He got into a top-tier university last year. Chen Mo was speechless. How could he get caught in the crossfire while lying down? Little Mo, you need to look up to your cousin, Chen Guanglin casually remarked. Unexpectedly, Agu became even prouder instantly. Pointing at Chen-Lu, as a big brother, you need to set a good example for your little sister. Look at less phone and study more. You can't slack off even in college. Chen Mo hooked her arm around Chen-Lu's, smiling. My brother is pretty good actually. Sets a good example. Agu didn't agree, took a sip of water, and asked, Where do you go to school now, Lu? Chen-Lu cleared his throat. I go to just a regular school, Yuhang University, close to home. Just like that. An awkward silence settled around the coffee table. Chen Mo exchanged a glance with Chen-Lu, seemingly praising the cooperation between them. After all, Yuhang University was still a top 10 school, and it was quite face-saving to say it out loud. Chen-Lu looked at the guy next to him, his expression unchanged. No one knew what he was thinking. Another pitiful person, being regarded as the continuation of his parents' dreams with an overpowering need for control. Drinking the poison called, it's all for your own good, and living as a puppet on strings. As for his hobbies and dreams, who cares, including himself now. After a while, Agu's family found a random excuse and left. Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao returned to their rooms, not knowing what to do. Chen Mo shook Chen Lu's arm, saying, "Brother, you're really nice." Chen Lu smiled back at her, "You're really annoying." Unperturbed, Chen Mo, according to the normal routine, was about to ask him for money. "Mom, my brother says I'm annoying." Chen Lu. Wang Zhaoxia's angry shout came from the bedroom. Chen Mo smiled at Chen Lu as if she wasn't the one who just reported, "Brother, I want to go watch a movie. Can you sponsor me?" "I don't have money." "If you don't, I'll spill the beans about you chasing Rain Ching. She's Mr. Mo's daughter. He's been very kind to us. How could you do that?" Chen Mo mimicked a throat-slit gesture like Ding Zhu in the movie Broken Sword Hero and whispered, "I'll keep this secret forever." Once the unified front was over, the two reverted to their usual interaction. "Spill it, I've given up anyway." This statement left Chen Mo stunned, exclaiming, "You're serious? You're giving up?" Chen Mo nodded, leaving Chen Mo to sit quietly on the side, seemingly seeing her elder brother in a new light. Over the years, Chen Lu's affection for Mo Yuking was well known by her as a sister. Precisely because she knew too well, she was now surprised. Chen Lu chuckled briefly and said nothing more. At this moment, the master bedroom door slowly opened, and Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao came out carrying suitcases. They were still wearing sunglasses, embracing affectionately. "What are you doing?" Chen Lu asked. "We're going on a trip," Wang Zhao said matter-of-factly. Chen Lu's tone became somewhat anxious. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" "I haven't packed anything." He didn't even know how many clothes he could take with him. "Why should we have said it earlier? We weren't planning on taking you anyway." "Huh? Huh what? We're having our alone time. What do you need to tag along for?" Wang Zhao kissed Chen Guanglin's cheek, and he, with sunglasses on, crooked a smile. "Just stay home and behave with your sister." Chen Lu was dumbfounded and shouted, "A few days ago you were calling me to come back. You said I was neglecting the family. Just as I returned, the two of you are off to have alone time. You said it was a few days ago, right?" So Chen Lu slumped onto the couch and went silent. Tired, let it all fall apart. Chen Mo, seeming to have known all along, had already resigned himself at the start. The children were just an accident. Wang Zhao cleaned up the coffee table, looking at Chen Lu. "By the way, you better not be idling these days. Go find a tutor for your sister. She's been living too comfortably with her day school schedule. I can't stand it." Chen Lu was stunned, then suddenly remembered something. "My friend is looking for part-time jobs. Would you allow my friend to give it a try?" Wang Zhao gently patted him. "Chen Lu, are you crazy? Why don't you teach her yourself? It's an easy way for you to earn money, a few $100 per hour." Startled, Chen Lu imagined that letting his friend tutor Chen Mo would be worse than surrendering himself. Although Chen Mo had good grades and a quick mind, she was too carefree. By the time she earned money, it still wouldn't cover his hypertension treatment. "You know your daughter better than anyone. I'd rather pay for a tutor than teach her myself. Otherwise, I won't even live long enough to receive a salary." Wang Zhao patted her son's broad forehead, feeling genuinely pleased. "All right, it's settled. Her tutoring fee will come out of your living expenses. Let your friend give it a try." As the door slammed shut behind them, the living room was left with two unwanted kids. Even though Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao had always been like this, the two children felt somewhat complex at that moment. "How did you get on Mom's bad side?" Chen Lu asked, annoyed. Chen Mo innocently shook her head. "I just had a slight drop in my grades." "How much is a slight drop?" "Just around 10th place. In the whole school." "In the class." Chen Lu chuckled angrily, curious. "What have you been up to lately?" "Nothing really. Just messed up the recent monthly exams, but next time I'll be back to normal for sure." "But Mom doesn't believe me." Chen Mo collapsed on the couch, legs up on the coffee table, looking hopeless. After a few seconds, she abruptly sat up, holding herself. "Wait, is your classmate a guy or a girl? You're not sacrificing my looks for the sake of your friendship, are you? Firstly, no one is interested in you." Chen Lu waved a finger, then a second. "Secondly, she's a girl. Lastly, little sister, you are shameless." Chen Mo was stunned. This was the first time she had heard about a girl other than Mo Yuking from her brother. Who on earth was this mysterious person? Why did her brother suddenly give up pursuing Mo Yuking? What on earth happened? In just a few seconds, Chen Mo had already imagined a TV drama filled with love, hate, and conflict. What's going on between you and Yuking? Chen Mo asked tentatively. Chen Lu did not engage in that topic, walking slowly towards his room. I'm tired today. Let's go see a movie and go shopping tomorrow. Then just tell mom honestly that you're okay with my classmate tutoring you. Anyway, you don't really need tutoring. It's all the same whoever teaches you. At night, in a hotel room overlooking the sea, Wang Zhao looked at the ceiling lamp, murmuring softly. The middle-aged couple seemed to have endless topics at this time. Guess what Lu asked me about tonight? That good buddy of his actually asked me how much I was going to pay. Although I was already planning to stick with the market prices, even if he's a friend, I was still a bit annoyed that he questioned it. Wang Zhao yawned, but what Lu did was not wrong. We don't want to be the kind of people who pay less just because they're university students or his friends. Chen Guanglin listened quietly to his wife's complaints, not expressing agreement or disagreement. He sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed as soon as Chen Lu mentioned the word classmate. After a while, just as Chen Guanglin was about to fall asleep, Wang Zhao suddenly sat up. Wait, it's not a female classmate, is it? Chapter 24. The cute mascot had a rough day, stayed up all night, and the next day at noon, Chen Lu finally tidied up his clothes and prepared to accompany Chen Mo out for a day of shopping. While tidying up, he also didn't forget to send a message to Leong Xiru. Chen Lu, are you also going to work part-time at the Guo Mao Mall today? What time do you finish work? I have something to tell you. Leong Xiru, what do you want to say? Chen Lu, I now know where I picked up the habit of constantly going from. Anyway, it's something important that must be said in person. Leong Xiru, I finish work at 6. Chen Lu, then I'll come pick you up at that time. Leong Xiru, okay. As long as he spent a whole day with Chen Mo shopping, not only could he make his younger sister happy, but he could also help Leong Xiru find an easier part-time job. Then, Chen Mo could spend more time studying every day, making his parents happy. Chen Lu felt that this deal was still very worthwhile. Anyway, staying at home involved only reading books and playing games. The two of them also arrived at Leong Xiru's part-time job at the Guo Mao Mall. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he never expected the mall to be so crowded during the holidays. Fortunately, the air conditioning was blasting, preventing anyone from feeling too agitated. Chen Mo held his arm, dragging him from one place to another, seemingly with limitless energy. This made Chen Lu wonder how girls, beings who can't even open a bottle cap, could shop for so long without feeling tired. Brother, I want to drink fruit tea. I'll buy it for you. Brother, I want to buy a new dress later. Okay. Can you buy me a necklace as well? Chen Mo stopped in front of the counter selling necklaces, eyes sparkling. If you ask for more, I'll buy you a 53-piece set. Chen Mo didn't get angry and continued mischievously. Brother, you wouldn't want your good friend to lose this job, right? How about this pearl necklace? It seems suitable for you. Chen Lu pointed to a necklace on the counter as if nothing had happened. Not bad, not bad. You have a good eye. Let me try it on. Chen Mo continued to shop with the bag containing the necklace, while Chen Lu had a deadpan expression. He realized the flaw in his plan. This was a world where only he would suffer from his choices. After a while, Chen Lu suddenly remembered something. Wasn't Leong Xiru supposed to be working here today? He had searched through several floors, but hadn't seen Leong Xiru anywhere. Sis, when is mom coming back? Chen Lu asked, a bit louder than usual. Didn't we say the day after tomorrow? Why do you suddenly ask that? Nothing. Almost forgot. After getting their fruit tea, they turned and left. Goodbye. Chen Mo waved goodbye to the adorable snowman, showing that no matter what was inside, girls naturally had a soft spot for all things cute. Chen Lu glanced at the snowman, lightly patted its head, and then followed Chen Mo, exiting the mall. Even if it wasn't Leong Xiru inside, mentioning it casually didn't hurt. Just in case, if Leong Xiru did have some interest in him, she might feel upset. So, it was best to avoid such situations. He didn't want to hurt her innocent heart. Soon, Chen Lu turned back from the other side and watched the silly snowman from afar. "Brother, why are you staring at that mascot?" Chen Mo asked curiously, her mind already on the movie they were going to watch later, completely forgetting about the cute snowman. Chen Lu remained expressionless and said, thinking about something. Chen Mo didn't bother and found a chair to sit down, playing on her phone while waiting for the movie to start. The snowman still stood diligently, seemingly professional, unlike those handing out flyers from various restaurants in the distance. This snowman was quite shy, always quickly retreating to the side after finishing its job. Only when there was no one passing by for a few seconds would this silly-looking snowman lean against the wall to rest for a bit. Seeing a few approach, it would be back to its silly and cute demeanor, probably Leong Xiru. Chen Lu understood clearly, even with central air conditioning in the mall, wearing such a costume must still be very sweltering. It made him feel somewhat distressed, his mind filled with the silly image of Leong Xiru. Should he offer to help? The thought crossed his mind again. He had a thick skin, not caring about such things. But he felt that if he did intervene, it might have the opposite effect. After all, Leong Xiru was working hard according to their agreement. Chen Lu smiled lightly and dismissed the idea of intervening. Straightening this drooping little vine would be a long-term project. At 6 o'clock, with only a slight darkening of the sky, the heat outside had dissipated somewhat. After work, Leong Xiru held a cup of bubble tea in one hand and massaged her sore neck with the other, looking at the digital transfer of 200 yuan on her phone with joy. This was the result of her labor today. After relieving some of the soreness in her neck, she removed her hair tie, letting her hair fall naturally. Chen Lu said he liked it that way. At this moment, she suddenly noticed her phone was only at 2% battery life. Seeing a spot to rent a power bank ahead, she considered it but then gave up. It would cost a few yuan. She used the remaining battery to message Chen Lu, finalizing their meeting place. Chapter 25. Negotiation. Chen Lu sat in a coffee shop on the first floor of the mall. The environment was very good, and there weren't many people at the moment. It was very quiet. The music playing in the shop was the same, and the decoration of the entire shop was in Victorian style. The tables, chairs, and utensils were all very classical. The only drawback was that the lighting was a bit dim. After a while, a long-haired girl timidly walked in. Chen Lu, sitting in the corner, waved to her, gesturing for her to come over. This was Leong Xiru's first time entering such a place. She had always thought it was a very high-end place where things must be very expensive. Now it seemed that, while it was a bit pricey, it wasn't as shocking as she had imagined. "Why do you always come early?" Leong Xiru sat somewhat embarrassedly across from Chen Lu. Except for the day she brought clothes to Chen Lu, every other time, Chen Lu was there early waiting for her. Even when she thought she was early, she would still see Chen Lu sitting in the familiar spot waiting for her. There was a sense of satisfaction in feeling valued. "It's a habit," Chen Lu laughed lightly. It was indeed his habit, but some people appreciated his efforts, and some didn't. Chen Lu's smile deepened a bit when he saw the hair tie on Leong Xiru's wrist. He had just mentioned it casually at the time, not expecting this silly girl to actually remember. He continued, "Actually, I was with my sister at the mall before I came here. Just too bad I didn't run into you." Leong Xiru pretended not to know. "Really? Maybe we just missed each other. I didn't see you either." She said that, but in fact, she had been watching Chen Lu until he disappeared from her sight. She never expected that Chen Lu would go around to another side to see her. Chen Lu looked at Leong Xiru's reaction, a slight smile playing on his lips. This silly girl couldn't even tell a lie. It's a pity. Chen Lu looked at the nervous girl in front of him, confirming completely that she was the one in the doll clothes. Seeing Leong Xiru's discomfort, she quickly changed the subject by taking out the drink she bought, saying, "I bought bubble tea for you." Upon hearing that it was for him, Chen Lu was surprised, looking at her attentively. The girl felt uncomfortable being stared at. She quickly diverted the topic. She carefully placed the shopping bag on the table and said softly, "I bought this for you to try." Leong Xiru struggled to get those words out, her cheeks burning. Looking down, she couldn't bring herself to look at him. Chen Lu gently smiled and said, "I really like it." Leong Xiru finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fatigue on her face seemed to have lifted a bit. It was the first time she had bought bubble tea for a boy, and she was extremely nervous. Just as Chen Lu was about to tease her further, his phone rang. Chen Lu frowned as he checked the caller. It was Lin Miao Miao. What's up? Chen Lu asked, somewhat annoyed. This was an interruption. Lin Miao Miao sounded impatient. Leong Xiru is missing. I can't reach her on the phone. If you can't reach her, why are you calling me? Chen Lu was puzzled. Lin Miao Miao seemed to recall something suddenly and yelled, "Lovebirds! You deserve to be locked in a pigsty." Leong Xiru felt guilty and remained silent, thinking about what to buy for Lin Miao Miao. After a moment of silence, she looked up and asked, "What did you want to talk to me about?" The girl still remembered the reason why Chen Lu had asked her to come here. Although she was willing to stay even without a reason, she was afraid that he might really have something to discuss. Chen Lu mentioned, "My parents are looking for a tutor for my sister. Do you have any thoughts?" Chen Lu hadn't mentioned that he had already paved the way and could only hope she would agree. "I'm not suitable." Leong Xiru quickly refused. She had considered tutoring before, but she was too shy, and the students would switch tutors after a trial class. Since then, she hadn't pursued this type of part-time job. "That's okay. What are you afraid of teaching my sister? It's better than going to a stranger, right?" Since the girl kept shaking her head, Chen Lu squatted down, gently pressing a finger against her forehead to stop her, and asked, "Remember our agreement?" Chen Lu looked at her steadfastly, which made her feel more at ease. After a few seconds, she finally made up her mind and said slowly, "I'll give it a try." "That's right." Chen Lu sat back satisfied, had some coffee, and continued, "My parents have decided that you will give her a trial class. If they are satisfied, you will teach her every weekend, 2 hours each night, 300 per hour. Too expensive." Leong Xiru was taken aback. "What? Too expensive?" Chen Lu couldn't believe it. "You're getting paid to work. What do you mean by too expensive? Are you silly, Leong Xiru?" After coughing, Chen Lu chuckled, "You're free. Even if it's free, I have to pick a time when I'm not working." The girl responded seriously. Since it was Chen Lu's sister, as long as she didn't mind her teaching abilities, she would tutor for free. She was willing to help Chen Lu, even if it would be tiring. Chen Lu stopped talking, just silently staring at her. Leong Xiru felt nervous under his gaze. "Don't be angry." Leong Xiru's voice was timid. Chen Lu didn't speak. He sat next to her, reached out and gently rubbed her head. Leong Xiru didn't resist, keeping her eyes closed. After a moment, Chen Lu sighed, smiled helplessly, and said, "200 it is." Chapter 26 Phone Accident. Leong Xiru recalled the lively girl she had met in the afternoon, and the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt inside. She was completely incapable of dealing with people with such personalities. "Do you want me to tutor your little sister? What grade is she in?" she asked in a low voice. My little sister is in her 2nd year of high school." "Your little sister?" Upon hearing this, the girl inexplicably felt a bit happy, and her mood improved significantly. "Why don't you teach her yourself? You're so skilled," she continued. Hearing this made Chen Lu feel a sense of satisfaction. There was not a single boy who could resist a girl praising his skills. Not a single one. "Keep praising me. If you praise me more." Chen Lu's mouth curved upwards almost to the sky. "Am I really that skilled? You've always been very skilled. You know so many things. And everything you do gives off a sense of ease, making people willing to seek your help," Leong Xiru murmured. "And also, you're very handsome." She didn't have the courage to say this, but when she locked eyes with him that night, it wasn't just Chen Lu who was stunned. "This is how you feel about me?" Chen Lu smirked mischievously at her. "I didn't expect you to think so highly of me." Leong Xiru nodded gently. In fact, her impression of Chen Lu was even better in her heart. Just then, Lin Miao Miao's phone rang again. "Where are you guys hanging out? Tell me so I can come listen. I'm going to get sick from boredom at home." It was clear she was calling to gossip, without any pretense of acting. "Hello. What did you say?" "Hello. I have bad signal here. I'll hang up first." Chen Lu pressed the end call button and set the phone aside. It didn't take long before it started ringing again. Without even looking, Chen Lu handed the phone to Leong Xiru. "It's Lin Miao Miao. It's for you. I'm going to the bathroom." Watching Chen Lu leave, the girl instinctively answered the call. "Hello. Chen Lu, your little sister said you abandoned her and ran off by yourself." Wang Zhaoxia's voice came through from the other end, but in the middle of the conversation, She heard the voice from this end and suddenly paused. Who are you? Leong Xiru quickly covered her mouth, glanced at the caller display, and realized it was Chen Lu's mom. In that moment, she felt stunned, as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Listening to Chen Lu's mom speak made her even more nervous than listening to Chen Lu. She was terrified of hanging up the phone, but then she thought it might leave a bad impression on Wang Zhao, so she forced herself to quell her inner turmoil and held the phone to her ear. Who is this? Wang Zhao asked in confusion. She could hear the slightly rushed breathing on the other end, so she softened her tone. Leong Xiru struggled to get a word out. Can you hear me? The voice on the phone continued. Leong Xiru finally managed to squeeze out a voice from her throat, cautiously responding, I can hear you. Wang Zhao finally heard the girl's voice, soft and gentle. In this aspect, she was more experienced. She could discern Leong Xiru's character from her voice and tone. She must be a good girl. This Chen Lu was up to no good. Who are you? Wang Zhao asked cautiously, afraid of scaring the girl. Hello, Auntie. My name is Leong Xiru. I'm a friend of Chen Lu's. Leong Xiru took another deep breath, and these few seconds felt like an eternity. He's gone to the bathroom. Hasn't come back yet. She gripped the corner of her clothes nervously, her voice showing signs of breaking. After stuttering through her words, Leong Xiru felt her heart still pounding. She was always shy, and the fact that she was talking to Chen Lu's mother made her even more nervous, fearing she might have done something wrong that would disappoint her. Wang Zhao smiled, completely devoid of her initial accusatory tone. You're a friend of little Lu, huh? What a lovely name you have. Leong Xiru could never have imagined that Wang Zhao, too, was nervous. This was the first time she was talking to a girl whom Chen Lu had just met. She had known Monsoon Ching too well to count her as someone new. Thank you, Auntie. Leong Xiru's voice trailed off as she lowered her head onto the table, almost into the dust. I'm not disturbing you guys. I just wanted to talk to little Lu, nothing urgent. Okay. Leong Xiru quietly waited for the other party to hang up first. When she heard the click of the call ending, she took a deep breath and felt like she had come back to life. When Chen Lu returned, he saw Leong Xiru with red eyes looking up at him, teary and aggrieved. Startled, he quickly sat down beside her and asked, What's wrong? The girl pointed to the phone. It was your mom who called just now. Chen Lu was taken aback. Really? Leong Xiru nodded, still thinking back on whether she had said anything wrong. What did you guys talk about? Chen Lu couldn't stay calm, even though he had intended to introduce Leong Xiru as a tutor to his parents. Now, the nature of the situation seemed somewhat different. Introducing someone voluntarily and being found out was not the same. After Leong Xiru recounted the conversation word for word, Chen Lu felt somewhat relieved. Your part-time job distributing flyers pays daily, right? He asked. Yes. The girl's voice still trembled a bit, clearly not fully relieved. This was too exciting for her. Then take a break for 2 days and prepare your lessons. Okay. Chen Lu leaned on his hand, looking at the girl whose face was as red as a tomato. He continued, I always feel like you won't listen. Leong Xiru, you have to understand the importance of things. If you teach well, you will earn a day's wages in just 1 hour. His expression was very solemn. When you get more familiar with tutoring, I can connect you with other opportunities, so you won't have to distribute flyers anymore. That's just too tiring. And when you do well in tutoring, I can protect you from being bullied when I'm not around. Even the naive Leong Xiru could sense the seriousness and caring in Chen Lu's tone, especially when he punctuated it with that last sentence. Her eyes couldn't hold back the tears anymore, and they fell one by one, connecting into a line. In the air, they turned into fragile yet precious gems, splashing into droplets when they hit the ground. Leong Xiru had faced numerous bullies in her life, countless even. But the person who worried about her being bullied and wanted to protect her, that person had only just appeared now. Chapter 27. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the May Day holiday for teacher Leong, and also the day when Leong Xiru was going to attend her first lesson. Chen Mo had to report back to school at 6 o'clock, so they agreed to move the class to the afternoon. Leong Xiru obediently listened to Chen Lu's words and did not distribute flyers, so she readily agreed. In the afternoon, Chen Lu's family sat on the sofa, preparing to see who this student Chen Lu was so insistent on bringing was. As for who was coming, Wang Zhao had a vague idea. but she wasn't completely sure. Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao chatted about their neighbors, while Chen Mo was nervous about facing the teacher and her eyes were full of anticipation. It seemed she was more concerned about who the new girl was going to be than the class itself. Let me give you a heads up, she is extremely introverted and doesn't like to talk much. Try to ask as few questions as possible later, Chen Lu warned seriously. Normally, Chen Lu didn't speak so solemnly, but as husband and wife, they understood their son's character and nodded in agreement together. You have no idea how to go pick her up, Wang Zhao scolded, displeased with his behavior. I've asked her, but she refused, Chen Lu bit into a piece of watermelon. Stubborn as an ox. Otherwise, your son wouldn't have to put in so much effort to convince her to come and tutor. He muttered to himself, feeling frustrated, but there was no way out. Convincing Mo to agree to this had cost a lot of money from his own little treasure trove, and he would have to deduct from his account to pay Leong Xiru for her tutoring fee later. But compared to that, he seemed more upset about spending money to buy a necklace for Mo. After a while, Wang Zhao couldn't help but ask, "Is it that girl you called on the phone?" "Yes, I told her about it back then," Chen Lu admitted candidly, wondering why his mother had waited until now to ask. Wang Zhao nodded knowingly and suddenly said, "I thought you had feelings for Yuking since you've been following her around since childhood." Chen Lu glared at Chen Mo sitting beside him, startled, and she quickly shook her head. She hadn't spilled the beans about this. Seeing her sister's expression, he was sure she hadn't told anyone. Good. Everyone in the family knew that he had liked Mo Yuqing since the beginning. He thought he had kept it a secret so well. He was careless. Chen Mo found it increasingly strange and wondered whether she should message Mo Yuqing to find out what was going on between them. She had thought that Mo Yuqing would eventually become her sister-in-law. After all, not only was Mo Yuqing very good-looking, making her, as another girl, drool over her appearance, but she also didn't mind spending money on her, buying her several $100s worth of things without blinking an eye. Chen Mo was quite fond of her, feeling that if she became her sister-in-law, she would be very happy. But now the house was being robbed, and there was no news from that end. After much deliberation, she decided to secretly send a message to her brother to satisfy her curiosity. Unable to wait for more gossip, they engaged in encrypted phone conversations in front of their parents. "Chen Mo, what happened between you and Sister Yuking? Why did you stop pursuing her when everything was going well?" "Chen Lu, it's simple, she doesn't like me. I confessed, but she rejected me. What's the point of continuing then?" Chen Mo was taken aback, then slowly put her phone away, looking quietly at her brother, who remained expressionless. She hadn't thought about this before, assuming that Mo Yuqing was just being difficult with her brother, since she could see all the effort he had put in over the years. She had never dated early, just because she hadn't seen any boy as devoted as her brother. Those casual guys just didn't catch her eye. And now Mo Yuqing didn't like him? This was no joke. Knock knock. A very light knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Chen Lu had only just gotten up when Chen Mo dashed to the door and startled Leong Xiru. "Hello." Chen Mo waved to greet her and pulled her arm, bringing her inside. Leong Xiru had her hair down and looked particularly neat in her clothes, her natural beauty shining through without any makeup. Chen Lu was speechless watching his sister's actions, realizing that his planned introduction was unnecessary now. "Mom, Dad, this is the friend I was talking about, Leong Xiru," he introduced before turning to look at the nervous girl, waiting for her to speak. Chen Lu had already gone over what she should say beforehand to make sure the sweet girl wouldn't be so nervous she couldn't say anything. Like saying hello first, introducing herself, boasting about her excellent grades in the college entrance exam, and finally stating that she intended to charge only 200 yuan per hour, a royal flush. So, even though he was thrown off track by Chen Mo, as long as Leong Xiru did her part well, there shouldn't be any issues. "Come in and have a seat," Wang Zhao said to the girl, who was shy and reluctant to speak. She gently held Leong Xiru's hand and led her to sit on the sofa. "What a nice name, and she's pretty too," Wang Zhao said to Chen Guanglin. As Leong Xiru became more nervous upon hearing this, she laid her hands on her lap, bowed her head deeply, then suddenly met Chen Lu's gaze. Encouraged by his soft smile, she raised her head up with great effort, standing straight like a blade of grass freshened up with water. Seeing her reaction, Chen Lu's smile grew brighter. Then he remembered something, and used gestures to subtly prompt Leong Xiru to follow the procedures. She nodded in understanding and said, "Hello aunt and uncle, my name is Leong Xiru." Seemingly forgetting that Chen Lu had already introduced her, the shy girl nervously recited her rehearsed lines. Chen Lu was stunned, and Chen Mo, who had just finished her water, almost choked on it. Hearing the introduction, Leong Xiru seemed even more nervous. Both Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao were pleased with Leong Xiru's demeanor, noting that no one could dislike such a humble and well-behaved girl. After finishing their phone conversation, Wang Zhao had a good idea of what kind of a girl Leong Xiru was, and meeting her in person only confirmed her initial impression. This sweet and innocent girl had no impurities, and Wang Zhao knew that such girls were few and far between, especially in Hangzhou. The most striking thing she noticed was that Leong Xiru's hands weren't as delicate and soft as Chen Mo's, indicating she was used to hard work. Despite it being their first meeting, Wang Zhao already felt a bit protective of the girl. "Xiru, are you thirsty? Want some watermelon? If you don't like it, we have other things." Wang Zhao, enthused, continued to offer Leong Xiru refreshments. "Do you want to stay for dinner tonight? What would you like to eat? I'll have Zilu go get it for you. Auntie's cooking is really good," she added. Leong Xiru, feeling overwhelmed by the hospitality, politely declined the invitation to dinner. Wang Zhao insisted she didn't have to pay, but Leong Xiru declined again. "You talk too much. Chen Guanglin, look at your son." Wang Zhao scolded gently, her evaluation of Leong Xiru improving. Chen Guanglin tried to divert the attention, but Wang Zhaoxia's opinion of Leong Xiru had already improved significantly. "Your son." Seeing Chen Lu being tossed around like a hot potato, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Although she usually would be in the hot seat herself, it felt good to see someone else in that position for once. Listening to the laughter, Leong Xiru felt a touch of sourness in her heart. It had been a long time since her father passed away, and she had almost forgotten what it felt like to be in a joyous atmosphere like this. Chen Lu quickly noticed her inner turmoil and handed her a piece of watermelon with a toothpick, trying to distract her. Leong Xiru sniffled and took the watermelon, trying to focus on something else. Chen Lu then said, "Mom, if you keep chatting, Chen Mo will be late for school. It's time to pay her." Leong Xiru was hesitant to accept the money, but Wang Zhao urged her. "You're going to take your father's car." "Got it." Chen Lu picked up the car keys and noticed Chen Mo still clinging to Leong Xiru. "What's going on? How did you two become so close?" he asked. Chen Mo rolled her eyes. "It's none of your business," then tenderly hugged Leong Xiru, saying, "Sister, if my brother threatens you, just blink, and I will definitely save you." Chapter 28. "This is my mother-in-law." "Huh? No, he's been really good to me," Leong Xiru said seriously. Seeing Leong Xiru looking a bit shy, Chen Mo wished he were a boy at this moment. Chen Lu pointed at Chen Mo's forehead without a good temper, and took Leong Xiru outside the door. The door closed slowly, and the two quietly waited for the elevator. Leong Xiru held her canvas bag, looking somewhat complicated. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu was still very sensitive to the girl's mood changes and asked. I thought for a long time yesterday and couldn't figure out what to bring. I didn't bring anything the first time I came." Chen Lu couldn't help but suppress a smile. "It doesn't matter. After all, you are here as a tutor. If you bring something, it would really seem like you're coming as a bride." He leaned forward to Leong Xiru, facing her. "I see. So you really want to marry into my family?" Leong Xiru quickly turned her face away, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. "That's not what I meant. My sister wasn't sincere, right?" he asked. "No, she was quite serious," Leong Xiru whispered as she picked up her bag. "She's a genius at chatting and willing to learn." "What did you talk about?" "She won't let me tell you." Chen Lu frowned, looking at her. "Are we still best friends?" The girl nodded slightly. "So are you going to tell me?" he asked seriously. "Don't be mad. I'll tell you." Leong Xiru's voice became anxious, quickly revealing everything. "She asked us." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Lu placed his index finger on her moist lips. "All right, I'm happy that you're willing to tell me. As for what you talked about, that's your secret. You don't have to say things you don't want to," Chen Lu said with a gentle tone and a light smile. "I'm willing to tell you everything." Leong Xiru blinked, feeling puzzled. "But I'm willing to tell you everything." Arriving at the parking spot, Chen Lu slowly started the car, and the girl obediently sat in the passenger seat. Of course, this was insisted upon by Chen Lu. Like taking care of a child, Chen Lu pulled over the seatbelt from the side, looped around her chest, and fastened it to the seat. Leong Xiru sat still, afraid of accidentally causing any inappropriate physical contact, just stealing glances at the boy from time to time. She felt a strange sensation. "Why do you look so nervous? Don't you trust my driving skills?" Chen Lu said with a smile as he reversed the car, looking at Leong Xiru beside him. Then he became stunned. Even though the girl was wearing a loose t-shirt, her graceful figure was emphasized by the seatbelt tightly hugging her, and she was adjusting her posture slightly, trying to make it less obvious. Clearing his throat, Chen Lu said, "Tell me the location. I'll navigate. Let's go to the supermarket near my house. I'll buy some groceries." "Okay." Half an hour later, the car parked in front of a supermarket. Watching Leong Xiru undo her seatbelt, Chen Lu's mood became complicated. It took so long to drive, and he didn't know how long she had waited for the bus. He should have lied and told her he would pick her up. They walked into the supermarket together, with Leong Xiru holding a shopping basket, browsing through the aisles while Chen Lu followed silently. It made him feel a bit novel. It felt like living a daily life. "What do you want to buy?" Chen Lu asked. After some thought, the girl said, "Let's buy some bitter gourd first." "I don't like bitter gourd." He continued his shameless act. The naive girl didn't realize she was being taken advantage of, blinked her eyes, and asked, "What do you want?" Chen Lu smiled. "I'm just teasing you. I'm not coming over to have dinner at your place." Only then did Leong Xiru realize and turned away to continue shopping. Chen Lu knew he was teasing her, but she seemed to like it. Leong Xiru randomly bought some groceries and picked up a fish to improve their meals. Every time she picked a vegetable, Chen Lu would ask how she planned to cook it. The girl didn't find it annoying at all and patiently answered each time. They spent the day asking and answering questions. However, male students wouldn't have much interest in supermarkets and malls, and Chen Lu's enthusiasm quickly shifted elsewhere. Like the shopping carts at the entrance of the supermarket. It might seem childish for elementary school kids, but just right for college students. He stood by watching the kids on the carts, waiting for Leong Xiru to finish shopping. Soon the girl came out and found him standing there, not saying a word, and took the plastic bag from her hand. "Let's go, I'll walk you to the entrance." Just as they took a few steps, Chen Lu suddenly felt a light push on his shoulder, turning curiously. He saw the girl holding a bottle of Pepsi, extending it to him. Chen Lu was surprised. Wasn't Leong Xiru able to remember he liked Pepsi, but also knew his preferred brand? "Thank you. I got you a room temperature one. Bear with it." Leong Xiru lowered her head and spoke timidly. "You have stomach issues, so try not to drink cold stuff, okay? I'll listen to you." They chatted as they walked into a dark alley, surrounded by a steel jungle blocking most of the sunlight. After walking a bit, they arrived in front of a very old building. Leong Xiru's rented room was on the first floor, different from Chen Lu's, whose family lived on one floor, and on this stretch of the building, there were at least 5 or 6 doors. As Chen Lu curiously looked around, he suddenly heard someone shouting loudly, "Don't you have a daughter? Call her back to pack her things, pack up and leave as soon as possible. Isn't there still half a year left in the lease? You saw it yourself. I have difficulty moving around with my legs. Can't you be a bit flexible?" "I've been flexible enough. I'll refund you the rest of the money, and I'll give you a few days to move out. Are you still unhappy? This is my house. When I tell you to leave, you have to leave." A middle-aged woman with sunglasses, curly hair, and a plump figure was yelling at a woman sitting in a wheelchair. In contrast to her affluent appearance, the woman in the wheelchair looked older and frail, with a bewildered expression. She couldn't even stand up to defend herself. "Mom." Leong Xiru approached and grasped her mother's Yi Zunfang's hand, her voice trembling. Zi Zunfang felt a familiar touch and gradually regained her senses. Only then did she realize it was her daughter standing next to her. Seeing the stranger boy next to her daughter, she hesitated for a moment. "The landlord asked us to move out quickly." Chen Lu listened quietly for a few sentences, frowned, and asked, "Is there a contract?" Upon hearing this, the landlady was taken aback. Zi Zunfang and Leong Xiru were clearly unfamiliar with contracts due to their time in the rural village and were not accustomed to dealing with such matters. They did not understand the legal implications and signed their names subconsciously. In Zi Zunfang's eyes, signing the contract was as perfunctory as signing her husband's critical illness notice at the hospital. Contract? Leong Xiru vaguely remembered. During the house rental, did you sign a contract? Chen Lu nodded and said, bring it over. What does this have to do with you? The landlady was irate, and she was certain she had never seen Chen Lu before. Chen Lu calmly looked at her and said, this is my mother-in-law. What do you mean, what does it have to do with me? Upon hearing this, the landlady was at a loss for words for a moment. Seeing Leong Xiru suddenly running out of the house, Chen Lu took the contract and carefully examined it. The lease term still had more than half a year left. Looking at the contract template, it was likely handled by a real estate agent. But now there was no sign of an agent, probably because this person privately found someone willing to pay a higher price and thought the mother and daughter were easy targets, hence the commotion. Chen Lu couldn't imagine how Leong Xiru, who didn't recognize himself, would handle such a situation. You should move out, he said unperturbed as he looked at the contract. This statement shocked both Leong Xiru and Zi Zunfang. Then he continued, pay the penalty, as written, it's 30% of the contract price. The middle-aged landlady's expression turned even more hostile. What does a little kid like you know? Chen Lu maintained his composure and smiled faintly. Auntie, I study this. You can bully them for not understanding, but it won't work in front of me. He pointed out, you may want to overcharge them, but I understand. However, we have our own difficulties, we're all struggling here. Can't we show some understanding? If it comes to a real court case, not only will you spend a lot of money, you may not be in the right. Why make it difficult? Wait till the lease ends, and then you must move. The landlady left spouting a final nasty remark, losing her previous momentum entirely. She originally assumed that Zi Zunfang and her daughter didn't know much, hence her attempt to drive them out. She never expected to meet someone more knowledgeable than her. Moreover, was he her son-in-law? The commotion abruptly stopped, and calm returned to the surroundings with occasional bird chirps. Leong Xiru recalled Chen Lu's words, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wasn't it like that night when Chen Lu helped get her out of a dilemma, using a mix of firmness and gentleness? Impressive. No wonder she always found herself following his lead and even ended up wearing funny outfits. Wait a minute, did he just call her mother-in-law? Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, embarrassed to speak. But she managed to squeeze out a thank you. Is everything okay? Chen Lu asked Zi Zunfang, in the future, if you encounter someone like that, don't let them push you around. Zi Zunfang expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much for your help. She looked at Chen Lu, feeling touched. A middle-aged woman unable to stand on her own, with her daughter, encountering such a situation in a strange city, there was no way she couldn't feel helpless. It's nothing. Leong Xiru has always helped me a lot. Are you Chen Lu? Zi Zunfang cautiously asked. Chen Lu was surprised. Auntie, do you know me? Zi Zunfang smiled with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. My daughter often mentions you, and I see you are a good kid. What's so good about me? My mother wants me to sweep the floor every day. Chen Lu handed the shopping bag to Leong Xiru next to him, saying seriously, let's go. Call me if there's anything. I'll come over right away. Leong Xiru looked up at him, wanting to say something to make him stay, but hesitated. Watching him walk away, she anxiously reached out a hand. Stay for dinner, Zi Zunfang suggested. Taste my daughter Xiru's cooking. Chen Lu turned back. Seeing Leong Xiru's outstretched hand, he turned back, perhaps recognizing something, then smiled slightly and said, sure. Chapter 29. Both mother and daughter were excited to see Chen Lu coming to visit, but also a bit nervous. After all, Chen Lu was the first boy Leong Xiru brought home. Their home was so simple and humble, there was a sense of inferiority ingrained in them. When Leong Xiru opened the door, Chen Lu took the initiative to push the wheelchair into the room. The lighting in the ground floor house was not very good, and it was a bit dim inside. The space was very narrow. As soon as you entered the door, you could see the kitchen through the small living room, and next to it was the only bedroom. The small door opposite the bedroom looked like the bathroom. Despite this, everything in the house was very clean and tidy thanks to Leong Xiru's cleaning efforts. Zi Zunfang hurriedly welcomed them. Feeling a bit uneasy, Chen Lu, please have a seat. We don't have air conditioning at home. I'm sorry to put you through this. It must be uncomfortable staying here, right? In her eyes, children from big cities were born with a silver spoon. Chen Lu didn't act pretentious at all. He pulled out a chair and sat down next to Zi Zunfang, showing no signs of disdain. "Auntie, you don't need to say that." He then got up to help Leong Xiru move a fan. "I even went back to the countryside with my dad to harvest corn. Tough and thick-skinned. What's there to be uncomfortable about?" After finishing, Chen Lu sat there chatting with Zi Zunfang. Leong Xiru stole a glance at Chen Lu, then tied up her hair and busily hid in the kitchen. She still had a blush on her face and couldn't calm down even now. Talking about mother-in-law. Nonsense. Thinking of Chen Lu's handsome and brave appearance just now, she felt a warmth in her heart and washed the vegetables more carefully. "Are you in the same class with Xiru?" Zi Zunfang curiously asked. "Strictly speaking, I'm her senior. I'm in my 3rd year," Chen Lu answered seriously. "How old are you?" 21. Zi Zunfang figured it out and calculated in her heart, 2 years older than Xiru. Saying that, she felt thirsty and wanted to move the wheelchair to get a glass of water on the table. Before she could do anything, Chen Lu handed her the water glass, then continued chatting as if nothing had happened. Not flattering or artificial at all. She felt warm in her heart and smiled bitterly, glancing towards the kitchen. "Xiru usually makes you take care of everything. This girl is sometimes silly and stubborn." Zi Zunfang sighed deeply, took out a photo from the drawer, and looked at the picture of Leong Xiru when she was a child together with Chen Lu. In the yellowed photo, the little girl smiled brightly, full of joy and curiosity in facing the world. Actually, this child was very lively when she was young. After her father left and I became paralyzed, she changed completely. Chen Lu fell silent for a moment and spoke slowly. "She will come out of it." Zi Zunfang turned her head and saw Chen Lu's determined eyes. Suddenly, Chen Lu noticed a string of bracelets in the drawer and curiously took them out to take a look. They were very similar to the ones lying in his house drawer. "She made this when she was young," Zi Zunfang said proudly. "Really? She's so talented." It turned out that this was quite popular at that time. Leong Xiru even had one. Chen Lu thought about it and didn't find it strange. It was normal to miss out on things that were popular during childhood. At that time, when cartoons were about spinning tops, everyone at school would play spinning tops together. If they were about yo-yos, the students would be playing yo-yos after class. Often, he would take a break and come back to find his classmates playing with something new. He smiled, refuting his fleeting thoughts. The world isn't that small. He looked towards the kitchen and felt like he should also help out. "Auntie, please rest, I'll help." Zi Zunfang quickly refused. "You're a guest. How can I let you do that? I'm not just here once. If I come more often, then I won't be a guest anymore, right?" Chen Lu put the chair back. "If you don't let me help, it's like you're not welcoming me in the future." Hearing this, Zi Zunfang didn't have the heart to refuse any longer and could only watch Chen Lu go to the kitchen with a smile. As soon as Chen Lu entered, he felt like he had entered a steamer. The kitchen was very cramped, making him almost out of breath. The girl tied her hair up in a ponytail, wearing an apron, was earnestly cutting vegetables, completely unaware of anyone approaching. It was widely known that girls wearing aprons had a special charm. Chen Lu was a bit dazed looking at her delicate profile, as if he was buying groceries with her today. There was a feeling of living together. It made him inexplicably want to bring her home. "What are you doing?" Chen Lu walked up behind her and asked. "Ah." The girl was startled. She leaned back, falling into Chen Lu's arms. He was also taken aback, feeling the girl in his arms so soft. Holding her must be very comfortable. Although she was a bit sweaty, even a few strands of hair touched his cheek, she still had a very pleasant smell. She even seemed a bit seductive. Unfortunately, the good moment didn't last long. After Leong Xiru regained her senses, she quickly stood up straight, blushing and adjusting her bangs. "You took advantage of me again. You owe me next time," Chen Lu said with a smile. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly turned her head, looked straight at him, her eyes misty, sounding aggrieved. "You are not keeping your promise." Hearing this made Chen Lu curious. "When did I break my promise?" "Before. I just leaned on you for a while and said I would give it back to you, and then you slept with me all afternoon. Are you unwilling? That's another matter. So, are you willing or not?" After a long pause, Leong Xiru finally squeezed out a word. If Chen Lu hadn't listened carefully, he would have missed it. Willing, the girl said. Chen Lu felt his heart beating rapidly. This silly girl always scoring critical hits unexpectedly. Equipped for crits, huh? He could only help wash the vegetables to shift his focus. Thank you this time. After a while, Leong Xiru spoke again. It's nothing, Chen Lu shrugged, taking out a plate and placing the washed vegetables neatly. But unexpectedly, the girl's words suddenly carried a hint of teariness. Not just this time. Thank you for the last time too. Chen Lu sighed when he saw this and said seriously, I suggest you thank me less. Leong Xiru looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Why? Because no matter how many times, I will always stand up to help you. He smiled gently. If you thank me every time, it will tire you out. The girl quietly sniffed and the blurred vision made it impossible for her to cut vegetables. You said you didn't like fish before, so I didn't make it. Do you have any specific dish you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Didn't you wash Chinese cabbage? I want stir-fried Chinese cabbage. Anything else? Cola chicken wings. Leong Xiru wiped her hands with the apron. I'll go buy the chicken wings for you. Chen Lu quickly reached out and held her back. I was just joking. As long as you make it, I'll love to eat it. The girl lifted her head to secretly look into his eyes. Really? Chen Lu nodded. She then returned to the cutting board, curiously asking, how come you can always outwit others? Because people are mean. They think they can bully you easily if you seem easy to bully. But if you show a tough side first and then give the other party a way out, as long as the other party doesn't intend to escalate, they'll easily back off. Chen Lu remembered his childhood experiences. When I was in elementary school, I was short and a few troublemakers would often pick on me. So every time they came, I fought back. If I couldn't win, I'd still fight, grabbing one of them to give a good beating. Gradually, they found other easy targets to bully. Leong Xiru listened attentively and wanted to learn, only to find that Chen Lu suddenly stopped talking. She was curious, but noticed Chen Lu was already close to her ear, whispering, you don't need to think about these things. I'm here. Chapter 30. Feeling the cool breeze, as she wasn't ready to grow up, Leong Xiru's overheated sensation dissipated quite a bit. She couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming. She really didn't want to wake up. Not at all. At that moment, Chen Lu's phone suddenly rang, making her nervous. Was it a call urging him to come back? My mom, Chen Lu said, then answered the call. Mom, what's up? Why did you send someone and lost yourself? Wang Zhao said impatiently. Because they were very close, Leong Xiru could also hear the voice from the phone. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on the spatula. I forgot to report to the organization. I'm having dinner at her place tonight. I hope the organization approves it. Approved. I was just about to tell you that your dad and I went out for hot pot, so you can find your own place to eat. Hearing this, Chen Lu felt like a stone blocking his heart. The girl continued to cook. Chen Lu watched her back, reminiscing about the feeling he had just hugged. Not long after, several dishes were brought to the table. At Chen Lu's strong request, Leong Xiru still turned the fish pot into soup. A bowl of fish soup, a plate of shredded cabbage, and braised eggplants. Chen Lu made the braised eggplants. This dinner was already quite sumptuous for Leong Xiru. The three of them sat around a small dining table eating together. Leong Xiru was getting more and more nervous. She had never imagined before that she would have dinner with her mom and another boy. She kept her head down, afraid that Xiao Xunfeng would ask her something. The intimate contact that happened inadvertently in the kitchen earlier made her cheeks still blush. Coquettishly, she looked at Chen Lu, who seemed lost in his thoughts. Here, auntie, try what I made. Chen Lu didn't use his hands to serve her but pushed the dishes he made in front of Xiao Xunfeng. Enthusiastic but measured. You little, Xiao Xunfeng muttered, but still showed a very pleased smile, took a bite, then nodded repeatedly. You can cook too. Leong Xiru also secretly took a bite, then quickly took another bite. Chen Lu held back a smile and didn't say anything. Suddenly he felt a bit ridiculous for trying to make the dishes she loves just to please Yuking. Wasn't it that someone likes whatever he makes, no matter what? Aside from the porridge she cooked, this was also Chen Lu's first time tasting Leong Xiru's cooking. It was really delicious, and it seemed like she tailored it to his taste. Obviously, this silly girl remembered his usual chatting topics and preferences. Eat more, Chen Lu said to Leong Xiru. The girl nodded. noticing that Chen Lu only poured 2 spoonfuls of fish soup onto his rice and asked, "Don't you like fish very much?" "Not really." "Why?" "Because of the bones." "Do you like boneless fish?" "Not really." Leong Xiru was speechless. Xiao Sunfeng smiled as she watched the two chatting. She sighed inwardly that this was the kind of life her daughter should have at this age. Mork has been suppressed for too long. This girl of this age should experience the beginning of love and play around with boys. And she really liked this child Chen Lu. Especially when they first met, he confronted that middle-aged woman and even instinctively pushed her to the shade. She knew it wasn't a show, just a gentle instinct. Chen Lu realized that he was eating quickly, but there was still food in his bowl. When he looked up, he saw Leong Xiru, who was serving food for him. The girl noticed his gaze, and she first paused, then continued to serve him as if nothing happened. "Eat on your own," Chen Lu said helplessly. This silly girl had been watching how he ate the whole time, so she hadn't touched her own bowl in a long time. Stubborn like a little calf, Leong Xiru continued to feed him and pour soup for him. Every time he wanted to refuse, he saw the girl blinking her eyes and extending her hand in midair, and his heart would soften. Something was wrong. Did this silly girl start to find his weaknesses? After a while, Chen Lu couldn't eat anymore and quickly stopped Leong Xiru's behavior of feeding him like a pig. He could bully her in the cafeteria, but here in front of her mom, this was her territory. "Don't you like my cooking?" Leong Xiru asked. "I like it. I wish I could eat it every day," Chen Lu blurted out without thinking. "You could let her cook for you every day in the future," Xiao Sunfeng joked. Leong Xiru panicked. "Mom, little Lu should be preparing for an internship soon, right? Or are you preparing for postgraduate exams?" Xiao Sunfeng suddenly remembered and asked. Chen Lu pondered for a moment. "I haven't decided," feeling a bit lost. He looked at Leong Xiru and then smiled bitterly. "I wasted too much time before, never really considered my future." Although Xiao Sunfeng looked weary, she smiled very gently. "It's okay, you're still young." Chen Lu's lips slightly curled, non-committal. His classmates were preparing for postgraduate exams, looking for jobs, starting businesses. He couldn't wait any longer. Yes, he was young, but if he wanted to continue playing carefreely, he was already past that age. Thinking about this, he felt a trace of melancholy inexplicably. The tide of life had come crashing towards him, but he didn't seem ready. After finishing their meal, cleaning the dishes, and chatting for a while, it was almost 9 in the evening. Chen Lu didn't know why he lingered for so long. He quickly excused himself before his mom called. Leong Xiru followed and tried to send him off, but couldn't drive him away. The alley that was dark in the evening was now lit up with streetlights. The white light spilled on the uneven road, casting long shadows of the two. They walked shoulder to shoulder, slowly. A moment of silence. "Are you unhappy?" Leong Xiru pursed her lips, gathered her courage, and asked. She was also trying to recall if she had done anything to upset Chen Lu. Chen Lu pretended to be surprised at the girl beside him. "You noticed that? Do you want some candy?" The girl continued. "Yes." Chen Lu unwrapped the fruit candy and put it in his mouth, feeling the sweetness. He pressed the candy under his tongue, speaking in a childish tone. "I'm not unhappy. I just haven't prepared to grow up yet." This time Leong Xiru understood. "Don't worry. You're so capable." And what?" Chen Lu turned to look at her. "And I will be with you." Again, there was a moment of silence. Leong Xiru found it a bit strange. Chen Lu was taller, so why did she never have to catch up to him? So she slowly slowed down her pace. Chen Lu still walked alongside her. She slowed down a bit more. She was still slightly ahead of him. "Why are you always walking slightly slower than me?" Leong Xiru enjoyed asking random questions to Chen Lu because he seemed to know everything and was willing to tell her. Even when he teased her or lied cleverly, she found it fun. "So your entire being is in my line of sight, making it easier to handle any sudden situations," Chen Lu softly said. Standing in place, "Let's end it here. Hurry back." Only when the boy's silhouette under the streetlight completely disappeared, Leong Xiru reluctantly turned and left. Chapter 31. Getting things back on track the next morning, Chen Lu returned to school early, continuing to meet with Leong Xiru at the drama club and enjoying his own exclusive breakfast. Chen Lu suddenly realized that he was meeting with this silly girl more and more recently. It felt quite nice. However, unlike before, Lin Meow Meow was also here today. The day after I got home, my mom couldn't wait to kick me out. What a person! Lin Meow Meow complained angrily. Before May Day, she couldn't wait to call me every day urging me to come back. And when I actually went back, she still found fault with me. When I look at my phone, she says I'm always on my phone. When I watch TV, she says I'm always watching TV. I thought as long as I did my chores, it would be fine, but then she complained that I wasn't doing them properly. It really makes me so angry. You watch, before the summer break she say how much she misses me. And once I'm back, she continue to scold me. It's a never-ending cycle. Chen Lu quietly drank his porridge, listening to her complaints. Leong Xiru didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only gently hold her hand. All right, that's enough from you, Chen Lu said disdainfully after finishing his porridge, looking at her. Lin Meow Meow glared at him, thinking to herself how despicable he was. Was there no one in the world more pitiful than herself? Just then, Chen Lu spoke in the tone of an elder. This is the status quo of a college student's family relationships. Just get used to it. Before May Day, my mom also pestered me a lot, and I excitedly went home early the next day. But then, I found my parents had just finished packing and were preparing to go on a trip. He clapped his hands together and slowly opened them, without me. Lin Meow Meow burst out laughing immediately, while Leong Xiru looked at him in surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect this turn of events. My sadness didn't disappear, it just transferred to your face, Lin Meow Meow said with a smile, feeling much happier seeing someone even more pitiful than herself. Indeed, happiness sometimes had to be built on someone else's suffering. As she laughed, she saw Chen Lu reach out his right hand towards Leong Xiru, asking quietly and earnestly, I also need comfort, so can you hold my hand? Before Leong Xiru could respond, Lin Meow Meow swatted his hand away. Leong Xiru watched Chen Lu wincing as he shook his hand, and she stifled a smile. Lin Meow Meow, seeing this, looked shocked. Oh my, aren't you feeling sorry for him? She then turned to Chen Lu. What kind of potion did you give Xiru? She's mine. You can't do this. Chen Lu shrugged. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You scoundrel. You infuriate me. After a while, Chen Lu left to attend class. The school had thoughtfully arranged entrepreneurship courses for third-year students. Classes, group projects, and presentations were all on the schedule. It seemed like they would also have to give a presentation in the end. They were told it was all voluntary, but not attending was not an option. It was quite abstract. In the evening, as darkness slowly enveloped the surroundings, the hot air started to feel a bit cooler. As the weather grew warmer, the cacophony of insect sounds only increased, adding to the chaotic atmosphere. Chen Lu spent some time at the drama club as usual and returned to the dormitory after dark. As soon as he entered, Li Xiniang approached him, whispering, Boss is drunk. Drunk? Why? Chen Lu looked up to see Zhang Chao lying back in a chair, looking despondent. Li Xiniang sighed. Why else? He brought up his dad, forcing him to change his career aspirations again. This issue had always been a thorn in Zhang Chao's side. Given his father's status as a bureau chief, the push to pave the way for his son's future was only natural, disregarding what his son truly wanted to pursue. Can you handle this? Go and comfort him, Li Xiniang whispered. Chen Lu shrugged, thinking, how am I supposed to comfort him? Is there a possibility that I chose this major just to pursue Mo Yuking? Nonetheless, feeling bored, and sensing Zhang Chao wasn't being serious, he sat down to keep him company. Boss, what do you want to do? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I want to start a business. Make games. Chen Lu nodded earnestly, continuing to engage with the drunkard. Games, as a ninth art form, are primarily a product. And as a commodity, they have a market. Have you researched the market? Zhang Chao listened attentively. I am researching. In fact, as long as you've played enough games, you understand how they work. With the industry's characteristic suction effect, industry insiders may not necessarily know much more than you. Chen Lu chuckled. So you mean I should start with mobile games? Zhang Chao sat up, more spirited now. Chen Lu shook his head. No, start with WeChat mini-games. Whether it's to hone your skills after setting up a studio or to make your first bucket of gold, it's suitable. Short cycles and quick returns, with the most important aspect being low investment. If you find it unsuitable later, it won't hurt to disband. If you realize the studio does have potential, then you can explore other avenues. What type of games should I make? Zhang Chao continued to ask. After pondering for a moment, Chen Lu said, there's a type of game that encompasses all the features you need, requires minimal investment and effort, as long as you're confident it will be fun to play. What is it? Chen Lu opened a famous gaming platform on the computer screen and pointed at it. Roguelike. Zhang Cao's eyes widened, as if he were listening to Zhuge Liang's advice to Liu Bei in the Romance of Three Kingdoms. He suddenly grabbed Chen Lu's arm. Chen Lu, you're brilliant. This is something everyone can see. You won't need to invest any money or take any risks. All you need to do is show up, and I'll sell my car to pitch in later. You'll be the technical strategist, getting a share in the company. Second in command. Zhang Chao took another swig of beer. My old man won't say anything, even if I sell my own car. You join me just to give it a try, okay? If we end up losing, I can go back to following my dad's plans. Seeing Chen Lu remaining silent, he continued persuading. Have you seen The Wandering Earth? Guofan is my idol. I want to take a chance like him. He has his sci-fi dream, and I want to make my game. Chen Lu was taken aback. Clearly, he hadn't expected Zhang Chao to be completely serious about this. With a hint of helplessness, he said, do you believe in this, or that I'm Qin Shi Wang? He certainly couldn't let Zhang Chao take this idea to heart, given it was just a one-sided view of the market. Besides, Zhang Cao's idea was a bit naive. It wasn't about not pursuing dreams, but rather not placing too much trust in others, not to have selfish motives, to dare to bring someone on board who might not invest. Even if that person was himself, most others might have agreed right away, as it was a risk-free investment. If they made money, it was a windfall. Even if Zhang Chao ultimately suffered a loss, he could walk away like nothing had happened. But Chen Lu couldn't do that. It wasn't in his nature. Seeing Zhang Chao still looking earnestly at. Chapter 32. The late goodnight quieted down quickly in the dorm room. Chen Lu smelled the lingering scent of alcohol and continued to gaze at the ceiling. Although Chen Lu's school was pretty good, facing the pressure of postgraduate entrance examinations or internships, there was hardly any college student without stress. He wanted to live as relaxed as Licinian, and also wanted to seize the opportunity to learn from Zhang Chao while young. Walking one path would inevitably mean missing out on the scenery on another path. That's life. You can't even predict if the path you choose will be easy or what you might see. It's precisely because he couldn't make up his mind that he kept pondering, weighing the gains and losses, until he lost the courage to move forward. I'm here for you. The girl's innocent words suddenly echoed in his ears. Chen Lu slowly picked up his phone and sent a message to Leong Xiru. Chen Lu, what are you doing? This seemingly straightforward sentence had become the preamble to every chat between Chen Lu and Leong Xiru. Leong Xiru would always honestly answer what she was doing and enjoyed sharing her state with Chen Lu. However, this time the girl didn't respond immediately like before. Li Yan drove Zhang Cao's car, preparing to drop him off at his friend's place. She knew where her boyfriend's Achilles heel was, so she often indulged him during such times and had no qualms about sending him off. Zhang Chao, who was half asleep, felt the bumps and woke up, asking, "Where are we going?" Li Yan found it amusing beside him and said, "Where are we going? Wasn't it you who asked me to drop you off at your friend's?" "Oh." Zhang Chao turned his face away, staring at the scenery rushing past the window. Cars passed by, and in the distance, various office buildings were still lit up. People in the 21st century never seemed to rest at 9 o'clock in the evening. This was a life without freedom. He looked at the night outside, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "I want to take a chance." "You've already said that." Li Yan's tone was full of indulgence. Zhang Chao paused, leaned against the car window, and continued, "If I really do it, I might have a falling out with my family, and if I sell this car, I'd have nothing left. Don't you despise me?" Li Yan playfully turned the steering wheel, spat at him. "I despise the present you more. In theory, the Zhang Chao I like wouldn't be so obedient." Zhang Chao smiled at himself in the car window, the haze on his face dissipating. "Oh right, I despise the past you too." Li Yan added, "If you dare to flirt like you did before we met, I'll break your legs." "Damn. I fell for you." They chatted back and forth on the drive, not noticing the person sitting in the back seat. Mo Yuking watched the bantering couple and felt a hint of envy inexplicably. When Zhang Chao needed Li Yan, she would immediately be by his side, but when she needed Chenlu, she realized she had driven him away herself. Li Yan glanced at Mo Yuking through the rearview mirror, and Mo Yuking gave her a meaningful look. She sighed. Speaking of which, is Chenlu getting close to a girl lately? Yeah, Li Yan answered. How did they meet? She inquired again. Zhang Chao recalled, it was the day your bestie rejected his confession. We accompanied him to drink that night. The girl was handing out flyers near the south gate of our school. Someone was bullying her, and you know Chenlu's personality. He didn't hesitate to step forward and shut them down. He was proud as he recounted the incident fueled by alcohol. He genuinely liked Chenlu as a friend. Later, when we were leaving, that girl happened to be heading home, and Chenlu noticed she hadn't treated her burn, so he caught up with her. Then on the way to her house, he gave her his coat since she was also from our school. They grew closer as they interacted. Li Yan remained silent, nodding quietly, continuing to observe Mo Yuking's expressions through the rearview mirror. Mo Yuking bit her lip tightly, the proud look in her eyes now filled with bitterness. What do you think of that girl? We aren't close. Zhang Chao recalled Leong Xiru's shy demeanor and continued after a while. She seems to be particularly introverted, so Chenlu doesn't plan on introducing her to us. A girl with such a personality meeting Chenlu is her fortune. Indeed, I think it's also a stroke of luck for Chenlu to meet her at this time. He didn't elaborate on what he meant by this time, but the two girls in the car naturally understood. Any progress? Li Yan gave her a glance. You don't need to ask for your bestie. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is anxious. What if the emperor is in a hurry? Zhang Chao was taken aback. If the emperor is in a hurry, then it's time to hang oneself on a slanted tree. Throughout history, when the emperor is upset, it means things are really out of control. When the situation isn't dire, the emperor is too busy enjoying himself to be upset. He jokingly added, "It's too late." The car fell into silence until Zhang Chao got out at his destination. Li Yan didn't rush to drive away, but quietly listened to the sound of the back door opening and saw Mo Yuking slowly moving to the passenger seat. A moment of silence ensued. You can cry if you want to. Li Yan held the steering wheel with both hands, watching Zhang Chao being assisted away by his friends in the distance, saying, "You can cry later." Mo Yuking whispered, "What do you mean?" Li Yan found it strange and turned to her. Mo Yuking didn't respond, but took out her phone, entering the chat interface with Chenlu. They hadn't messaged each other for over 10 days. She took a deep breath, and her fingers tapped the screen incessantly. Finally, she sent a message. The other day my mom told me she would return from abroad, but when I got home, I found out she lied to me. I was really devastated at that moment. She mimicked the complaining tone she used in the past with Chenlu. For Mo Yuking and Chenlu, the meaning of this sentence was quite apparent. It conveyed the feeling of being alone and abandoned at that difficult moment. Since childhood, she had often cried and complained to Chenlu about her parents' issues, and Chenlu had always responded promptly. As she expected, this time Chenlu didn't reply immediately. She waited anxiously for about 10 minutes. The time felt agonizingly long, and she felt restless. She was hesitant to recall how Chenlu might have felt in the past while waiting for her messages. After half an hour, Chenlu still hadn't responded. Tears streaked down Mo Yuking's cheeks as she sniffed, continuing to text Chenlu. "If you don't respond, I'll tell your mom. I'll tell her you bullied me, and that her platinum necklace was actually lost by you." She continued to use her old chat style, deliberately bringing up their past memories. It was the first time Mo Yuking had spoken so cautiously and thoughtfully to Chenlu. This time, Mo Yuking finally received a reply, but no matter how she emulated the past tone in the chat, Chenlu's response was colder than before. His words felt sharp and pierced her heart. "Let's live our own lives these days. Let's let each other go." He immediately followed up with another message. "I'm tired. I want to forget about you." Mo Yuking stared at her phone in disbelief, almost forgetting to breathe momentarily. Not only Mo Yuking, but even Li Yan was surprised by the drastic change from his past affectionate demeanor. It was hard to gauge how deeply he had been hurt. Unwilling to accept his response, she continued typing. "Why? We had such a good relationship before." 10 minutes passed. The screen lit up again, and wiping her tears, Mo Yuking's delicate jade hands trembled uncontrollably, seeming more nervous than checking her grades. "You said it yourself, it's in the past." The car lapsed into an extremely lengthy silence until the sound of the engine starting up echoed, but the sound of sobbing still persisted. Along the way, Mo Yuking recalled many things she had forgotten. Memories she had buried deep within her mind now resurfaced vividly. With tearful eyes, she appeared like a guilty child, filled with regret and fear. She truly regretted it and was genuinely scared. 1 hour later, Chenlu was still dazedly staring at the chat interface, quietly reading Mo Yuking's final message, "Good night." After a long contemplation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It's interesting. I've given up, yet you're taking the initiative now. I really loved you so much before. But now, please let me go." His phone vibrated again, and he rubbed his bleary eyes. "Leong Xiru. Sorry, I forgot to tell you earlier. I felt like you might be tired of kanji, so I made some buns for you. Let me know when you get tired of them, and I'll switch. But you mustn't skip breakfast." Chenlu chuckled in relief and lightly tapped the screen. "Okay." The next morning, a hungover Zhang Chao returned to the dorm, holding his waist to find that the half-empty crate of beer he had left was now full of empty bottles. "Damn, where did all my booze go?" Chenlu drank it all. Chapter 33. The most formidable in the world. Damn it, Chenlu. Why did you drink so much alcohol? Zhang Chao scolded. Chenlu slowly got up, swaying his head, and asked back, "What were you doing drinking so much alcohol yesterday?" Zhang Chao paused. "I was in a bad mood." "I'm not in a good mood either." When Zhang Chao heard this, he had originally wanted to bring him down and let him experience the hardships of life, but seeing the heavy expression on Chenlu's face, he gave up. He could only scratch his head curiously, sitting at the edge of his bed. At this time, the dormitory still had the curtains drawn, with only a few rays of morning light filtering through the gap in the middle and sprinkling on the floor. Zhang Chao stared silently at the light spots on the ground, continuing to ponder his own thoughts. Chenlu picked up his phone, greeted Leong Xiru good morning, and casually asked what filling she used in the bun she made. As a result, he suddenly discovered something new. Mo Yuking also sent him a good morning message. After some thought, he decided to ignore it. If we talk about letting go, growing up together since childhood, and liking each other for so long, it's really not easy to let go. But if we talk about wanting to go back to the way things were before, it's also true that he doesn't want to. Now thinking about it, some people feel tired after being together for 7 years, but he managed to persist in pursuing it for 7 years. It's quite abstract. Hey, have you made up your mind? I'm not asking you to work for me. You don't need to worry too much. Zhang Chao interrupted his thoughts. If you don't like this term, as long as you want, I will work with you. But in that case, you have to put in some capital, otherwise it won't go over well with those workers. Everyone can't just be brought in by him together. Chenlu can't just sit on an equal footing as the one who invested the most, not realistic. He might not mind, but other people definitely won't stand for it. Then it won't be a united front anymore. Although Zhang Chao was like a child with fanciful ideas, constantly pulling Chenlu in his direction, he was actually very clear-minded like a mirror. Chenlu looked at him in shock, made sure he wasn't dreaming, then spoke, "Damn. Are you really serious?" "I'm serious." Zhang Chao returned his gaze, his eyes firm. "I'll think about it." "What are you afraid of?" Zhang Chao scanned the room, made sure there was no one else present before continuing. "Actually, over the years, it's been just the two of us most solid. Can't you trust me?" Chenlu did trust him. When he was hacked, scammers borrowed money using his account. In no time, Zhang Chao rushed over with a bank card in hand, saying there were 50,000 inside, just borrowed it from his dad. Call him stupid. He chose to hand over the money in person. Call him clever. He actually believed it. Seeing Chenlu's silence, Zhang Chao slapped his thigh. "Lay down on the bed. Fine, I will make 3 attempts. I'll have to invite you, my Juge Liang. I don't even trust myself. Why do you want to trick me into joining you?" Chenlu was genuinely curious. "What do you mean trick?" "Of course, because I trust you," Zhang Chao said seriously. "Even your strengths are not fully recognized. I've talked about this privately with my girlfriend. Even she has no objections. You really know more than any of us. You've been suppressing yourself for too long while pursuing Mo Yuking." His tone became very serious. "You should look up at yourself." "Got it." Chenlu nodded, continued to pack his things and prepare to go out. "Have you watched American Dreams in China?" He opened the door, looking mischievously at Zhang Chao. Yes, so what? Never start a company with your best bro. Chen Lu had already walked out the door, jokingly. Seeing the closed door, Zhang Chao couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. I'll be waiting for you." Chen Lu arrived at the sports field, preparing to watch the theater club's final rehearsal. Tomorrow was the school's anniversary. They would finish rehearsal during the day and rehearse on the well-prepared stage in the evening. He now had some different opinions about this group of socially awkward individuals. At least they were a group of socially awkward individuals with dreams. With no extra space in the school, they practiced on the sports field under the scorching sun. When Chen Lu arrived, Leong Xiru had been waiting there for a long time, which surprised him. It seemed like he had never been so late before. Perhaps because today was the last day of rehearsal for the theater club's performance, the girl didn't stay in her usual spot, but instead moved to the front, quietly watching their performance. Lin Miao Miao stood next to her, with a very satisfied smile on her face. When she saw Chen Lu's figure, Leong Xiru quickly ran up to him and handed him the breakfast she brought. However, a hint of alcohol made the girl furrow her brows. You should drink less in the future," Leong Xiru said, and then realized she had involuntarily grabbed Chen Lu's arm and quickly let go. Even though the girl was very shy, she didn't retreat, still standing in place, looking a little stubborn as she waited for his response. "Okay," Chen Lu found it amusing, smiling in agreement. This silly and shy act of hers, trying hard to maintain eye contact with him, was incredibly cute. When she heard this, the girl quickly lowered her head, feeling her cheeks heat up. Chen Lu then ate breakfast while accompanying Leong Xiru to watch the socially awkward individuals rehearse. Chen Lu was a bit surprised. As it turns out, the performance was becoming more and more refined, with their acting skills not seeming like those of a college student. They could easily outperform many popular young actors. It could be seen from Leong Xiru's focused eyes. After finishing the run-through, a bespectacled male student came over enthusiastically to greet Chen Lu. Although he had changed his hairstyle and was wearing a Zhongshan suit, Chen Lu recognized him as the one responsible for writing the script. "You have a unique style," Chen Lu joked. The student smiled, saw Leong Xiru standing closely with her head lowered beside Chen Lu, thought about it, and decided not to say hello. He turned and said, "Senior, please remember to come and watch. Technically, you also have a part in this." Chen Lu found it strange. "What does this have to do with me?" "The script, we didn't have experience with it initially, nor were we thorough in our study of modern history, so it was too rough. After the revisions you made with us, our supervising teacher thought it was good." It seemed that those who had an interest in this took it very seriously, and the student appeared very happy. Chen Lu caught a glimpse of the shy Leong Xiru beside him listening attentively and looking pleased after hearing this, and said, "All right, then I'll continue rehearsing." Watching the people sweating in front of him for the things they wanted to do, Chen Lu quietly pondered the words Zhang Chao had said to him. "Leong Xiru," Chen Lu called out, and the girl immediately turned to look at him without asking what he wanted to do, patiently prepared to listen. "Could it be that I actually have quite a few good points?" Chen Lu asked in a deep voice. "Yes," Leong Xiru nodded slightly, shyly saying, "Many." Although the girl didn't dare to continue looking at him, her tone was extremely sincere. She really believed so. Chen Lu, who shone into her life like a beam of light and stood up for her twice, the Chen Lu who would say "I'm here" to her, is truly the most formidable person she has ever met. Chapter 34, Who Told You Not to Talk Back? Chen Lu couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth upon hearing that, looking at the serious expression on the girl's face, jokingly saying, "So I'm that amazing, huh?" Although he didn't know if this silly girl was consoling herself, his mood improved significantly in an instant. Upon second thought, he looked at her with a mischievous smile. "Oh right, today is Saturday. You should go be a tutor, Teacher Liang." Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao were very satisfied with this girl, so her part-time job was naturally settled smoothly. However, they were shocked by the price of 200 yuan per hour. They were not ones to take advantage and preferred to pay the normal price. But Chen Lu refused. Chen Lu thought that these old folks had no clue about the concept of gradually boiling a frog in warm water. Giving so much money would not only put immense pressure on Leong Xiru, but might also scare away this silly girl who had never earned so much money before. This remark made Leong Xiru feel strange, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. She couldn't figure it out, so she just nodded slightly. "I'll drive you there, and then back home once it's over," Chen Lu said as he messaged Zhang Chao to borrow his Mercedes-Benz E300. He received an immediate okay in response. Leong Xiru quickly said, "You don't have to go to such trouble. I can manage on my own." Seeing Chen Lu's indifferent expression, as if daring her to object, she stopped herself from saying more. It had been proven many times that it was futile to insist on her opinion in front of Chen Lu. The girl could only comply. Even if she didn't agree, she would ultimately be tricked into it by him, so it was better to just go along with it from the start. Chen Lu revealed a satisfied smile. "That's right. The experts advise that you'd better not resist too much. The more you resist, the more excited I get." The girl trembled slightly at his words, her ears turning red. Looking at him somewhat aggrieved, "You're bullying me again." Chen Lu was satisfied and turned to continue watching their rehearsal. The guy who came to greet them earlier had taken his packed lunch, and a girl was crying while holding his corpse. She's brave to be so dedicated. She would literally write herself into the script. "Once you're drunk, you turn bad," Leong Xiru remarked earnestly, her voice both silly and soft. Amused, Chen Lu thought to himself that he should be sober by now. Turn bad. After contemplating for a moment, he deliberately asked in a calm tone, "So do you like the old me or the new me?" "Like." Leong Xiru realized she had fallen into a trap and stopped herself mid-sentence, her sparkling eyes staring directly at Chen Lu, feeling a mix of anger and loss for falling into his trap. She couldn't get angry, pretending nothing had happened, yet feeling like she had been taken advantage of. She could only turn away, but that took considerable effort. At least she should ignore him for an hour. Or maybe half an hour, as Chen Lu didn't seem to be in a good mood. What if 10 minutes is enough? What if making Chen Lu angrier only makes things worse? She hesitated. Suddenly, Chen Lu spoke up. "Who told you to be so silly as not to talk back when being bullied? As long as you don't learn, I'll keep bullying you." The girl turned back, pretending to understand. Oh. She didn't want to learn to talk back. As long as she didn't learn, she could stay by Chen Lu's side. Although she didn't know why, that's what she wanted. Chen Lu squinted slightly, feeling like a long road lay ahead for Leong Xiru. At night, after dropping off Leong Xiru, Chen Lu sat on the couch with his notebook. He fixed his gaze on the screen without interruption, browsing through the latest news in the gaming industry. Although he wasn't sure if he should agree to Zhang Cao's request, as a friend, he was willing to spend some time to understand it better. Chen Mo and Leong Xiru sat side by side at the desk. Chen Mo was constantly distracted, not very honest. He would turn his pen a couple of times, then think about whether the novel he was following had been updated. Leong Xiru, on the other hand, was diligently studying the teaching materials she had prepared. She took this part-time job very seriously. If it were any other tutor, they wouldn't be able to handle Chen Mo's mischief, but Leong Xiru's diligent and earnest attitude made Chen Mo feel a bit embarrassed to mess around. After all, Leong Xiru had filled 2 pages of neatly written A4 paper just for this lesson, afraid that she might get stuck due to nervousness and waste time. Seeing the neatly written 2 pages filled with Leong Xiru's beautiful handwriting, Chen Mo felt it would be impolite if she continued to be nonchalant. It was like one good turn deserves another. With the tasks for the day clear, Leong Xiru slowly raised her head. "Once you finish this grammar multiple-choice question, I'll help you review the grammar again." Chen Mo quickly changed the subject upon hearing this. "Sister, isn't your school having a school celebration tomorrow? I'll come watch your school celebration performance after my evening self-study. Our school's day students can leave early during evening self-study. I'll come find you then." Leong Xiru was curious because each class was allowed only 5 audience members for the event, and even her quota had been obtained with Lin Miaomiao's help. She couldn't help but ask, "How will you be able to go?" She asked while actively organizing Chen Mo's books. Initially, Chen Mo was very reluctant and kept refusing, but Leong Xiru silently helped organize the books. In the end, Chen Mo had to compromise, making cleaning up her room the bottom line. Despite thinking she lacked a conscience, if Leong Xiru continued to tutor her and also cleaned up her room while she was studying, her conscience would indeed prick her. She didn't know how her brother knew such a capable and gentle girl. No, she must immediately figure out a way to make her his sister-in-law. "My dad is the head of the political science department at Yuhang University. Didn't my brother tell you that?" Chen Mo blinked, finding it strange as well. She had always thought Leong Xiru knew. Leong Xiru was stunned, unsure if Chen Lu had mentioned it to her. When they were having dinner at her house, when Zi Zunfang asked what his parents did, Chen Lu just said his dad worked at the school. Who would have thought he was the head of a university department? Even though she was silly, she could sense the subtle gentleness of this boy. After a moment of silence, she said, "You can come find me tomorrow night. However, the condition is that you must complete today's tasks beyond expectations." "Sure." Chen Mo forced back a smile of success, nodding repeatedly. Even if she doubled today's assignments, it would be a piece of cake for her, giving Leong Xiru the illusion that she could tackle questions at that speed. Many people work overtime because they complete tasks efficiently, giving their bosses a sense of getting the most out of them. However, the best approach is to show a serious attitude, then deliver the work just before quitting time. Chen Mo didn't know if this was genetic, but she knew that the two siblings were quite mischievous. Finally, after much preparation from all parties, the long-awaited school celebration event arrived as scheduled. Chapter 35 of the school celebration kicked off the next afternoon. The school security guards completely lifted restrictions, and many people from outside the school came to visit. Some found it refreshing and took a walk around as if it were a park, taking the opportunity to look at the young female students full of vitality. Most were parents who brought their children, hoping that their children would admire the school and work hard after returning home. Naturally, this had no effect, but the school was happy to promote it this way. Chen Lu stayed with the drama club members, and after spending these days together, they naturally developed some feelings, preparing to cheer them on. Different from before, Leong Xiru's expression was somewhat serious. When Chen Lu asked, he found out that the 5 slots in his class had already been reserved. He was a bit shocked after learning this news, especially since just a moment earlier, he was expressing how he wouldn't participate in such activities. All kinds of previous events had counselors forcing people to participate, but he couldn't understand why this event was in such high demand. Leong Xiru was conflicted, quietly fidgeting with her fingers. As Lin Miaomiao's good friend, she must watch the drama club's program, but if Chen Lu couldn't go, she didn't have the heart to let Chen Lu be all alone. However, Chen Lu acted as if nothing was wrong, laughing and chatting with this group of social misfits. After talking with a group of people, he noticed Leong Xiru's low spirits and vaguely guessed at the simple thoughts in her heart, feeling a warmth inside. "Why aren't you happy? Is it because I can't go?" Chen Lu asked as he approached her side. The girl softly responded with a low voice, Chen Lu couldn't go for one reason, and the other reason was that he was acting as if nothing was wrong, which made her worrying that Chen Lu might not be willing to go with her. "Silly." Chen Lu lightly scolded, "I didn't take it seriously because I have a way. Go negotiate with your classmates, maybe some of them aren't especially eager to go." Lin Miaomiao also walked over, making a foolish sound. Chen Lu glanced at her, thinking about whether it was worth offending people for this small matter. However, he didn't plan on approaching Chen Guanglin over this. Just talk to the counselor. No need to make it such a big deal. Lin Miaomiao and Leong Xiru were surprised to hear this, as they hadn't thought of this option before. Their counselor was extremely strict and never allowed any exceptions. Soon, the group arrived at Chen Lu's counselor's office. He knocked on the door, peeked inside, glanced at Leong Xiru and Lin Miaomiao, then walked straight in. "Hello, teacher." After entering, Chen Lu was momentarily surprised, saying, "Based on your appearance, I would have thought you were a student." The counselor gave him a look, but was secretly pleased at the compliment, picking up a pen to write him a note. She didn't mind being mistaken for a student as she got along well with students like Chen Lu who often came to help out, so Chen Lu usually had no trouble getting permission. Chen Lu was a bit speechless and quickly explained, "I'm not here to ask for leave." "Then why are you here?" "Our class's quota for attending the show has already been decided, but I also want to watch it. Can you give me an extra slot, since there are so many people, one more person won't hurt, and one less person won't make a difference," he said with a slight smile. The counselor paused, then gave him a strange smile. "I knew you would want to go." After all, Mo Yuking's name was already on the list of performers for the show, and even the counselor knew that Chen Lu liked Mo Yuking. During his freshman year, when Mo Yuking wanted to run for class monitor, Chen Lu worked hard to help her. Later, when Mo Yuking grew tired of the responsibilities, Chen Lu took over and handled everything required of the class monitor, only letting Mo Yuking experience the feeling of being a class monitor. It was a form of indulgence, and Chenlu was truly capable of handling things. Even if Mo Yuking wanted to experience a position in the student union, Chenlu would likely make it happen. As a young woman who had just graduated from graduate school, she also envied and admired this kind of love. Chenlu was now confused, as he had completely failed to understand the counselor's previous words. She then said, "It's all good. If there's nothing else, you can leave, but before you go, can you help record these documents for me?" Chenlu glanced outside and replied, "I have something to take care of. I won't disturb you." The counselor raised her head and saw Leong Xiru and Lin Miao Miao secretly peering in. Lin Miao Miao didn't shy away when caught looking, but Leong Xiru quickly walked away. Chenlu suddenly noticed the strange looks, and when he turned around, he saw the counselor staring at him with a disapproving gaze. "Zilu, you should be more focused," the counselor said after looking at the list of performers. To be continued. Chapter 36. After the performance, Mo Yuking and several members of the dance club were all wearing wide-sleeved ancient-style long dresses, their red figures standing out prominently. As the undisputed protagonist, like a budding flower, she stood at the center of the group. Unlike the nervous girls around her, she lifted her head slightly, looking calm and composed, while surreptitiously scanning the audience. She was already accustomed to being the center of attention, even more so today, with many cameras filming her. The girls from the dance club were all beautiful in their own right, but under Mo Yuking's radiant glow, they all paled in comparison. This girl, who Chenlu had once deeply loved, was indeed dazzling, and her pride stemmed from this. She had the capital for it. Contemporary university students embodied their own unique traits, and as soon as these girls took the stage, everyone immediately put down their phones. Li Yan, being the only one who knew in advance, turned quietly to watch Chenlu's reaction. Both Chenlu and Leong Xiru were taken aback upon hearing her name, but Leong Xiru was the first to react. She didn't speak, only silently helped Chenlu screw the bottle cap back on to prevent him from spilling water again. Then she took out a tissue to wipe the water off his clothes. Chenlu now understood the meaning behind the counselor's words. "I knew you would definitely go." But his gaze quickly returned to Leong Xiru, and he softly said, "Thank you." Leong Xiru lifted her head and saw Chenlu's gentle smile. In that moment, she felt somewhat reassured, even though she herself didn't understand why a heavy stone seemed to lift from her heart. Wasn't she supposed to guide them? How did she end up performing herself? Zhang Chao asked Chenlu, who didn't respond. He then turned to ask Li Yan, "Did you know all along?" "Yes," Li Yan replied with amusement. Did she think the members of the dance club were too amateurish, so she decided to take the stage herself? Zhang Chao asked with a hint of playfulness. Li Yan shook her head wordlessly, her gaze fixed on the splendid figure in the center of the stage, saying seriously, "She has a different purpose." She knew that Mo Yuking intended to dance for Chenlu. At the end of the dance, Chenlu had just returned from the restroom. "You timed that quite well," Zhang Chao chuckled. Chenlu did not respond and attempted to sit down, but found someone already in his seat. With a mischievous grin, Chen Mo looked at him. "Bro, you're insane? Move over quick," Chenlu said, at a loss for words. Chen Mo grunted and then sat beside Leong Xiru. "When did you arrive?" He turned to his sister. "I've been here for a while, but only just found you guys. I thought Xiru's sister didn't reply to my messages because she was hesitant to use up data outside." Chenlu thought about the person who was originally seated beside Leong Xiru and continued, "He was really kind to switch seats with you during the performance." Chen Mo smiled. "It was easy. I told him my seat was in the front row where I could face those dancing girls directly, and he immediately moved over." The group fell silent for a moment, but Chen Mo's witty remarks quickly diffused the awkwardness, bringing a sense of lightheartedness to the atmosphere. Soon, it was time for the concluding interview segment. In previous years, they would interview performers of higher quality acts from rehearsals and then wrap up with a scripted passage. However, the dialogue during the interview was prearranged between the interviewees and the host. As Mo Yuking walked to the center of the stage, Li Xinian and the female host were left baffled. "Sorry, these words were supposed to be said during my freshman year's performance. It seems a bit late to say them now," Mo Yuking said with a bitter smile, expressing her gratitude towards Chenlu and apologizing for taking him for granted. The atmosphere grew increasingly solemn, and Mo Yuking felt nervous for the first time. "I hope to see you by my side at the graduation ceremony." "Can I?" With that, she bowed deeply to the audience, as if apologizing for her recklessness. Zhang Chao was stunned by Mo Yuking's passionate words, and Li Xinian scrambled to salvage the situation. Yuking's heartfelt confession, "I believe the person she addressed will understand. Now, let's welcome the students from the drama club to the stage." The hall fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into noise once again, with various comments from the audience. Back in the audience, Lian anxiously looked at Chen Lu, worried about Mo Yuking's possible consequences, while Chen Lu remained surprisingly calm, remarking, "It'll be fine." In previous years, there were even people who rushed onto the stage to confess their love without any consequences. And you don't know who her father is. Despite Chen Lu's assurance, Lian hurried over to Mo Yuking. As Mo Yuking arrived backstage, she was immediately pulled aside by Li Yan. "This might go viral. Yuking, have you lost your mind?" Li Yan's tone was urgent. Mo Yuking met her gaze with a smile that quickly turned sorrowful, tears welling up in her eyes. "It's okay. I didn't cry or ruin my makeup on stage. He saw me at my best. He will definitely come back." She recalled an embarrassing public confession that was akin to her own. Chapter 37 Promise. Upon hearing Chen Lu's words, Leong Xiru slowly stood up, picked up her bag, and quietly walked over to stand beside Chen Lu. Zhang Chao and Chen Lu locked eyes, unsure of what to say for a moment. As Chen Lu's best friend, he used to dislike Mo Yuking. Unexpectedly, now Mo Yuking agreed to this plan. It was only now that he had the time to really look at Leong Xiru, and as he got closer, he realized. This girl's appearance seemed to be on par with Mo Yuking's. He was at a loss whether to say that Chen Lu was lucky or unlucky. If lucky, he had pursued Mo Yuking for 7 years with no success. Yet, if unlucky, the girl beside him, named Leong Xiru, was definitely a good match, and she was beautiful. Without noticing, Chen Lu was already being pulled by Chen Mo to make a quick escape. The girl kept looking at Chen Lu with an anxious expression. Chen Lu smiled and waited for the two of them to leave first. "Let me borrow your car. I'll take her home," Chen Lu said softly. Seeing Chen Mo's playful expression, he guessed that Leong Xiru probably didn't need to attend Chen Mo's class today. Zhang Chao handed him the keys without hesitation and joked, "If the other boys knew, they'd be jealous that both girls involved with you are so good-looking." "Jealous for what? They don't understand anything." "What do you think?" Zhang Chao was curious. "I thought you'd be touched to tears. If you were in my position, you'd understand the lasting pain. A few apologies are useless," Chen Lu said coldly, leaving Zhang Chao with an indifferent back view. At the school gate, Chen Lu saw Chen Mo feeding Leong Xiru snacks. It seemed that his little sister liked these snacks from the street stalls. They stood under a bright street light, munching on snacks and swatting mosquitoes. "If you like it here, getting into this school would be enough for you. The street is full of food vendors every night," Chen Lu commented, having grown tired of these snacks over the years. Then, he lightly tapped Leong Xiru's forehead with his finger. "I'll take you home." "I have to pass my exams too," Chen Mo retorted. Reluctantly, she watched as Leong Xiru was whisked away by her brother. As they were about to leave, Chen Lu's phone rang. Surprised by the caller ID, Leong Xiru blinked curiously. "Who is it?" Chen Mo asked. "Uncle Mo." Chen Lu motioned for Leong Xiru to keep her voice down and answered the call. "Hello, Uncle Mo. It's been a while since we last met. My dad mentioned you the other day." On the other end of the call, a crisp, middle-aged male voice said, "Zilu, how have you been lately? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Mo Wenbin always spoke in a formal manner, sounding official. "I'm doing fine. What kind of difficulty could a college student like me face?" Chen Lu replied casually, knowing that business would soon be discussed. "Have you had a falling out with Yuking recently?" "We had a little disagreement," Chen Lu decided to be honest. If Mo Wenbin was asking, it was probably to check up on his precious daughter. "No more petty conflicts between us," he thought to himself. "Stay communicated with each other. Just arguing won't solve anything," Mo Wenbin advised. "Okay. I've watched you grow up. With you by Yuking's side, I can rest assured." Mo Wenbin's tone was serious. "I'll come over for a meal once I'm free. I have to go now." "Okay, Uncle Mo, goodbye." After hanging up, Chen Lu felt relieved, but also slightly nervous having to speak with a high-ranking official like Mo Wenbin. He feared Mo Wenbin might be calling to scold him on behalf of his daughter. As soon as that call ended, another one came in. "Who now?" Chen Mo asked. "It's Dad," Chen Lu replied with no enthusiasm. "What's going on with you and Yuking?" Chen Guanglin's tone was more casual, but he went straight to the point in questioning his son. "A minor disagreement. Just explained it to Uncle Mo. Chen Guanglin still seemed cautious. "If you ever dare to bully her, you won't have to wait for Uncle Mo. I'll break your legs first. Isn't it enough that she treats her like your own daughter?" Chen Lu retorted. Despite being the target of his mother's scolding since childhood, being threatened was still unpleasant. "I'm hanging up. I have to take Xiru home," Chen Lu said as he fastened Leong Xiru's seatbelt. "Tell Mom not to call me, so she won't come looking for me as well." On the other end, Chen Guanglin sighed. What trouble are these two kids causing? Sitting next to him, Wang Zhao seemed curious. Yuking was so serious on stage. Chen Guanglin shook his head. "Do you not know your own child? If he doesn't want to share what's bothering him, we can't do much about it." After a while, he added, "Let the kids handle their own affairs. This kid has been trailing behind others since he was young and still hasn't caught her. None of my excellent genes seem to have passed on to him." When Chen Guanglin and Mo Wenbin were growing up, they became close friends. He was happy to have formed a relationship with Mo Wenbin. However, Wang Zhao disagreed and gave her husband a disapproving look. "I think that Xiru girl is good. RZ Lu must like her." Chen Lu drove Leong Xiru back home. Their conversation was sparse during the journey, with Chen Lu occasionally glancing at the girl. If he couldn't detect her low spirits, he wouldn't be Chen Lu. "Are we still best friends?" Chen Lu asked. "Of course," the girl replied promptly. "Then, why didn't you offer me any of your snacks?" Leong Xiru hastily handed the paper tube she was holding to Chen Lu, apologizing for forgetting. "I'm driving," Chen Lu pointed out, since he was previously steering with only one hand. "Feed me," he requested. Watching the steam rising from the snack, Leong Xiru patiently waited before putting it near his mouth. "This is taking too long." "Blow on it. I don't mind," Chen Lu joked. He was too busy focusing on driving to notice if the girl blushed, and he only knew that she paused for a moment before earnestly blowing on the snack for him. Once it was cool enough, he accepted it into his mouth without hesitation. As they arrived at a narrow alley, Leong Xiru slowly unbuckled her seatbelt and waved goodbye to Chen Lu. She was fine with him helping her fasten the seatbelt, but wasn't ready for him to undo it, feeling uncomfortable like he was undressing her. Chen Lu nodded silently as he washed ahead, deep in thought. Leong Xiru blinked, then nodded softly before heading off alone. Walking through the dimly lit alley, Leong Xiru, with tears streaming down her face, soothed herself by maintaining a slow pace. She couldn't figure out why she felt so sad. She had always been alone, but suddenly, she couldn't bear the thought of Chen Lu leaving her. She felt like a starving refugee desperate for food, terrified of returning to her previous lonely life. She was scared of Chen Lu leaving her, of being abandoned like before. As tears continued to fall, she walked slowly, knowing she couldn't take them home. Just then, Chen Lu's voice shattered the silence of the alley. "Leong Xiru, look up. I said I'll always be behind you, always." Chen Lu stood at the entrance of the alley, watching the girl's retreating figure. She slowly lifted her head, still walking forward. Chapter 38. Chen Lu saw Leong Xiru struggling to lift her head and couldn't help but smile. The girl walked step by step, while he stood there motionless, watching. He stayed until her figure disappeared at the end before turning and leaving. Just as he was about to return to his car, light rain began to fall from the sky. The raindrops gently tapped on the ground, leaving one mark after another. The drops that landed on his face followed the contours down his cheeks, slid down his neck, and onto his throat, bringing a cool sensation. He had to admit that he was unsettled when he heard Mo Yuking publicly apologizing today. Watching the scene in front of him, Chen Lu didn't even realize he was getting wet in the rain. He secretly made up his mind, since he had intruded into this simple life, he would take responsibility to the end. Let the past be the past. Quickly forget everything, cleanse his heart, and find a way to bring a smile to this simple girl as soon as possible. Leong Xiru was not a replacement for Mo Yuking, and she shouldn't be. Leong Xiru was simply Leong Xiru. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. "Leong Xiru, hurry back, don't get rained on." "Chen Lu, how can I get rained on in the car? Are you silly? Leong Xiru, you lied to me again. I saw you didn't leave. Chen Lu squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, indeed spotting the girl's peeking head. Once discovered, she hurriedly left. He picked up his phone, tapped the screen lightly. Hurry back. He couldn't help but smile again, then started the engine in the car and slowly drove through the rainy night. This simple girl actually came back quietly to peek at me. Mischievous. On the way back, Chen Lu was driving while recalling how he felt when Leong Xiru fed him earlier. It was the first time a girl had fed him. It felt good. He was very grateful that he didn't have a mirror with him now. Otherwise, he would have seen himself looking as happy as a fool. At the dormitory entrance, Chen Lu stretched and opened the door slowly. "My good sons, Daddy's back," he shouted. Yet, there was no one in the dorm. Where are they? Chen Lu looked around in shock, then sent a message in the dorm chat group. "Chen Lu, did you all go out to eat without me? Am I being isolated?" Li Xini replied, "I did go out for a dinner gathering, but it was a party celebration." Zheng Haoyu replied, "Bro Lu, as you know, I moved out a while ago." Zhang Chao remained silent. Li Xini then sent another message. "Li Xini, did you not eat? Can I bring some back for you?" "Chen Lu, I ate Odin. A girl fed me earlier." Li Xini, 30 Zheng Haoyu. XXX Chen Lu smiled contentedly as he lay on the bed. Little did he know that ever since the first day of his freshman year, his roommates had mentally prepared themselves to eat his dog food in the future. As they got to know Chen Lu's personality, they became completely relaxed. A person with such great looks and a good personality surely must have a girlfriend. However, they didn't expect that Chen Lu had been relentlessly pursuing Mo Yuking and had never been in a relationship. As for Zhang Chao and the others, they also thought that way during high school, surprised that Chen Lu, despite his qualities, had not been in a relationship for 3 years. Chen Lu had just closed his eyes when his phone vibrated again. This time it was a message from Zhang Chao. "Zhang Chao, come down urgently, GKD." Without asking further questions, Chen Lu got out of bed and left. Less is more when it comes to boys dealing with urgent matters among themselves. Chen Lu arrived downstairs at the dormitory. The rain had stopped, but the cold wind from the downpour still lingered. There weren't many people around the male dormitory at this late hour. Those without girlfriends were indoors playing games, while those with girlfriends had all gone to the female dormitory or maybe to a hotel. It was rare to see couples hugging around the male dormitory, but there were plenty of such scenes near the female dormitory. Chen Lu looked around, but didn't see Zhang Chao. Standing by a streetlight, he took out his phone to call him, but then noticed a beautiful figure approaching him. It was so familiar. Familiar to the point that even with just a glimpse and in the dim surroundings, he immediately recognized who she was. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. Mo Yuking. Why was she here? Chen Lu raised his head, put his phone back in his pocket, and couldn't help looking surprised. Was he betrayed by Zhang Chao? Did his girlfriend influence him? 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. The distance between them kept closing. The girl kept walking until she stood right in front of him. She was still so beautiful, wearing a tight black off-the-shoulder top that showcased her alluring collarbones and a mid-length skirt that accentuated her captivating long legs. It was a stylish outfit that matched her usual style, but she had clearly made an extra effort today. Oddly, she had her hair tied up in a ponytail for the first time. Seeing Chen Lu's expression, Mo Yuking, who had initially looked serious, couldn't help but smile gently, revealing a hint of dimples. Zhang Chao didn't betray you. He had a bit too much to drink, and Liu Yan took him away. Mo Yuking didn't finish her sentence, as she knew that Chen Lu could easily guess the rest. It was the mutual understanding they had developed over the years. Indeed, Chen Lu had already guessed. "So, you've been thinking of reasons to invite me out all this time?" Chen Lu said expressionlessly, but with a hint of confusion, and this time, the informed Liu Yan coincidentally found a chance to accompany you in this act. Mo Yuking raised her chin proudly. "We still have that understanding." Chen Lu remained silent. If this had been said by Mo Yuking before, he would have laughed himself awake from dreaming. But times had changed, and he couldn't rely on rekindling a flame that had burned out. It was precisely because it had burned out completely that it had turned to ashes. Seeing Chen Lu's unfamiliar and cold demeanor, Mo Yuking initially felt the reality becoming unreal, then a tightening in her heart. He was polite yet distant, as if facing a stranger. In the days they had been out of contact, every passing moment felt unbearably long, leaving her restless. It was like being confined in a cell, forced to think and repent endlessly. It wasn't until she fully realized how ardently Chen Lu had loved her and that he was no longer by her side that she chose to publicly apologize at the event and now stood in front of Chen Lu. Even Mo Yuking couldn't have imagined that she, unable to remember the names of many boys, would bow her head to a guy. Now, seeing Chen Lu, she started to feel afraid. The more composed Chen Lu appeared, the more anxious she became. Finally, she mustered up the courage and tentatively asked, "Are you still mad at me?" Chapter 39. Do you regret now? It's too late. Chen Lu smiled a little. It seemed like he was mocking his past, but also mocking the girl in front of him for being slow. "I have never been angry with you from the beginning to the end," he said calmly. "Then why?" Mo Yuking was interrupted before she could finish speaking. "I just don't want to like you anymore." The girl stood still for a while, speechless for a long time, only blushing around her eyes, looking as if she had put on eyeshadow under the pale light. After a moment of silence, she spoke again, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I won't be like before, I swear. These days, I have been thinking, reminiscing about everything we've been through since we were young. I know I have been excessive towards you all along, but I won't be anymore. Chen Lu, please, could you return the love that belonged to me before, please?" It was the first time that Chen Lu had seen Mo Yuking, who had never begged anyone before, speaking in such a pleading tone, even if you counted before kindergarten. Although her parents were divorced, she still received love from her parents and had an excellent environment to grow up in. Her family conditions were far beyond what most people could imagine, so she never needed to beg anyone. Although money alone couldn't solve everything, coupled with power, it could achieve many things. But this time, Mo Yuking was really pleading desperately. Even thinking of all this, Chen Lu still looked at her coldly and said firmly, "No." Hearing this, the tears swirling in Mo Yuking's eyes instantly all rolled down, falling along her delicate cheeks, drop by drop landing on the ground, blooming into flowers of despair and regret. "Why? Didn't you like me for 7 years? You used to like me so much." Mo Yuking was crying pear blossoms in the rain. Even when she cried, this girl was so beautiful that she was extremely moving, evoking pity and affection in others. Her heart felt cold and trembling, as if falling into an icy cave. Chen Lu couldn't bear to see her cry. In order not to let himself shed tears, he fought in primary school, skipped classes in junior high, and stayed by his side day and night when his parents were going through a divorce. When he had chickenpox, as a young child, he leaned against the other side of the bedroom door writing notes, passing them through the gap in the door. They would write for an entire afternoon, and Chen Lu would stay for several days. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree, gifted and beautiful. What a beautiful love story. But he had forcibly rewritten it into an ending that was far from beautiful. The boy was now so disillusioned that he was indifferent to his own tears. Thinking of these things made her more and more sorrowful and regretful, and being thin-skinned, she couldn't help but cry out loud. "Yes, I liked you for 7 years. But as you said, that was in the past." Chen Lu smiled faintly. "Why do you think I would continue to like you?" Seeing Mo Yuking unable to stop crying, Chen Lu's mood also grew more complex. He could only continue. "I don't regret being good to you before, and I have never regretted my efforts, but just like that day, it won't happen again in the future. To be honest, I really liked you a lot before, so much that I didn't want to see you sad even now, but I also really don't want to return to your side. Do you understand what I mean? I hope you can be happy and we can each go on with our own lives." Chen Lu had always been a rational person since he was young, but he never imagined that he would be so rational towards Mo Yuking one day. Then he continued, "It doesn't make any sense for me to return to your side. The past is there, and I will never forget it. You might think that accepting my confession that day would fix everything, but it's not true. It really isn't true. That confession was just me putting an end to this feeling for myself. My liking for you has long been riddled with scars inflicted by yourself. So even if you accepted that day, we can't go back to the way it was before." These words struck Mo Yuking's mind like thunder, leaving her stunned for a moment. She even forgot how to breathe for a while, completely engulfed in endless regret. The beautiful memories of the past felt like quicksand. The more she thought about it, the deeper she sank. Suddenly, Mo Yuking felt somewhat ridiculous. Just minutes ago, she had been thinking that she had simply missed an opportunity by not seizing it. She hadn't realized that her hurtful actions towards Chenlu had been accumulating over time. It was just a habit. She wanted to continue explaining, but seeing Chenlu put a finger to his lips, it was clear that he wouldn't listen if she spoke further. She understood that Chenlu was leaving her, leaving this relationship with some dignity intact. Mo Yuking wiped her tears with the back of her hand, saying softly, "Take a picture of me, and then I'll leave." Seeing Chenlu look confused, she continued, "You used to like taking pictures of me before. I know that was in the past, and I don't care who you take pictures of in the future. Just take one good picture of me now. After that, I'll leave immediately." Mo Yuking clasped her hands tightly, looking directly at Chenlu with a solemn expression. Chenlu found a girl who was out for a night run and took a photo of the two of them. "Find a good spot. You studied photography so deeply." While Chenlu was distracted, Mo Yuking wiped her face with a wet tissue. Without getting close enough to hear her speak, he wouldn't even notice that she had been crying earlier. She chuckled self-mockingly. Only now did she realize how romantic it was for Chenlu to learn photography in order to capture her youthful beauty. And when she found out, it was already the last time. Indeed, ridiculous. Chenlu soon arrived at a lamppost. There was a tree branch next to the lamp, and the shadow cast on the ground formed a straight line. He naturally chose this spot. The light was good ... and the symbolism was good. He silently stood on the other side of the straight line, looking up at the camera. But the girl took forever to snap the photo. "Haven't you taken it yet? I don't look good on camera," Chenlu joked. The girl shook her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "No, that lady has been wiping her tears all this time." Chenlu shifted his gaze, and sure enough, Mo Yuking was constantly using the back of her hand to wipe away tears, seemingly unable to stop. She hurriedly said, "It's okay, just take the picture like this." 2 minutes later, Mo Yuking looked at the photo on her phone. Chenlu was looking at her sideways, while she looked like a downcast mess. This was Chenlu's final tenderness towards her. "Can I send it to you on WeChat?" she asked. "You don't need to," Chenlu said as he turned and left, this time leaving Mo Yuking with a resolute back view. Why do you become more proactive the more indifferent I am?" Chenlu couldn't understand. He walked with his head down, realizing that the rain, which had stopped for a while, had started falling again. Late at night, Liu Yan tried repeatedly to call Mo Yuking, but couldn't reach her, so she hurried back to the dorm from the hotel. Upon arriving at the dorm building, she saw Mo Yuking squatting there blankly, her eyes dull. Liu Yan paused for a moment in her place, then squatted down next to Mo Yuking, letting her lean her head on her shoulder. Mo Yuking, who had just barely held back her tears, burst into tears again upon seeing Liu Yan. "I was wrong. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong." Liu Yan's eyes trembled with heartache, and she could only smile bitterly. "Telling me won't help. Fool, I told you back then. You will definitely regret it." Mo Yuking's tears quickly soaked Liu Yan's clothes again. She sobbed, saying, "But telling him also won't help." Chapter 40. After realizing it too late, the rain continued to fall, accompanied by a cold wind bringing a chill to the air. Two attractive girls stood at the dormitory entrance, wrapped in coats. Particularly, the girl with a ponytail looked extremely endearing. However, for some reason, her face appeared a bit worn. Mo Yuking had already cried all her tears and entered a calmer stage. Liu Yan looked at her tear-stained best friend beside her, her eyes filled with helplessness, to lament her misfortune and hate the missed opportunities, because she had indeed given countless warnings. Mo Yuking had too many opportunities, but she let them slip through her fingers. "I really forgot everything before." Mo Yuking stared at the rain curtain under the distant streetlight, whispering. In the darkness, she slowly reached out her hand, as if trying to catch the cold raindrops falling or hoping the familiar youth would pull her up as usual. But there was nothing. Both the raindrops and the boy were too far away from her. "What did you forget?" Liu Yan asked, puzzled. "I forgot how good Chenlu was to me." Mo Yuking pursed her lips, her expression melancholy. "Those moments had already become part of my life, but I ignored them all. Until now, when he left me, I realized too late." Liu Yan listened quietly, without any retort. Many people inexplicably took for granted the kindness of those closest to them, appreciating small favors from strangers more. The most vivid example was rebellious individuals and their parents. No matter how they quarreled with their families, they would eventually realize that the only ones truly selfless to them were their parents. After experiencing hardships in society, they would realize that no one else would coddle them as their parents did. Mo Yuking suddenly lifted the corners of her mouth slightly, as if remembering something, and lightly chuckled. But then tears glistened in her eyes again. If only he was a bad person. If he scolded me more, perhaps I would have realized sooner how unreasonable I had been. Liu Yan was speechless and frowned. Are you saying, if Chenlu wasn't honest, he wouldn't have pursued you? Mo Yuking shook her head, her long ponytail swaying. You and Zhangchao also understand him. Chenlu is so smart. He knows everything. He just likes me too much. He wants to treat me well with all his heart, not resorting to any petty tactics. He never wanted me to suffer in any way. As she spoke, her smile brightened a bit, but when she suddenly realized these beautiful moments were no longer hers, her smile froze. With her tears dried up, she could only stare expressionlessly into the distance. Let's go back and sleep. A long time later, Mo Yuking slowly stood up and reached out to help Liu Yan up. That night, Mo Yuking listened quietly to the sound of rain outside and didn't sleep a wink. No one knew what she was thinking. The next day at noon, Chenlu was awakened by his phone ringing. Habit asks if we want to go to the dinner tonight. It's a celebration for the drama club. Although Leong Xiru was pouting because Chenlu didn't have breakfast, her tone was still extremely gentle. However, there seemed to be a hint of reluctance hidden deep within her words. After thinking for a moment, Chenlu yawned and asked, "Do you want to go?" He knew Leong Xiru was extremely shy and didn't know how to refuse. If she didn't want to go, he planned to decline the dinner and invite Lin Miao Miao to dinner in a few days. If there were no strangers present, Leong Xiru wouldn't be so nervous. Some things couldn't be rushed. The girl on the other end of the phone apparently hadn't expected to be asked this question and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing Leong Xiru still speechless, Chenlu patiently explained, "Don't hesitate to refuse. The nature of this dinner is different from what you're thinking. We're not the main focus of this dinner, so it's okay not to go. If you're uncomfortable with a large group of people, just say you don't want to go, then tell Lin Miao Miao that we'll have dinner together in a couple of days. Don't worry. Declining won't affect our relationship, and we won't be in the wrong." Leong Xiru didn't know if she fully understood. She kept pondering the meaning of us. "Do you want to go?" Chenlu asked softly again. After a pause, the girl on the phone finally said, "I don't want to." Being in a crowd of strangers made her feel suffocated. "That's okay. In the future, just speak up if you don't want to do something." Chenlu was satisfied with her answer and continued to lie down, saying, "I'm going to hang up now. I'm so sleepy." Suddenly, the girl's tone on the phone became urgent. "One more thing." "Yes?" Leong Xiru took a few deep breaths, gathering her courage. "I want to treat you to dinner." Her voice was very soft, almost trembling, but her tone was resolute. She put all her strength into those words. "Hello. Are you listening? I haven't thanked you for helping me find a job." After a few seconds, she cautiously tried again. Only then did Chenlu come to his senses, unaware of the smile on his face. "I'm listening. This man who could barely afford fried potatoes every day was going to invite me to dinner." She added, "Just you. I'm only treating you." Chenlu was taken aback. This good friend of mine, he's learning quickly. He was torn between being happy that Leong Xiru wanted to treat him to dinner and being pleased that she was seriously trying to become a better person. After agreeing on a time to meet in the afternoon, Chenlu was about to try to go back to sleep when Leong Xiru called again. "Is there anything else?" Chenlu seemed infinitely patient with Leong Xiru. Miao Miao said. She postponed the drama club celebration to tomorrow, and she wants to treat just the two of us tonight. "Nice," Chenlu said briskly, giving his opinion. For a moment, he doubted if Lin Miao Miao had the right intentions from the beginning. Isn't this just posted on the school website? Why is she so excited about this? This time, Chenlu didn't ask Leong Xiru if she wanted to go, but directly agreed, "I'm fine with anything. You to discuss and choose a good place. After all, the two of us have been working hard for her recently." Okay. After all the back and forth arrangements, Chenlu had completely lost his desire to sleep and decided to get up and get ready. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep last night, but it must have been until now. At this point, after washing up, he planned to kill some time before going out to have dinner with Leong Xiru. Seeing Zhang Chao still sleeping, Chen Lu became more and more irritated and kicked him. What the heck? Are you insane? Zhang Chao was startled, quickly sitting up straight. He saw Chen Lu staring at him coldly. Did your girlfriend brainwash you? How could that be? Bro will always stand by your side, Zhang Chao said seriously, as if it were the natural thing to do. Seeing Zhang Chao's earnest expression, not realizing he had been kicked for no reason, Chen Lu was speechless. He sighed. Just admit that you've been persuaded by her. Zhang Chao, bewildered, took a moment to understand. Why? Chen Lu patiently explained the situation from yesterday to Zhang Chao, then kicked him again. Although there wasn't much harm in being honest with Mo Yuking, getting played unexpectedly still made him angrier as he thought about it. Is everything you said true? Are you really dry like that? Zhang Chao realized and stood before Chen Lu, asking. Chen Lu nodded expressionlessly. You jerk. Zhang Chao was at a loss for words, realizing the complexity of his friend's pursuit over the past 3 years in college. Congratulations on being free, he said finally. Chapter 41. After discussing the repairs on the road, it was only after a while that Zhang Chao continued. To be honest, I actually thought you would turn back. After all, Mo Yuking has never been so submissive before. Whether it was the shock of Mo Yuking openly apologizing in front of so many people at the evening event, or the regret Zhang Chao felt at the thought of his brother's years of dedication going to waste, at this moment, Zhang Chao inexplicably felt a bit of regret. It's too late, Chen Lu said in a deep voice. And, how are you so sure that she truly discovered she likes me, and not just feeling uneasy due to the sudden lack of someone caring by her side? He felt his words might sound a bit self-absorbed, but being able to buy meals and deliver express deliveries without fail every day, and being on call for over a decade, weren't there many like him? Zhang Chao was speechless for a moment. He hadn't really considered that. It was just when he tried thinking from Mo Yuking's perspective, he would probably be touched if he were in her shoes, almost forgetting Chen Lu's years of dedication. Damn, am I really that despicable? Willing to turn back for some benefit? I've been the Sea King for so long in vain, you see things clearer than me. He couldn't help but sigh. Chen Lu put on the short-sleeve shirt he found in the cabinet, slowly revealing his toned ABS. You're not unable to figure it out, you just haven't put in as much effort as I have. You can learn from Mo Yuking and apologize to the girls you've hurt before. See how they react. While most of those affected by you are probably love-struck, there might be 1 or 2 genuinely hurt. Zhang Chao remained silent, thinking he should first see how Liu Yan would react. He might end up becoming the next Cheng Zhe. Let's go then. Chen Lu picked up the garbage bag, ready to head out. Wait, let's talk more. Zhang Chao suddenly called out. What's wrong? Can't bear to leave your old man? Chen Lu asked with a smile. How's your consideration of teaming up with me? You love playing games so much. Have you ever dreamt of creating a game that could be nominated by TGA? I'm still considering. But I have to remind you, with that kind of mindset, you'll starve if you start a business. The door closed gently. Damn, Zhang Chao cursed. That's why I came to find you. They agreed to go eat hot pot that night. Since Lin Miao Miao had something else to do, Chen Lu went to the library to find Leong Xiru, planning to hang around until dinner. She was preparing for the June English Level 6 exam, diligently memorizing English vocabulary while spending time at the drama club before. Now that she didn't need to go there, she immersed herself in the library. Leong Xiru wasn't the kind of outstanding student who played around every day and still performed well academically, nor was she the type who struggled with studies despite working hard. She was somewhere in between, so she dedicated all her free time to studying to ensure she achieved excellent grades, earned scholarships, and aimed for better job prospects in the future. Watching the diligent girl, Chen Lu decided to borrow a few books to read as well. Leong Xiru rested her arm neatly on the smooth table, looking poised and fair, tempting one to reach out and touch. It seemed she noticed Chen Lu's gaze and asked, "What are you reading?" Chen Lu quickly shifted his gaze back to the book. The book I'm currently reading is about the entrepreneurial process." He pointed to another book on the table. "This one is the famous C, From Introduction to Burial." Leong Xiru's little mouth slightly opened in surprise, blinking her eyes. "Aren't you studying law? Why are you reading this?" She was puzzled, wondering how Chen Lu could know everything. Despite excelling in his major courses, he still managed to learn things he didn't know. I'm just casually exploring, reading it for a friend who's a bit reckless. He may not bother to research these things in advance. After hearing this, Leong Xiru seemed even more surprised. Her mouth remained slightly open. She was exhausted just studying her own coursework every day. Could Chen Lu really spend so much time learning outside of his major? Chen Lu sensed her thoughts and discreetly pointed to a few people in the distance, buried under piles of books, appearing diligent, but actually watching videos with their earphones on. There's nothing wasted in learning, and I'm utilizing the time they spend watching short videos. I still stick to what I need to do in an organized manner. Chen Lu was confident that if he were to take the bar exam now, he would definitely pass. The girl nodded, seeming to understand, and continued focusing on her work. For some reason, Chen Lu's presence beside her made her feel very at ease, boosting her efficiency in studying. She increasingly enjoyed being around Chen Lu, even if they did nothing. Even this level of contentment was something she never dared to hope for. Suddenly, Chen Lu used a pen to gently poke her arm. Her skin was delicate, leaving a white mark wherever touched lightly. He poked once and then watched as the mark slowly disappeared. Can I poke your face too? Miss Leong Xiru, surely you don't want your good friend to be upset, right? Leong Xiru was taken aback, then slowly moved closer to Chen Lu, so his hand wouldn't have to stretch too far. That night, the two of them walked together into a nearby hot pot restaurant near the school. As soon as they entered, Lin Miao Miao happily waved at them, completely unconcerned with the curious glances around. Leong Xiru sat down next to Lin Miao Miao, with Chen Lu sitting directly across from her. You're quite early, Chen Lu joked. Lin Miao Miao put on a surprised expression. How did you know I checked the school website? Chen Lu was stunned. Did I say that? Didn't I just mention she arrived early? Before Chen Lu could say anything, Lin Miao Miao swiftly pulled out her phone. Without searching, she unlocked the screen to reveal the school's website. The drama club's group photo and the video interview she was featured in were prominently displayed on the homepage. Due to the right concept and diligent preparation, this program was naturally selected as a representative for this year's school celebration promotion. Although Mo Yuking's dance garnered more attention from students, the drama club's program was chosen for publicity. Wow, I never expected this, Lin Miao Miao sighed. The school sure attracts attention with such buzz. Xiru, did you watch the promotional video before applying to this school? I only enrolled after watching it. Innocent Leong Xiru had no idea that Lin Miao Miao had set this trap, so she just shook her head. I heard this program will be included in the enrollment promotion video as well. You can watch it later. Chen Lu remarked sarcastically while giving her a disapproving look. You, buddy, your memory is so short. Soon, a waiter arrived with the menu in hand. Order some premium items, let's treat her. Chen Lu chuckled at Leong Xiru. We can't let her go empty-handed. Lin Miao Miao couldn't stand it anymore. You shameless guy. Do you think I don't know what you do every day? She held Leong Xiru protectively, calling out, You're really cunning, making secret moves. Chapter 42. No one can bully you all. Chen Lu stared blankly at her, looking puzzled. What are you talking about? I didn't understand at all. Then he looked at Leong Xiru. Did you understand? The girl shook her head again, admitting she truly didn't understand. Lin Miao Miao couldn't find the words to say, feeling that these two were in cahoots. She could only roll her eyes at Chen Lu and push the menu in front of Leong Xiru. Order whatever you like, get more of what you enjoy eating. After all, you have helped me a lot. In fact, Chen Lu, who had been acting nonchalant lately, was the one who had helped out the drama club the most, but Lin Miao Miao couldn't admit it. She would rather die than see the smug expression on Chen Lu's face. As she spoke, she linked arms with Leong Xiru. Quick, see what you want to eat. Today, it's your choice with me and Chen Lu. Seeing Leong Xiru nervously studying the menu, Chen Lu found it amusing. Even though this simple-minded girl worked part-time at the hot pot restaurant, she surely wouldn't want to spend money on a meal herself. He was in no hurry, casually browsing his phone a bit while waiting for Leong Xiru to choose. Suddenly, he noticed a red dot of 99 next to the QQ icon on the screen, making him stop in surprise. What's this? As someone with OCD who couldn't stand even a single red dot on the screen, he couldn't resist clicking in. He discovered all those messages were friend requests. Many were even directly cursing at him in the verification information. Good buddies, pages of friend requests, all because Mo Yuking publicly apologized and cursed him. Chen Lu couldn't help but think that the new freshmen this year were so foolish. Last year's juniors weren't this aggressive. A bunch of immature kids, still doing things that only primary school students would do. He smirked, placing his phone back on the table. When the person trying to provoke you is too dim-witted, you can only find it amusing. Lin Meow Meow couldn't wait any longer and couldn't help but ask, "Haven't you decided what to order? Just order what you want directly." Leong Xiru interlocked her fingers, a bit hesitant. I'm thinking about what you and Chen Lu like to eat." Chen Lu tapped Leong Xiru's cheek with the tip of his chopsticks, lightly chuckling. "I like what you like to eat. Come on, hurry up, I'll starve soon." Oh, after a while, this simple-minded girl finally made her choice. Whether it was Chen Lu or Lin Meow Meow, as long as they inadvertently mentioned their favorite foods during conversation, she would remember. Dal vegetables and beef tripe were Chen Lu's favorites, while lettuce and tofu skin were Lin Meow Meow's. She was the only one who didn't consider what she liked. It seems like it's all hot pot restaurants now, can't even find normal restaurants. Lin Meow Meow complained after only a few bites. If it's not hot pot, it's barbecue, or hot pot buffet and barbecue buffet. Leong Xiru nodded, finding it strange too. When she was little, she often saw a variety of cuisine restaurants in Hang City, but now they were scarce. This city was now called a food desert. When the innocent girl looked at Chen Lu, he finally spoke patiently, because it costs much less to open a hot pot restaurant than a regular restaurant. How different can it be? Lin Meow Meow made another foolish sound. Chen Lu continued looking at Leong Xiru, explaining patiently, traditional Chinese restaurants cater to a specific taste. Even if you're the owner, you still have to consider the chef's preferences. If they leave, the style of your dishes can change suddenly, causing you to lose many customers. Plus, issues with the chef's training cycle and salary. It's different for hot pot restaurants. All you need is to prepare the soup base. Anyone can open one without the need for a chef. The focus can be on training service staff and fancy operations, just like the success of Haidilao. After hearing Chen Lu's detailed explanation, Lin Meow Meow stopped arguing with him and bit on her straw, venting her frustration at the juice. She had to admit that Chen Lu was a bit smarter than her. A bit. The few of them chatted about various topics, everything from contemporary university issues. Leong Xiru spoke less, spending most of her time secretly using the public chopsticks to pick food for Chen Lu and occasionally for Lin Meow Meow. Chen Lu felt like his bowl never emptied. Regardless of how fast he ate, there was always more food inside. Lin Meow Meow silently watched and thought that she should find a boyfriend sooner or later. Soon, Chen Lu couldn't resist anymore. "How much have you eaten yourself? You've been feeding me most of the time." He picked up an unused chopstick from the side and kept poking Leong Xiru's cheek. This time, he applied a bit more force, causing the girl to reflexively close her eyes on that side, but even then she didn't move away. "I've eaten a lot already." Leong Xiru defended herself. Chen Lu didn't believe her and continued to tease her. The girl's cheek was soft, her skin smooth, making it fun to poke. She looked so tender, he wondered what it would be like to kiss her. "You finally have some flesh on your cheeks." It seemed his feeding plan was working well. At first, he was pleasantly surprised, but soon his brows furrowed as he asked in a serious tone, "Has your fringe gotten longer compared to that night?" "It was already long enough back then. Why grow it longer?" Leong Xiru lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, to avoid being bullied. Chen Lu wasn't a girl, and the beautiful girls around him were all pampered. Even if he could guess in that direction, he couldn't imagine what those beautiful eyes of Leong Xiru brought upon her. At first, she didn't intentionally grow her fringe long. It only started when she realized that even with her head down, people would notice her beauty and bully her with strange looks. Some would approach her to flirt, forcing her to run away quickly. Each time that happened, she would purposefully let her fringe grow a bit longer. Over time, it became what it is now. She was alone in this city, the sole pillar of her family, forced to hide herself, hoping not to attract any trouble. It proved effective. Now, it was rare for people to stare at her with lewd eyes. And now, she had encountered a boy who could look her in the eyes with a smile. Chen Lu stopped poking her cheek and lightly placed the chopstick against her forehead, reminding her to lift her head. It's okay. As I said before, with me here, nobody can bully you, not even Lin Meow Meow. What does that have to do with me? Lin Meow Meow retorted, stuffing a large piece of dull vegetable into her mouth, not caring about her appearance, and then continued eating on her own. Leong Xiru quietly watched Chen Lu, her eyes slightly shrinking, becoming moist. Her whole heart was trembling. Chapter 43, Will You Chase Me Away? Lin Meow Meow took a few more bites, gently patted her belly after swallowing. I don't know how she can eat so much without getting fat. Not only is she not fat all over, even the parts that should be fat are not. Chen Mo looks more like an adult than her. Leong Xiru is different. Although she's not fat, the parts that should be fat are very noticeable. At that moment, Lin Meow Meow suddenly raised the juice in her hand and said, "Come, let's celebrate the successful first performance of our drama club. Why not save that for tomorrow?" Chen Lu curiously asked. Lin Meow Meow hesitated for a moment. Oh right, why did I say it now? It won't have the same impact if I say it again tomorrow. Chen Lu looked at her puzzled expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He raised the cola in his hand, giving a glance to Leong Xiru. Leong Xiru also raised her cup. Chen Lu cleared his throat. Let's toast to our meeting. Lin Meow Meow smiled, revealing her cute tiger teeth. Sure. By the time they came out, it was already past 8 in the evening. As soon as they stepped out, a wave of heat hit their faces. The streets were still vibrant with lights, and nearby barbecue stalls and tables outside added to the festive atmosphere. Many drunken people were making noise, with plenty of meat skewers left on the table. Only peanuts and edamame beans were being consumed continuously. Together with the sultry air, it signaled the arrival of summer. Chen Lu sighed and asked Lin Meow Meow, "Are you going back on your own, or will you accompany me to see off Leong Xiru?" Lin Meow Meow smiled and shook her head. "I'll just take a cab back by myself. It's not far." She knew Chen Lu wouldn't insist on sending her. Besides, as Leong Xiru's best friend, even though she didn't know the details of their relationship, she needed to maintain some distance. Being great friends could be enjoyable, but crossing the line might tarnish their friendship. Chen Lu was one of those people. Just as Chen Lu was walking with Leong Xiru towards the parking area, Lin Meow Meow waved at him. "Come here, I need to tell you something." Chen Lu found it strange, but walked over with a puzzled look. Leong Xiru continued towards the car. Chen Lu, looking at Lin Meow Meow's serious expression, joked, "We're not suitable. You better give up early." Lin Meow Meow was taken aback, almost forgetting what she wanted to say originally. She got angry and scolded loudly, "Chen Lu, you are shameless." Chen Lu suddenly took a couple of steps to the side, as if he didn't know her at all. Curious, she turned around to see many people at the neighboring barbecue stall looking at her with curiosity. Forget it, Chen Lu is not even suitable to be a friend. As curious onlookers shifted away, Chen Lu returned and asked, "What did you want to say?" Chen Lu thought he could guess some of it, probably related to Mo Yuking, considering Lin Meow Meow had a close view at the time. If he was hanging out with other girls, as Leong Xiru's only female friend, she would naturally confront him about it. Lin Meow Meow wore a rare serious expression as she said, "Think it over carefully. So you want to say that if I don't leave her side, she won't leave me?" Chen Lu asked softly, glancing at Leong Xiru in the distance. Lin Meow Meow was surprised, realizing Chen Lu didn't need things spelled out clearly, thinking that's probably why so many people like talking to smart people. She pinched the back of her neck and met Chen Lu's gaze. "Well, yes and no. I'm saying, she can't leave you now." This naive girl's heart was too small, perhaps only capable of accommodating one man in her life. When she looked at you in secret, her eyes lit up. Chen Lu looked at her incredulously, as if she was making a big deal out of nothing. Then he suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, I will never leave her." After saying that, Lin Meow Meow's ride-sharing car arrived, and Chen Lu waved goodbye as he walked towards Leong Xiru. He thought Lin Meow Meow's mind was quite attentive, probably a little less savvy than Liu Yan. He sincerely cared for Leong Xiru, but he wondered how the two of them met. Approaching Leong Xiru, Chen Lu saw her using her fingernails to scratch at a bump on her arm. He asked, "Did you get bitten by a mosquito?" Leong Xiru nodded. "It's my fault. I should have given you the car key." He smiled, opened the car door, and asked, Do you want me to blow on it for you? No, it's okay. Chen Lu didn't say much, cursing the mosquito in his mind for not knowing better, thinking if it bit him, he could have asked this innocent girl to blow on it for him. He carefully fastened her seatbelt. Did Meow Meow have something to tell you? Leong Xiru suddenly asked. Unlike other girls, Leong Xiru's questions were straightforward and not probing. She was genuinely concerned if Lin Meow Meow had something to share, rather than fishing for information. However, Chen Lu didn't care whether she was probing or not. He smiled and said honestly, she asked me not to leave you. Leong Xiru's mind couldn't catch up for a moment. She just blushed and lowered her head, her long hair falling next to her ears. Chen Lu could only see her reddened ears and the snow-white neck. Will you leave me? She asked with a trembling voice after a while. Chen Lu, who had been listening intently, understood her words. Will you chase me away? He looked at the backup camera while steering. No, Leong Xiru said in confusion. How could I chase you away? Then I won't leave you, Chen Lu said with a smile. A few minutes later, Leong Xiru looked out the window and seemed to notice something was wrong. This road doesn't seem like the way to my house. She was proud that she could recognize the route. Chen Lu burst out laughing. Of course, it's not the way to your house. Why is she so naive? What if I really took advantage of you and you didn't even notice? Where are you taking me? Leong Xiru wasn't flustered. She trusted Chen Lu, not doubting his intentions. To the mall, to buy you some clothes, Chen Lu said earnestly. The not yet panicked girl was now a little flustered. Why are you buying me clothes? You keep wearing those few white t-shirts every day. Don't you need clothes? Chen Lu touched the edge of her clothes with his right hand, feeling them rough. Seeing her hesitant to refuse, he added, Didn't you give me a camera bag before? If I refuse, are we still friends? Leong Xiru nodded, seemingly unable to argue. It wasn't until they arrived at the mall that she remembered she had initially sent the bag, a gift to thank Chen Lu. I give him a gift, and then he gives me a gift back. Is there something wrong with this situation? Chapter 44. After stopping the car and reaching out to help her undo the seatbelt, Chen Lu stopped as Leong Xiru blushed and shook her head, indicating that she could do it herself. He didn't insist and instead opened the door with a satisfied smile. He knew Leong Xiru was embarrassed. Even though he knew she would react this way and still wanted to help her, it was only to interrupt her thoughts. Chen Lu knew Leong Xiru was slow to react and wouldn't give her a chance to overthink. A few seconds later, the girl shyly got out of the car, feeling somewhat guilty when looking into Chen Lu's eyes. She didn't like rejecting Chen Lu's requests, but she had been nervous earlier. Although she thought she did the right thing, she still felt a bit of regret. Chen Lu didn't mind and said, Let's go. Since it wasn't a weekend or a holiday, there weren't many people in the mall at that time. Most people were concentrated in the various dining establishments inside the mall. Walking side by side, they searched for the elevator. Occasionally, people distributing flyers would approach them. Leong Xiru, having distributed flyers before, knew these people had a tough job, so she would carefully accept each one. Chen Lu, having seen Leong Xiru distribute flyers, changed his usual approach and started accepting them all. Soon, their hands were filled with flyers from restaurants, prompting them to find a trash can to dispose of them. Should I buy you something too? Leong Xiru whispered on the escalator going up. Being one section farther ahead than before, she was now the same height as Chen Lu, allowing her to look into his eyes. Chen Lu smiled and replied, Let's wait until you receive your next tutoring payment. He didn't refuse because by then, she would know how much she earned per tutoring session. Chen Lu wanted to instill in her the idea that saving money was important. Instead of scrimping and saving on daily expenses, it was better to invest in oneself to earn more. Intellectual labor was far more lucrative than her jobs at the hot pot restaurant and distributing flyers, and less arduous. Spending a whole day distributing flyers wouldn't earn her as much as tutoring for an hour. By giving her a taste of earning higher wages, she would eventually understand the direction she should take. Some things wouldn't be understood by directly telling this naive girl. She needed to gradually realize it. Leong Xiru looked at Chen Lu with a blank expression, unaware of his deep contemplation. She was just happy that he had agreed so easily and didn't realize his underlying thoughts. Turning her head back, she began to recall Chen Lu's usual clothing style. Her focus caused her to not notice the elevator stopping abruptly at the end, leading to her losing her balance and falling. Chen Lu reached out his arm in disbelief, catching her and gently guiding her to stable ground. "Be more focused," he murmured softly. It was actually better to remain still and let the elevator adjust itself than to panic and lose balance. Chen Lu knew this well, having experimented with it as a child. At first, he found it fun to wait for the elevator to push him up, but after a firm scolding, he learned it wasn't amusing at all. Leong Xiru was a bit shaken, unsure whether to be scared or embarrassed. She increasingly felt at ease around Chen Lu, who seemed capable of solving any situation, and always walked slightly behind her to watch over her and any sudden circumstances. Reflecting on this, the girl discreetly raised her head to glance at Chen Lu's profile. At that moment, Chen Lu was focused on looking at the clothes around him. While he had some experience with shopping malls, it was mainly due to being dragged there by his mother, and Chen Lu felt a bit troubled. Leong Xiru wouldn't want anything too expensive, and inexpensive items might not meet her standards. Selecting something she would like in terms of price and style would take time. However, having bought groceries together before and now clothes, Chen Lu found the experience quite refreshing. Onlookers likely saw them as a couple, just like many other shopping pairs they encountered that day. When they reached a cream-colored French-style long skirt, Chen Lu asked Leong Xiru, "How about this one? Do you like it?" He knew Leong Xiru's personality and excluded revealing outfits from consideration. Perhaps coaxing her a bit would lead Leong Xiru to try it on by herself, but that would contradict his intention of purchasing clothes for her. Leong Xiru walked over slowly, not first looking at the skirt, but instead checking the price, 588. "Not good looking." The girl shook her head. Chen Lu sighed softly. "Let's look at something else then." He patiently accompanied her as they continued browsing, but many items Leong Xiru deemed not good looking, including t-shirts and dresses. Eventually, after walking for a while, they arrived at a light green dress. It wasn't flashy, but clearly made of superior material and craftsmanship. The salesperson at this store was more enthusiastic and quickly approached them. "Is this for your girlfriend?" "Sir, you have great taste. This dress suits your girlfriend's figure very well." The salesperson, young and eloquent, praised the choice. Chen Lu turned to look at the girl beside him and said, "This one isn't eye-catching." Leong Xiru pretended to focus on the dress, stealing a glance at the price. It was over 600. Enough to enjoy many servings of spare ribs. Though it looked nice. After careful consideration, she reluctantly turned her gaze away. "Not nice, let's see something else," Leong Xiru said disapprovingly. Chen Lu smiled wryly. "Try it on." "Huh?" Leong Xiru looked at him, puzzled. "We've been shopping for a while now. Maybe it doesn't look good because you haven't tried it on yet," Chen Lu explained seriously. "It's free to try, and if you still don't like it, we can change it later." Unable to resist Chen Lu's suggestion, Leong Xiru reluctantly agreed. Chen Lu watched as she walked into the fitting room, then promptly left. The puzzled salesperson was left wondering. She thought she would be abandoned like the scumbags in dramas. However, Chen Lu soon returned with a shopping bag in hand. He put the receipt in his pocket and handed the dress to the salesperson, softly stating, "This t-shirt, please say it's a buy one get one free deal." The salesperson was momentarily confused but then understood, nodding eagerly. Soon, the shy girl emerged from the fitting room. She wore a light green cinched waist dress, her cascading long hair falling behind her, accentuating her slender waist and graceful figure. Even with her head slightly lowered, she was entrancing, and the dress highlighted her curves beautifully. Chen Lu had always known Leong Xiru had a great figure, but he was surprised to see how stunning she looked in the dress, which contrasted with her usual loose white t-shirt. "Isn't this dress pretty?" Chen Lu smiled. Leong Xiru felt her cheeks flush and murmured, no, it's not." She wasn't sure if Chen Lu was complimenting her appearance or the dress. Although she was growing fond of the dress the longer she wore it, the price was above her budget. She slowly raised her head, hoping Chen Lu would quickly finish looking so she could change. Surprisingly, Chen Lu suddenly said, "Let's go with this outfit." The girl was taken aback. This wasn't what they had agreed upon. Chen Lu was lying to her. Leong Xiru looked at him with a pout, feeling a bit wronged. Chen Lu, recognizing her fondness, honestly said, "It's worth it. This store has a buy one get one free offer." Leong Xiru blinked her watery eyes upon hearing this, momentarily stunned. The salesperson quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Chapter 45. You have never smiled at me before. She took out the t-shirt she had just bought and smiled, saying, "Our store is currently running a promotion. With a purchase of 600 yuan, you'll receive a summer t-shirt." Chen Lu brought it over and deliberately measured it next to Leong Xiru. "Why don't you try this on to see if it fits?" "This one fits." The sales associate still had a smile on her face. "I've been doing this for a long time. I can tell what size to pick at a glance." Chen Lu nodded. "All right, pack it up." The sales associate intentionally took out a bag with their store logo and packed the t-shirt Chen Lu bought into it. Leong Xiru glanced at Chen Lu, then at the sales associate organizing clothes, blinked, and didn't sense anything unusual. She only knew the quality of the fabric, lacking the ability to distinguish the price from it. Because she hadn't worn any nice clothes before, she wasn't familiar with brands either. After everything was packed up, Chen Lu picked up the shopping bag containing the new t-shirt and Leong Xiru's original clothes, took Leong Xiru with him, and left without giving her a chance to change back into her clothes. After all, she didn't know when she would be willing to wear skirts again and needed to take the opportunity to feast her eyes. The extra t-shirt was bought, just in case she was unwilling to wear skirts. Leong Xiru walked silently beside Chen Lu, feeling embarrassed and keeping her head down. The last time she wore a skirt was when she was a child. Even though it was a maxi skirt, it felt a bit awkward not having her legs wrapped in clothing. The girl quietly glanced at Chen Lu, then quickly looked away. Chen Lu buying clothes for her made her very happy. It was the first time a boy had bought clothes for her and accompanied her shopping. Things she had never dared to imagine before, Chen Lu had unknowingly done too much for her. She didn't doubt the t-shirt at all. She believed everything Chen Lu said, even though she had been deceived many times before. Watching the girl wearing a new skirt walking with her head down and the boy beside her, the sales associate's eyes revealed a hint of envy. Along the way, the two of them were sizing each other up. Chen Lu would occasionally glance at the girl beside him. The dress truly elevated Leong Xiru's buried temperament. Usually, she wore t-shirts that were too loose, and Chen Lu never expected Leong Xiru to have such a slim waist and a good figure. It was just the right amount of slim. He really wanted to embrace her to try it out. Chen Lu swallowed, then turned his head away with great effort. Leong Xiru, on the other hand, was thinking about what kind of clothes she should buy for him with her next paycheck. She realized that if she wanted to buy him clothes worth a few hundred yuan, she only needed to attend 2 or 3 hours of classes. This was something she had never dared to think about before, as she could only earn 200 yuan by handing out flyers all day. Only then did she understand why Chen Lu had spoken so much to her before. As long as she kept working hard, as Chen Lu had advised, she would definitely be able to earn enough money for her mother's surgery. It was not enough to rely solely on handing out flyers and working as a waitress in a hot pot restaurant. Seeing Chen Lu still window shopping, Leong Xiru hurriedly murmured, "Shall we go back? Please stop buying me things." She was afraid that Chen Lu would buy her more clothes, and even though she was standing by his side, the gazes of many people were making her feel uncomfortable. She could only do as agreed upon with Chen Lu, and tried to lift her head bravely. Many passing boys would cast glances at her, but their eyes would appear crestfallen upon seeing Chen Lu. When girls looked at her, and then at Chen Lu, their eyes would be filled with envy. There were subtle differences. "Okay, I won't buy you anything." Chen Lu pretended to compromise. Upon hearing this, Leong Xiru felt somewhat relieved. However, Chen Lu suddenly added, "Let's go buy some supplements for Auntie." "Ah, no, we don't need to. I'll earn money from work to buy it for her myself." Leong Xiru anxiously grabbed Chen Lu's arm, hoping he would stop walking. "Did you ask Auntie?" Chen Lu turned to ask, his face full of innocence. The girl was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "No? Then how do you know she doesn't need me to buy it?" Leong Xiru was still stiffly holding onto Chen Lu's arm, slightly opening her mouth, trying to figure out what to say. She really doesn't need it. After a while, she tried to dissuade him again. "Your words don't count. This is not a gift for you." Chen Lu thought for a moment, then "Let me ask Auntie." "All right." Leong Xiru felt at ease, as Auntie Zi Zunfang would definitely decline. What she didn't expect was that Chen Lu intended to buy it first and then ask. After a while of fussing, Leong Xiru finally dragged Chen Lu, who was holding many bags, out of the mall in a rush. Only outside did she quickly release Chen Lu's arm anxiously. "You're bullying me again," the girl complained. Chen Lu smiled and gently poked her cheek with his finger, feeling the soft and tender touch. "Is buying you clothes considered bullying you?" "I didn't mean it that way." Leong Xiru pressed her lips together. "Is it considered making you happy more or bullying you making you upset more?" he asked. "Making me happy more," Leong Xiru honestly replied. Strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely honest because it made her much happier. Chen Lu nodded slightly. "So, shouldn't you thank me? Why complain that I'm bullying you?" Leong Xiru blinked, feeling that Chen Lu's words made sense. "Thank you." Chen Lu was very satisfied. "You're welcome. It's only natural." Then he noticed the plastic flowers outside the mall entrance, each with a small white light on the flower core. It felt a bit dreamy. "Let me take a picture of you. Who knows when you'll wear this dress again?" Chen Lu turned to look at her. Time could not be stopped, even if it was yesterday, even if it was the previous second. But human memory was not enough to clearly record every scene, every person who walked into one's life, and every view that made one unable to help but pause. This was why Chen Lu liked photography. The girl silently nodded, neither rejecting nor resisting. Leong Xiru stood in the middle of the flower sea, bravely lifted her head, and looked at Chen Lu, who was very serious. Under the gentle light, the scene looked so beautiful. "I hope you can learn to smile." Chen Lu adjusted the scene and sighed as he looked at the girl in the frame. Leong Xiru found it strange. "I don't know how to smile." Chen Lu nodded. "I've never seen you smile before." Never once. Chapter 46. Not necessarily have to eat a candy when feeling down. When Leong Xiru heard Chen Lu's words, she felt a bit lost and began to seriously recall whether she had ever smiled at Chen Lu. In her heart, she was sure she had smiled before, like when Chen Lu sent her the first text message, the first time she drank the porridge she cooked, the first time he played the guitar for her to listen to, and the first time he said "I'm here" to her. Even when she had just put on the dress Chen Lu bought for her, she had smiled. But whether she had shown it or not, she wasn't sure herself. She had suppressed her emotions for too long, habitually keeping them hidden in her heart, to the point where she really became confused. Watching Chen Lu walking slowly towards her, Leong Xiru nervously asked, "Did I not?" Chen Lu raised his phone in front of her. Although the girl on the screen looked a bit shy, you could see she was in a relaxed mood, wearing a light green waist-long dress in a bright floral setting, with her hair cascading down vertically, giving off a peaceful feeling. But it seemed like something was missing. Soon she realized she simply hadn't smiled. "From the moment I met you until now, I've never seen you smile." Chen Lu's expression was serious. This question had been buried in his heart for a long time. Not to mention Lin Miao Miao. Even Chen Mo, who rarely showed his emotions in front of others, didn't know how many times he could genuinely smile in a day. Even Mo Yuking was no exception. But Leong Xiru, never once. Chen Lu put his phone back in his pocket, looking at the girl blinking in front of him, hesitated for a moment, then used his thumbs to touch her face, forcing a smile from her, softly asking, "Have you been unhappy these days?" "Happy," Leong Xiru earnestly said, her speech slightly unclear from Chen Lu poking at her. "I'm really happy. Every day since meeting you feels like a dream." "Well, that's your own issue." Chen Lu breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't know. I've never thought about not smiling." Leong Xiru was a bit puzzled. "I just don't want to cry." Chen Lu couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems that you couldn't hold back from crying, and ended up not being able to smile." After speaking, he slightly furrowed his brows. Actually, thinking about it in detail, although Leong Xiru often had tears brimming in her eyes, she hadn't truly cried much. At least based on her growth experiences, she wasn't too different from not being able to cry. "Take it slow." Chen Lu looked at the girl, who was now lowering her head, softly speaking. At this moment, he seemed to see again the girl in the hot pot restaurant who, even though she was being scolded all the time, tried to hold back her tears and not cry. "Stop suppressing your emotions. Laugh when you feel like it. Cry when you need to," he said, gently poking the girl's cheek. "I'll laugh with you when you smile, and I'll wipe away your tears when you cry. There's no need to hold it in. It's different now than before, you know? Maybe in the past, you only had a mom who was afraid of you being bullied and couldn't cry. Now you have me. I can share your sadness. When feeling down, you don't necessarily have to eat a candy." As soon as Chen Lu finished speaking, he suddenly felt as if there was a warm liquid tracing over his fingers, falling from his sight. When he redirected his attention back to the girl's face, tears were streaming down her cheeks. Chen Lu remained silent, gently wiping Leong Xiru's tears, his actions gentle despite his inner turmoil. Although outwardly calm, his inner thoughts were in a turmoil. Damn, why? Why did I make her cry out of nowhere? I wasn't prepared for this at all. Would others think I'm picking on this innocent girl? Whatever, let them misunderstand. As long as I'm not awkward, the awkward ones will be them. Unfortunately, in these 2 seconds when Chen Lu was averting his eyes, he missed the slight upward curve of the girl's lips as she cried. Perhaps feeling tired from standing and crying, the girl rested her forehead on Chen Lu's shoulder, continuing to wipe her tears. After quite some time, watching the extremely pitiable girl finally dry her tears, Chen Lu chuckled softly. Girls really are made of water, able to cry for so long. As for the reason for her tears, he wasn't sure, and there was no need to ask. Maybe it was due to being moved, or wanting to release the grievances she had suffered before, who knows. Ultimately, being able to vent was a good thing. The two of them walked towards the parking area in the night. You leaned on my shoulder for so long just now. I should ask for something in return. Chen Lu looked up at the moon that had just emerged from the clouds, jokingly said. Then, shall I cry leaning on you next time? No need. When the car stopped at the mouth of the alley, Leong Xiru didn't rush to get off because her eyes were still a bit swollen. Chen Lu even went to the pharmacy to buy an ice pack for her to reduce the swelling. After all, in the smaller sense, it would worry Leong Xiru's mother, and in a larger sense, it had something to do with his reputation. Remember to send me the photos you took, Leong Xiru said with her eyes closed. Chen Lu shook his head slowly. The ones I took this time aren't good enough. I think they're fine. Leong Xiru took off the ice pack and looked at him curiously. She then saw Chen Lu's serious expression. For some reason, he smiled bitterly. It's just the phone. It would have been better if it was a good camera. His camera was broken, and he didn't want to use the one Mo Yuking gave him. He was thinking about when to buy a new one. Leong Xiru looked at Chen Lu's solemn expression, blinked her eyes, deep in thought. Outside the female dormitory area, Mo Yuking looked helplessly at the guy kneeling in front of her with a bouquet of flowers. This was definitely a freshman who didn't inquire about her family background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have coincidentally parked his sports car not far away. He probably fell for her after watching the performance at the event. Thank you for liking me, but I'm sorry, I already like someone else, she said seriously. Mo Yuking would now say thank you for liking me when rejecting someone's confession. But the person she wanted to thank the most was already sent away by her own hands. The guy looked puzzled, as if he had heard a fairy tale. You like someone? Then why aren't you together? Surely no one would refuse you, right? Mo Yuking gave a bitter smile, not saying anything. I wouldn't have refused if it wasn't for my repeated mistakes. The guy seemed unwilling to give up, stood up slowly, gazing at the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in amazement. He had never been rejected before, so when Mo Yuking's performance directly led him to break up with his girlfriend, he hadn't even considered the possibility of a failed confession. Do I really have no chance? He asked, not giving up and still perplexed. Mo Yuking's expression was indifferent, as cold as ever. Focus your energy on someone who loves you. Don't waste your time on me. There won't be anyone else who has a chance anymore. Mo Yuking, who didn't care much about other boys, would now not even consider other boys. After speaking, she turned and walked towards her dormitory. Along the way, the conversation between a boy and a girl suddenly entered her ears. It's so late. Why did you come all the way here? The girl's tone was somewhat blameful, mixed with more of a touch of emotion. I was worried you might have a stomachache. Your cramps were so severe. The boy kept scratching his head, seemingly unable to figure out whether his girlfriend was angry or touched. Cramps can actually be treated, the girl said softly. Upon hearing this, her boyfriend was so excited that it seemed as if he would go to search for all 7 Dragon Balls, hurriedly asking, how? The girl went to the boy with her hands behind her back, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Just have a child in the future. Mo Yuking stood still, quietly looking at them. Perhaps no matter who had feelings for her, they wouldn't imagine that Mo Yuking would envy couples. This extraordinarily outstanding and cold-looking girl watched the beautiful scene before, her eyes filled with envy, her lips unconsciously curved, tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes. She took out her phone, looking at a message she sent to Chen Lu. As she expected, she hadn't received a reply. Mo Yuking bit her lip firmly. If our parents weren't close friends, wouldn't you have deleted me long ago? She knew that as soon as she posted on social media, many people would line up to send her messages. But that wasn't what she wanted. She looked up at the street lamp beside her, the bright light becoming increasingly blurry in her eyes, as if through a misty veil. 2 round moons hung in the night sky, one white and one yellow. At that moment, she didn't know which one was the moon. I really miss you, Chen Lu. Chapter 47. After Leong Xiru's eyes were no longer swollen, Chen Lu helped her out of the car. The two walked side by side through the alley, their heads casting to long shadows under the lamplight. When they reached the door, Leong Xiru suddenly realized she was wearing a newly bought skirt and had no place to change before going home. So she could only bow her head shyly as she used the key to open the door. Chen Lu followed behind her with bags in hand. As the door opened, they saw Zi Zunfang sitting in a wheelchair, silently gazing at the small window, with only a little moonlight shining on her, making her figure appear somewhat lonely. Despite being similar in age to her own mother, Wang Zhao'o, it seemed Zi Zunfang rarely used phones or watched television. Perhaps for her, watching the night sky was a way to pass the time since she couldn't walk out of the mountains. It was pitch dark inside the house, as if she was reluctant to turn on the lights. Chen Lu suddenly felt a bit choked up in his heart. "Mir, why are you coming back so late?" Zi Zunfang's tone was full of worrying and longing, with little blame. Leong Xiru was about to say something stuttering, but Chen Lu quickly spoke up on her behalf. "Auntie, we were planning to have dinner together tonight." Hearing Chen Lu's voice seemed to ease Zi Zunfang, who turned her wheelchair around. "I feel at ease with you around," she said with a smile. Seeing the large amount of things Chen Lu was carrying, she suddenly hesitated. "Why are you carrying so much stuff?" While Leong Xiru fumbled to turn on the light, Chen Lu had already knelt down next to Zi Zunfang. He tilted his head slightly lower than hers and chuckled. "I thought there was a promotion in the mall today, so I bought you some supplements." Zi Zunfang hesitated. "Auntie can't accept so many things from you. It's better to spend that money on yourself." Chen Lu looked a bit hurt. "You can't say that, Auntie. You've treated me to meals before. I plan to come often in the future, so when my mom scolds me, I can come here to eat." Zi Zunfang couldn't help but pat Chen Lu's head. All right. Zi Lu can come anytime. But you have to listen to Auntie. Let's not buy anything more in the future." She reached out her hand and suddenly realized that Chen Lu was much taller than her. Even if she wanted to pat his head, she had to reach lower. Glancing down, she saw Chen Lu half kneeling next to her, with his knees not touching the ground in order to maintain the height, looking quite uncomfortable. Feeling a bit absent-minded, Zi Zunfang saw Chen Lu still talking as if nothing was wrong. If she hadn't reached out to touch him, she might have overlooked this child's silent gentleness. Her eyes became somewhat moist at the thought. "Auntie welcomes you anytime. Remember to come often," Zi Zunfang said softly. Chen Lu quickly put the bought items in the corner to prevent being asked to take some back with him later. "I can't come here that often. Leong Xiru cooks delicious meals." Zi Zunfang saw Leong Xiru, dressed in a new dress, pouring water for Chen Lu, and a faint smile appeared on her tired face. After seeing Leong Xiru off, Chen Lu prepared to return to the dormitory. Sitting in the car, he didn't rush to leave, tapping his index finger on the steering wheel, lost in thought. What exactly could he do to help Leong Xiru now? Leong Xiru's mother's legs seemed to have a chance of improvement through surgery, but the cost was unknown. It was definitely not going to be cheap, and at least Leong Xiru wouldn't be able to afford it in the next few years. The problem now was that their relationship was probably not at a stage where he could intervene in such matters. Helping beyond boundaries might make Leong Xiru unable to hold her head up high, and their positions would become unequal. This was not what Chen Lu wanted. He didn't want to see Leong Xiru indebted to him to the point of being completely submissive. Although his parents might be willing to lend him the money, this money had to be earned by himself, or else it wouldn't feel right to use it. He chuckled lightly and started the engine, driving off into the distance. Taking care of Leong Xiru was indeed a troublesome matter that required a patient and persistent approach. While still on the road, his phone rang. Surprisingly, it was from Li Xinian. "Hey, Lu Zhe, you tell me what's up first, and then I'll decide if you're my Zhe," Chen Lu said sullenly. This guy couldn't possibly just be offering friendly greetings for no reason. Usually, when there was something, he would call him Lu Zhe, but when there was nothing, he would call him Biger. It's not a big deal, just that. I want to borrow some money from you. Li Xinian's tone seemed a bit embarrassed. Are you outside right now? Chen Lu asked curiously, as it would make sense to borrow money and discuss it when he got back to the dormitory, so there was no need to make this call. Li Xinian seemed to feel exposed and became quite embarrassed for some reason. Yeah, I'm outside treating someone to dinner, and the menu is a bit scary. So I came to the restroom to call you. Chen Lu chuckled helplessly. How much? I'll WeChat you. Li Xinian hesitated. 2,000. How much? Li Xinian, are you eating gold? Spending 2,000 yuan on a meal. Chen Lu was so shocked that he almost ran a red light. Li Xinian's monthly living expenses seemed to be just 1,000 yuan. Who knows this sushi is so expensive? Li Xinian's voice trailed off as he spoke, but the awkward feeling had disappeared. Since Chen Lu scolded him, it meant he didn't refuse, and their dormitory's most reliable people were Chen Lu and Zhang Chao. Anything would usually be discussed with these two. However, this time he didn't dare call Zhang Chao. Although both of them would lend money, Zhang Cao's scolding was harsher than Chen Lu's. Watching the countdown on the traffic lights, Chen Lu sighed and asked, "Are you having dinner with a girl?" Li Xinian responded with a muted, "Yeah? Trying to follow my old path, huh?" Chen Lu said without much enthusiasm. Li Xinian couldn't even be compared to following his old path. At the very least, he had never been ripped off like this before. "Do you want to come and join us?" Li Xinian whispered, changing the subject. Chen Lu snorted. "What for?" "To steal your thunder." He said it ambiguously. When Zhang Chao used to have dinner with girls, he never invited him. Even if Chen Lu sat quietly, it would steal the limelight, as sometimes being too handsome made it impossible to be just a sidekick. "It's okay. You should come and liven up the atmosphere for me," Li Xinian muttered. Having been in the student union for so long, he still couldn't match up to Chen Lu in terms of social skills. Seeing Chen Lu ignore him, Li Xinian added, "Please, Lu Zhe, just this one time. Wangxi is really a good girl. A good girl who eats a 2,000 yuan meal with you." Chen Lu mocked, "Forget it. Tell me the location. I'll go see what kind of monster it is." Chapter 48. Don't love too much. After getting off the car on Chen Lu's signal, I surveyed the Japanese restaurant in front of me. The decoration was ostentatious, with a flashy Japanese style. Form over substance, really tacky. This shop was located near the university town, but I had never heard of it before. That meant the food was probably not that good. Obviously, it was one of those trashy shops that spent a lot on advertising, attracting people just for the photo op. Chen Lu followed the table number given by Li Xinian and made his way over. When he pulled back the curtain, he saw him sitting across from a girl with a high ponytail. The table was low, almost requiring him to kneel, leaving Chen Lu speechless for a moment, silently swearing never to come to this kind of place again. "Hello, senior." The girl smiled as soon as she spotted Chen Lu, sweet but somewhat fake. Chen Lu nodded and observed her. She had a melon seed face with a delicate appearance, barely qualifying as pretty. Maybe 0.8 of Lin Miao Miao. "This is my friend, Chen Lu, who co-planned the freshman welcoming party last time. He was praised by our dean," Li Xinian introduced to the girl. Chen Lu didn't say much, quietly sitting next to Li Xinian. He couldn't have a good impression of a girl who would spend 1,000 yuan on a meal with an unfamiliar guy. He couldn't be bothered. Li Xinian didn't notice Chen Lu's reluctance. "This is the girl who was the co-host with me. She's called Qin Wangxi. She's a year younger than us." Qin Wangxi was a member of the literary arts department, also involved in planning the last freshman welcoming party. So when Chen Lu walked in, she recognized him. But Chen Lu couldn't remember her at all. It was only when he heard Li Xinian saying she was the one who hosted the school anniversary party a few days ago that it rang a bell. That's why her voice sounded somewhat familiar. Then his expression changed, casting a look at Li Xinian beside him, thinking, "Isn't it inappropriate to have someone like me, who was just standing next to Mo Yuking at the event, as a companion?" She had been there listening. "The two of you did a good job hosting together." "My friend, and I mentioned that," Chen Lu politely remarked, making the best of being stuck in this situation. At least he hoped to get his money back from Li Xinian in the end, then this meal would be considered a freebie. Qin Wangxi, somewhat shyly, replied, "Really? Thank you. I felt like Senior wasn't even part of the student union last year, but being able to co-plan the party with us, it's like having a hidden talent. When you went on stage to host, a lot of girls in our class wanted your WeChat. Wangxi is quick with her scripts, just like you. I never saw her stumble during rehearsals," Li Xinian praised. "Not really, I get nervous easily." "I really had your help," Qin Wangxi modestly echoed, smiling warmly at Li Xinian. Then she continued talking to Chenlu about the last year's events seamlessly, as if there were no interruptions. Chenlu simply chimed in a few words, and also understood why Li Xinian had agreed to this dinner. The girl's well-rounded demeanor gave Li Xinian the impression that they would get along easily. But having a comfortable conversation with someone you're not very close to doesn't necessarily mean they're your confidant. It could just be that their emotional intelligence is higher than yours, making them adaptable to conversations. So, they can catch on to your topics easily, but it doesn't mean you're a perfect match. Hidden talent? I'm just a gopher. I got to know the people in the literary arts department better thanks to Li Xinian, Qin Wangxi said, taking a sip of barley tea, looking at Chenlu, which is a way of building connections. Chenlu wanted to divert her attention and straightforwardly responded, "It's useless. Joining the student union for experience is all a scam." Qin Wangxi quickly shifted her tone, not letting the mood become awkward on her part. "Right, I regretted joining. The longer I stay, the more I find out that exceptional people like you are born that way." Chenlu patted Li Xinian on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I was just the firefighter. You don't know, he had just become the deputy minister at the time, and for that event, he came up with a whole bunch of contingency plans, even up to Plan E, so when the host was sick at the last minute, he could immediately find a solution. He had it all figured out." In reality, Li Xinian had begged him to memorize the script the night before and fill in last minute. But of course, Chenlu couldn't spill the beans. He wasn't trying to impress a girl. The girl chuckled, covering her mouth. "That's impressive." Li Xinian chuckled. "Oh, it was all right." Chenlu kept quiet. "If you can't follow up when a topic is handed to you, you're just a fool." Seeing Li Xinian was reserved while eating, Qin Wangxi asked him, "Is this your first time eating Japanese cuisine?" Li Xinian quickly denied it, though it was indeed his first time. When the sashimi arrived, Qin Wangxi, in a gentle tone, asked Li Xinian, "Do you want some soy sauce?" Li Xinian thought it was optional, so he gently shook his head. "No, thank you." Qin Wangxi's lips twitched, saying nothing. Chenlu understood she was teasing Li Xinian on purpose. He sighed, restraining his anger as he called the waiter. "It's my first time here. How do you eat this sashimi?" A female server hurried over, smiling as she asked about Chenlu's preferences and prepared a dipping sauce for him. Surprisingly, it was Qin Wangxi who poured the soy sauce. Li Xinian seemed to understand what Chenlu was up to and followed suit, not just eating the wasabi dry. "It's your first time here, Senior," Qin Wangxi said with a smile. Chenlu had already accompanied Chen Mo for a meal once, so he simply nodded. "Yeah?" Li Xinian seemed overly nervous talking to Qin Wangxi. His mind was blank, leaving Chenlu tortured for an hour. When it was time to call the waiter to pay the bill, Li Xinian, the supposed focus of the meal, finally made his presence known. The server approached the three of them, bowing politely. "The total is 1988. Who will be paying?" "I'll take care of it." Qin Wangxi waved the server over with a smile, but she didn't rush to take out her phone. Chenlu had no intention of paying the bill and discreetly placed a hand on Li Xinian's arm, wanting to see how he would handle it. Although he understood everything, he wasn't one to take any slight. He never was one to stand by as his friend got taken advantage of. "How can I let you pay?" "We agreed that I would treat you." Li Xinian immediately pulled out his phone to settle the bill. "How about we split the bill?" "I see you haven't eaten much," Chenlu said seriously to Li Xinian. Li Xinian hesitated for a moment but still headed to the counter. "I'll take care of it." The room quieted down. Chenlu, looking at his phone, was too lazy to engage, thinking of ways to get back at Li Xinian later. "Senior, I remembered you from the freshman party. Can I add you on WeChat?" She smiled gently, then added, "I'll pay." Chenlu didn't even lift his eyelids. "Forget it. I'm afraid other girls will be unhappy." "Didn't Sister Yuking already reject you?" she teasingly asked, sounding well-informed about Chenlu's personal matters. "I didn't say it was her." Chapter 49. After 10 minutes of magic, Chenlu sat in the driver's seat, looking ahead with a steady gaze. The colorful light from the neon sign in front shone through the car window onto his face, constantly changing. After Lee Xinian sent Qin Wengxi to take a taxi, he opened the car door and sat next to him. I don't know what the two of them talked about when they separated, but at this moment, there was a hint of a smile on his somewhat troubled face. 2 seconds after the car door closed, the heat that had just sneaked in slowly dissipated. Chen Lu couldn't be bothered to look at him, looking ahead with a blank expression, saying, I invited Leong Xiru to dinner, and she is reluctant to even order a $10 dish. Lee Xinian did not notice the many details from the meal just now, nor did he realize that Qin Wengxi was just pretending to pay, thinking that Chen Lu was holding back because he didn't want him to spend so much money. He listened silently to Chen Lu's words without any rebuttal. I was afraid you couldn't get off the stage this time. Don't ask me to borrow again if there's a similar situation in the future. Damn, I'm curious. Clearly there are living examples beside you. You think I used to live comfortably, don't you? Chen Lu was very upset that he was further away from his new SLR camera, but there was nothing he could do. Lee Xinian had been very good to him for these 3 years. I suggest you keep your distance from her. You are not at the same level. Chen Lu finally turned to look at him, his expression serious. When you went out to pay the bill just now, she wanted to add me on WeChat, but I refused. Lee Xinian thought for a moment and said, maybe she just wants to get to know my circle a little bit. Just like when you added Liu Yan at first. After all, I told her you were one of my best friends. XX. Chen Lu cursed, reversed the car out, his tone more aggressive. You're even more crazy than me. Think about it. Would Liu Yan spend $2,000 on a meal with Zhang Chao? She wouldn't. If Zhang Chao invited her to a $2,000 sushi dinner, Liu Yan would break his legs. Leong Xiru wouldn't either. If she saw me spending so much money to treat her to a meal, she would regret it and cry. Chen Lu was angry and didn't bother to approach him in his usual style. Lee Xinian was a bit resentful when he was suddenly scolded by Chen Lu, saying, what about Mo Yuking? The implication of his words was that Chen Lu had also devoted a lot to a girl before, and he shouldn't say such things about himself. Chen Lu's face darkened. He was not willing to recall the past with Mo Yuking. Mo Yuking once gave me more than 30,000 yuan for a SLR camera. Let Qin Wengxi give you one. Lee Xinian regretted what he had said immediately. He hadn't really intended to hurt Chen Lu's feelings, so he kept his mouth shut and looked out of the car window at the night scene. Chen Lu impatiently honked the horn twice, indicating for the car in front to move faster. After a while, he continued, the inequality is not in love. It's in one side taking advantage and the other side being self-satisfied. This was the last sentence Chen Lu said to Lee Xinian in the car. Days passed uneventfully for a few days, and many third-year students were blind and unrestrained with their last youth, just like Lee Xinian. After all, in their eyes, starting an internship and entering society meant the end of their youth. It seemed that they didn't want to leave behind the regret of not having a relationship during their student days. Another small portion of couples were caught in confusion about the future, and there was always one person who wasn't in a hurry to consider their future, while the other was overly anxious, leading to constant arguments. This period was the peak time for college couples to break up. One early morning, Lee Xinian was getting ready to go out when Zhang Chao stopped him just as he was about to leave. What the hell is wrong with you? She probably sees you as an ATM and you're rushing to find her. Zhang Chao was surprised, looking dumbfounded. Didn't Chen Lu tell you? She even asked Chen Lu for WeChat behind your back. Lee Xinian sighed. We have a chance. Zhang Chao looked at him incredulously. Lee Xinian, you're out of your mind. Chen Lu is right. You're even more out of your mind than he was back then. He was still not satisfied, saying, the girl I'm pursuing is not as pretty as Mo Yuking, nor does she come from a good family, and she's not a campus beauty. How come pursuing her makes me more out of my mind? Thinking of Leong Xiru's appearance, Zhang Chao snorted, but didn't say anything. Whether it's good or not to pursue someone doesn't necessarily depend on looks, and Lee Xinian was clearly mixing up his concepts. People in love are all damn fools. Oh, except for me. Liu Yan is a fool. Zhang Chao quickly distanced himself in his mind. Even if it were Mo Yuking, she's not that kind of person. Get real. This is a scumbag. Before Zhang Chao could finish, the door was slowly closed. Zhang Chao glanced at Chen Lu sitting on the bed reading, sighed deeply again. A girl who asks for your WeChat right after meeting you. and you dare to pursue her and rush to find her. Sitting on the edge of Chen Lu's bed, he smiled. One thing you said is absolutely right. If I invited Liu Yan to this, she would definitely break my legs. You're still reading here. Zhang Chao snatched the book from Chen Lu's hands. You're not trying to advise him either. I'm not advising. Chen Lu yawned. In his current state, a terrible event is the only way for him to realize. You have to learn your lesson. You either get hurt deeply one day, or like me, get worn down by time, but he can't keep going on like this forever. He added, most likely the former. That girl is not a good person. It's not just a matter of not responding so easily. Zhang Chao looked at the closed door. His thoughts tangled. Chen Lu was able to come out of the quagmire. You really might not be able to. When he came to his senses, he noticed he was holding a programming book in his hand and saw the entrepreneurial process by the bedside, his lips slightly curved. Is she playing hard to get? Rejecting me and secretly studying this at the same time. Chen Lu was dismissive. I genuinely rejected you, and I'm genuinely studying this. If I find out this is a dead end, I can advise you, but you're more receptive to advice than Li Xinian. Of course I take advice. If I hadn't listened to you, I might still be dating my Sea King right now and missed out on Liu Yan. Zhang Chao chuckled. And you're studying programming now. Isn't it a little late? I'm really good at this. Chen Lu took the book back. If I wasn't chasing Mo Yuking, I wouldn't have chosen law as my major. Zhang Chao raised an eyebrow. So you actually gave up your dreams or hobbies for someone else? I don't have any dreams. I'm probably just a mediocre person. Chen Lu said softly. I believe that no matter who says that about me, you definitely can't be one. Why? Chen Lu found it strange. Zhang Chao picked up the book Chen Lu borrowed from the library and shook it. Back when you were putting all your effort into pursuing Mo Yuking, your professional grades were the best in our class. You were good at everything else too. I really admire you. Chen Lu sighed. I wish you were a girl. What do you mean? If I were a girl, would you pursue me? No, mainly because it's gross to be praised by guys. I almost want to throw up the meal I ate yesterday. Chen Lu put on his t-shirt. Come on, let's go to class. We're good kids who don't skip class. In the evening, Chen Lu called Leong Xiru. He hadn't seen her all day today. Are you working part-time during the day? Chen Lu frowned and asked. Yes. I'm going to work part-time at the hot pot restaurant soon. Can I call you back when I get there? Sure. Chen Lu hung up the phone, his brow furrowing even tighter, his expression filled with doubt. He felt that Leong Xiru had been acting strangely these past few days. Chapter 50. Empathy at the same time. Inside the counselor's office. Yuking, there should be enough time. You can take it slow. The counselor patted the girl beside her with some concern. The girl tied her hair into a ponytail, sitting by the window, focusing on organizing school recruitment documents. The golden evening glow outside the window seemed like a background specially prepared for this stunning girl, giving the scene a tranquil and beautiful look. Just looking at Mo Yuking's profile made the other girl feel a bit trance-like, thinking no wonder even boys from other classes want to pursue her. Don't tire yourself out. Worst case, I'll take the blame for it later. After all, I'm used to criticism, the counselor said with a smile, having gotten used to being scolded as a newcomer. She just wanted to lie flat and relax. It's okay, teacher. This is what I should be doing. Mo Yuking replied with a shallow smile, continuing to focus on her task. Oh, you can ask Chen Lu to help you. The two of you working together should be able to finish quickly, she continued to advise. She found it strange that Mo Yuking used to handle these tasks in her freshman year, then Chen Lu took over as Mo Yuking found it tiring. She didn't understand why it switched back to Mo Yuking now. Was there a conflict? It didn't seem like it, as Chen Lu hadn't directly refused, and the class leader's duties were being carried out as usual. Mo Yuking was startled to hear this, and her hand, about to open the file, stopped in midair as if frozen. Everything in front of her seemed hazy. She pursed her lips, forced a bitter smile, and said, "It's okay. I shouldn't trouble him with everything." The counselor was puzzled but didn't ask further. 1 hour later, "I'll take the rest of these back." "Goodbye, teacher." Mo Yuking absent-mindedly organized the various materials in front of her, which the students in the class would need for their internships next month. She closed the door gently, and Liu Yan happened to come to take her out for a meal. "Why have you been tying your hair into a ponytail recently? Changing your style?" Liuyan asked curiously, watching Mo Yuking's ponytail swing behind her. Liuyan had always been in favor of Mo Yuking's loose hair look. Chenlu likes it, Mo Yuking casually replied. Liuyan almost thought she misheard, sounding surprised. Chenlu likes it. Yes, when I saw that girl the other day, she had her hair in a ponytail, Mo Yuking said, as she ran her hand through her own braid, then let it go, her hair falling down in good quality strands. However, a hint of loneliness was evident in her expression. Seeing her best friend in a desolate state, Liuyan felt sorry. Her conscience told her that Mo Yuking should bear this, but as a friend, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. As she was about to say something to comfort Mo Yuking, she suddenly spoke. Chenlu used to be so tired. Mo Yuking's voice trembled as she continued. How did Chenlu endure it? Chenlu never complained, not even once. Sit here, I'll give you a massage. Liuyan pointed to a chair in the corridor and softly said. Side by side, Liuyan gently massaged Mo Yuking's neck. You've probably strained your neck from looking down too much. Try to bear with it a bit, otherwise it'll be worse tomorrow. Let's buy some medicated plasters later, she suggested. After massaging, Mo Yuking sighed and said, It hurts. You probably slept in the wrong position, plus long periods looking down would cause pain. Bear with it a bit, or it will get worse tomorrow. Let's buy some medicated plasters later, she said, wiping her tears. Liuyan saw the tears that had already formed a line on Mo Yuking's face due to the pain. How did Chenlu endure it? Mo Yuking gripped Liuyan's hand tightly, her voice trembling like a child who realized they had made a big mistake. I even complained about him being slow. Liuyan didn't say anything more, just silently massaging Mo Yuking's neck, watching her cry. 10 minutes later, after a long silence, Mo Yuking sniffled and said quietly, I'll repay him. Liuyan didn't quite understand. Repay him for what? Mo Yuking gazed at the darkening sky outside, her eyes seeming dim, traces of tears having dried on her delicate face. I'll give back all the kindness he showed me. Every bit of it, she said. It was the first time Liuyan saw such a look in Mo Yuking's eyes. She patted the girl's shoulder and said, Let's go, buy the plaster, then have dinner. Mo Yuking shook her head and said, I want to go home. Is your mom back? Liuyan asked. No, I just want to go home, Mo Yuking replied. Liuyan, remembering the look in Mo Yuking's eyes earlier, felt increasingly uneasy and said sincerely, Then I'll accompany you home. Mo Yuking smiled at her. Why are you making that face? I won't give up on life. Why are you making that face? I won't give up on life. There's nothing to be so upset about. I don't deserve to be upset. After Liuyan repeatedly insisted, Mo Yuking finally agreed to let her drive her home. Liuyan compromised and promised to drop her off and leave. Mo Yuking leaned against the car window, gazing at the gloomy sky, thick dark clouds gathering, creating a heavy atmosphere. A sudden muffled thunder almost startled her, pulling her chaotic thoughts back. Rain was coming again. Annoying. Shortly after, the car parked in front of Mo Yuking's residential complex, and the rain intensified. Mo Yuking took out an umbrella, slowly opened the car door. Every time I come to see you off, I feel psychologically unbalanced. Riverside view. It's too much, Liuyan joked, looking at Mo Yuking's back. I could try buying a bedroom if I'm lucky. I could never afford a riverside home my whole life. She watched as the beautiful girl under the black umbrella walked in the rain, rainwater making a pattering sound. Mo Yuking turned around slowly to face her, her smile gentle and radiant. There's nothing to be unbalanced about. My home is your home. Liuyan was momentarily taken aback, then waved her hand with a smile. Let's go. Remember to apply the plaster. Seeing Liuyan driving away, Mo Yuking started to head back home. Chapter 51. Mo Yuking, who used to dream of marrying you, walked to the door, pressed her fingerprint to unlock it, only to see a somewhat unfamiliar figure in the living room. It was a middle-aged man with glasses, a bit overweight, sitting on the sofa watching a short video. He was her so-called stepfather, Lin Jingming. Just in that instant, she suddenly felt a bit suffocated, her already desolate mood plummeting even further. Mo Yuking thought he was probably called over by her mother to help with cleaning, hoping to bring the two of them closer. At first, Mo Yuking was slightly moved, until she discovered the truth later on. It was probably unthinkable for her mother that he always just directly called a cleaning lady to come over, and then sat on the sofa leisurely, looking at his phone. It was always the same. And then she would have to be asked by her mother why she couldn't get along well with him. But Mu Yuking no longer cared. She silently changed her shoes, walked into her room, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Without even lifting his head, it seemed like he had no intention of acknowledging her. As soon as Mu Yuking entered her room, she began rummaging through her belongings. Soon, the floor was covered with all sorts of peculiar things, from old and childish watercolor paintings, spinning tops, crystal balls, paintbrushes, Barbie dolls, and later, love letters, sketches, paper roses, necklaces. Even the teddy bear lying on the bed was brought down by her. After arranging everything on the floor, Mu Yuking looked at them, a silent smile appearing on her lips. All these were gifts from Chenlu, every birthday present throughout the years, with the style of gifts changing as they both grew older. From childish to mature. From naive to the first stirrings of love. The watercolor and sketch paintings all depicted her, but the disparity in artistic skill was evident. The watercolor painting was more like a doodle, with a round head, curved eyes and mouth, a blue trapezoid for a skirt, and a yellow circle above the head as the sun. As she smiled, it seemed like the tears she had dried at school just moments ago were dripping down again, falling on the already yellowed painting, prompting her to quickly set it aside. Soon, she froze. Something is missing. One item is missing. She muttered dazedly, not bothering to put on her slippers, and hurriedly opened the door to the living room. "Where are my things?" Mu Yuking shouted anxiously. Lin Jingming was taken aback, then looked at her, his impatience evident. "What things?" Mu Yuking took a deep breath, trying to keep her emotions in check. "My things. The music box on the bedside table." She didn't want to argue with this man to avoid disturbing her mother's feelings. But at the same time, she didn't want to be disturbed by them, which was the reason why Mu Yuking had been living alone for the past few years. The man squinted his eyes, finally recalling the incident. "I had the maid throw it away in the afternoon. It's such a childish thing. How old are you?" Mu Yuking paused. "Who gave you the right to throw it away?" "That was mine." "Did you even ask me?" "That was when I was 12. A gift from Chenlu." Lin Jingming flicked off some ash, sounding resigned. "You're about to start your internship. Focus on more important matters. Be more mature." Mu Yuking, who was already angry, couldn't hold back any longer. "You're not my father. Why do you interfere so much?" "Why can't I interfere?" The man stood up and yelled, seeing Mu Yuking still glaring at him coldly with tears in her eyes. Not wanting to escalate the situation further, he picked up his phone and left. "I'll buy you another one. Such worthless things. How much could it cost?" he said impatiently before slamming the door shut. The thunder continued outside, lightning occasionally illuminating the dim room, the downpour growing stronger. Mu Yuking seemed as if she hadn't heard the door close, standing there like a statue. She quietly recalled the past. When Lin Jingming and her mother returned from overseas, they only bought gifts for her half-sister, her same mother but different father, and she tearfully told Chen Lu about it. The next day, Chen Lu gave her a music box. The smile of that little boy in her memory was still vivid. That day, when Chen Lu came to her house early in the morning, he was pulled into a long conversation with her mother and sister before finding the opportunity to sneak into her room. Mu Yuking, still sulking with red eyes, saw Chen Lu's expression at that moment, truly indescribable. Chen Lu pulled her out from under the covers and magically produced the music box from his clothes. He put his finger to his lips and whispered, "Shh. Lin Kaiyunk doesn't have this. I'm only giving it to you. Don't tell her. Come see, it plays." When Mu Yuking came back to her senses, she was already downstairs, standing alone in the heavy rain. The large raindrops fell incessantly on her, and soon she was completely soaked, her previously light clothes now heavy. Many strands of hair clung to her face from the rain, and she casually brushed them aside. Looking at the several trash cans in front of her with a cold gaze, her expression indifferent. "That's why I hate thunderstorms." It was unknown for how long. The icy rainwater drenching her turned warm, steam filling the entire bathroom. Mu Yuking let the water from the shower wash over her, a small smile on her face as she looked at the music box in her hand. On the back of the music box were the crooked letters C and M, obviously painted over with correction fluid. What came after the appearance of the correction tape was another story. The C, shaped like a bracket, was painted by Chen Lu, while the more neat M was painted by Mu Yuking. Mu Yuking didn't know if the warm water flowing down her cheeks was from the hot shower or her tears. She didn't care. She just smiled softly. The sea you painted is so ugly. How could it look so ugly? She imitated Chen Lu's expression, placing her index finger on her lips, but she couldn't restrain her downturned mouth and her vision became completely blurry. Why did I forget in the beginning? Why did I forget? Why did I take your kindness for granted, as if it were natural? Thank you for being so good to me before, so good that I would get angry when you didn't answer my calls. Mu Yuking looked at the wooden music box in her hand. The smile of the handsome young boy from before seemed to appear before her again. She gently caressed the letters written on it, whispering to herself, "You said when you grew up, you would marry me. I had agreed to you when I was so young, but it was my fault for forgetting. It was my fault for not keeping my promise." As she spoke, she sat down weakly, hugging her legs tightly, completely unable to hold back her sobs. It's my fault for hurting you time and time again without realizing. Chen Lu, I'm sorry. I really wanted to marry you when I was young. And I still do now. Chapter 52, A Peaceful Afternoon the next day. Chen Lu sat on a dining hall chair, chin resting on his hand as he watched the girl in front of him. Leong Xiru felt a bit awkward under his gaze, eating quietly with her head down and her heart beating slowly. The dining hall was crowded at this time, full of people and noisy chatter. Despite the noise, she could still hear her own heartbeat clearly. After a while, the girl couldn't help but murmur softly, "Why have you been staring at me?" Chen Lu continued to study her, noticing that she hadn't eaten much, and sighed softly. "Not feeling hungry lately." "It's hot," Leong Xiru replied with her head down. Chen Lu chuckled, "So the dark circles under your eyes are from the heat too." Initially, he wanted to press further with his questions, but Leong Xiru looked up at him, her eyes slightly moist. "I'll tell you later, if that's okay." The girl pleaded timidly, looking somewhat wary, as if afraid he might get upset after hearing. Chen Lu's lips curled up slightly, his expression gentle. "If you don't want to say," he paused mid-sentence, realizing that the girl meant she would answer the questions he asked. Because she wasn't willing to speak, she hoped he wouldn't ask. Chen Lu suddenly chuckled, "All right?" With that, he picked up a peeled shrimp and offered it to Leong Xiru. "Not bad, not bad. Rewarding you for mastering the art of refusal. You're a step closer to smiling at me." Oddly enough, her shy and hesitant refusal actually made him quite happy. Leong Xiru stared at Chen Lu, blinking her eyes, seemingly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. After a few seconds, she suddenly spoke up, "The dark circles are because I've been tired from working hard lately. I want to work even harder to achieve my dreams sooner." Obviously, the story didn't unfold as either of them had expected. Chen Lu was taken aback, blinking his eyes. "I didn't ask. Why are you suddenly telling me?" He didn't quite understand what was going on with Leong Xiru. The girl lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers, and earnestly said, "Because I don't want to refuse you." Leong Xiru had a bit of stubbornness in odd places. Chen Lu reached out and brushed the girl's bangs to the side, carefully examining her clear, beautiful eyes. Her eyes were still as bright and lovely, but the heavy dark circles made her look a bit weary. "Are you going to class this afternoon or heading to work?" Chen Lu curiously asked. "I'm going to work." "You can't thrive on an empty stomach." Chen Lu looked worried. "Finish eating, and I'll take you to a quiet place to rest." "What's with that scared look on your face?" "Don't overthink it. I'm a decent guy." "Do my eyes look like a bad person's to you?" After the meal, Chen Lu took her to a nearby pavilion he had recently discovered. It wasn't because the drama club was no longer an appropriate meeting place. The pavilion was located in a quiet corner of their college, next to a large pond. Besides a few couples strolling there on weekends, it was usually deserted. It was very quiet. Leong Xiru carefully admired the surrounding scenery, watching the ripples on the pond caused by the gentle breeze, lost in thought. The breeze was refreshing, dissipating the heat around them. She hadn't known about this place on campus before. It was more accurate to say she hadn't had much time to wander around campus due to her lack of free time. Side by side, they entered the pavilion, where a stone table and two cylindrical stools were placed in the middle. Wooden benches surrounded the area for seating. As Leong Xiru helped Chen Lu wipe the stone stools, he sat down forcefully on the stone table beside her. She reluctantly took a seat as well. As soon as he sat down, Chen Lu playfully poked her cheek, and she puffed up her cheeks in response. "I've told you before, this is a gradual process. What's wrong with work and rest combined? Chen Lu looked at her sternly. Your dark circles are severe, and your face, which I've just helped plump up, has become thinner. You'll wear yourself out like this. Leong Xiru lowered her head, pursing her lips, accepting the criticism meekly. Sitting on the stone table, Chen Lu gazed down at Leong Xiru beside him, giving him the feeling of being on a podium, looking down at a student. He cleared his throat and said seriously, Leong Xiru, have you acknowledged your mistake? Leong Xiru nodded lightly in compliance, then continued to fiddle with her fingers, resembling a primary school student who hadn't done her homework and claimed to have forgotten it at home. I have. Chen Lu was quite satisfied. If I confess, Teacher Chen, I know I was wrong. You won't be angry, right? I know I'm wrong. And after that? Chen, Teacher Chen. The girl's voice was soft, timid, and a little shy and nervous. Chen Lu was taken aback, but quickly took a deep breath. Something seemed amiss. It appeared that some unusual preference had surfaced. He cleared his throat again and told the girl beside him, I suppose you might be embarrassed to lie on the bench, so just nap here. I'll wake you up when it's time to go to work. Chen Lu thought that if he hadn't brought her here, she might have fallen asleep on the dining hall table. Leong Xiru obediently lay her head on the stone table, slowly straightening her legs underneath. Her movements caused her pants to slide down slightly, revealing her fair, delicate ankles. As a decent young man, Chen Lu naturally noticed it. Firstly, he wasn't into feet, and secondly, he wasn't into feet. He just happened to notice. Before he could say anything, he realized that the girl had already fallen asleep. In just a few seconds. He wasn't sure if it was due to extreme tiredness or because she trusted him a lot. Perhaps both. Leong Xiru had her arms folded, head resting on them as she slept deeply. Chen Lu, facing the water pond, also closed his eyes, feeling the afternoon breeze on his face, sporting a content smile. Chapter 53 Support. Although he closed his eyes to rest for a while, Chen Lu did not nap, because he still had to wait for Leong Xiru to wake up. It was not because this pretty and innocent girl was sleeping defenselessly beside him, he couldn't resist looking. Chen Lu nodded, unable to help but appreciate his own honesty. What does it mean to be a noble gentleman? When the time was nearing, the cool breeze also stopped, and the air became somewhat stuffy. Chen Lu gently pinched the girl's cheek, soft. Get up, I'll walk you home, he said softly. Leong Xiru gradually got up, with marks on her cheeks from where she was lying. She first blinked her eyes in a daze for a moment, then rubbed her eyes. It took a few more seconds for her to react. Seeing Chen Lu still looking at her, she quickly felt embarrassed and shifted her gaze away. Wake up a bit more. I was worried someone would kidnap you in a sack if I didn't buy you water, Chen Lu said with a light laugh. I'll walk you home later. After saying this, he suddenly remembered that he might have a class in the afternoon. His heart skipped a beat for a second, then he just brushed it off. Skipping it wouldn't hurt, right? No one would go through university without skipping a class in their junior year, right? Leong Xiru quickly shook her head. No, you can't skip. Why? Chen Lu curiously asked. You have a class. Chen Lu was stunned. How did you know? You sent me your schedule for this week. Leong Xiru looked at him seriously. Chen Lu shrugged and got up from the stone table. It seemed like he couldn't walk her home now. He stood beside the girl and slowly said, Listen to me, get your money for today and quit. I'll help you find students who need tutoring. Then we can both benefit. Well, that doesn't sound right. I'll kindly inform the parents I know who are anxious about their children that your child is at a critical stage. Then you can start tutoring. Chen Lu smiled cunningly. But this couldn't really be considered deceiving. Chen Mo had mentioned to him seriously that Leong Xiru taught quite well when she wasn't nervous. Some of his mom's colleagues were desperate for their children to take extra classes. Leong Xiru also lowered her prices to compete, which could be considered beneficial for both sides. But she would definitely raise her prices later. She couldn't charge Chen Mo 200 for an hour and charge others the same, right? Thinking about this, Chen Lu poked Leong Xiru's cheek a bit angrily. Ms. Liang, hope you remind yourself over and over that tutoring for an hour can earn you more than working other part-time jobs for a whole day, okay? Leong Xiru softly echoed, a bit unsure. These past 2 days, she had gone to apply for tutoring jobs, all of which were politely declined. It was then that she realized just how much Chen Mo was helping her. Seeing him continuously looking out for her in his own way made her appreciate him even more. She also understood how much effort Chen Lu was putting into this side job of hers. Otherwise, his parents and Chen Mo wouldn't have readily agreed to her proposition. The stricter evaluations of other parents were more common. Some treated it like conducting an inquisition. Just as Leong Xiru was feeling a bit disheartened, Chen Lu suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't find parents and kids who have bad characters. At most, you'll have a bit of trouble compared to teaching Chen Mo, just a bit. Trust me. Or ... if you don't like this kind of job that requires socializing, you can tell me. I'll support you." Leong Xiru nodded slightly, saying softly, "Thank you. I don't dislike it." Hearing Chen Lu's words, she felt a warm wave in her heart. If she hadn't noticed Chen Lu watching her all this time, she would have turned away and taken a deep breath. Don't always say things that leave people breathless. "Thank you isn't worth much. Shouldn't you repay me?" Chen Lu said with a hint of annoyance, thinking, "I didn't come here for a thank you. How would I repay you?" The girl lifted her head to look at him, inadvertently revealing her fair and smooth neck and the neckline of her t-shirt. Perhaps due to lying down earlier, there was still a bit of sweat. Chen Lu averted his gaze, not acting like a noble gentleman, and looked straight into the girl's puzzled eyes. "Just give me a smile." "A smile?" Leong Xiru tilted her head slightly, even more confused. "All this help from him, and all he wants is to see me smile." "Yes, as I said, I haven't seen you smile once." Chen Lu's expression became serious. Leong Xiru took a deep breath and locked eyes with Chen Lu. Then, she slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Chen Lu sighed. "It feels too forced. It's scaring me." "Maybe the moment you were happy has passed. Try again when you're happy next time." Leong Xiru picked up her phone and checked her reflection. It looked a bit strange. At this moment, Chen Lu asked, "Is there something bothering you? You haven't looked well today." "No." Chen Lu watched the girl nervously fiddling with her fingers and sighed helplessly. After Leong Xiru left for her part-time job, Chen Lu returned to the classroom. The content of the class was University Innovation and Entrepreneurship Theory and Practice. It was said that most schools would offer such courses, but Chen Lu wasn't sure. However, he wasn't too concerned. He had slept through most of these classes recently. The projects of many groups in the class were quite abstract, such as helping plan flower shops for confessions and proposals or setting up a game experience hall. Since it didn't cost anything, they didn't have anything to lose by thinking about them. In short, this class was just going through the motions, just like the online courses they had to take. Most of the students would hang around, continuing to play games. The four roommates in Chen Lu's dormitory still sat in the same row. When he sat down, he overheard Zhang Chao and Li Xinian whispering to each other. "I've said it, a stable job is the best, at least it's secure. You better start preparing for the civil service exam with me," Li Xinian said seriously. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes. "It's not that great, you only see the comfortable side of it." He added, "Just like you can only see the good sides of Qin Wangxi." Li Xinian was speechless, thinking about how his friends were breaking his chops over pursuing a girl. He sighed, "Elder brother, there's no point in saying that." "I also think you're not right there," Chen Lu chimed in. Zhang Chao turned to glare at him. "What do you mean not right? I just haven't seen anything good about that girl." "Ha ha ha." Laughing, Chen Lu then noticed that the girl sitting in front of Zhang Chao was Liu Yan. Several girls were chatting together. Yan, where's Yuking?" "She's not feeling well. She took a sick day." "I can't believe how unreasonable our counselor is, making it incredibly difficult for her to take a day off. We have another class after this. I have to wait until tonight to visit her." Liu Yan was getting angrier as she spoke. Chen Lu sighed deeply. Forget it. There's no use mocking him. Who hasn't devoted themselves to an unattainable girl at some point? Setbacks will teach us all a lesson. Zhang Chao couldn't take it anymore and said loudly, "Don't lump me in with you. I wasn't like that in my youth." "How were you in your youth?" Chen Lu continued to ask. "In my youth, I was like the king of the sea. All the girls lined up to chase me." Chen Lu nodded, then turned to Liu Yan. "Liu Yan, did you hear that?" The girl in front didn't turn around. She just said 3 words. "I heard it." Zhang Chao was left dumbfounded, and the other 3 laughed like silly. Just as Chen Lu was coming to his senses, he received a new message on his phone. "Zi Lu, this is Aunt Z. Xiru fainted at her part-time job. The hospital just notified me, but you know my situation. Can you please go check on her? I'm trying to figure out a way to get there. When Chenlu realized what was happening, he had already stood up. His classmates and teacher were all staring at him in surprise. Teacher, my stomach hurts. Chapter 54. The teacher in charge, who was shocked by Chenlu's sudden play, stood still for a moment, pushed his glasses up, and looked at him. Zhang Chao and a few others beside him also froze, completely unable to understand how Chenlu, who was just laughing a moment ago, suddenly started this act. But seeing Chenlu's serious expression, the smile on Zhang Chao's face gradually froze, replaced by worrying. After a brief silence, the teacher nodded slightly. The next moment, Chenlu dashed out. He made a phone call on the way to soothe Zi Zunfang's emotions, and also sent a message to the counselor to request leave. Obviously, he had no intention of attending the next class. Unlike with Liu Yan, as soon as he sent the message, the counselor immediately agreed. Hospital, in front of the ward. Chenlu panted heavily with his mouth slightly open, the pungent smell of disinfectant filling his nostrils as he ran so far after parking, making his throat sore. He casually propped against the wall and raised his head, only to see a short-haired girl standing at the door, wiping tears non-stop. It was Lin Miao Miao. What's going on? Chenlu asked as he approached, his voice slightly hoarse. Speak up, I heard she fainted and rushed over. What's the matter? Seeing Lin Miao Miao wiping her tears with the back of her hand, he continued, his tone becoming urgent. Xiru has low blood sugar, Lin Miao Miao said sorrowfully. Chenlu was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Low blood sugar, isn't that serious? Your crying at the door like that nearly scared me to death. Lin Miao Miao glared at him. What? She had intended to scold Chenlu a bit more. But then she looked up and saw Chenlu let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall with a faint smile. Her momentary anger dissipated at the sight. Chenlu turned to look at her, his breath slightly steadier. Why aren't you going in? The doctor is inside. I just helped her complete the hospitalization procedures, Lin Miao Miao said. She has to stay in the hospital. Chenlu asked worriedly. He was more familiar with the symptoms of low blood sugar, but the possibility of Xiru going into a coma left him uncertain. Even if it's just for a day or two, she has to. Chenlu nodded slightly and didn't say anything more, taking out his phone to call Zi Zunfang. Every now and then, he peeked inside through the glass on the door. It seemed that Leong Xiru was still receiving a glucose drip. The hospital is not a good place, he sighed in a deep voice while waiting for the call to be answered. Most atheists would start to believe in higher powers here. Except for families welcoming newborns, there were rarely any smiles on people's faces here. Just then, the call went through. Hello, Auntie, don't bother coming. I'm here, Chenlu said first. Lin Miao Miao and I are here, no big deal. If it's too late, I'll come pick you up, he spoke in a rush, not even thinking about going to meet Zi Zunfang, only focused on checking on Leong Xiru's condition. Ah, all right, thank you very much, Zi Zunfang spoke softly, her voice somewhat exhausted, faintly tinged with a hint of sobbing. She had been hailing a taxi on the roadside for a long time, but none were willing to make the effort to carry her. She didn't know anyone around here, sitting in a wheelchair, listening to the sounds of passing vehicles, feeling helpless and lost. Chenlu only now fully realized that Leong Xiru was truly the pillar of their family. She couldn't even afford to fall ill. Seeing the doctor come out, he said, Auntie, I'm going to hang up. The doctor, seeing the anxious expressions of the two, spoke slowly. It's not a big issue. As long as low blood sugar fainting is treated promptly, there won't be any lasting effects. Rest in bed for now, and be a bit more careful in the future. Okay, Chenlu said before entering the room. Leong Xiru had been listening to Chenlu's voice all along, and now seeing his familiar handsome face, she felt an indescribable feeling. Lin Miao Miao, who followed behind Chenlu, smiled at her, causing her to smile back involuntarily. A slightly brighter smile finally appeared on her tired face. The feeling of being cherished by a friend had never been so clear. The three of them had shallow smiles on their faces, each for different reasons. Chenlu lightly tapped Leong Xiru's forehead with his index finger, then slowly sat beside her. Sorry, Leong Xiru said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She was apologizing for causing trouble to Chenlu and Lin Miao Miao, also for not listening to Chen Lu's advice. Looking at the drops of glucose falling, Chen Lu gently scolded her. Will you listen to me next time? I will. No matter how eager you are to try harder, you need to care more for your body, understand? Chen Lu continued while helping Leong Xiru unwrap the candy paper. Lin Miao Miao was crying outside just now. For those of us who care about you, you need to take care of yourself. Open up. Chen Lu handed her the candy, urging her to take it. Rewarding you for smiling at me the first time. Nervously, Leong Xiru pursed her lips, letting the orange candy brush against them. Take some sugar. Be honest. Open up. Chen Lu coaxed her like feeding a child. The girl couldn't resist him, gathered her courage, and slightly opened her mouth. Chen Lu frowned slightly. Open wider. I can't fit it in this tiny gap. Can I eat it myself? Leong Xiru pleaded, feeling helpless. It's okay. No one can see it anyway. Chen Lu deliberately glanced at the door. If you keep hesitating, be careful Lin Miao Miao catches you in the act. Just as he averted his gaze, he felt a soft and moist touch on his fingertips. The candy had been snatched away. His hand remained empty, a hint of liquid residue left on his fingers, which felt chilly, making him gulp. Achievement unlocked. Feeding successful. In a baffling situation, he turned his head in surprise, only to see Leong Xiru's blushing and beautiful profile. It seemed she also sensed something, turning her face away, unable to look at him. Leong Xiru kept adjusting her breathing, afraid that her rapid deep breaths would be noticed by Chen Lu, with her heart nearly in her throat. Something didn't seem right. Had she gotten herself into another dilemma? Shouldn't do that just because there was no one around, right? Chapter 55 Turn-Based Games. Chen Lu looked at Leong Xiru's profile and the long hair scattered behind her, staring at her foolishly, and then smiled foolishly. Like a fool. However, he quickly realized something was wrong and furrowed his brows in thought. Why does it suddenly feel like a turn-based game? Why does this fool keep landing critical hits on me at every turn? But she also felt shy. This round can reluctantly be considered my win, right? I'm not blushing. Can't space out in the future. It would be embarrassing if this fool caught me. Not bad, not bad. Chen Lu was very satisfied. Hurry and eat. I'll reward you later. He savored the soft touch from earlier and shamelessly said, No, I don't want it. Leong Xiru was made extremely shy by his words, her voice trembling slightly. You tricked me again, she said in distress, feeling bullied by Chen Lu's tactics. She had clearly been thinking about not feeding him earlier, but she was caught off guard and couldn't think of anything else. He even specially warned in advance where no one could see. So wicked. I only tricked you. Chen Lu smiled at her. Don't you like it? Leong Xiru quietly lay down, turning her head towards the side with the ivy, burying half of her head under the blanket, ignoring him. At least ignore him for a minute this time. She needed her heartbeat to calm down a bit. How could he ask that? Even if I like him, I can't tell him. Chen Lu laughed softly, handing his phone to the girl. Video call with your mom? To reassure her. This fool can't bear to use data. Probably doesn't even have a data plan. Seems like I'm the one losing out. Okay. Leong Xiru took the phone hesitantly, sitting up slightly. But she couldn't even last 10 seconds this time. What's the password? The girl asked softly. Chen Lu looked at her expressionlessly. Your birthday, huh? Leong Xiru was stunned for a while, then quietly made an O sound, lowering her head to tap the screen. Seeing the girl's foolish appearance, the corners of Chen Lu's mouth also turned up. In the end, I still win. Consistency is key. Occasional critical hits are useless. I have the advantage. Leong Xiru and Zi Zunfeng were video calling, and Chen Lu naturally had no reason to intervene. He silently walked to the window and looked at the deep blue sky outside. The weather in Hangzhou was strange, just like a girl's heart, unpredictable. Often starting off cloudy in the morning, then becoming clear in the afternoon, might even have a sudden heavy rain at night. It's all about being unpredictable. Chen Lu, who was looking at the sky, naturally didn't notice the girl's sneak glances at him from time to time. To the girl, his back view was much more pleasing than the sky outside. Leong Xiru tried to downplay her symptoms as much as possible to avoid worrying her mother. The somewhat weak look she had just disappeared completely. She was already too familiar with this. She had grown up like this. About 10 minutes later, Leong Xiru ended the video call, quietly calling Chen Lu back. My mom said I should thank you properly. Leong Xiru murmured timidly, unable to think of how to thank Chen Lu. It felt like she was forever in debt to others. I heard it. But a casual thanks from you is enough. You're not someone who's good at expressing gratitude anyway, Chen Lu said sternly. Leong Xiru was startled, feeling unjustly accused. Why am I not? Chen Lu sighed sadly. I personally fed you candy, and you didn't thank me. Do you know how tiring it is to unwrap that candy? In the first place, I'm clumsy, and I had to resist not eating it myself. Then, thank you, the girl said meekly, handing the phone back. That's more like it. See, she had to thank me too, Chen Lu chuckled. Perhaps because Leong Xiru didn't listen to him and ended up in the hospital, Chen Lu now seemed to enjoy teasing her. He slowly took the phone, looking at the last message he sent to his counselor. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to call the counselor. Soon, a crisp voice came from the phone. Did you fake the illness or did something happen? Chen Lu cleared his throat. Teacher, considering I've been working hard for you for so long, can you approve Leon Yan's leave? What's it got to do with you if she takes time off? The counselor was curious. Well, she's not too comfortable saying it, sigh. Anyway, the problem is quite serious. You should approve it so she can go to the hospital for a checkup. I haven't been completely useless these past 2 years, and she is my friend after all. The counselor was taken aback by his cryptic words and eventually agreed after some thought. Although Chen Lu's words were emotional and reasonable, he remained expressionless throughout. He was just helping Leon Yan out. After hanging up the phone, Chen Lu put his phone back in his pocket and adjusted Leong Xiru's for drip rate back. You probably haven't had it for a long time, so you probably felt nauseous coming up so fast at first. You're likely adapting now. Chen Lu looked at the glucose dripping down, speaking softly. I've had AN for countless times since I was little. I'm already experienced with it. A year or two ago, I even tried to pull out the needle myself, and at that time, my mom beat me. Leong Xiru recalled Wang Zhaoxia's face, finding it hard to imagine that such a gentle person would beat Chen Lu. It's a bit intriguing. After a while, I'm back. Lin Miao Miao pushed the door open and shouted loudly. But as soon as she entered, she saw the two of them silently locking eyes, with Chen Lu's gaze asking, "What are you looking at?" The door slammed shut heavily. After 2 seconds, it opened slowly again. I'm back. Lin Miao Miao held a bag of snacks, said coldly. Then she sat at the bedside as if nothing had happened, opening her large shopping bag. What did you buy? Chen Lu looked at her in surprise, almost thinking she was going camping. All kinds of snacks, bread and cookies for Xiru, and some snacks I might eat while staying here tonight. Lin Miao Miao looked at the snacks, more and more satisfied. After all, I have to stay here to take care of you. Can't leave you alone here at night. It's a man and a woman after all. Chen Lu felt she was more of a hamster. At the same time, Lian arrived at Mo Yuking's door, gently knocking twice. Yuking, it's me. With no response, she knocked a few more times. Open the door. Chapter 56. No one answers. Liu Yan knocked more urgently, but no one picked up. In the end, she had to use her mobile phone to call Mo Yuking. Still, no one answered. After several attempts, the door slowly opened. Hey, miss. I thought you were missing. Liu Yan complained anxiously. No, Mo Yuking replied in a dull tone, as if just waking up. She turned and walked back to her room, swaying. Her black lace-strapped nightgown swayed with her movements. One strap drooped down from her shoulder, revealing smooth white skin, as she let it hang loose since only girls were present. Liu Yan sensed something was wrong and quickly put on the slippers that Mo Yuking had prepared for her alone. Are you all right? When she walked into Mo Yuking's room, she saw Mo Yuking already lying drowsily on the bed. She lay on her side, stretching out her limbs like an octopus, tightly hugging a large teddy bear. Her long hair scattered on one side, looking somewhat disheveled. Why aren't you talking? Liu Yan hurriedly approached her, patting her forehead. Oh my, you have a fever. Are you okay? Liu Yan gently shook Mo Yuking's body, trying to wake her up. Have you taken any medicine? Why do you have such a high fever? Got caught in the rain, Mo Yuking muttered, looking like she was about to fall asleep again. She seemed very uncomfortable. Why did you get caught in the rain for no reason? Liu Yan found it strange, since she had driven Mo Yuking back, and she had returned home with an umbrella. Where did she get caught in the rain? Mo Yuking closed her eyes, occasionally rubbing her cheek against the teddy bear, leaving a bit of moisture on the bear's dry fur. Looking for something, she mumbled hazily. Looking for something? What's worth getting soaked in the rain and searching everywhere for? Not searching everywhere, just in the trash can. As Mo Yuking spoke, her breathing became calm, as if she had fallen asleep. What did you say? In the trash can? Liu Yan could guess her own expression without looking in the mirror. At that moment, she must have looked dumbfounded, like a subway map of a confused senior with a cell phone. She imagined a scene where a drenched beauty girl searched through the trash under the pounding rain. Are you out of your mind? Liu Yan's sarcasm went unanswered as Mo Yuking drifted back to sleep. Not finding any cold or fever medicines, Liu Yan continued. Have you taken any medication? Nah, I'll be fine after a nap. That's how I've always handled it since I was a child. Mo Yuking seemed annoyed by the questioning. Without warning, she rolled over, pulling Liu Yan onto the bed together. Mo Yuking's body was hot, and even her breath was warm. Her long, slender right leg wrapped around Liu Yan's lower body, anchoring her beside her. Liu Yan's gaze fell upon Mo Yuking's perfectly shaped thigh, but she was not seduced. She sighed and got up, saying, "You'll be delirious after you wake up from this nap." Then she began searching around for any signs of fever-reducing medication or a thermometer. After rummaging through everything, she finally found a thermometer and fever reducer in a small transparent box. Let's check your temperature. Fortunately, the sleeping Mo Yuking was more cooperative than when she was awake. Liu Yan wasted no time and went to boil water. A few minutes later, she returned with a glass of water and the medicine, placing them gently on the white bedside table. When Liu Yan picked up the thermometer, she furrowed her brows. 39.2 degrees? She turned to the octopus like Mo Yuking hugging the teddy bear and remarked with frustration, "If I leave you alone, you'd probably turn into an idiot from the fever." Startled by the stern shout, Mo Yuking slowly sat up and took the medicine and water, swallowing it in one gulp. Liu Yan sighed and closed the curtains in the room, resigning herself to monitoring Mo Yuking's temperature. Luckily, she had arrived early. Liu Yan sat beside Mo Yuking, silently scrolling through her phone. You really are something, searching through the trash in the pouring rain. Liu Yan chuckled, then sighed in disbelief. You are something else. What were you searching for? Did you lose your property certificate in there? Looking for what Chenlu gave me. Mo Yuking buried herself under the blanket, leaving her hair scattered on the pillow. Let me rest for a while. Liu Yan paused, then simply said, rest. As she watched the sleeping Mo Yuking, her gaze became increasingly complicated. If you had spent as much energy being devoted earlier, what would have happened? If you had done this before Chenlu gave up on you, he would have proposed the next day if he knew. Now what's the point? Either you can't acknowledge your feelings for Chenlu, or you can't find that overwhelming sense of security. And now it's too late for everything. Any girl might not be able to recognize her feelings due to parental marriage issues, but you can't, as there's no one better than Chenlu for you. She thought, and then reached out to touch Mo Yuking's forehead. After all, she still cared. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as darkness fell, the room became pitch black. Only a faint light from outside peeked through the curtain's gap. After recovering from the fever, Mo Yuking slowly opened her eyes, looking a bit tired. You're awake. Liu Yan spoke softly. Here, have some water. Sorry for making you come all this way, Mo Yuking said as she took the cup, gulping down the water. Liu Yan looked at her with a mix of anger and amusement. What were you dreaming about? Mo Yuking was startled for a moment, then slowly shook her head. I didn't dream of anything. Liu Yan was skeptical. If you didn't dream of anything, why were you calling out Chen Lu's name? You heard that, and still you ask. Mo Yuking glanced at her before burying her face in her teddy bear again, hugging it tightly as if using all her strength, her whole body trembling. Muffled, she said, Chenlu arranged it for you. What are you saying? Other than him, who else in the class has such a good relationship with the counselor? Liu Yan thought about it and realized it was true. She had been too carefree. I want to give him a call. Mo Yuking forced a smile as she took out her phone and dialed the number that had once been able to solve all her problems for her. The phone only greeted her with a neutral voice. I'm sorry, the user you are trying to reach is currently on another call. Dropping the phone on the bed as if drained, Mo Yuking didn't say anything more. She continued to bury her face in the teddy bear, her body twitching slightly. She knew that if she hadn't made one mistake after another, Chenlu would be by her side taking care of her now. Watching the silently weeping Mo Yuking, Liu Yan sighed deeply, her eyes reddening as she poured her a cup of hot water. Chapter 57. Dao Dao's surprise attack made Chenlu silently hang up the phone and look up at the two girls chatting on the bed. After Leong Xiru finished her for drip, she still had no appetite, only eating a few cookies. Lin Miao Miao, on the other hand, was happily munching on a bag of potato chips. If nothing's wrong, I'll go now. I'll come back tomorrow during the day. Chenlu stood up from the accompanying bed and whispered. Leave quickly, don't disturb the private world of me and Xiru, Lin Miao Miao said arrogantly, chin up. Midway through speaking, she looked at Chenlu, blinking curiously. Why do you look unhappy? It's adults' business, kids shouldn't meddle, TCH. Chenlu walked up to Leong Xiru and tapped her forehead. Eat a little something later. Seeing the girl nod, he smiled gently. At that moment, a very familiar ringtone suddenly sounded. Sino. Chenlu looked at Lin Miao Miao with disgust, while Lin Miao Miao coolly answered the phone. Hello, Mom. What's up? Yeah, I'm at school. What did you say? You and Dad are coming over? What for? Lin Miao Miao stood frozen in place, her mouth slightly agape. Although it was unclear what was being said on the phone, from Lin Miao Miao's words and expression, one could guess the general idea. Find a hotel to stay overnight. I'll come find you tomorrow during the day. I have something going on here. I'm not staying in a hotel with a boy. You're leaving tomorrow. Okay, wait for me to come over. After hanging up the phone, Lin Miao Miao sighed deeply. She looked up at Chenlu and Leong Xiru suddenly, saying, My parents came to see me. If I don't go back, they might suspect I'm staying in a hotel with a boy. Chenlu only realized now that he had to stay here to take care of Leong Xiru. Alone in a room, in the dead of night. It was quite stimulating. Seeing Leong Xiru nervously lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands, Chenlu gently said, Don't worry, I'm a decent person. The girl nodded slightly. I trust you. But I'm not as easygoing as Lin Miao Miao. If you fall into my hands, don't expect to resist, Chenlu said, making Leong Xiru suddenly taken aback. Wasn't he a decent person? How did he turn serious all of a sudden? Leong Xiru slowly moved to the head of the bed, her whole body shrinking into the blankets, leaving only her eyes blinking at him. Chenlu found it amusing and said seriously, I mean you have to eat your meal. I'll order some porridge for you later. If you don't eat it properly, you'll regret it. He didn't know why she acted like this, making herself an easy target. It was worrying. Seeing Leong Xiru hesitantly answering him, Chenlu couldn't help but smirk. After a while, as Chenlu was telling his roommate he wouldn't be going back that night, Leong Xiru softly said, Chenlu. She hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to say, Can we go back? I don't want to stay in the hospital. Chenlu was puzzled. He couldn't understand why she suddenly voiced her dislike for the place. He asked, Why? Leong Xiru lowered her head, tightly gripping the white blanket in her hands. After a long pause, she replied, I hate it here. Chenlu understood her sentiments. He slowly reached out his hand, intending to hold hers, but opted to gently pat her head instead. Feeling the soft strands of Leong Xiru's hair, he said softly, You eat properly later, rest well, and we'll leave tomorrow. Once you wake up, we'll leave immediately, okay? Leong Xiru did not resist his touch, allowing him to comfort her like a cat being stroked, which surprisingly brought her some peace of mind. All right, she replied with determination, tilting her head slightly towards Chenlu. In less than 2 minutes, the food arrived. Chenlu affectionately fed Leong Xiru bit by bit, making sure the girl ate properly. Watching the girl sleep peacefully, he smiled contentedly and then continued to look at his phone. Smiling to himself, he realized his phone was about to die with no charger in sight. Chenlu walked over to Leong Xiru and gently touched her cheek, whispering, Can I use your phone for a bit? I need to find a place to rent a portable charger. Drowsily, Leong Xiru snuggled her cheek against his fingers, murmuring, Okay? Chenlu picked up her phone and asked, What's your phone password? Your birthday. Chapter 58. Don't fight back. It's your birthday. Leong Xiru said before drifting off to sleep, leaving only Chenlu's hand still there. My birthday. After a few seconds, Chenlu finally withdrew his hand and walked away. The strange smile on his face attracted the attention of the nurses at the nurses' station. If he wasn't so handsome, they would have thought a pervert came in at this late hour. In a matter of minutes, he rented a portable charger and hurried back because he left Leong Xiru alone in the hospital room. He returned so quickly that his figure swiftly passed by the nurses' station. The two night shift female nurses chatting were startled once again. Why are so many weird things happening tonight? Seems like it's that handsome guy. Chen Lu returned to the room, softly closed the door without making a sound, afraid of waking Leong Xiru up. After charging his phone, he walked to Leong Xiru to put her phone back near her. As he set down the phone, his thumb accidentally touched the bottom navigational bar and saw her notes. It seemed like there was a lot written there, and he wondered what this silly girl had written. Chen Lu wasn't interested in other people's privacy unless he saw his name mentioned. He opened the notes and found it was her account book. Part of it recorded future expenses and current income, another part noted previous expenditures. At the top, it listed all the costs for her mother's checkup and future surgery. Mom's surgery cost $140,000. Turning over through these medical expenses, he finally found his name. Chen Lu's camera, $12,888. Following that was a diary-like text, hoping to cure mom's illness soon, so I can save money to buy a camera for Chen Lu. Chen Lu felt sad when he mentioned this, only smiling after realizing I saw him. Maybe he thought I was oblivious and couldn't see. But I could. I hope he can be happier. He's like a ray of sunshine in my dark life, so I hope his face can also have a bright smile. Keep going. Leong Xiru, you can do it. After that were records of her likes, dislikes, and recent expenses. When she casually mentioned not being satisfied with her phone camera, this silly girl took note of her wish to buy a camera for herself. The light from the phone screen illuminated his face, reflecting in his slightly moist eyes. Chen Lu's pupils also slightly widened. Her own expenses were at the end. Unlike before, she didn't list anything she wanted for herself. It only included personal and grocery expenses. The most recent was a piece of clothing that cost less than 40 yuan. Chen Lu suddenly understood it all. He finally figured out why Leong Xiru had been so busy lately and how she ended up so tired all of a sudden. Chen Lu's mouth twitched, showing a hint of bitterness. He looked at the sleeping girl, Leong Xiru, sleeping peacefully, gently rising and falling, her breathing barely audible. It's like she has two personalities, willingly recording expenses for her mother and for Chen Lu, but only spending a few dozen yuan on herself for clothes. She probably didn't realize how long she needed to work to achieve these goals, just wanting to make progress bit by bit. What surprised Chen Lu more was that he ranked just behind Zi Zunfang, and she had placed herself at the very end. After a long contemplation, he sniffed and silently closed his phone. However, he didn't leave but stood there silently watching the sleeping girl. It's unknown how much time passed. Leong Xiru, who slept earlier, slowly opened her eyes and happened to see Chen Lu standing in front of her. Initially startled, she relaxed upon recognizing him and slowly slipped under the covers. "Why aren't you asleep?" she inquired timidly, reaching out to touch her cheek, feeling its heat. Surely he wasn't watching her the whole time. With this thought, she quickly touched her mouth, fearing she drooled in her sleep. Chen Lu's lips gently curved. "You were sleep-talking, didn't you know?" "Ah." The girl unknowingly raised another silly question, looking at Chen Lu with surprise and embarrassment. "What did I say?" Chen Lu said nothing, but continued to smile at her, letting her assume. Leong Xiru felt even worse. Why can't she even die understandably? She felt uncomfortable, as if ants crawled on her skin. "Go back to sleep, it's still early," Chen Lu whispered while covering her with the blanket. He handed her a candy. "Have you noticed you seem a bit more cheerful than before? This candy is your reward." He had decided to carry a few candies with him in the future, just in case of low blood sugar episodes. When he attempted to give her the candy, Leong Xiru dumbfoundingly murmured, "I'll let you feed me obediently, then you can come to sleep on the bed." I've been sleeping for a long time. Although the folding bed next to them looked fine, it must be uncomfortable to sleep on it. Chen Lu found it amusing. "Leong Xiru, you have to understand the situation. You really have no negotiating power right now. I suggest you be honest, otherwise, you might regret it later." Leong Xiru pouted, reluctantly opened her mouth for the candy, looking dissatisfied. She bit Chen Lu's hand a bit. "Ah." Chen Lu jumped, instinctively pulling his hand back, his heart rate increasing. Shaking his hand, he furrowed his brows. She's fighting back now. Something's not right. He'll have to be cautious in the future. Chen Lu pondered on how to regain control next time, lifting his head with some irritation. To his surprise, the girl smiled gently at him, showing a hint of pride. Her clear eyes were filled with laughter. With her slightly rosy lips and eyes dancing with waves of joy, Leong Xiru looked at him with a clear smile. At that moment, he wished his eyes were a camera to capture this scene deeply in his memory. He would never forget it in this lifetime. Chapter 59. I want to hurry up a bit. Even though the surroundings are dim, I can still see the girl's smile flashing in front of my eyes. When the sound of the phone alert rang, he finally heard his heartbeat again. "Let me bite back," he said after coming back to his senses, even though the silly bite didn't hurt at all. Leong Xiru hurriedly continued to burrow into the blanket, feeling regretful and fearful, pleading, "I was wrong." After a moment of excitement, her usual rationality and self-doubt quickly enveloped her again, making her deeply regret her actions just now. Her cheeks were burning hot, and she regretted almost wanting to cry. Suppressing her emotions must be her instinct, at least until she has the ability to support her family completely. Yet the dam she built up from a young age to take care of her mother and keep herself strong inexplicably began to crumble after meeting Chen Lu. When a place to cry and miss appears, a person will become weak. Chen Lu pretended to look like a victor and chuckled, "I'll spare you this time." The courage that the girl finally mustered up naturally needed to be protected. It was best to briefly acknowledge and act as if nothing had happened just now. Chen Lu casually brought up another topic, and Leong Xiru followed suit, avoiding the issue. She unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and gradually eased her emotions. Some of Chen Lu's tenderness was directly felt by her, while some things she couldn't quite understand for the moment. Leong Xiru sat on the edge of the bed. Chen Lu sat on a chair beside the bed, with only a dim night light on, whispering softly, as if not wanting to disturb the quiet night. He almost forgot that this was a hospital, and could only feel the quietness around him and the girl's murmurs in front of him. Chatting with a girl in the early hours of the morning, it was indeed a strange feeling. After a while, Chen Lu seemed to suddenly remember something, looking at Leong Xiru with a serious expression. "Rest for a while, all right? Everything can be taken slowly. I'll accompany you every step of the way." His voice was firm yet gentle. Leong Xiru also looked at him, but for some reason, Chen Lu seemed to see a hint of unwillingness in her eyes, because she was really in a hurry. She had too many things she wanted to do, but only agreed to do them after her mother's legs were healed. She increasingly wanted to face life with her head held high as agreed between the two of them. Only then could she give the boy in front of her a gift chosen by herself, even if it might take a long time to save up for it. But by then, her mother would be happy, and she would naturally have time to pursue her own happiness and do things that would make the boy happy. Only then could she stay by his side without any reservations. Chen Lu was stunned. This was his first time seeing Leong Xiru, who seemed timid and somewhat weak, showing such a determined and unwilling look. It made him both shocked and curious. Even with his meticulous mind, he couldn't possibly fathom what Leong Xiru was thinking at this moment. After all, their upbringing environments were different from a young age, and some differences were hard to bridge with empathy, so they could only rely on time to adjust. He stood up and lightly tapped the girl's forehead, saying, "This is punishment for not listening to you." Leong Xiru covered her forehead, looking a bit aggrieved. "I'll listen. I'll make sure to rest." "Rest well. I've said what I wanted to say, and now all that's left is to support you by your side." Leong Xiru found it strange, not expecting Chen Lu to respect her thoughts so much when she thought he would be angry. He seemed to support her in everything, even mentioning that if she didn't like socializing, she should just forget about it. Instead of constantly analyzing pros and cons and saying things like, "It's for your own good. Why aren't you angry?" she asked softly, testing the waters. This time, Chen Lu was baffled. "Why would I be angry?" After contemplating for a while, the girl murmured, "Because you were right, but I didn't develop in the way you would have liked." She felt that Chen Lu might feel all his efforts were in vain. Chen Lu struggled to synchronize with the girl's simple thought process and finally understood a bit, after pondering for a while. He chuckled lightly. "It's normal to have differences, and what I said might not necessarily be right. When I give you advice, I often forget to consider your own wishes, such as easily overlooking your reluctance to talk to strangers. You should have your own thoughts. He then poked the girl's tender cheek. No one has the right to demand that you become what they like, including me. You just need to do things you are willing to do. Seeing the girl's dumbfounded look, he couldn't help but smile again, walking slowly to the stiff nursing bed. Rest, and when you wake up, we'll leave. Leong Xiru watched Chen Lu's blurry figure, her eyes trembling. I am willing to become what you like, just as you are willing to follow my wishes. I didn't listen to you this time because I wanted to get there quickly. After chatting for a bit, Chen Lu urged Leong Xiru to go to sleep again, and then he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. This quiet night's experience would probably stay vivid in both of their minds for many years to come. A few days later, one afternoon, after Chen Lu finished his class, seeing that Leong Xiru hadn't replied for a long time, he fell into contemplation. He remembered seeing a message in the part-time job group at the hospital back then. Go check out the courier station, he thought as he walked out of the classroom slowly. Sure enough, Chen Lu saw Leong Xiru's busy figure at a courier station. He stood far away silently watching her, once again suppressing the urge to force her to rest. Just like in the mall before, he called Leong Xiru again. Hey, what's up? Leong Xiru asked softly. Chen Lu hesitated for a moment, suddenly unsure of what to say. The girl didn't rush him, just waiting quietly, and for a moment, there were only the steady breaths of the two of them in the phone call. Eventually, he spoke slowly. You should take care of yourself, rest when you can. Understood. I'll hang up then. Huh. Okay. The girl seemed a bit lost, but could only helplessly agree. She couldn't understand why Chen Lu suddenly made this call. It was at this moment that Chen Lu realized she always had the phone close to her ear, waiting until she heard the beep multiple times before reluctantly pulling it away. Leong Xiru rested her head on the table for a while, then got up with a tired sigh, trying to continue work with little energy. He then called Li Xiniang. Li Xiniang, how much does a part-time job at the courier station in our school pay per month? How would I know? I knew you wouldn't know, that's why I asked you to find out. Fine, I'll check. 2 minutes later, Li Xiniang sent him a WeChat message. 1,400. That was the monthly salary for a university student working part-time at that courier station on campus. To buy the Sony DSLR camera in her shopping cart, she would have to work for nearly a year. What would you do if a girl went to such lengths for you? Chen Lu asked himself in his mind. The answer came quickly. He continued to hold his phone close to his ear, gazing steadfastly at the girl in the distance while listening to the regular beeping. Before the person at the other end spoke, he cut in, Boss, let's go big on this. Right, I agree. Chapter 60. In fact, having one or two close friends is enough, Chen Lu said, and then silently moved his phone a bit further from his ear. As expected, a very noisy sound came from it. Damn! You really agreed! Zhang Chao shouted loudly, seeming too excited to even chew the snacks in his mouth. Yes, Chen Lu replied softly. But there are still some things to discuss. Let's talk more when I get back to the dormitory. Zhang Chao sounded very excited. Alright, I'll wait for you. Chen Lu hung up the phone and continued watching Leong Xiru for a while. The girl was still diligently sorting through the parcels, placing each one in its designated spot. She would occasionally lower her head, carefully looking at the information recorded on them. Her hair would fall down with her movements, and she would gently tuck it back behind her ear. Chen Lu felt a bit surprised, as it seemed that ever since he mentioned liking her with long hair, she hadn't tied it up in a ponytail as often. Leong Xiru seemed to sense an unfamiliar figure in the distance and looked up strangely, but saw nothing. Only a gentle breeze passed through, rustling the leaves on a few trees. Chen Lu had just returned to the dorm when Zhang Chao approached him like a ghost. Tell me, how did you suddenly change your mind? He curiously asked. Chen Lu tilted his head speechlessly and said, Why do I feel like I'm the one who didn't think things through? Forget it. Zhang Chao laughed and scolded him, grabbed the car keys on the table, and lovingly caressed them. Then he lifted his eyelids, turned to Chen Lu, and said, Let's go, accompany me for a drive. Without asking much, Chen Lu followed along. The deep black Mercedes drove on the road against the sunset, taking familiar turns without any specific destination. Inside the car, Su Shenghao's Brave this year was playing, and the two chatted aimlessly. You've changed, my big boy, Zhang Chao suddenly said. How have I changed? Chen Lu was not one to take advantage of such cheap tactics. Among guys, changing how they address each other to tease one another was quite common. It didn't matter if they failed a few times, but as long as they succeeded once, no matter how big of a person they were, they could end up looking like idiots. Zhang Chao proudly tapped the steering wheel with his index finger, as if in his eyes, only by following his thoughts along with Chen Lu could real progress be achieved. Of course, you've changed. You're not confused anymore. You might have still been hesitating between just messing around for your whole life or stepping up a bit yesterday, Zhang Chao continued. Turning up the corner of his mouth, Chen Lu asked, "So you admit you're my dad?" "Get lost. Let's talk seriously," Zhang Chao retorted. "Then I'm your dad too," Chen Lu shrugged. Suddenly, Zhang Chao really wanted to slam the steering wheel and go down with Chen Lu in a tragic manner. His emotions had risen, and he was holding back his sentimentality. It was too boring. Not at all filial. So why? Can you say it properly? Zhang Chao remained quite curious. Chen Lu looked at the sun vaguely visible between the tall buildings in the distance and smiled involuntarily. Because there's a fool working to save money to buy me a camera. So isn't it normal for me to find a job for her too? Both were putting in their best efforts to fulfill each other's wishes. Zhang Chao frowned as if he had tasted a lemon. You call that working? Oh, right. Speaking of which, it reminds me, when the time comes, we'll work together, and I'll take the lead, Chen Lu said seriously. Don't worry, I won't freeload off you. I'll pay my own way. Their relationship was so good that Chen Lu had to be clear on the division of responsibilities. Working with Zhang Chao was fine, he trusted him enough. Zhang Chao was the kind of person who would always stand up for you, but letting him take the lead in doing things wouldn't work out. They would both end up starving. This remark almost made Zhang Chao lose his grip on the cigarette in his mouth, thinking that Chen Lu, with such a serious face, was going to discuss something significant. I was about to say something, and that's it. Disdainfully spitting, I've said it before. Even if you don't chip in a cent, I'll follow your lead. Chen Lu looked out the window with a light smile. It seems our bond is quite crucial. After a while, he added, you really trust me. It's absurd. Zhang Chao opened the car window and blew a smoke ring. We're almost in June now. When the new batch of freshmen comes in September, we'll have known each other for 3 years. It may not seem long, but you really are my best bro. That's why I trust you, mainly because of our bond. Your abilities are indeed a secondary factor. I'm not an idiot. Did you think I'd keep begging you to come along and be my partner if you were good for nothing? Of course, your ability is a consideration, but it's truly a secondary factor. Zhang Chao seemed eager to emphasize that the bond between them was what he valued the most. When did we become so close? Chen Lu suddenly asked. Zhang Chao seemed to recall something and couldn't help but smile silently. I remember at the beginning of school when I found you quite annoying. I thought with my looks, I would be a hit in university and girls would line up for me. But I was full of joy to see you when I first entered the dorm. Damn, I still feel annoyed thinking about it. Because of your existence, until I pursued Liu Yan, I hadn't gotten close to any girls in our class since the beginning. Then, when the counselor asked us to elect the class monitor by ourselves, after I stood up, I felt relieved when I saw you didn't stand up. He talked and punched Chen Lu again. And you secretly helped Mo Yuking at the time, he continued. I couldn't accept you no matter what back then. Zhang Chao reminisced about many events, not recalling the reasons behind them, and couldn't pinpoint how they had become such close brothers. Maybe it was after the first time we stayed up all night at the internet cafe together, Chen Lu suggested after much contemplation. In fact, both had long forgotten when their relationship had grown closer and what had led them to become close father and son-like friends. Most guys only remember anniversaries with their girlfriends, not those with their best brothers. Nevertheless, a genuine friend wouldn't hold a grudge against you for forgetting when you met. These things didn't matter anymore. Zhang Chao suddenly pointed outside. Remember this place? I almost had a falling out with Li Xinian, and that night you took us to this internet cafe. He paused for a moment. Damn, how did it become a foot massage parlor now? The way guys interact with each other is quite peculiar. The most direct example was the two of them aimlessly driving around until night. The lights in the surrounding high-rise buildings all illuminated, occasionally casting the car lights on Chen Lu's face, making the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Zhang Chao parked the car by the bridge, got out, and looked at the river before lighting a cigarette in the night, his eyes revealing a few scattered sparkles. He sighed deeply. Well, I'm no longer attached to this car. I'll sell it soon. Let's give it a shot together. I won't regret trying with you. Even if we don't make it big, when I grow old in the future, I'll just look back and smile gently. At least I put in the effort, and I did it with my best bro. Chen Lu tilted his head, looking at him as if he were puzzled. Who said you could sell the car? Zhang Chao was startled, nearly putting the cigarette backward, his reddened tip almost entering his mouth. Then where will the money come from? Chen Lu held onto the railing with both hands, letting the evening breeze toy with his hair. He smirked slightly and said, Since I'm here, there must be a way. Chapter 61 Future End of Volume 1. Before Zhang Chao could ask, Chen Lu took out his phone and started searching through his notes for the information he had gathered. Recently, there is an independent game production competition in Hang City, only available for university students to participate. He said seriously, as long as we can achieve a passable ranking, we can apply for our school's entrepreneurship fund. It's a total of 100,000 yuan. Then we work hard, and we can definitely apply for free space at our school's entrepreneurship incubation center. With this back-and-forth plan, we can save a lot of money. Zhang Chao listened, a bit stunned, realizing that Chen Lu had plans but lacked execution. But where do we find the people we need? Although Chen Lu knew a bit of programming, he didn't fully understand. He originally planned to be the backer and invest money. Chen Lu shrugged it off. Finding people is easy. I know some programming myself, and I can find others from the neighboring college for the rest. Turning around, leaning against the railing, he continued softly, It won't cost much. 2,000 a month might not be enough to find laborers, but it will definitely be enough for university students. There might even be someone like you who will join us as soon as we talk about the dream. Why bother drawing up big plans for a business? As long as you have the ability to make money, that's all that matters. Even if you don't become a big philanthropist, never be the kind who promises big and then fails to pay wages. After pondering for a while, Zhang Chao finally understood all of Chen Lu's plans. He was relieved that he could bring Chen Lu on board, but also felt a bit sad that he could never catch up to Chen Lu's level. Realizing that if Chen Lu wanted, he could completely control the situation, Zhang Chao felt that he was just a puppet at Chen Lu's mercy. However, he understood that as long as the plan succeeded, they would all be benefactors, and no one would be wronged. As for those who might run away after a while, Chen Lu didn't care. As long as the main framework remained the same, screws could always be easily replaced. It was simply a transaction where work was done and money was paid, without any emotional attachment. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Chao asked, So what is my role? Am I responsible for providing the money? He suddenly felt the need to sell his car and invest more money, as he knew that without him, Chen Lu's plan wouldn't be as successful, and that thought slightly dented his confidence. Chen Lu found it amusing. You definitely need to invest some money like me. You are the second in command, and all the preliminary things that I don't have time to handle will be your responsibility, including odd jobs. Once we expand in the future, you will be the strategist. Your impulsive character is best suited for this. Of course, having a thick skin also helps. This position was bound to attract some criticism. Zhang Chao chuckled. Got it. In reality, all he wanted was to work on the game with them. Whether he had a share of the profits or a specific position, he didn't really care. Ultimately, he just wanted to make up for the regret of having his aspirations changed by his father. He knew he didn't have the self-taught programming skills and determination like Chen Lu, so he was satisfied with the current situation. After confirming his plan once again on his phone, Chen Lu slowly closed it. That's it. If we can't make this work, it's pointless for you to invest so much money by selling your car. Zhang Chao watched Chen Lu's organized and serious demeanor and thought about the pile of game industry books on Chen Lu's bed. He sniffled and said, Thank you, Chen Lu. He knew that Chen Lu chose to be with him not only because he was touched by Leong Xiru's actions, but also to accompany him in this adventure. With Chen Lu's abilities, he could have done anything he wanted, even start a business without needing to make games together. You're disgusting. Chen Lu dry heaved a couple of times, but then smiled. No need to thank me. I'm like your dad, after all. The competition is at the end of June, so we'll be busy soon. Anyway, we can discuss everything together, but the final decision rests with me, all right? It was important to maintain good communication so that even if things didn't go smoothly in the future, it wouldn't ruin their relationship. Seeing Zhang Chao nod slightly, Chen Lu smiled again and said, "If things work out, we'll be Chen General and Zhang General. If not, we'll be Chen and Zhang. Why can't you say something auspicious?" Zhang Chao scolded. After some thought, Chen Lu decided to change the subject to something more serious. "We have a long road ahead, Zhang General." Zhang Chao looked serious and leaned in, whispering softly, "Who is Fang Chong?" Due to Li Xinian preparing for the civil service exam and Zhang Haoyu preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, the dorm room was empty except for Chen Lu and Zhang Chao, who had just finished eating barbecue outside. In truth, when they received the messages from the other two, Chen Lu felt a bit nostalgic and melancholic. While true graduation was after their 4th year, it seemed like everyone was already going their separate ways after their 3rd year. The days of parting were approaching. When they returned to the dormitory, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. There were hardly any people around the dormitory at this time. As June approached, the nights in Hang City were not quiet, with occasional sounds of insects. The variety of insects in the grass was enough to start a museum. Beloved girls may not always be around you, but mosquitoes will be. Chen Lu supported Zhang Chao as they stumbled towards the dormitory door. He stared at his large friend, bewildered as to how he could finish a whole bottle of alcohol while he himself had barely finished a single cup. Was this how people with high alcohol tolerance celebrated? "Zhang Chao, having you as my brother in this life is enough, really," Zhang Chao said, leaning on Chen Lu's shoulder, his words slightly slurred. "Then call me Dad," Chen Lu said speechlessly. He wasn't drunk at all, as he hadn't had the chance. With Zhang Chao finishing a bottle while he only had a cup, there was no way he could keep up. As they reached the dormitory door, they saw a beautiful girl crouching there. She was leaning against the closed door, hugging her knees tightly, silent under the light by the door, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. The pale light illuminated her figure from above, giving her a somewhat desolate appearance. Chapter 62. Too late. Mo Yuking finally saw Chen Lu's figure and stood up. She didn't know how long she had been squatting here before standing up. Her legs felt sore and shaky when she stood up, barely managing to steady herself by holding onto the door. It was difficult to match the current her with the girl who had never lowered her head. The three of them were all stunned for a moment. Just as Chen Lu was pretending not to see anything and entering the door while supporting Zhang Chao, Mo Yuking walked quickly to him in 3 steps, her dark skirt swaying gently like a flower. She had already made up her mind that even if Chen Lu remained motionless or even started to walk back, as long as she ran after him, even if it meant exhausting half of her life, it wouldn't matter compared to her years of dedication to Chen Lu. She raised the thing in her hand slightly and said softly, "I bought you peach pastries from your favorite store." That store was very far from the school, at least a 40-minute taxi ride one way, making it over an hour round trip. Chen Lu didn't know how long she had spent coming and going, or how long she had been squatting here like an unwanted child, feeding mosquitoes and attracting curious glances. But he didn't really want to know. If boiling water at 100 degrees can freeze, what about a heart at only 37 degrees? The more devoted a person is, the more transparent their heartbreak becomes when they give up. His final hope was for a cordial parting. Zhang Chao tactfully swayed into the dormitory, leaving the two of them alone. However, even so, he stood at a distance, lit a cigarette, and quietly snacked on some fruit. Seeing Chen Lu sigh lightly, seeming to have no intention of continuing the conversation, Mo Yuking's expression became even sadder. She held the bag of peach pastries and handed it to Chen Lu again. "Just have a couple of bites, just 2 bites," she almost pleaded, holding back tears. In reality, she had anticipated this situation in advance, but when it actually happened, the pain in her heart felt sharp and icy. The boy who had been good to her, who had always smiled at her, whose eyes were full of her, seemed to be gone. She was engulfed in immense sorrow, waves of regret crashing through her heart one after another. At the same time, she realized fully that regret was futile. Chen Lu looked somewhat indifferent at the girl in front of him and said helplessly, "Let it go, I just ate. Besides, I don't like this." Mo Yuking hesitated, hiding her slightly trembling hand behind her back and pursing her lips. "But you clearly loved this since you were a child. I remember everything you loved to eat." Chen Lu often clamored to eat this even as a child, and because of that, his mother, or maybe Mo Yuking's mother, would often prepare it for him to eat when he came over to play. She trembled uncontrollably, perhaps more afraid that Chen Lu no longer liked her than that he no longer liked the pastries. A complex smile tugged at the corner of Chen Lu's mouth after hearing that. He smiled wryly and said, "Think about it, who ate the most whenever my or your parents bought this for me when I was a child?" Mo Yuking lowered her head and murmured, "I." Chen Lu used to take a few bites and stop eating when he was a child because he often got scolded for not finishing it. Even though he was scolded for not liking it, he still insisted on wanting it every time, claiming to love it. She couldn't help but tremble slightly, perhaps more afraid that Chen Lu no longer liked the pastries than that he no longer liked her. Chen Lu, seeing Mo Yuking blankly standing there, was filled with helplessness and exhaustion. He asked her, "Have you figured it out?" Mo Yuking nodded gently. She bit her lower lip hard, tasting a bit of salty liquid. She suddenly felt angry with herself. How could she be so clueless at this point? Chen Lu didn't say anything more, heading towards the dormitory door, leaving behind only one sentence, "Let's not disturb each other. It's for your own good and for the best." He took a few steps forward and noticed his arm being suddenly pulled back. "I don't want." Mo Yuking was gently pulling him with one hand, wiping the tears that had finally fallen with the other. "Don't make me leave. Please. We grew up together. I never thought about a life without you. I'll return what you gave me and treat you as kindly as you treated me." At this moment, she had completely abandoned all her pride. Just bowing her head was nothing significant. As long as Chen Lu could change his mind, she was willing to do anything. Just as she held on to a glimmer of hope, she saw Chen Lu sigh lightly. "Let go, be dignified." His tone was firm. He had made his intentions clear. If he wanted to leave, she couldn't hold him back. Releasing him at that moment would be less humiliating. Under Chen Lu's gaze, Mo Yuking slowly let go of his hand. It seemed that each finger she loosened took all her strength. She realized she had been attached, wanting Chen Lu's intimacy. Since Chen Lu didn't like this approach and continued her efforts, it would only backfire, making him dislike her even more. Mo Yuking didn't want that. She could only look at the boy in front of her with blurred eyes, wanting to take one last look. "Go back." Chen Lu turned away without hesitation, but each step he took felt heavy. Mo Yuking didn't know how long she stood there before snapping out of her daze and leaving. Liu Yan emerged from the corner, watching her helplessly and with pity. Realized that, under the circumstances now, feeling snubbed is normal. Mo Yuking stared at the lock screen wallpaper of the last photo of the two, wiping off the tears on her cheeks with the back of her hand. She cried while forcing a smile, feigning strength. "It's okay, it's not that big of a deal." She couldn't expect him to be as kind to her as before. At least Chen Lu had spoken to her. Liu Yan didn't say anything. She knew Mo Yuking had never experienced this kind of heartache. She knew it was necessary for her to experience it now. If Mo Yuking still wasn't ready to give up. "You are more determined than I thought." Liu Yan spoke frankly. "My determination will only grow stronger." Mo Yuking turned to look at the dormitory door. Even though Chen Lu's figure was no longer there, only a few flying insects under the light. "Because now I completely understand how he felt back then. It's when you put yourself in someone else's shoes that you realize how much Chen Lu loved himself back then. I won't give up. If he pursued me for 7 years, I can pursue him for 7 years, even 14 years. I can do everything he did for me, not a single thing less." As she said this, her vision became blurry again. "But 14 years later, I'll be 35, a bit too old. I won't be able to show you my best look. Can you come back to me a little sooner?" Chapter 63. Lin Meow Meow, with a 30-watt light bulb above his head, spat at Zhang Chao leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette. "I knew you must be watching." Zhang Chao turned his head, blew smoke to the side, shrugged, and said with a smile, "After all, isn't it a pity not to watch when the prettiest girl in our school is quietly begging someone? If this news gets out, who knows how many people will be breaking into the fortress. The goddess they dream about all day and night, crying and begging you not to leave her here. TSK. Chen Lu couldn't be bothered, gave him a glance, and said in silence, "Damn, the enemy is within us." "What do you mean?" Zhang Chao obviously didn't understand. "As long as I stay with you, my every move is transparent." Chen Lu said while going upstairs, "You're the spy for Liu Yan, even if you reveal it unintentionally. Zhang Chao recalled their conversation with Liu Yan during dinner outside and found himself unable to refute, so he could only follow Chen Lu up the stairs one step at a time, feeling guilty all over. This woman is too wicked. She has been splashed with cold water by you twice to her face and still hasn't given up. I almost don't recognize her anymore, Zhang Chao lamented. Anyway, I don't care about her, Chen Lu said helplessly. I have already refused decisively. Her father and my father have a close relationship, so I can't make it look too bad. So I have no other choice. She won't keep it up. At most, she'd try a few more times and then give up. Next time she comes over, just ignore her. If she likes feeding mosquitoes, let her do it. Zhang Chao couldn't help asking, doesn't it bother you to watch? After all, you grew up together since childhood and liked her for so many years. He had no such experience and couldn't empathize, but even though Chen Lu's rejection was resolute, Zhang Chao could still see that Chen Lu was not in a good mood. Of course, it bothers me, Chen Lu said with indifference. He turned his head again, looked down at Zhang Chao from several steps higher. But is feeling bad a reason for me to turn back? Zhang Chao was stunned. For some reason, both Mo Yuking and Chen Lu suddenly became so unfamiliar to him in this aspect. The person he once ardently pursued, now his attitude was as cold as glacier, while the pursued one, like a bright moon in the sky, was now lovesick. It was astonishing. Sometimes feelings are indeed strange, emphasizing mutual torment. I think your idea is right. It's better to let her give up early. It's a good result for both of you to move on. When the day comes for Li Xinian to react, Qin Wengxi won't care. To her, she just lost a fish in the pond, Zhang Chao thought. That's the difference between the two. One has feelings but doesn't respond, the other just doesn't have any. Chen Lu grunted in agreement and didn't argue. Whose youth doesn't have regrets? The next afternoon, in a pavilion on campus, Chen Lu was bored, supporting his cheeks and lazily looking at the laptop in front of him, while Leong Xiru sat opposite him, bowing her head to memorize English vocabulary words. He watched teams and games from previous Gbit Future Game developer contests, carefully summarizing their common points. This competition was more suited for him than events like the GWB that required finished games, as after the initial screening, all they needed was to come up with a decent game within 48 hours. Products created in such a short time could only showcase creativity. Their disadvantage as newcomers would be somewhat offset. Just mix in the rankings, and that's good enough, as they were mainly aiming to get funds from the school. Chen Lu kept sliding the mouse and muttered softly, coding is handy, but the art is an issue. Well, nothing is simple. But many judges are well-known game bloggers or streamers, so they can try to get autographs, like that 1.6-meter tall monkey. Thinking about this, Chen Lu sighed deeply. Take it slow, the beginning is always hard. What's wrong? Leong Xiru heard Chen Lu sigh and asked, slightly concerned. Feeling restless, Chen Lu stretched lazily, his eyes on the innocent-looking girl in front of him. You haven't been feeling unwell recently, have you? The girl shook her head. No, that's good. If you end up being hospitalized from overworking again, watch how I tease you, Chen Lu scolded Leong Xiru playfully. Leong Xiru recalled being fed by Chen Lu in the hospital and felt embarrassed, hastily waving her hand. No. It won't happen again, I promise. Just as she was reminiscing about these moments, Chen Lu suddenly took out a piece of candy from his pocket. Since Leong Xiru fainted from low blood sugar once, Chen Lu always carried these candies with him. He peeled off the wrapper with one hand while looking at the computer screen and held it out to the girl. Open your mouth, ah. Leong Xiru tightly closed her mouth, turning red in the face. I can do it myself. Leong Xiru was about to reach for the candy when Chen Lu pulled his hand back. His expression became very serious. Are you repulsed by me? I am not repulsed by you, Leong Xiru said, feeling wronged. Then why aren't you eating it? Because she was interrupted halfway through her sentence as Chen Lu offered the candy to her again. Hurry up, if you keep hesitating, someone might see you. You've used this trick before, Leong Xiru sneered. I'm smart enough to not fall for the same trick twice. I can't possibly be tricked twice with the same move. Seeing Chen Lu serious, she put away her inner pride and reluctantly opened her mouth, hesitating for a moment before taking the candy in. I shouldn't have come over. Following the voice, Chen Lu saw Lin Miao Miao gritting her teeth and watching him and Leong Xiru. When he turned back, Leong Xiru was already fully resting her face on her arms on the stone table, pretending to be an ostrich. Her ears were bright red. Chenlu blinked in confusion. How can you be even more cute, buddy? I told you to be quick, be careful not to be seen by others, Chenlu said softly to Lin Miao Miao approaching them. See, I hit the mark, right? Remember to act fast next time, it'll be awkward if someone catches on. Leong Xiru nodded repeatedly, completely unaware of what was off in Chenlu's words. I shouldn't have asked you to where you were, Lin Miao Miao said beside Leong Xiru. Why did I bother getting lemons? Wouldn't it be better to watch anime in the dorm? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Her role as a third wheel was becoming more and more painful. The main reason was that the two of them were getting too much. Before they would only exchange glances in front of her. Now, they were even feeding each other. Shameless. After a while, Leong Xiru finally sat up straight, letting Lin Miao Miao hold her hand in front of Chenlu. Chenlu, indifferent, looked at Lin Miao Miao, thinking how long she could stay pleased. Why are your dark circles so severe? Chen General, are you really planning to start your own business? Lin Miao Miao suddenly said. She couldn't explain why, but if any other boy from her class had told her he was going to start a business, she would probably have taken it as a joke. But when Chenlu said so, she felt that he could really make it happen. Yeah, I'm exhausted. Chenlu looked wretchedly at Leong Xiru and softly asked, So, can you give me a hug? Chapter 64 Just want to stay with you Leong Xiru didn't react for a moment. Weren't we talking about starting a business with Lin Miao Miao? Why did the conversation suddenly turn to me? What's up with you? Can you be more innocent? Chenlu said with a smile. Sometimes, this innocent awe of his is quite cute. Lin Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, then quickly hugged Leong Xiru and shouted, What did you do to her when I wasn't here? Chenlu didn't care at all about her weird stare. I didn't do anything when you weren't here. Just showing you something innocent. Just let her get used to it earlier, so she won't be surprised in the future. This is all for her own good. Feeding Leong Xiru a piece of candy would make Lin Miao Miao react so dramatically that she would annoy her to death in the future. That's not good, so it's important to let her adapt early. Actually, Chenlu didn't mean to provoke her like this, but who made her a curious monkey? Chenlu. What do you mean by that? Lin Miao Miao angrily bit her lip. Leong Xiru couldn't stand the English, feeling like she had been studying it all afternoon, and still couldn't understand what Chenlu meant. What does get used to it and stop being surprised in the future mean? What does she have to do? Chenlu continued looking at the computer screen. I'm about to become the head of a game studio soon, so mind your tone. Maybe you won't be able to survive in the future and have to come work for me. Disgusting. Lin Miao Miao spat at him and pinched Leong Xiru's shoulder. Don't suffer with him here. Come to my dorm and see the drawings I made. I've almost finished Saber. It looks really cool. Chenlu, who had been drooping his eyelids, suddenly perked up at this, standing up and asking, You can draw too. Lin Miao Miao cleared her throat. How do you know that I've been learning to draw since I was a child? Chenlu had never seen such a cocky girl. He sat down slowly with a speechless expression, like father like daughter. After being tricked by Lin Miao Miao last time, he had specially studied how to respond to her remarks. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to upset my Xiru, I would throw you into Westlake. Chenlu saw a slight smile on Leong Xiru's lips and smiled too, then said seriously, Honestly, I didn't know you could draw. Lin Miao Miao found it strange. You never gave me a chance to mention it before. I can't just introduce myself and specifically mention it, can I? But when you logged onto the school's official website, no one gave you a chance to mention it, and you still did anyway, right? Chenlu couldn't be bothered to argue, as the present Lin Miao Miao was like fresh chives in his eyes. Miao Miao's drawings are very beautiful, Leong Xiru praised softly. Chenlu nodded. Can I see them? Hearing this, Lin Miao Miao opened her phone album and pushed it in front of Chenlu. What do you think? Lin Miao Miao pushed her sunglasses up slightly. Chenlu looked at the several illustrations that Lin Miao Miao had drawn, all at the level where simply posting the drawing process on a video site would attract tens of thousands of fans. The concentration was on anime illustrations. He wondered why she didn't pursue an art major. It's good. Chenlu praised generously. How did you know I don't want to know, thank you. Chenlu quickly interrupted her pretentious tone. You draw so well. Why didn't you choose an art-related major? I couldn't help it. My grades in the humanities were too good. Lin Miao Miao saw Chen Lu looking at her coldly and continued, I wanted to, but finding a job in the art field in my hometown is difficult. I'm not in the best of health, so I'll probably have to return to work in my hometown after graduating. So I chose a major that would make it easy to find a job anywhere. My parents don't care how much money I make, as long as I'm with them. Do you have a dream? Chen Lu asked earnestly. Lin Miao Miao tilted her head. A dream. Come help me draw some graphics needed for the game, and I'll pay you 1,000 a month. It's not much work, so you can rest assured. Lin Miao Miao resisted the urge to lick her lips, feeling a little greedy. She had always treated drawing as a hobby and never thought of making money from it, let alone earning money from Chen Lu. She enjoyed playing the same mobile game as Chen Lu, so the idea of being a game artist appealed to her. Chen Lu couldn't see what she was thinking, so he added, Do you think it's too little? Let's make it 1,500 a month. For the amount of work you'll do, it's basically free money. Leong Xiru knew that Chen Lu's budget was around 2,000 yuan, but she didn't know whom to support at the moment, so she could only watch Chen Lu and Lin Miao Miao curiously, wondering how they would react. She secretly thought Chen Lu was really cunning, deceiving people one tactic after another. 1,500. Lin Miao Miao was completely tempted. 1,500 was basically 2 sets of 648. How many characters could she draw with that? Seeing Lin Miao Miao's excitement, Chen Lu felt relieved. Fine, let's make it 1,000. But when you need to work overtime, you must be available at any time. Deal. Lin Miao Miao didn't hesitate at all. She had no idea that Chen Lu's initial budget was 2,000. She had just signed a cheap labor agreement with herself. They both nodded and smiled, but for different reasons. Chen Lu, smiling, put his index finger to his lips and gestured to Leong Xiru. I'll send you the names of the games. Go home and learn their art styles. After sending the message to Lin Miao Miao, Chen Lu smiled with satisfaction. The cooperation went smoothly. Okay. Lin Miao Miao got up without a word and headed back to her dorm. In her mind, she was calculating how she could use the monthly stipend to draw 3 sets of 648. Chen Lu watched her bouncing away and couldn't help but sigh. Are college students these days so easily tricked? Have they regressed to the point where they can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting? He suddenly felt that he had a promising career plan. Turning to see Leong Xiru pouting and sizing him up, he muttered to himself, No wonder I always manage to trick you. Don't worry, I won't trick you like that. I only deceive her for cheap labor. I can't bear to have you replace her. If I deceive you, it's just to take advantage, Leong Xiru murmured. You seem honest enough. Leong Xiru stared blankly at him. How did he suddenly start telling the truth? Oh well, let's stick to simple English. Both of them enjoyed the quiet time together, feeling the cool breeze and focusing on their own tasks. Whenever they felt tired, they could look up and see the person they missed the most right in front of them, giving them a renewed sense of motivation. The girl lowered her head slightly, a few strands of hair escaping from behind her ears and falling on her cheek, looking both beautiful and gentle, making people feel happy. After countless times of Chen Lu looking up at Leong Xiru, he realized that this innocent girl had fallen asleep. She quietly lay on her arm, looking very obedient. Chen Lu turned his head, feeling that the wind had become a bit too cool, wondering if it was going to rain later. If he let this innocent girl sleep like this, she would catch a cold. He couldn't be bothered to complain about the weird weather. He walked over to the girl and gently pushed her shoulder. I'll take you home. You'll catch a cold sleeping here. Leong Xiru rubbed her eyes drowsily. I don't want to go back. Why? Chen Lu was very curious. Leong Xiru pinched her fingers, opening and closing her mouth, but ultimately couldn't speak. The difficulty of saying, I want to stay with you, was currently too high for her. Chen Lu didn't press on, closing his computer, putting it in his bag, and saying softly, since you don't want to go home, then come to my place. Chapter 65 Catching Turtles in a Jar. Why are you going to your house? Leong Xiru couldn't keep up with Chen Lu's train of thought for a moment. And at this moment, the way Chen Lu was looking at her was like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit, making her feel uneasy. Chen Lu calmly said, Sleeping here will give you a cold, and since you don't want to go home, just come to my house to sleep. No need, I'm not sleepy. Leong Xiru rubbed her eyes. Wide awake, looking at him with her bright eyes. "See, I'm not sleepy at all." Chen Lu chuckled, then said seriously, "Don't worry, my parents are not at home." Leong Xiru felt slightly relieved after hearing that. "Wait, that doesn't make sense. How does it matter if they're home or not? It's not appropriate for me to go to your house alone." Leong Xiru quickly declined, as girls don't usually go to boys' houses to sleep. "It's okay, we are such good friends," Chen Lu continued before she could speak. "You have to tutor Chen Mo later in the evening, so you can consider it as going over earlier. We can do it secretly, and no one will find out. As long as you're not in my room when Chen Mo returns." He looked at Leong Xiru, who was twisting a piece of paper in her hands, with a serious expression. This silly girl really needs rest. He was willing to bet that Leong Xiru could fall asleep as soon as her head touches a pillow. Don't say such easily misunderstood words. Leong Xiru finally realized something was off and whispered, scolding him. "Then I'll take that as your agreement. Let's go," Chen Lu said as he started to pack Leong Xiru's canvas bag. Although there were many things Leong Xiru didn't understand and refused, he was willing to follow her wishes. But not this time. This silly girl, belonging to Ox zodiac sign, if he didn't push her a little, she would work herself to exhaustion. "I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself." Leong Xiru completely gave up resisting in front of Chen Lu, obediently putting all the books back into her bag on the stone table. "I can't sleep in front of him next time," the girl thought to herself. "But I wasn't planning on sleeping just now. How did I fall asleep as soon as I lay down?" Chen Lu watched Leong Xiru carefully organize her books, revealing a satisfied smile. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Chao, asking him to check on the situation in the next computer engineering department with Li Si Nian as the student union cadre. Handling interpersonal relationships should be easier. Just as he lifted his head, he saw Leong Xiru quietly moving outside the pavilion with her bag held close. "What are you trying to do?" Chen Lu watched the girl and felt both amused and annoyed. After hearing Chen Lu's voice, Leong Xiru hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned around and said, I want to go home." "All right, you little trickster, trying to sneak away, huh? Don't treat me as a fool." Chen Lu walked over and poked her forehead. "That's fine, as long as you honestly go to sleep." After which, he checked the time. It was already 3:20 in the afternoon. "Forget it, I changed my mind. Just come with me." Chen Lu took her bag and put it on his back, realizing that he couldn't let this silly girl go back. "By the time you get home, it will be past 4, and you won't be able to sleep much before you have to come here again. And I bet you won't be able to sleep properly when you go back. You'll definitely prepare lessons for Chen Mo secretly." Leong Xiru lowered her head and fell silent. Her thoughts were apparently seen through, and she could only follow Chen Lu obediently. "Isn't it normal for good friends to sleep in each other's houses for a nap? I slept at Zhang Kao's house many times." Chen Lu continued to defend. Despite saying that, he secretly sneered in his heart. "You're not as innocent as you claim to be. You are like a foolish frog soaking in warm water." And so, the naive girl was led back to his house. "Are your aunt and uncle really not at home?" Leong Xiru hesitated at the door, not really wanting to go in, and asked Chen Lu quietly. She knew she had no choice but to go in and hope not to be caught, or it would be hard to explain. Leong Xiru was mentally prepared during the journey until Chen Lu showed her the chat records between him and Chen Mo, where Chen Mo suggested she go to her room. She felt slightly relieved. After spending time together recently, her relationship with Chen Mo was getting better and better. Although Chen Mo was always texting her, Chen Lu nodded and slowly opened the door. "Don't worry, I saw my mom's post on social media. They are currently at the cinema enjoying their time together and probably will go out for dinner tonight." After opening the door, Chen Lu specially took out a pair of slippers that his mom had bought specifically for Leong Xiru from the shoe cabinet and handed them to her. "My mom bought this for you. Wear them when you come to tutor in the future. This pair is just for you." He felt that he had inherited many qualities from his kind-hearted mother, only he was less violent. Chen Lu boiled some water on the coffee table and then led Leong Xiru to Chen Mo's room door. "You're not nervous sleeping in a girl's room, right?" he said, chuckling. Leong Xiru nodded slightly, but when she glanced back at Chen Lu, all she saw was a shocked expression on his face. "Huh? Why can't I open it?" He quickly sent a message to Chen Mo. "Chen Lu, I can't get into your room, it's locked." Chen Mo, "Really? Did I lock the door?" Damn it! The key is still in my bag. Well, there's no other way. Let Sister Xiru stay in your room. Since we are already here, we can only compromise. It's my fault. Look at the mess. Chen Lu stared at the message sent by Chen Mo, lost in thought. How could Chen Mo forget whether she locked the door or not? She replied instantly to all messages. Where would she have the time to search for the key in her bag? I will buy her whatever she wants in the future. After all, I'm her older brother. He showed his phone to Leong Xiru and whispered, "Go sleep in my room." Suddenly, Leong Xiru felt like she had entered the thief's den, but couldn't point out what was wrong. She could only walk to Chen Lu's room with her head down. Despite coming to his house for tutoring many times, Leong Xiru had never entered Chen Lu's room. Apart from regret and nervousness, there was a hint of anticipation this time. She swore it was only a hint. Not even a hint. Chen Lu didn't notice her nervousness and, after opening the door, he stood aside to let Leong Xiru enter first. When the girl walked in, she saw a scene that was completely different from what she had imagined. Chen Lu's bedroom was far cleaner and more organized than she had thought. The light gray bedsheet neatly spread on the bed, a computer on the table next to the bed, and a wall full of bookshelves filled with various books. Compared to this, Chen Mo's room is like a pigsty, right? Just as she was still in shock, Chen Lu stood beside her and said with a mischievous smile. Chen Lu was about to boast a little more, but his smile froze instantly. The sound of the door opening came from the entrance. Chapter 66. I admit that right now. You're stronger, damn it. In that moment, Chen Lu's heart seemed to truly skip a beat. Leong Xiru also stood there stunned. Although she hadn't been discovered yet, she no longer wanted to live on Earth. With the sound of the lock turning, the door at home slowly opened. Just as Chen Lu was contemplating his next move, Leong Xiru gently pulled on his sleeve. When he turned around, he saw the girl's misty eyes and she said with a hint of distress, "Should I hide?" Chen Lu almost choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. Why did this silly girl's brain short-circuit when she was nervous? Leong Xiru anxiously looked at him, feeling flustered. If Auntie saw them, it would be as good as being dead. Even though it was Chen Lu who forcibly brought her over, in Auntie's eyes, wouldn't it still seem like she came to steal her son? It's okay, don't panic. Don't make it seem like we were up to something in the room, Chen Lu said speechlessly. Just seeing that nervous look on Leong Xiru almost made him lose his composure. You stay in the room for now. I'll go check the situation, and then we'll figure it out, he said as he slowly opened the door, pretending everything was normal as he walked into the living room. At that moment, the pot he had heated was just boiling, providing him with an excuse to come out. He poured some hot water into a cup, looked towards the entrance, and saw Wang Zizia about to bend down to change her shoes. Chen Lu quickly called out, "Mom, you're back." She was startled by the sudden sound, and without changing her shoes, she was about to scold him. "You ignore being at home, and now sneak back." Grabbing Chen Lu's ear, she suppressed a smile and said in an unfriendly tone, "I was back. You act like I'm always home." "I was wrong. I was wrong." Chen Lu quickly apologized, rubbing his ear. "I saw your post on WeChat, then you suddenly came back. I was worried you guys had a fight." He earnestly looked at Wang Zizia, maintaining a calm appearance, but actually nervous inside. Since he didn't bring Leong Xiru out earlier, there was no turning back now. He couldn't let his mother find out he had a girl hidden in his room. After scolding Chen Lu, Wang Zizia walked to her room triumphantly. "You're lucky you have a little conscience." Chen Lu heaved a sigh of relief, thankful that his mother didn't notice anything or Leong Xiru's shoes. It was a false alarm. But why did he feel a slight twinge in his heart? Both my sister and I don't resemble our parents at all. Mom and Dad are really kind, actually adopting two children. He walked toward his bedroom, pondering to himself. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Leong Xiru sitting nervously on the bed, glancing at him. As soon as she noticed him entering, she shifted slightly away. Chen Lu found it odd, not realizing it was because Leong Xiru had heard his words about having a grandchild. He didn't pay much attention, went to close the curtains, adjusted the air conditioner to a suitable temperature, checked the time, and picked up his laptop bag, ready to head to the living room. "I'll go continue researching in the living room. You go sleep. Lock the door with a couple of turns. It won't open from outside," he instructed. Seeing him clutching his stomach, Leong Xiru asked softly, "Are you not feeling well?" Chen Lu shrugged it off. It's nothing, just a bit of stomachache. Eat some biscuits, it'll get better soon. As he left, he felt a resistance as he was about to close the door. Curiously, he let go, and the door was gently pulled open by the girl. Leaning her forehead against the door frame, she took a few deep breaths before finally speaking. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. Chen Lu didn't reply but pinched his cheek. After regaining his composure, he suppressed a smile and said softly, You go sleep. I'm experienced. Eating snacks will make you feel better quickly. The girl persisted, barely pouting as she looked up at Chen Lu. How about I make you noodles? It'll be quick, I'll sleep right after. Chen Lu felt a bit helpless. How did she manage to ask such a favor in a way that sounded like requesting help? Sure, or tell me what you want to eat. I'll cook for you. Just eat something. Seeing Chen Lu's lack of response, she continued pleading in a soft and gentle tone that lingered in his ear. Chen Lu felt he couldn't resist her, so he eventually agreed. It'll be done in 15 minutes. But you have to promise me, once it's done, you'll sleep honestly. Okay. Leong Xiru looked at Chen Lu, a faint smile on her lips, genuinely happy. With Chen Lu's encouragement, her smile grew brighter. Her laughter was like flowers blooming, her eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. Chen Lu hadn't figured out what to say yet when he saw the girl tie her hair back with a hairband and walk slowly to the kitchen. His heart beating faster, he sighed lightly to himself. All right, I'll let you win today. Chapter 67. I couldn't bear to see Chen Lu feeling uncomfortable, as he felt his heart race faster because of me. I was calculating how to get back the situation. He watched the girl's ponytail swaying gently and silently followed behind her. As Leong Xiru walked to the refrigerator, her hand hesitated for a moment when she touched it. She turned her head and looked at him, softly asking, Can I open it? She felt a bit awkward. When she was cooking for Chen Lu in her own home, she felt no pressure at all. But for some reason, she felt embarrassed to touch anything in Chen Lu's home. Chen Lu found it amusing. Even if you take my refrigerator away, I won't mind. Leong Xiru pursed her lips and did not speak further. She quietly opened the refrigerator to see what she could cook for Chen Lu. What would you like to eat? After looking for a while, she continued to ask. Plain noodles are fine, just make it quickly. Chen Lu leaned against the wall, looking at her seriously. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. The reason he didn't outright refuse Leong Xiru cooking for him, besides her persistence, was that her cooking was really delicious. It would be fake to say he wasn't craving it. The girl nodded and took out 2 tomatoes. She remembered Chen Lu's preferences very clearly. Of all the vegetables in the refrigerator, only tomatoes and eggs could be cooked, and he preferred that. At least that's what she understood from what Chen Lu had told her. Seeing this, Chen Lu didn't stay idle and went into the kitchen to fill the pot with water. It's better if this fool doesn't handle it himself later. Although Leong Xiru had a good figure, she was still delicate and weak, appearing to lack strength, vulnerable to toppling over at any moment. When he saw the water overflowing from the pot, he quickly regained his focus, poured some out. We don't need this much water. Leong Xiru gently chided, feeling it was wasteful. I know. Chen Lu returned the pot to the stove. I was lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Leong Xiru looked at him, somewhat worried. Do you have something on your mind? This question made Chen Lu feel embarrassed, and he could only explain, nothing, just thinking about how to fatten you up a bit. Look at how thin you are. Oh. Leong Xiru didn't think too much about it, softly responded. Chen Lu cared more about her weight than she herself did. By now, she had gotten used to it. You should go out. Lie down for a while. I can handle it myself. She urged softly while mustering the courage to poke Chen Lu, who always poked her face for no reason. But she suddenly found poking Chen Lu's belly felt a bit strange, so she cheekily poked her own belly. What's wrong? Chen Lu, feeling curious, asked. Leong Xiru, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head. Your belly is a bit harder than mine. Chen Lu couldn't help but laugh and lifted his t-shirt to reveal his thin abdominal muscles. This degree was just right and more aesthetically pleasing for his slender physique. Isn't it normal? I do have ABS, right? Initially, he found it more charming and inexplicably insisted on maintaining it. He didn't plan on achieving an extreme level of physical fitness. That would be too tiring and unattractive, pointless. Regular exercise was just enough to maintain his current shape. Leong Xiru turned her head, feeling shy. "You go ahead, I can do it myself." She tried to show some courage by poking Chen Lu back, who would always poke her face for fun. She suddenly realized that poking Chen Lu's belly felt a bit strange, so she awkwardly poked her own belly. "How many times do you want to poke it?" Chen Lu said, unbothered. "You're always poking my face. Faces are one thing, and bellies are another. Come here, do as many times as you like." Leong Xiru turned away, focusing on cooking with determination, ignoring him. If she said more, she was afraid Chen Lu would tease her. She felt her cheeks were a little warm. She was annoyed by her easily flushed skin, feeling vulnerable to being teased. The rising heat from the pot made her uncomfortable, prompting her to take a few steps back. She seemed anxious, as if afraid of bumping into something. Only then did she realize she was in Chen Lu's spacious kitchen, not needing to be so cautious or stand near the hot stove. Later, they fell into a silence, no longer messing around. For some reason, watching the girl busy in the kitchen filled Chen Lu's heart with a warm feeling. An indescribable emotion. Moved and reassured. Last time he saw Leong Xiru at home, he inexplicably had the impulse to marry this fool. It wasn't just because of her cooking, but he especially liked this feeling. With Leong Xiru's personality, she would definitely demand to take on everything herself. By then, he would accompany her every day after work, watching her carefully select groceries, yawning beside her with his hands in his pockets. While she cooked, he would lend a hand, and then playfully tease her, getting scolded and hurried out. The thought of being able to tease her every day made Chen Lu's mouth curl with a smile. This fool definitely wouldn't let herself get tired from doing household chores, so he must take on other responsibilities for her. If this girl could really be taken home, he would definitely spoil her. "Leong Xiru!" Chen Lu snapped out of his thoughts and softly called out. Leong Xiru turned back, her ponytail swaying gently. "What's up? Your back looks really nice," Chen Lu said sincerely. A kind of compliment that wouldn't get old. The girl was taken aback but quickly turned around, softly muttering, "Pervert." Despite saying this, she felt a bit happy in her heart. Compliments from other guys would scare her, having encountered too many unsavory people when working part-time alone outside. But Chen Lu's words were different and made her secretly pleased. Watching the noodles floating in the pot, she couldn't help but smile again. Though scolded, Chen Lu still smiled. He really enjoyed these moments. The only sound in the kitchen was the boiling water, both of them silently smiling to themselves. Suddenly, Chen Lu realized that it was the first time Leong Xiru had said something like that to him, so he couldn't help but ask, "You're learning how to tease so quickly. Now that you know how to call me a pervert, what if you learn how to get mad at me in the future?" "No, I won't," the girl immediately replied, though she didn't turn around to face Chen Lu, feeling really shy. But she had to assure him, which took courage. Leong Xiru turned down the gas stove, reducing the noise. She lowered her head deeply and struggled to speak, finally squeezing out for words in a soft voice. "I couldn't bear it." Chapter 68. Fortunately, my skills are one step ahead. "Is that so?" Chen Lu asked, feeling proud. The girl barely nodded and continued focusing on her tasks. Chen Lu stretched lazily, sat in front of the coffee table, and continued his research. Since all the participants were university students, putting in some effort to achieve a good ranking was still very possible. He didn't feel too much pressure. If he succeeded, it would be an achievement, and if not, it would be a learning experience. Leong Xiru cooked in the kitchen, while Chen Lu sat in the living room, sipping hot water and taking notes in a serious manner. This scene lasted for about 10 minutes until Leong Xiru brought a bowl to Chen Lu. "Go get some rest," she softly urged. Leong Xiru nodded slightly, but first leaned over next to Chen Lu, gazing at the computer screen filled with things she couldn't understand. Despite the chaos surrounding Chen Lu, his focused demeanor on tasks made the girl unable to shift her gaze away. "Why did you decide to do this?" Leong Xiru asked softly. Her knowledge of games was limited, with the only game she played being Jump Jump on WeChat mini programs. She could score quite high in that. "Of course, it's for you. You're just trying to deceive me." Leong Xiru didn't bother asking further and walked towards Chen Lu's room, knowing she should obey and rest honestly, or she might face his mischief. She removed her hair tie, letting her waterfall-like black hair flow down elegantly, accentuating her slender figure. Chen Lu watched the girl's figure as she walked away, sighing inwardly. In this tumultuous world, honesty was hardly believed. Well, he continuously improved himself for his own sake, but the sudden idea of starting a business was indeed for Leong Xiru. On a small scale, if by some stroke of luck it succeeded, he could find a way to help her solve her immediate problems. After all, the money earned would be his own, and he could spend it however he pleased. On a larger scale, if they ended up together in the future, he could provide her with a better life. It was just unfortunate that for now, this frog had to slowly adapt to the warm water. Expecting a naive person who had just learned how to smile to completely open up wasn't realistic. As long as I accompany her and help her improve gradually, that's enough. It's like how she pulled me out of the mud. Chen Lu muttered to himself. Shortly after, he glanced at his closed bedroom door and thought of the girl sleeping in his bed with her adorable and innocent sleeping posture. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard. Having a girl sleeping in his room felt quite novel. After snapping back to reality, he focused on his tasks and soon 2 hours had passed. It was already past 6 in the evening, with the sunbeams entering through the balcony window shifting slightly. Time had flown by, and without checking the clock, it felt like it was still early. Chen Lu rubbed his tired eyes, yawned, and walked to his bedroom door, lightly knocking. "Wake up, I'll take you out for dinner. If you keep sleeping, you'll become foolish." Chen Lu continued knocking, unsure if Leong Xiru would go insane from sleeping too much, but one thing was certain: if she kept sleeping, and his parents came back, he would be in trouble. However, despite multiple knocks, there was no response from inside. She was sleeping too deeply. This girl wasn't afraid of getting tired. Chen Lu sighed. He had no choice but to turn the doorknob, and seeing it wasn't locked, he pushed the door open. Just as he entered, Chen Lu saw Leong Xiru lying on her side by the edge of the bed, looking calm and composed. She even seemed hesitant to sleep in the middle of the bed. Her t-shirt was slightly lifted, revealing a strikingly fair and smooth piece of skin, and her slender waist. Beautiful girls exuded charm, even from their figure. Chen Lu repeated in his mind numerous times, "I am a gentleman," before slowly approaching the girl and gently waking her up. "Get up! My mom is back." Leong Xiru, slightly jolted awake, sat up upon hearing this. Chen Lu quickly playfully poked her head. "I'm joking. You were impossible to wake up." The girl pouted in annoyance, almost wanting to bite him. This guy was too mischievous. It was then that she noticed her slightly disheveled clothes and exposed midriff. She blinked, then looked up at Chen Lu. Chen Lu struggled to avert his gaze. Feeling flustered, she hurriedly burrowed under the covers, never wanting to see anyone again. As she hid under the covers, she remembered it was Chen Lu's bed. Tired and defeated, she thought, let it be. Seeing the girl's cute reaction, Chen Lu couldn't hold back a smile. Okay, get up. I'll take you out to eat." "Why go out to eat?" Emerging from under the covers, Leong Xiru looked at him and asked. With an air of certainty, Chen Lu replied, "Today is 520, you know?" As for what to eat when they returned, Chen Lu hadn't given it much thought. Leong Xiru didn't grasp it at first. Who goes out to eat on 520? Well, close friends can have a special bond, you know? Chen Lu explained seriously. "Last year, I had dinner with Zhang Chao." The girl believed his explanation and sheepishly replied, "Oh." Then finally, she combed her clothes and emerged from under the covers. "If I go, I have a condition," Leong Xiru timidly stated. Finding it amusing, Chen Lu asked, "What condition?" "Let me pay this time." "I did promise to treat you before," she said with her head down, fingers intertwined. "You've learned to make conditions now." "Okay, deal. Go wash up." "All right." Chen Lu returned to the living room, pondering where to take Leong Xiru to eat, and patiently waited for her to finish freshening up. Just as he began contemplating the pros and cons of a pixelated style, a loud noise came from the entrance. Chen Lu stood up, preparing to see who it was. If it was Chen Mo, that would be fine, but if it was his parents, he might have to reconsider his next life choices. Soon, a girl with a ponytail bounced in, tossing her bag several steps away. Chen Lu breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the couch, and teased, behaving like a primary school student. Chen Mo smiled at him, sat next to him, hugging his arm, and playfully said, "Bro, I want to go to a concert during the summer vacation." "Sure, why not? But we have no money, right?" "True, I have none either." You must have some. Otherwise, I'll tell Dad and Mom about Xiru sleeping over at our place. Chen Mo maintained a sweet smile. I'll also inform Xiru about you mistakenly eating my compressed facial cleanser thinking it was a snack. Shut up. Chen Lu was speechless. If I manage to get tickets, I'll go with you. Deal. Both siblings were quite the handful. By the way, where are our parents? Chen Mo asked curiously. They went out for 520. Chen Mo sighed lightly, being accustomed to this. So what should the two of us eat? Chen Lu shook his head. You should consider your own meal. I'm taking Leong Xiru out for dinner later. After a few quiet seconds, Chen Mo scurried around the house, searching for Leong Xiru. Upon finding her, she immediately hugged her. Xiru, yeah. I want to go too. Chen Mo knew that begging her older brother wasn't going to work. Even if he agreed, he might seek vengeance later. She could only rely on Xiru, known as the most understanding person within their circle. After the trio left, Wang Zhao brought Chen Guanglin back to their doorstep. You're all grown up, yet still causing commotions. Zilu wouldn't bring a girl home. Chen Guanglin found his wife's antics amusing, thinking she stirred up trouble like a little girl would. He can't hide anything from anyone, especially not from me. Wang Zhao boasted, let's make a deal. We'll return home and eat. Keep things natural, don't scare the kids. She felt increasingly anxious, scolding her husband. It's all your fault for making us search the parking lot for so long. Little Mo might have even finished all the melons. She then lightly smacked Chen Guanglin and continued, you know nothing. I haven't told you anything. Got it. Got it. Got it. Chen Guanglin nodded repeatedly, opening the door. Upon their return, they found the house empty, with no one inside. Even the evidence by the shoe cabinet was gone. Where were their son, daughter, and even their daughter-in-law? Wang Zhao and Chen Guanglin were left wondering. Chapter 69. The most useless age. At the age of 69, Chen Lu naturally didn't know that he had almost been caught red-handed by his mother as he leisurely drove the car. He had originally intended for Leong Xiru to continue sitting in the passenger seat, but before he could say anything, Leong Xiru was already taken to the back seat by Chen Mo. Chen Lu couldn't confront his little sister on the spot, so he could only make a mental note of this grudge for now. He planned to find an opportunity to make his mom buy her more study materials. A high school student being so idle every day, was that acceptable? You guys quickly decide what to eat, Chen Lu reminded, or else I'll just take you to eat noodles. The more Chen Mo listened, the more awkward he felt. You're only saying this because I'm here, right? Yes, Chen Lu had no intention of hiding his thoughts. Without a bit of self-awareness of being a third wheel, how dare he ask such questions and bring it upon himself? Leong Xiru listened to the bickering between the siblings and secretly smiled to herself. She turned to Chen Mo and said, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine for us. Thank you, Zero. I'm already full, Chen Mo replied after a moment of hesitation. What's with you guys? Why we this and we that with my brother? What were you two up to when I wasn't around? Huh? Did you come back after eating? Leong Xiru was a bit surprised, suddenly feeling that her thoughts on what the siblings would like to eat were all in vain. She had planned to treat them well, since she had recently made some money from part-time work despite being exhausted. No, I meant I finished eating your dog food, Chen Mo, like a sloth, hugged Leong Xiru's arm. She felt that she was a strong competitor for his future sister-in-law, sometimes really silly and cute. Leong Xiru immediately looked away upon hearing this, slightly scolding, don't talk nonsense. Quick, say what you want to eat, Chen Lu interjected, boiling water inside the car. Dealing with such a naive and sensitive girl, being too aggressive might have the opposite effect. She would be more reluctant to accept her feelings if pressed. Her pressure was already too much. She hadn't truly lived a day for herself yet. Let's go eat barbecue. Chen Mo made a foolish suggestion. Your opinion doesn't count, Chen Lu flatly rebuked, while watching Leong Xiru's reaction through the rearview mirror. Leong Xiru, being hugged by Chen Mo, softly said, listen to Chen Mo. I'm okay with anything. She didn't mind their closeness, as she didn't have many friends to begin with. Ever since she met Chen Lu, she felt as if she was living in a dream every day, afraid of waking up to find it all gone. Watching the scenes passing by outside the window, she quietly thought to herself, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Lu's profile. It seemed to give her a bit of reassurance. Besides her mother, This handsome and gentle young man was already her whole world. Looking at Chen Lu's profile for a moment, a trace of sadness suddenly surged in her heart, making her feel breathless. She was finding it increasingly difficult to suppress her emotions. But it wasn't the right time for her to hope for anything with him. Chen Lu's figure began to blur in the girl's eyes, and she bit her lip hard, her eyes filled with sadness and reluctance. She was afraid that when she had no emotional burden left, she would have already missed out on Chen Lu. Why? Why did I meet you at the most useless age? Sister Zero, what's wrong? Did my brother bully you? Chen Mo turned around to see Leong Xiru with tears in her eyes, anxiously asking. She quickly took out a tissue and clenched it in her hand, thumping the driver's seat in front of her. Brother, you still bully someone as nice as Sister Zero? Are you even human? Chen Lu furrowed his brows as he watched them through the mirror, wondering what could possibly be bothering Leong Xiru. If it weren't for the inconvenience of parking in that area, he would have stopped to check on her. You really don't trust me, huh? Chen Lu helplessly remarked, trying to figure out what he had done wrong at that moment. He couldn't even recall any of the bad things he had done from his childhood to now. Who else besides me could it be? Am I the one bullying her? Sister Zero, don't worry. We'll never bow down to evil forces. Chen Mo looked at her eyes and said, I will definitely have my parents come and hang him for a beating, and I'll record it for you to watch. He didn't bully me. Leong Xiru rubbed her eyes with the tissue, seeing through Chen Mo's teasing with a slight smile. I don't even know what's wrong with me. Why think so much about nothing? Embarrassing. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. Maybe you just need to cry it out. Sometimes I deliberately read sad novels or watch sad movies to cry a bit and relieve some stress. I cried so much over Eastern Palace back then. Sister Zero, have you watched it? Leong Xiru shook her head, not having had time to engage in such activities over the years. She couldn't even understand when people around her discussed such topics. That was one of the reasons she couldn't fit in. That drama was heartbreaking. Let me tell you about it. Listening to Chen Mo talk about these stories written solely to hurt the readers, Chen Lu soon arrived at their destination. Are you okay? Chen Lu opened the car door for Leong Xiru, asking softly. He really couldn't figure out why Leong Xiru was upset, so he could only show a little concern. He thought to himself, why are girls' minds so hard to read? He couldn't even understand the thoughts of this naive girl. Chen Mo had already gotten out from the other side early on, realizing that she only received this treatment when Leong Xiru wasn't around. I'm okay. Leong Xiru felt embarrassed to look at him, getting out of the car with her head down. Just as she tried to escape, Chen Lu gently held her arm. This time he didn't have time to savor the delicate touch, he just kept staring at her back. The girl stood still for a moment, then slowly turned around. She felt a bit uneasy, fearing that Chen Lu might ask her something she couldn't answer, and she didn't want to keep anything from him, for it would make her feel very uncomfortable. Luckily, Chen Lu seemed to sense that she didn't want to talk, so he said, just give me a smile, let me believe you're not upset, and I'll let you off the hook. Leong Xiru tried to look up at him, forcing a shy smile and puffing her cheeks, trying her best to look adorable. She certainly wouldn't be able to smile genuinely in that moment, so she had to find a way to feign it. Chen Lu flicked her cheek with his index finger and led her into the store while still holding her arm. Chapter 70, Can't Avoid 15. Watching Leong Xiru walking with her head down in the store, too shy to even lift her head, Chen Mo wished she were a boy at this moment. If she were to be reborn as a boy someday, she must make sure to win over her best friend first so as not to let others take advantage. In her heart, she fantasized about silently following the two of them. She regretted coming here, feeling uncomfortable with the meal, even tired of eating lemons. They found an empty table and sat down. Chen Mo sat beside Leong Xiru, giving her brother a strange look. Leong Xiru was hanging her head, gently holding the place her brother had just held, inadvertently reminiscing about the feeling she had just experienced, feeling like her arm was burning. Every time Chen Lu touched her, it felt like flowers were blooming where their skin met. In this seemingly ordinary day that had been given some special meaning at some unknown point, the restaurant was full of couples chatting and laughing. The air was filled with the smell of barbecue and a hint of hot oil. After chatting for a bit, Chen Mo and Leong Xiru discussed what to order. Chen Lu watched Leong Xiru with a serious expression and found it increasingly strange. He had seen her crying like a big baby in the car earlier, which had surprised him. He had to admit that Leong Xiru was quick to adjust her emotions. She was now going on with whatever was next. It must be something she had developed since she was young. Chenmo would have to be more emo about it. What do you want to eat? Leong Xiru looked up at him. Chenlu smiled lightly and said, That's considerate, Leong Xiru. I don't mind, I'll just follow your lead. Brother, do you have any special preferences? Chenmo asked blankly. Why are you making baseless accusations? Leong Xiru nodded in agreement with Chenmo's statement. He even asked me to call him Teacher Chen earlier. Chenmo looked at him disdainfully. Watching the two girls smiling lightly together, Chenlu didn't seem to mind being teased. The girl who had unexpectedly walked into his life and changed him so much. Chenlu looked at Chenmo and Leong Xiru together and sighed softly. If the two of us could switch places, I would also like to experience having such a beautiful and gentle tutor sister like you. Chenmo glanced at him speechlessly. Brother, just watch a movie with that kind of plot. Why are you taking it seriously? Chenlu blinked at her. What are you saying? I don't understand. He then turned to the somewhat dazed Leong Xiru with a serious expression and asked, Did you understand? Well, you weren't thinking of anything good, Leong Xiru responded seriously. Although she indeed didn't understand, after spending time with them recently, she could tell something from Chenlu's expressions. Chenlu felt like his image in front of Leong Xiru had somehow become awkward and decided not to pursue it further. After all, which guy hadn't fantasized about having a beautiful tutor sister? What's the problem? I'm honest. However, this gullible Leong Xiru thinks I'm her tutor. After everything was in place, Chenlu took on the role of barbecue master for the two girls. Even though it was all in good fun, the taste of the food grilled by different people did have a difference. This was Leong Xiru's first time in such a place, but since she was with Chenlu and Chenmo, she felt no pressure not knowing things. Chenlu often wrapped the meat in lettuce and handed it to her. This is so troublesome, Chenmo complained, stuffing a whole piece of lettuce into her mouth after eating the meat. Chenlu ignored her. Even though Leong Xiru was now completely shy and couldn't speak up, he continued to feed her. It's about the ceremonial feeling, don't you understand? He said to Chenmo, Isn't it just lettuce and meat in your mouth? What's the difference between eating them together or separately? Chenmo asked. There is a difference, Chenlu said with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Feeding someone like this shows more care, but you probably don't understand, since no one feeds you. Annoyed, Chenmo shook Leong Xiru's arm and coquettishly said, Sister Xiru, feed me. Okay. Leong Xiru imitated Chenlu and fed Chenmo in a childlike manner. Watching his sister's triumphant eyes, Chenlu couldn't help but say irritatingly, You fed her, now you feed me. Leong Xiru, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the teasing, promptly agreed, Sure. After a while, Chenmo leaned over to Leong Xiru and whispered, How far have you and my brother gotten? Leong Xiru suddenly became nervous. Don't talk nonsense. We're just innocent good friends, Chenlu explained. That almost caused Chenmo's processor to overheat. Good friends? Can good friends hold each other's arms while entering a room? She glared at her own brother disapprovingly, as if to say, Why are you so useless? If you can't do it, I will. Chenlu didn't bother to respond, just giving her a helpless look. After more than half an hour, Chenlu stood up after checking the time and said, Let's go back. It's time for you to attend class, Chenmo. Chenmo showed no sign of moving, looking plaintively at Leong Xiru. Sister Xiru, you're the best. Can I take the day off today? Leong Xiru hesitated. You seem to say that every time you have a class. Chenmo slumped on the table. My future sister-in-law won't let me take a break today, deducting 1 point. What a joke. The two of them are like singing a duet. Does this give any room for single people? The group soon arrived home without much ado. When Chenlu opened the door, he saw his parents sitting in the living room. Wang Zhao sat there with a solemn face, looking like she was going to conduct a trial. But as soon as she saw Leong Xiru, her face lit up with a smile, her expression changing faster than flipping a book. Xiru is here. She pulled Leong Xiru to her side. Are you thirsty? Do you want some fruit? Let me get it for you. No, I'm good. Leong Xiru, thinking about how she had just napped in the son's room for so long, blushed suddenly, avoiding, I just ate. She felt a bit strange that Mrs. Wang was treating her so nicely when she had gone to sleep in her son's room. It felt like she had done something wrong. The group chatted for a while, and soon Chen Mo was urged to go back to her room for class. "I'll take a nap. I'm so tired lately," Chen Lu whispered and shakily headed to the bedroom. But before he could turn around, Wang Zhao stopped him. Her soft voice sent shivers down his spine, making goosebumps fall to the ground. "Good boy. Do you have anything to say to your understanding mom?" Chapter 71. Something's wrong. The fact has proven that when faced with extreme danger, people really do see a revolving lantern. Chen Lu saw it. Before the cold sweat on his cheeks dripped to the ground, he already thought of an emergency handling method. "I'll go back to my room to change clothes." Without waiting for Wang Zhao to call out to him again, he swiftly ran back to his room. Waiting in there to be interrogated meant certain death, so he pondered for a moment that there might still be a chance to survive by coming up with an excuse. Leaning against the door, he thought silently in his heart. How did Mom see it at the time and not ask? Why is she acting like a child while being an adult? In the living room, a middle-aged couple sat close together, pondering the same thing. Chen Guanglin glanced at the tightly closed door of Chen Lu's bedroom and asked in a deep voice, "The girl who came to our house this afternoon wouldn't be Zero, would it?" Looking at the timeline, the two kids stayed at home until Emo got off school before going out to eat together, which made sense. Wang Zhao did not answer, deeply immersed in thought. Despite being interrupted by Chen Lu all the time, she did notice unfamiliar shoes, but she didn't have time to carefully look at the style. Also, according to this girl's personality, she would never be embarrassed to follow Chen Lu home. Could it be that the girl who came home this afternoon wasn't Leong Xiru? Her fist clenched. She stopped her thoughts and silently searched for something handy around her. "What are you doing?" Chen Guanglin looked at her in shock. Wang Zhao responded earnestly, "I need to give him a beating." He brought a girl home without even discussing becoming friends first. He clearly knew we weren't home. That's why he did this. Who knows what this kid might have done at home? She naturally didn't consider that Leong Xiru was totally obedient to her son, still thinking that Chen Lu had brought a different girl home in the afternoon. "Then what about your daughter-in-law?" Curious, Chen Guanglin asked. As the head of the department at the university, he approached questions more comprehensively and wasn't impulsive. Wang Zhao didn't stop her actions. If he flirts with multiple girls, bringing a different girl in the afternoon, and then taking Zero out for dinner at night, shouldn't I give him a beating? "You have no evidence," Chen Guanglin replied with some frustration, but his tone was still gentle. Wang Zhaoxia's impulse to beat someone subsided a bit, and she continued to sit on the sofa. She inwardly scolded her husband for being clueless. She hadn't overthought things, she just wanted to give Chen Lu a lesson and let him feel the care from his mother. "You make it so clear. How can I have the heart to beat him?" Seeing that his wife was calmer, Chen Guanglin continued, "Let the children handle their own affairs. You worrying so much about Chen Lu, a boy? When Xiaomo grows up, will you still be alive? Let's just pretend we don't know anything. Let him sort it out himself. If he gets a girlfriend, let him bring her home. If you interfere too much, it might backfire. Your colleague's son is already married. You might regret it later." "You're right," Wang Zhao agreed. Chen Guanglin wrinkled his brows in concern. "Then why did you just pinch me?" At that moment, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. Chen Lu, who had come up with a good excuse, slowly opened the door and walked out from the bedroom. Since Mom had no evidence, even if he was half-beaten, he couldn't confess. If he admitted, he was doomed. Which was worse, one look was enough to determine. Seeing that his parents didn't speak first, he casually sat down on the sofa as if nothing had happened. Picking up Chen Guanglin's teacup, he took a sip calmly and said, "I want to set up a studio with my friends." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and finally, Wang Zhao asked first, "What kind of studio?" Chen Lu thought that his parents were indeed distracted, completely unaware that Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao were trying to trick him. The whole family had 800 tricks up their sleeves. But now was not the time to be complacent. This was a major decision in his life. And he knew very well that his choice was quite whimsical. He wouldn't be surprised if his parents had the same intense reaction as Zhang Cao's parents. "A gaming studio," he said seriously. "I will lead, along with Zhang Cao." Chen Guanglin nodded. "Well, try it if you've thought it through. Every year there are college students starting their own businesses. Some soar, while others linger in debt. Just consider it carefully." Chen Lu was dumbfounded. Looking at his parents, the turn of events was too different from what he had expected. Incredulously, he said, "Why are you so calm about it? Why didn't you say, 'If you dare mess around, I'll break your legs'?" He gestured towards Wang Zhao. "Mom, shouldn't you hit me with something?" Only then did he notice Wang Zhao stealthily hiding the 7 wolves bag beside her, so he shut up quickly. After a moment of silence, Chen Guanglin said meaningfully, "Because I don't want you to grow old, lose your fighting spirit, and often think back, if only we hadn't stopped you back then." He patted Chen Lu's back lightly. "Seize the opportunity while you're young. Dad and Mom have worked hard to give you and Xiaomo the opportunity to fulfill your dreams. If you truly are an eagle, we will be the east wind to help you soar. If you are just a sparrow, we will be the branches for you to rest upon. Be bold, and if you fall, we'll be there to support you to rise again." Chen Lu was speechless for a while, sniffed, and smiled. "Even though you both support me so much, making me moved. Why are you so serious? I will still take the law exam as planned. If that doesn't work out, I'll just go to work. Was it because your grandpa and grandma didn't agree back then that you didn't pursue what you wanted?" He suddenly remembered and asked curiously. Chen Guanglin chuckled and shook his head, then held Wang Zhaoxia's hand, feeling the touch that was no longer as tender as before. "It was your mom. If things got too chaotic, I wouldn't have time for the family, and I didn't want that. So, I chose a stable job to give your mom more time. After all, success is about spending life in your own way. It doesn't have to be a successful career. Living a peaceful life with your loved one is also a kind of success. I'll excuse myself." Chen Lu stood up without saying another word and went back to his room. He couldn't believe that just earlier at dinner, he laughed at Zimo's envious look, and now it was his turn. The cycle of fortune turned to fast. It's also a kind of success. He stared at the ceiling dumbfoundedly, softly muttering his dad's words. After closing his eyes, he suddenly saw Leong Xiru standing shyly in the rain waiting for him and the girl crying while wearing the dress he bought her. Suddenly, the girl courageously smiled at him. Startled, he sat up. Damn, something's not right. Chapter 72. Don't deceive yourself. Chen Lu unknowingly fell into a daze and slept, exhausted from studying various things these past few days. He was awoken from his sleep by the sound of a message alert on his phone. Hastily checking the time, he realized it wasn't yet time to send Liang Jihui back, so he was relieved. The message was from Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, actually, the bigger the fish, the smaller it is. Do you know why? Chen Lu. Zhang Chao, the bigger the fish, the more spines it has. The more spines, the less meat there is. So, the bigger the fish, the smaller it is. Chen Lu, XX. He was too lazy to entertain this nonsense and instead looked at the vague night outside, continuing to ponder the thoughts he had before falling asleep. When did this fool make me completely fall for him? He still couldn't figure it out, as there were too many things he could remember. Perhaps it was from the day Leong Xiru waited timidly for him for nearly 2 hours with half her body soaked that the seed was sown. It made him more confident, pulling him out of the self-doubting mire. That day, this fool showed him through actions that someone was willing to wait for him, even in a downpour. Later, through actual actions, he showed that maybe there was a girl who saw only him. As long as he turned around, he could see her. On the other side, after Zhang Chao cursed at Chen Lu and put down his phone in boredom, he glanced at Li Xinian nervously and Qin Wengxi sitting next to him in a hot pot restaurant. They were now having dinner. Upon hearing Chen Lu's instructions, Zhang Chao immediately had Li Xinian go with him to the neighboring professional talent scouting place. With Li Xinian's introduction, the news of recruitment quickly spread among the computer science field, which was something an ordinary person couldn't achieve in social circles. As for the price, it was to be Li Xinian's lackey. Zhang Chao was speechless. When Li Xinian was in the student union, he always liked to involve himself or Chen Lu in situations to boost his image. It seemed that for him, knowing Chen Lu or himself was something to boast about. However, Zhang Chao didn't expect this habit to extend to something as simple as having a meal with a girl. Obviously, Li Xinian felt extremely inferior in front of this girl, and this behavior marked the beginning of him constantly lowering himself to please her. The more Zhang Chao observed, the more displeased he became. Based on his experience as a king of the sea, Qin Wengxi's fondness for Li Xinian was possibly even greater than her regard for Chen Lu. It was possible that the initial acquaintance with Li Xinian was meant as a way to connect with Chen Lu. Over these years, there were few girls pursuing Chen Lu, primarily because he had always publicly pursued Mo Yuking, keeping a certain distance from the other girls. Otherwise, with Chen Lu's appearance and character, it was unimaginable. Wow, you and Senior Chen Lu are going to start a business together. That's awesome. Qin Wengxi praised loudly. Zhang Chao nodded quietly, not saying a word. He knew that even if he spoke, the conversation wouldn't lose momentum, as there were always eager participants. Seeing this, Li Xinian quickly responded, "Brother Lu often has brilliant ideas in college. It's normal." Zhang Chao sighed inwardly. It seemed that Li Xinian had never noticed that he was never the center of attention in conversations. After the girl saw his car, Zhang Chao's tone suddenly became warmer. This kind of reaction from a girl who accompanied him to dinner on 520 was abnormal. Or maybe, he chose not to notice. People often say that girls are actually quite simple. If they like you, they will believe anything you say, even if they deceive themselves. Now it seemed that men and women were the same. As they conversed, Qin Wengxi, seeing that a person as successful as Zhang Chao would listen to everything Chen Lu said, suddenly remarked, "Senior Chen Lu just won't share any power. Even you two should collaborate and strive together." Zhang Chao was displeased. "My brother helps me achieve my dreams. What more could I ask for?" He emphasized the word "my" heavily. He understood that Chen Lu valued money more than gaming dreams. Li Xinian handed the chopsticks to Qin Wengxi. What Wengxi said is right. Although Brother Lu is capable, some matters should be shared and discussed. Zhang Chao was stunned to hear this, but didn't say anything, and just smiled at him, raising his glass. At Chen Lu's home, he was chatting with his parents while waiting to take Leong Xiru back. Ever since Leong Xiru started tutoring Chen Mo, this had become his daily work. "How much money will you need for the business venture?" Chen Guanglin asked seriously, curious as to why Chen Lu only talked about starting a business, but hadn't asked for money from the family. Chen Lu, who was initially looking at his phone, raised his head at this question. "I don't need your support for now. I plan to apply for the school support program, which will lower the risk significantly." Chen Guanglin nodded slightly, finding this in line with Chen Lu's meticulous character. These words were overheard by Chen Mo, who had just walked out the door. "Bro, are you starting your own company?" she asked, surprised. Chen Lu couldn't be bothered to explain in detail to her and casually replied, "Well, you can look forward to being a rich lady." Chen Mo looked disdainful and pointed to the laptop on the coffee table. "If you really make it big, I'll eat this laptop on the spot." She didn't believe her older brother, who always aimed low. Since childhood, their family was content with mediocrity, and their childhood dreams were about living aimlessly. Promises made. "If I win, you'll hand over all your New Year's money to me," Leong Xiru added, wanting to remind Chen Mo to avoid being pushed by Chen Lu to eat a computer later. If there was anyone left in this world willing to trust Chen Lu, it was her. "Xiru, if Zilu bullies you, you must tell Auntie." Wang Zhao held Leong Xiru's hand and spoke, giving Chen Lu a stern look. "This kid has been a troublemaker since childhood. Auntie is really afraid you'll be bullied by him." Chen Lu was too preoccupied to even notice the mocking gaze from Chen Mo, and his jaw almost dropped to the floor. "How can I prove that my mom is my mom?" The two of them got into the car. Chen Lu and Zhang Chao were on the phone, as Chen Lu reached out his right hand to fasten Leong Xiru's seatbelt. Outside the window, the kids were fighting, capturing all of his attention. "Really? Someone's looking for you to sign up already?" He wasn't sure whether to praise Zhang Chao for his efficiency or lament about university students nowadays desperately taking a 2,000 yuan a month job. It won't necessarily go to the first come, first served. It's about capability. He might sign up quickly, but not necessarily be chosen. He thought for a moment and added, "We don't want someone too capable either. Forget it, I'll explain later." "Fool, I've been talking for so long, but can't you fasten your own seatbelt?" Zhang Chao turned around after ending the call. Only then did he notice that his hand was tightly pressed against a soft mountain while fastening the seatbelt. I didn't mean to. Do you believe me?" Chapter 73. Leong Xiru didn't want to be friends with him anymore, and didn't scold him loudly for being a hooligan. She didn't even dare to speak. Chen Lu only noticed Leong Xiru blushing, biting her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, staring at him. Seeing the girl looking so aggrieved, Chen Lu didn't need Leong Xiru to condemn him further. He felt like chopping off his own hand. Waking up suddenly in the middle of the night, slapping himself, it was that kind of feeling. I really didn't mean to. Chen Lu scratched his cheek with his index finger. I was just watching kids arguing. Leong Xiru softly responded with a barely audible and then took a few deep breaths quickly, feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Even if she believed Chen Lu didn't do it on purpose, their recent intimate contact was a fact. Chen Lu sighed in relief, silently cursing the two mischievous kids for being so troublesome. They chose the wrong place to argue, causing a new blemish on his gentlemanly image. Or maybe there wasn't enough homework. Speaking of which, it's quite interesting, Chen Lu said as he reversed the car, chuckling. Back in school, I used to complain every day about the teachers being crazy, giving us so much homework that we had no time to play. Now that we don't have homework, I feel like we should give these rascals more to do so they don't go bother others. Maybe this is called double standards. When we were underage, we were afraid of the anti-addiction system being implemented. Now that we are adults, we just want to have fun. Leong Xiru turned to look at him, her cheeks still slightly red, curiously asking, "Were you a troublemaker when you were young?" She couldn't imagine Chen Lu's childhood. Chen Lu was always fooling her, so he must have been a mischievous kid. If she had met Chen Lu when she was younger, she would have been severely bullied. Thinking about this, Leong Xiru secretly chuckled as she looked out the window, but then felt a bit melancholic as she remembered her past. Back then, Leong Xiru couldn't even cry in front of her mother, let alone openly weep. "It's okay, Leong Xiru," the girl recalled the unbearable past and comforted herself in her heart. "Someone will be there for you. In the future, you will meet a boy as warm as the sun. If you act a little stubborn, you might even lean on his shoulder and cry for a while. Although you're still a bit useless, as long as you work harder, everything can change. By then, you will definitely be able to tell this boy about your feelings loudly. If he's still by your side by then." Leong Xiru added silently in her heart, never daring to hold too much hope for her own happiness. Snap out of it, she continued to listen to Chen Lu's voice. "I got beat up a lot when I was young, always getting into trouble because I loved playing," Chen Lu said, adjusting the navigation system. "My house was near the People's Hospital, where you were staying last time. There's a park nearby, where I used to play every day in elementary school. I dominated all the games the kids played there." Leong Xiru paused. "The one with the long bridge, right?" Her memories of that park had become blurry, but the long and crooked bridge left a strong impression on her. "You know about that. Have you been there?" Chen Lu was surprised. "I went there when I was young," the girl said, not elaborating. She didn't want to recall her father's past. Chen Lu nodded slightly, jokingly saying, "If you saw a very handsome little boy back then, that must have been me." When Leong Xiru heard this, she silently stared at Chen Lu's profile for a long time. Eventually, feeling a bit desolate, she lowered her head and chuckled at herself. The memory was too distant, impossible to match up. But that's how girls are, unwilling to give up the fantasy. If fate treated her this way, why not turn her fantasies into reality? If it really was Chen Lu, she might even give her life for him. In a few minutes, Leong Xiru pushed aside the unrealistic fantasy and went along with Chen Lu's discussion on other topics. She didn't care what they talked about, as long as she was chatting with Chen Lu, she was happy. The car drove through the night, with occasional sounds of wind and passing cars outside, while inside it was quiet and peaceful. Chen Lu purposely turned off the car stereo, enjoying the soft and somewhat timid voice of Leong Xiru as they whispered to each other. To Chen Lu, Leong Xiru's gentle and slightly timid voice was much more pleasant to listen to than any song. After a while, Leong Xiru bit her lip and tentatively asked softly, "Are your parents pushing you to find a girlfriend now?" Chen Lu was dumbfounded. What kind of question is that? Of course not. His family had only Chen Mo constantly nagging him, as if it were a matter of life and death. Leong Xiru felt relieved, and her hand that was tightly gripping her clothes loosened slightly. Unintentionally, she mumbled softly, "That's good." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I didn't say anything." Leong Xiru quickly waved her hands. While Chen Lu was pondering what this silly girl was up to, and if she was acting dumb again, she asked, "When do you think your parents will start pressuring you to get married?" Chen Lu was speechless. With his left hand on the steering wheel, he poked the girl's not-so-bright head with his right hand. "I'm only 21, not even of legal age. Isn't it too early? He chuckled. When they bother me about it in the future, I'll bring you back. Huh? Leong Xiru blinked in confusion, not understanding for a moment. What? If you're not willing, forget it. But if you won't help me, I'll have to go on blind dates as they arrange for me. This made the girl agitated, and her voice was much louder than usual. I can help you. Then she added nervously, after all, we are good friends. You've helped me so much. Her voice got smaller as she continued, almost inaudible at the end. Feeling guilty, she lowered her head, feeling she had broken her promise of being just friends. She wanted more than friendship now. She wanted to be with Chen Lu forever. Chapter 74. The gentleman in the carriage fell silent for a moment. Today is 520. Let's go watch a late-night movie. Chen Lu suddenly suggested, bringing back the simple-minded thoughts of self-blame. It's too late. Leong Xiru muttered softly, although she had always wanted to watch a movie with Chen Lu, but it was already close to 10 o'clock at night. Going back till late would worry her mother. Chen Lu didn't mind. Your mom has agreed, so what's there to worry about? The girl suddenly froze, slightly opened her mouth, blinked her eyes at him, revealing a simple and cute expression. When did my mom agree? I didn't know. Chen Lu smirked triumphantly, pulling out his phone to show Leong Xiru the chat record. She agreed as soon as we left my house. Leong Xiru checked the time and realized that even when she was attending a class with Chen Mo, Chen Lu had planned everything clearly, even being sold out by her own mother. So he asked at that time, but only told me now. Just to wait for my it's too late. He calculated even this. After the girl realized what had happened, she initially wanted to glare at Chen Lu angrily, but when she looked into Chen Lu's eyes, her facade instantly crumbled, turning back into a timid little white rabbit, only daring to look at his collar. Since this scheming Chen Lu had gone to such lengths, what else could she do? She had no choice but to go along with him. After all, she didn't know anything. Leong Xiru thought to herself, but seeing Chen Lu's smug expression, she felt a bit unsure. Today is 520. We might be misunderstood. It's okay. We are good friends with clear consciences. Let them misunderstand if they want to. Chen Lu didn't care at all, standing firm, as long as we are clear in our hearts. Leong Xiru remained silent, loving the phrase clear conscience more and more. After all, she was not so clear in her own conscience now. You have to agree to something for me. After pondering for a moment, she said, What? Chen Lu found it interesting that the simple-minded girl was putting forth conditions now. He was very curious about what Leong Xiru wanted. The girl lowered her head, clasping her hands together nervously, seemingly afraid that Chen Lu would not agree. Let me buy you some clothes, okay? You promised me when you bought me a dress before. Chen Lu's various imagined scenarios crumbled, completely unexpected that all the conditions were actually for his benefit. Sure, I'll listen to you since I promised. You can have your way, Chen Lu said indifferently, not wanting to be unreasonable in such matters, or else it would be difficult to deceive this simple-minded girl next time. The situation must be sustainable. As Leong Xiru felt secretly happy, Chen Lu handed her his phone. Check out anything you want to watch, he said as he looked ahead, completely unaware that the girl's attention was all on his profile, not on the phone. Leong Xiru shook her head. I'm fine with whatever, as long as I'm with you. Chen Lu didn't insist anymore. Casually placing the phone in between them, he had already thoroughly researched the showtimes and screenings of nearby cinemas earlier. Shall we go to that mall we went to last time? Leong Xiru felt a bit excited. Rather than it being her first time watching a movie, she was more concerned that it was her first time with Chen Lu. Chen Lu said indifferently, Let's stop by your place first. Why do we need to go to my house? Leong Xiru realized that she had been led around by Chen Lu all day and couldn't wrap her head around it. However, she could be sure that she had fallen into the trap that Chen Lu had set long ago. She used to think Chen Lu was an especially gentle and good person, but now it seemed that although he was gentle, he was also very cunning. Of course, to see Auntie, Chen Lu replied earnestly. And you can change into that dress. I bought it for you a long time ago, but I've never seen you wear it. The girl pouted a bit disapprovingly. Which one is of course? Chen Lu was slightly taken aback, then cleared his throat and said, Of course, changing clothes comes first. How can you think otherwise? Zoftig. Disgusting. These are blatant slanders. Leong Xiru was caught off guard by Chen Lu's sudden outburst of words and was criticized until she was at a loss, only managing to apologize sheepishly. "I'm sorry." "No big deal." Chen Lu waved his hand generously, forgiving her. "I forgive you." To them all. Leong Xiru changed into the waist-length black dress that Chen Lu had bought her and shyly walked alongside Chen Lu. Due to it being 520, there were many couples in the mall hugging each other. They were naturally seen as part of this group, and Chen Lu was being watched by countless jealous and envious eyes. Chen Lu, after realizing that he was being watched, raised his head defiantly. Although this simple girl was not so eye-catching usually, wearing this kind of body-hugging outfit made her slender and graceful body and delicately proportioned waist appear somewhat provocative. This was the result of Leong Xiru keeping her bangs. If she cut her bangs, Chen Lu felt like he would be punched. Leong Xiru didn't think much about it, simply following Chen Lu timidly, while recalling the style she had decided to buy for him earlier. Their arms brushed against each other from time to time, but neither of them mentioned it or tried to increase the distance between them silently. They didn't realize that this time they were much closer side by side compared to the last time they were here. There seemed to be fewer men's clothing stores in the mall compared to women's, and they quickly found the right clothes. "How about this one?" Leong Xiru held a black t-shirt against Chen Lu and compared it for a moment. The design was simple and suited his style in her eyes. "Let this gentleman try it on." The professional salesperson immediately sensed Leong Xiru's desire to make a purchase. Chen Lu lazily walked over to Leong Xiru. "Is this good enough?" For some reason, before, helping Leong Xiru choose clothes had been full of the fun of dressing up, and he never felt bored, but now that he was choosing for himself, he was already dying inside. The girl nodded vigorously, then took a few steps back suddenly. "What are you doing?" Chen Lu curiously tilted his head. It turned out that she took out her phone and took a picture of herself. Leong Xiru looked at the lazy yet handsome image of Chen Lu on her phone, becoming more satisfied the more she looked, couldn't help but smile. "This one it is." Chen Lu finally relaxed after hearing that. No more trying on clothes, he was finally free. This was the strange thing about this simple-minded girl. She would fuss over buying clothes for herself, but would not blink an eye when buying for Zizi or Chenmo. Chen Lu carried the shopping bags and, together with Leong Xiru, looked for the location of the cinema in the mall. He secretly glanced at the price, 198. For a men's t-shirt, this was quite expensive. Chen Lu would never consider buying himself such a garment. Only Wang Zhao or Chen Mo would purchase these for him. And now there was Leong Xiru. "It's a bit expensive." Chen Lu felt terrible. He knew how hard Leong Xiru worked at her part-time job. Leong Xiru was still immersed in her joy of buying clothes for Chen Lu. "The dress you bought for me was even more expensive." "Is this what it feels like to be a sugar mama?" "Feels good." "Where's the sugar mama?" Leong Xiru retorted softly, thinking to herself that if she were a sugar mama, she might have already taken care of him. There would be no need to muster up the courage to confess slowly. Chen Lu playfully tapped her forehead, saying suggestively, "In the future, let's go, watch the movie." Chapter 75. Keeping it under wraps, okay? The girl softly responded, obediently walking beside Chen Lu. When they passed by a nearby bubble tea shop, Chen Lu pulled her over. Although this silly girl might still think they were just innocent friends, they still needed to maintain the ritual of such days. Chen Lu glanced up and saw a sign that read, "For couples only, buy one get one free couple keychains." One blue and one pink stitch keychain. So cute. Chen Lu used to love watching this animated show as a kid. "Is this a special promotion for today?" he curiously asked. "Yes, only couples who come to buy bubble tea here today and tomorrow qualify," the staff politely replied. Leong Xiru turned her head to look at Chen Lu. "Would you, like to have some?" Chen Lu thought this silly girl was becoming more foolish, feeling a mix of anger and humor as he locked eyes with her. "Why else would I bring you here, if not to have some?" The girl barely audible, replied "Oh," and then continued, "Then let's get to cups." Whether it was pretending to be a couple buying bubble tea, or getting freebies, it made her quite happy. It was nice to have such a win-win situation in the world. Not sure if it was Leong Xiru's awkward expression, but the staff couldn't help but ask gossipingly, "Are you two a couple?" Just as Leong Xiru nervously pondered how to respond, her delicate wrist was suddenly held. The warm touch instantly electrified her whole body, coursing into her heart, making it beat faster. Even with the surrounding noise, she could still clearly hear her own heartbeat, momentarily forgetting how to react. "Of course we are," Chen-Lu chuckled. "Don't we look like one?" Leong Xiru lowered her head, blushing, only daring to look at Chen-Lu's clothes. Yes, the young staff member also smiled. "You to make a perfect couple. This is the first time I've seen such a good-looking pair." Chen-Lu politely responded, and didn't say more, his acting skills reaching their limits. Even just holding her by the elbow, he felt indescribable sensations in his heart. He could vividly feel Leong Xiru's smooth skin, and even when he uncontrollably squeezed a little harder, the girl obediently followed his lead. He wished he could hold on forever. As the staff turned to prepare their bubble tea, he finally had a moment to look at Leong Xiru beside him. She was looking down, cheeks reddening like little tomatoes. She took a few deep breaths, with a trembling voice asked, "Are you done yet?" "Almost, just hold on a bit longer." Leong Xiru's heart finally calmed slightly, quietly observing their hands, a strange feeling rising within her. Just for this moment, it should be okay, right? Just this moment is enough. She didn't know who she was silently praying to, but a few seconds later, she finally mustered the courage and discreetly squeezed his hand back. Chen-Lu, who had just been smug, suddenly froze in place. Leong Xiru was now in complete panic, feeling like a child who realized they had made a mistake, quickly shifting her gaze elsewhere, pretending nothing happened. She felt like she and Chen-Lu were picking up bad habits and were on the verge of becoming naughty children. Just as she relaxed, Chen-Lu, seemingly irritated, also squeezed her hand firmly. Leong Xiru knew she had caused trouble herself and felt embarrassed to say anything to Chen-Lu, so she could only endure his revenge. Fortunately, the staff soon brought over their bubble tea, and Leong Xiru finally saw a way out. She admitted she enjoyed the feeling of holding hands with Chen-Lu, but it was too thrilling. Her heart couldn't handle it, especially when she noticed someone looking in their direction. She wished she could disappear, burying her head like an ostrich. When Chen-Lu didn't let go, but instead casually took out his phone to pay, Leong Xiru quickly said, "I'll do it," not realizing she had taken out her phone with just one hand, and with her left hand at that. The staff pointed out a photo wall behind them and smiled. "Would you like to take a photo together? It's on the house." Leong Xiru was overwhelmed, wondering what kind of bubble tea shop this was. Offering gifts for couples and free photos too. Sensing her confusion, the staff explained in a hushed tone, "Our boss lady loves organizing these events, and well, you two look great together. Can't miss this photo op." Chen-Lu nodded. "It doesn't matter about the freebie. Can I have a copy of the photo?" "Sure, it's a deal." Leong Xiru stared at Chen-Lu, eyes blinking, not fully grasping the situation. Then, Chen-Lu pulled her to take a photo together. Chen-Lu looked at the Polaroid photo in his hand, a wide grin on his face. However, he couldn't help but notice that Leong Xiru in all 10 photos was pouting, avoiding looking at the camera completely. This unexpectedly increased a sense of shyness and cuteness, making him like her more and more. Holding the bubble tea between his pinky and thumb, phone and photo in between his fingers, one hand exerted much effort to handle all three. Yet, he forgot he had another hand. Believe me, Polaroids have their own advantages over high-end cameras. Chen-Lu handed the photo to Leong Xiru. Seeing the two of them holding hands in the picture, the girl's face instantly reddened. The hand, she softly nudged, realizing they had gone far beyond her self-designated limits. Chen-Lu leaned in close to her ear and whispered softly, "Shh, free yourself once we're out of here. Be careful not to be caught pretending by her, or she might charge us." "Okay," Leong Xiru believed him. She just trusted every word Chen-Lu said, not daring to take the chance to hold hands a bit longer. No, she didn't. Watching Chen-Lu and Leong Xiru's backs, the bubble tea shop staff couldn't hide their amused smile. At that moment, another staff member came up, gently patting her on the shoulder, panting slightly. "Sorry LS, yeah, there's a little emergency at home. Deduct my wages as needed." The previous staff member waved it off nonchalantly. "No worries. As a boss lady, it can be quite enjoyable to occasionally work as a staff member. Do you know what I just saw? A super handsome guy. Not only that, the girl next to him is really cute too. I'm done for," she exclaimed while sticking the developed photo on the wall. At the top of the photo wall, in glowing letters, read, "May lovers finally become family. Narcotics are harming you. The true staff member was speechless and shrugged at the irony. On the other side, Chen Lu sat in his seat at the cinema, finally remembering the existence of his other hand. Chapter 76, only deceiving with half a word. After sitting down, the hands that had just been held together by the two of them were released at the same time with great tacit understanding. Leong Xiru took advantage of the moment when Chen Lu turned his head, hastily rubbed her flushed cheeks. "How dare you hold my hand back? So embarrassing. Now it's all a mess. Chen Lu has been so good to you. How could you? How could you take advantage of him?" She grumbled to herself. After coming back to her senses, she still felt that the feeling of Chen Lu holding her right hand just now had not dissipated, causing her to involuntarily grasp the air twice. Although just now she was so nervous that she almost died, she also liked it very much. So much so that after letting go of his hand, that empty feeling lingered in her heart, making her feel as if a part of her body was missing. When the memories of this past time resurface one day, she might laugh even in her dreams. Maybe it feels more like a dream now, even happier than any dream she had before. She thought to herself, summoning the courage to sneak a glance at Chen Lu, only to see him give her a gentle smile. Leong Xiru, feeling like a startled deer, quickly lowered her head. However, soon the novelty of going to the cinema for the first time defeated her shyness, and Leong Xiru kept looking back and forth like a child. Chen Lu quietly watched her with a smile, finding her more and more adorable. The cinema was very dim, but she could still see that there were many people who had booked tickets for this show. The surrounding seats were full, and the vast majority were couples, with playful teasing voices between men and women constantly heard. Leong Xiru had no idea how Chen Lu managed to get tickets right in the middle under such circumstances. He couldn't have bought them several days in advance. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly noticed a startling fact. She realized that everywhere she looked, there were always a man and a woman sitting together, without exception. Naive Leong Xiru always felt that they were not really here to watch the movie, because no one was looking at the big screen at all. Suddenly, she saw a couple already kissing, which startled her and made her quickly avert her gaze, sitting upright. Leong Xiru's observation activities ended here. "Seems like I'm being too impolite," she said, blushing, as she nervously fidgeted her hands together, feeling like she lacked manners. Chen Lu gave her a glance. "Who cares? These moviegoers don't even care about the cameras. Are you worried they'll see you watching them kiss?" The girl didn't quite understand, and asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I don't know anything." Chen Lu cleared his throat. "Just sit still. It's about to start." "Okay." Leong Xiru obediently nodded. "So well behaved. I'll reward you with a mouthful of popcorn," Chen Lu said, handing the popcorn to Leong Xiru's lips, not knowing whether this naive act was due to her giving up resistance or because the cinema was pitch black. In any case, she obediently opened her mouth and ate it. Chen Lu was quite satisfied, smiling at his successful endeavor. In fact, he never bought popcorn when watching movies, but he made an exception today because he was accompanying Leong Xiru. Who would find it amusing to feed this naive girl popcorn? Wouldn't it be more fun without it? He picked up a piece of popcorn to eat, but just as he was about to put it in his mouth, Leong Xiru held his wrist. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu looked at her puzzled. The girl focused on the side, not daring to look at him. There might be saliva on there. She felt that maybe her lips had touched Chen Lu's fingers just now. "But I don't know which finger I used when feeding you just now," Chen Lu said calmly, feeling that he had never been so quick to react in his whole life. The girl blinked. "Isn't it these two fingers?" "Are you sure?" Chen Lu continued to ask. Leong Xiru suddenly lost confidence under his gaze, even softening her body a bit. "Not sure." Chen Lu shrugged. "Then how should I eat? Using the left hand is inconvenient, and the movie is about to start. Can't just go out to wash my hands, right?" He took a sip of his milk tea, using this spare time to think of how he could cover it up. "Oh well, it doesn't matter. If I don't eat it, I don't eat it. Can't suddenly feel like crying because of greed," he said. The girl pursed her lips slightly, and after thinking for a while, leaned close to Chen Lu's ear and whispered softly, I'll feed you." Her voice was very soft, as if afraid of being heard by others. Chen Lu shivered at the sound, wondering if the voice of a temptation succubus would be like this. "All right." He immediately agreed. Leong Xiru carefully picked a plump-looking popcorn and tentatively offered it to Chen Lu's lips, feeling extremely nervous. We're good friends, pure friends, she repeated in her mind. Unfortunately, she only managed to say it twice before she couldn't continue. This isn't so innocent at all. Chen Lu, on the other hand, accepted it without hesitation, looking like he was thoroughly enjoying it. Leong Xiru noticed that the popcorn in her hand had disappeared, and for some reason, felt a hint of joy. She took out another piece of popcorn from the paper tube and passed it over. It seemed that feeding Chen Lu brought more joy than eating by herself. 2 minutes later. Okay, let me rest for a bit, Chen Lu belched. Eating so fast will really make me bloated. He really couldn't eat anymore. Too much popcorn made it really nauseating, to the point that he didn't even want to drink the milk tea. That's why he usually only bought an ice-cold cola when he came here. Oh, okay. Leong Xiru was not entirely satisfied. At this moment, the movie started. The girl sat up straight, eyes focused on the big screen in front of her. The movie sound was so loud. At this moment, a slightly chubby guy took out his phone's flashlight and, bending over, came to sit next to Chen Lu. Bro, true man, daring to come watch a movie alone. Chen Lu couldn't help but sigh. The guy looked at him in surprise, thinking he had found a companion. You too. Chen Lu shook his head, finishing the popcorn that Leong Xiru had handed him, barely able to speak clearly. No. Damn. The guy's exasperation made him move to the only remaining empty seat further away, glancing back at Chen Lu with an international gesture of goodwill. What did he say to you just now? Leong Xiru curiously leaned toward Chen Lu, asking in a hushed tone. He said he genuinely admires me for having such a beautiful, cute, and obedient good friend like you. Chen Lu quipped. You always trick me. Leong Xiru felt a bit wronged. Chen Lu was quite helpless. I didn't lie to you even a single word this time. Just half a word. Remove the Z later. And it's correct. Chapter 77. Our encounter, just in time. The movie they watched was A Silent Voice, an animated film. They had just reached the part where the female lead, after being bullied upon entering the class, had her notebook thrown into the pool. Leong Xiru watched attentively, her eyes slightly reddening. Due to family and personality issues, she had been excluded and bullied by the troublemakers in her class. Especially in junior high school, it was the worst. Back then, Zi Zunfang brought her to the county town to rent a rundown house so she could have books to read. Since knowing Leong Xiru had no father, those boys who had also written on the blackboard before wrote, "Dad, where are you going?" Participants Leong Xiru. It was a popular variety show back then. Because Zi Zunfang attended parent-teacher conferences in a wheelchair, they drew her mother in a wheelchair on the blackboard, even adding a track for drag racing. While she was sweeping, they tossed her school bag above her head, making fun of her for not being able to catch it, enjoying her desperate and frustrated looks. She often cried alone outside until her eyes were no longer swollen before daring to go back in. Otherwise, Zi Zunfang would also wipe away tears at the sight of her tear-stained face. While watching the movie, she couldn't help but feel anxious for the female lead's experiences now and then. Malice was like a murky and bloody liquid, flowing toward whoever had a low posture. And Leong Xiru, who was self-deprecating, timid, and rarely spoke, naturally became the carrier of the malice of these rebellious individuals. Since she had few friends in class, the few who had spoken to her due to her straightforward nature eventually distanced themselves, becoming mere bystanders. The experiences in junior high school made her speak and smile less as she grew older. Her experiences later in life made her bangs longer, and all the suffering shaped the person she was now. As for Chen Lu, his only comment on the first half of the movie was, "I really want to beat those few people." He indeed was that kind of person, or else he wouldn't have helped Leong Xiru back then when they were total strangers. Chen Lu slightly adjusted his sitting position and jokingly said, "Next time, let's try the couple's seat. This chair is so uncomfortable after sitting for so long." "Don't worry, we'll still maintain a certain distance next time and keep it innocent," she responded. He had hardly paid attention to the movie but had been watching the girl's profile all along. Even though it was dim around them, in Chen Lu's eyes, there was light in the girl's gem-like clear eyes. "Don't." The girl shook her head. She felt those tickets must be expensive, and she didn't know how Chen Lu might take advantage of her. Most importantly, she couldn't bear her feelings for him getting any stronger under such intimate contact. Chen Lu leaned in towards Leong Xiru's ear, the breath he exhaled continuously tickling her. making her whole body tingle, and she went soft. Why not? Are you disgusted by me? I'm not disgusted by you. Leong Xiru, having been taken advantage of many times, was sensitive to Chen Lu's teasing and quickly caught on this time. However, she couldn't bristle at Chen Lu, who was different from others in his teasing. Many of his actions aimed at making her happy. Thinking of this, she lightly HMPH at Chen Lu, expressing her complaint about his recent advances. But that was all she could manage. She could never stay angry with him. Chen Lu found Leong Xiru's attempt at acting tough cute and chuckled softly, deciding to stop taking things further. The firewood was already piled high. Now they just needed for the water to heat up. Chen Lu, finding himself with nothing else to do, continued watching the movie while occasionally feeding her popcorn. Leong Xiru stubbornly fed him some as well. After a while, the girl leaned a bit towards Chen Lu, her eyes fixed on his. "Thank you," she suddenly said softly. Chen Lu hadn't even had a chance to swallow the popcorn. He looked puzzled. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for letting me meet you," Leong Xiru, with tears mixed with a smile and trembling voice, replied. This caught Chen Lu off guard every time the girl did this, and he was quick to wipe her cheek to ensure the tears hadn't formed into streaks, feeling slightly relieved. "Why are you crying?" he asked anxiously. Leong Xiru sniffled. "You promised me that I could cry when I wanted to." All right. Chen Lu, wearing an indulgent smile, gently consoled the little crybaby in front of him. "Can you tell me why you're crying? What's wrong?" He was puzzled. As he wiped her tears, he softly asked, "If you really want to thank me, why not smile?" And Leong Xiru obediently squeezed out a somewhat awkward smile. Chen Lu gently patted her forehead with his right hand. "That's more like it." Leong Xiru wiped her tears with her hand, and the smile on her face finally looked more genuine. "I feel like I only cry in front of you." She was a bit embarrassed, feeling like all the strength she had painstakingly built up over the years had inexplicably melted away. "It's okay. I told you, you can cry in front of me." Chen Lu was unfazed, his mind filled with the first night they met, when Leong Xiru was hiding in a dark corner, secretly wiping her tears. Honestly, back then, he didn't feel much except pity. But now looking back, his heart ached like there was a knife stabbing it. "If only I had met you earlier," Leong Xiru, looking like a child after crying, said with a heavy voice. She looked at Chen Lu's shoulder, wanting to lean on him, but ultimately just leaned on the edge of her seat. The tearful girl subconsciously clasped her right hand tightly, realizing how fate liked to play jokes on her, letting her suffer so much in the growing years, only to let her meet the person she liked the most at the most useless age. At that moment, Chen Lu, with a gentle smile, looked solemnly at her. "Our meeting was just in time. I should thank you too. Thank you for coming into my life when I was most in pain." The boy's gentle and magnetic voice echoed in her heart like a stone dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples across. The faint light reflected from the screen shone on his face, leaving Leong Xiru momentarily entranced. "Is it really?" she timidly asked. "When have I ever lied to you?" Chen Lu replied seriously, adding quickly, "Except when I want to tease you." The girl's tear-filled eyes softened at the corners, and her smiling look was etched into Chen Lu's heart with that smile. "Glad you know," she mentioned. "Well, you said you were willing to be fooled by me back then." Chen Lu lightly pinched her cheek. Perhaps due to the environment in the cinema, their actions were a bit more intimate than usual. "I've always been willing." Under the dim light, the girl in a light green long dress grinned. Chen Lu paused at this, nodding calmly to pretend he wasn't caught off guard. Leong Xiru then earnestly went back to watching the movie, while Chen Lu found he couldn't concentrate anymore. His heart rate also didn't seem to calm down. This was bad. The clumsy frog was smitten. Chapter 78. Love that redeems each other after watching a movie. It was already past 11 in the evening when they walked out of the cinema together. Chen Lu casually tossed the paper tube containing popcorn into the trash can, vowing never to eat it again. It truly gets boring, especially when paired with bubble tea. That movie was really good. Leong Xiru was still savoring the ending. Her thoughts simple. She feels happy seeing others happy. Yes, although the initial behavior of the male lead was a bit abstract, I still really like the story of redemption between the two characters later on. Chen Lu, despite not being very focused, still remembered the general plot. No wonder everyone loves pursuing love so much. The girl nodded slightly, then lowered her eyelids. It's a pity not everyone is so lucky. That's why they say love is a necessity for humanity as a whole, but a luxury for individuals. You always summarize everything so succinctly, Leong Xiru said in a daze. Chen Lu shrugged. I'm just babbling. As he walked out of the dark mall, the hot air hit his face, mixed with the sounds of various cars passing by on the street. It felt stifling, like going from the Arctic suddenly to a tropical rainforest, sweltering. Sometimes nights are cooler. Sometimes it's like being in a sauna, all depending on the whims of the heavens. Just as he was about to complain, Leong Xiru lightly poked his arm. I need to use the restroom, the girl said somewhat embarrassedly. Chen Lu didn't know if she was going back to the cinema or looking for a public restroom, so he asked, should I accompany you to the door? Leong Xiru quickly waved her hand. No need. Then I'll wait here. Take a few more steps so you don't get bitten by mosquitoes, the girl said before hastily leaving, seemingly concentrating on hurrying back. Chen Lu stood under the bright lights, feeling the atmosphere of the late night. It had been a long time since he stayed out this late. He watched the girl's figure until she turned the corner, then noticed a mosquito had landed on his arm. Smack! Why haven't these annoying creatures gone extinct yet? Chen Lu quipped from the heart, unable to fathom what contribution these disgusting creatures made to the ecosystem. Their only purpose seems to be grossing people out. As he swatted at the mosquitoes, Chen Lu mumbled, shot down 5 enemy planes. I could apply to be an ace pilot. A figure approached, and he thought it was the fool returning. But when he looked up, his expression quickly turned desolate. Hey, senior, what brings you here? A curly-haired guy greeted, a hint of disdain in his tone. Chen Lu couldn't be bothered to respond and simply gestured to the cinema's late-night entrance behind him. The guy seemed unwilling to let it go and then held hands with the girl next to him, sighing, 520, can only come to the movies alone, huh? Then he chuckled, what's the point of being a dog after all? Chen Lu returned a similarly unfriendly smile, thinking, just as pathetic as when you failed to pursue anyone. Chen Lu remembered this guy well. Since coming to school, he had pursued 2 girls, one who liked him, and the other being Mo Yuking. In the end, he failed with both, and even got caught by his original girlfriend trying to pursue another girl while they were in a relationship. Passing on the blame to the rival. How fresh, how insecure. Go back to Gotham quickly. Batman says he won't brawl with you anymore. After quietly mocking him, Chen Lu casually asked, how long have you been together? We started this semester, and it's been almost half a year now. Didn't expect that, huh? A senior who stands out in the entire law school, out late at 520, only coming to the movies alone. The guy raised his thumb. You must be the cool type, I get it. That's not it. It's mainly that you realized early on to back off pursuing others, responded Chen Lu, smiling. He hadn't planned on engaging with this guy, but when someone repeatedly challenges you, you can't just sit back idly. Giving a little leeway is the bottom line. A second time means you won't have it easy. The guy paused, glanced at the girl beside him, noticed her discontent, and quickly walked back into the cinema. Just as he was about to enter, Chen Lu grabbed his arm. You're seamless, aren't you? Chen Lu stared at him seriously, full of curiosity and astonishment in his tone. Didn't you spend your summer break here specifically to pursue Mo Yuking? As soon as he finished speaking, the girl forcefully let go of his hand. You misremembered. The guy quickly shook off Chen Lu's grip. It's possible that I misremembered. Chen Lu furrowed his brow and then looked at the girl. Don't be angry, I have a bad memory. Let me ask some friends we both know. Please don't let misunderstandings arise because of my faulty memory. With a firm tone, since this guy got himself in the mess, Chen Lu wasn't going to let the matter end hastily. Chen Lu had never actively picked fights, but those who repeatedly challenged him often met a brutal end. In a corner unnoticed by the rest, a girl in a long dress was quietly observing. Leong Xiru took a deep breath, gathered courage, brushed her long bangs to the side, and hurried over to Chen Lu. The wind blew her dark hair, and her skirt swayed with her steps in the night. She stood beside Chen Lu and reached out her right hand. Eventually, she took the initiative and held his hand. Let's go, she said softly, linking arms with Chen Lu. Chen Lu, who had been pretending earlier, suddenly froze. More accurately, everyone in the vicinity froze, including Leong Xiru herself. When the fool finally realized, Leong Xiru had already taken his hand. The guy was stupefied at the sight of Leong Xiru, his eyes fixed on her. After Chen Lu reacted, He smiled at her, okay? At this point, there was no need to say anything more. He simply followed Leong Xiru as they turned to leave. The guy, watching the two closely linked figures, couldn't find words to speak for a long time. You just watch, the girl beside him said before leaving abruptly. Don't walk away. Let me explain. I'm sorry. When they reached the corner, Leong Xiru quickly released her hand, speaking in a fluster. Amused, Chenlu quipped, sorry for what? Though he had planned to give the fool a hard time, the girl's actions still tugged at his heartstrings. He joked, I should thank you instead. Leong Xiru looked at him in surprise. I took advantage of you just now. And, I'm not even pretty, but I ran over pretending to be your girlfriend. As she spoke, her head slowly drooped, hands fidgeting with each other, looking like a guilty child, but he was mocking you, and I just couldn't bear to watch. Chapter 79. The little white rabbit and the big grave elf actually thought holding hands meant she was taking advantage of me. Chenlu was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. He clearly felt like he was the one benefiting. Don't talk nonsense, Chenlu said softly. You are the most beautiful in the world. He gently adjusted the girl's bangs, unable to imagine the silly girl in front of him who had used her bangs as a shield, how much courage it took just now, and what kind of internal struggle she had gone through. After all, before seeing it with his own eyes, he didn't believe Leong Xiru would do such a thing. And all for him? Chenlu was a bit dazed, his gaze staying on the girl's face, her eyes flowing like autumn water, looking gentle and charming. The occasional evening breeze lifted her hair and skirt, swaying gently in the wind. The girl seemed to be immersed in the gentle night, giving this midsummer a special meaning. Chenlu suddenly noticed that the cicadas, which had been annoying and chaotic, now sounded cheerful and melodious. Really? Leong Xiru stopped pinching her fingers, gazing at Chenlu in a daze. Chenlu's mouth curled up with a barely noticeable curve, and he seriously replied, expert opinion. Joy surged in Leong Xiru's heart upon hearing this, dispelling her nervousness and unease. Whether it was Chenlu praising her beauty or feeling like she had helped Chenlu made her happy, making her want to roll around in bed immediately. Only when praised by Chenlu did she feel happy in her heart. Chenlu didn't know under what circumstances and for what reasons others determined to protect a girl for a lifetime. But for him, the time was now. Thinking back carefully, this silly girl had unknowingly taken up a large part of his future plans, almost inseparable. Who is the frog in the pot? Chenlu muttered to himself in his heart, glanced at the time, and showed a gentle smile to her. Let's go, I'll take you back. He really wanted to take this silly girl for a walk again, but considering that her mother might worry, he decided to just take her back. After all, the two of them had not yet established a relationship. But it wouldn't be long now. Chenlu was determined. He wanted to stay with this world's most lovely silly girl for a lifetime. He wanted this girl to never have to suffer anymore, even if he was stuck in the desert of hardship, lavishing all his tenderness on her for the rest of her life. Chenlu smiled and reached out his hand to the girl, teasingly saying, "Are you still taking advantage of me? Actually, if you haven't had enough yet, you can take advantage a little more. I am very easy to bully." Leong Xiru snorted and turned away. No way. How can you be like this? How can being taken advantage of be addictive? She was truly puzzled. Well, how about this? Let's switch. Since you don't want to take advantage of me, then let me take advantage of you. You must be responsible for it since you took advantage of me for nothing. Chenlu persisted seriously. Come back quickly, Chenlu said as if he was going to hold the girl's hand, but just as he was about to grasp it, the girl quickly ran away. You're not being responsible. You freeloader, he shouted as he playfully ran a little slower than the girl. Just freeloading. She giggled rarely, unable to remember the last time she laughed like this. In front of Chenlu, there were always moments when rationality was overwhelmed by emotions. It was truly difficult to control because she really liked him. It was extremely painful and difficult to maintain composure in front of someone you liked. After a brief commotion, the two of them stood panting in front of the car. Leong Xiru's cheeks had an imperceptible blush as she leaned against the car, looking at the boy walking towards her. You run fast, like a little rabbit, Chenlu teased, slowly opening the car door. Please come in, the world's cuttest little rabbit. Leong Xiru smiled slightly and sat in the car, still teasing. Then you're the world's clumsiest big bad wolf. Chenlu noticed that Leong Xiru was becoming more and more cheerful, making him inexplicably happy. He said with a smile, "You will eventually realize that I am the smartest big bad wolf in the world. Only a smart big bad wolf would have the patience to make everything gradually get better." He started the engine and glanced at Leong Xiru, who was being forced back into responsible mode by her own rationality, and he chuckled helplessly. This silly girl always smiled, but then remembered the sad things, the immense pressure she had on her shoulders. No one would not love to smile if it weren't for the pressure. Although crying is the first thing people do when born, laughter is a natural gift to humanity. I suggest you better hurry up and laugh, or you won't be able to go back tonight. Late at night. Leong Xiru dried her hair with a towel and sat at the table in the dark. She was wearing summer shorts at home, exposing her soft and fair thighs. She couldn't help but wonder if her figure was natural. Leong Xiru sighed softly as she calculated the expenses needed for her mother's follow-up treatment on the bill. Sometimes, looking at the astronomical figures for her, she couldn't help but feel a bit down. Then she suddenly remembered what Chen Lu had told her, that learning and trying would never let you down. She had to admit that Chen Lu's influence on her was subtle. If not for meeting Chen Lu, she might still be doing tiring and low-paying jobs, never considering part-time tutoring. The dim light of her phone screen stood out in the dark room. She looked at herself in selfie mode, earnestly introducing herself repeatedly. It's just easy to get nervous, but she knew she could slowly overcome it. Leong Xiru muttered to herself, "I must work hard to stand by your side." In the boys' dormitory, Zhang Chao lazily chatted with Liu Yan, while Li Xiniang was anxiously waiting for news from Qin Wengxi, unable to focus on anything, watching 2 minutes of anime, then flipping a few pages of a novel, not taking anything in. Chen Lu lay on his bed, contemplating how to trick Leong Xiru into being his girlfriend. After a while, he suddenly said, "Boss, we need to finalize everything, especially the personnel. I must make this work." Chen Lu himself wasn't sure if he was saying this to Zhang Chao or to himself. "Of course," Zhang Chao said casually, "but why are you suddenly saying this?" "Of course, I want to make the person I like happy," Chen Lu said earnestly. Zhang Chao was taken aback. "You're being so direct. It makes me uncomfortable. Don't you want Liu Yan to have a good life?" "You scumbag," Zhang Chao spat. "Naturally, I do." "That's settled then." Chen Lu smirked, then sat up to continue researching the market. Others might think he was suddenly inspired, but in fact, he had been preparing for a long time. "That girl has a really good personality. I can see that," Zhang Chao said seriously. Chen Lu nodded slightly. "Of course, I just have a bit of a hard time believing in myself." Zhang Chao turned to look at Chen Lu, who was focused on the computer screen, silently thinking to himself, "But have you noticed how much that girl likes you?" Chen Lu wasn't the only one who didn't believe in himself. Mo Yuking owes you because what she wore you down isn't just your time, it's your confidence too. Zhang Chao suddenly spoke after a long silence. Chapter 80. Afraid you're hungry. Is this kind of thing even possible? Chen Lu said jokingly. Of course, Zhang Chao nodded and took slow steps to the balcony, lighting a cigarette after opening the window. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "I think you and Leong Xiru are a good match. Good luck. You're not Li Xinian. You should be aware of your feelings." Li Xinian heard this and became unhappy. "Damn it. Why bring me into this?" In fact, he could see the difference, whether it was Liu Yan's proactive approach towards Zhang Chao or Leong Xiru's attitude towards Chen Lu. They were all more assertive compared to Qin Wengxi. But he couldn't control his feelings. Like a wise man mode, he was both clear and regretful. However, whenever Qin Wengxi showed a bit more initiative, he couldn't resist. Chen Lu turned to look at him, somewhat helplessly saying, "Who hasn't been young before?" Zhang Chao recalled his past, exhaling a smoke ring. "Yes. As long as we eventually meet the right person, let the process take its course." Initially, he was very proud of his experience as a time management expert, but now he felt like he was wasting his life. Many people only understand what love is, or how to love, after falling flat on their face. They learn to love themselves before loving others. Chen Lu got off the bed and patted Li Xinian's shoulder, who was restless. "Don't worry too much. You are your parents' pride and joy. Your mother would cry if she saw you groveling before a girl. Get off me." Li Xinian pushed him jokingly. "Why didn't you think that way back then? Our situations are different. If I treat her poorly, my mom might beat me up." Chen Lu stopped talking and went to discuss with Zhang Chao, holding his notebook. Time passed, and it was June. Hang City was getting hotter and hotter. All the third-year students were entering the most anxious phase. For them, university life was truly coming to an end. But what made them even sadder was having to start working. Chen Lu and Zhang Chao, on the other hand, were too busy to mourn. These days, they were busy recruiting employees. Chen Lu borrowed a large parasol from Lin Miao Miao and set it up on the playground, which now served as their studio's initial interview site. It may seem a bit pitiful now, but Chen Lu believed that it would become a different world in the future. Just as he had anticipated, many people came for interviews when they heard they could work on games with pay. He now understood why so many directors preferred hiring university students as extras recently. These students were even willing to pay to participate. Abstract. During lunch break. I have something to report to you, Zhang Chao said as he sat next to Chen Lu. I have a friend who had plans to start a studio with a few people long ago, but they lacked money and direction, so they wanted to work under us. What do you think? I think it's a good idea. This way, we won't be short of people all of a sudden, and it's good for long-term development. He earnestly described this idea to Chen Lu, and whatever he said, Chen Lu would make the final decision without hesitation. This was one of the reasons Chen Lu was willing to go along with him. After pondering for a moment with his chin propped up, Chen Lu said in a serious tone, "Let it go." Why? Zhang Chao was curious. It's hard to control. When we find people from here, we decide who to hire, but if you let your friend bring people over, it will be a big hassle. After a pause, he seemed to hesitate on whether to continue, assuming everything goes smoothly. How can you guarantee they're not a clique? On the surface, they're introduced by him. But if we really start slowly, and one day he's familiar with the process and can easily lead this small group, what would you do? Chen Lu stared at Zhang Chao expressionlessly. You must always remember that we are replaceable. If he uses you as a stepping stone, you wouldn't have any leverage. Zhang Chao was taken aback. That's too unethical. We're all here to make money. Tell me about ethics. Chen Lu teased him. If this situation really happens, and for a while you can't rally a team to take on the job, the project will be stuck there waiting to starve to death. Damn it, only you would think of that. After a long silence, Zhang Chao could only give him a thumbs up in begrudging acknowledgement. He hadn't thought that far ahead, and listening to Chen Lu made him slightly scared. To be honest, he hadn't expected Chen Lu to be so thoughtful. Let's continue recruiting people in the afternoon. What do you want to eat for lunch? Zhang Chao asked, patting Chen Lu's shoulder. Leong Xiru is coming to see me later, Chen Lu replied casually. Damn it, a date. Are you calling your father a date? Chen Lu tapped the list on the table. I'll have her bring some food. I need to keep watching these. Just hiring a few people has exhausted you for a whole day. You're really treating us as delicacies, aren't you? Okay, Zhang Chao shrugged and remained silent. It seemed like the influx of interviewees made him a bit smug. It had to be said that Chen Lu had more ideas. In the beginning, he hadn't thought of this. During the initial stages, they didn't need such specialized labor force. Any college student with solid foundational skills could manage. Let me have lunch with you here, he said earnestly, squinting at the glaring sun above. Leaving Chen Lu alone to eat wasn't something he could do. As you wish, Chen Lu said and noticed a figure in the distance. Looks like you don't need to keep me company here. What do you mean? Zhang Chao asked. Your girlfriend is here. As Liu Yan approached, she casually greeted both of them and pulled out a plastic chair to sit on. I came to see how you two were getting on with your struggles and broaden my horizons. After all, it's the first time someone around me has started a business. Chen Lu was somewhat amused, as I said, offering 2,000 a month, and so many people are scrambling for the job. It's quite refreshing. Seeing the long list in Chen Lu's hand, Liu Yan remarked, for them, it's part-time. 2,000 is actually quite high. In our school's delivery station, part-timers work themselves to exhaustion for a little over 1,000 a month, right? This shows that there are still many people with dreams. Zhang Chao wanted to believe that some people were pursuing their dreams. Not to mention 10 or 8, there would always be 1 or 2, right? As they were chatting, Leong Xiru arrived, running over with a bag in hand. Chen Lu quickly took the items from her, gently pushed her into the chair, and handed her an electric fan he had snatched from Lin Miao Miao to cool her off. He was both anxious and helpless. Silly girl, it's so hot, and you ran here so fast. Aren't you hot? I was afraid you'd be hungry, Leong Xiru panted, a few strands of hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks, but she didn't care. It was clear she hadn't rested on her way here. Chen Lu smiled, took the electric fan from Zhang Cao's hand, and started waving it at the girl with both hands. I'm not hot, go on. Have your lunch? Honestly, have you eaten? No, Leong Xiru answered in a soft voice. She had rushed over to Chen Lu immediately after class and hadn't had time to eat. It was then that she noticed Liu Yan beside them and was startled. Seeing Liu Yan's complex expression, she felt something was off. This is Liu Yan, Zhang Cao's girlfriend, Chen Lu introduced. Leong Xiru greeted her politely but nervously. Hello. Hello, Liu Yan responded with a smile. As the best friend of Mo Yuking, she felt a bit uncomfortable towards Leong Xiru, but she wasn't thoughtless. One thing led to another. Seeing the looks between Chen Lu and Leong Xiru, she sighed deeply in her heart. Yuking, it seems like you missed your chance. Chapter 81. Our company has a position for you. Chen Lu snorted coldly without much enthusiasm, saying, I knew you must not have eaten. How did you guess? Leong Xiru raised her head to look at him, her watery eyes filled with doubt. The answer is simple. Chen Lu's serious expression suddenly disappeared. Because you're clumsy. Fools definitely don't eat. I'm not clumsy. The girl pouted helplessly, thinking she had made a clever deduction. In the end, she was called clumsy. Outrageous. Clearly, I'm smart. I only bought things you like to eat. Only fools wouldn't remember that. As she thought about it, she sat back in her chair, leaned back, and lightly bumped into Chen Lu. Then she remembered there were other people there, and quickly lowered her head. Oh, Leong Xiru, you really are stubborn. Chen Lu covered his chest, pretending he almost got injured from the bump. You wait until I'm done with work, I'll show you. Leong Xiru lowered her head even more, lightly pinching her left index finger. I was wrong. Chen Lu chuckled, seeing how sincere you are. I'll reluctantly forgive you. Open your mouth, eat some candy. It's a good thing I have a girlfriend. Zhang Chao muttered softly, thinking if this happened in front of the other two in the dorm, would they not mock him endlessly? Just then, Leong Xiru suddenly remembered something and quickly took out 3 bottles of soda from her canvas bag, distributing them to Chen Lu and the others. Thank you. Liang Yan and Zhang Chao also took them without hesitation. I asked you to buy me a bottle of Coke. Why did you buy soda instead? And bought so many? Chen Lu blinked in surprise, not realizing that Leong Xiru had bought all these just for him, afraid he wouldn't have water to drink in the afternoon. Leong Xiru remembered Chen Lu didn't like the taste of mineral water, so she bought soda for him. Good thing I bought extra, it's just right now. The girl smiled contentedly, feeling as satisfied as someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder who had just completed a Rubik's Cube. Liang Yin found it strange and regretted drinking so hastily before. Aren't you missing one? The weather was hot and stuffy, and just a few steps outside made one feel like they were being steamed dry. It's okay without me, Leong Xiru said casually, helping Chen Lu open the bottle cap. While Zhang Chao and Liang Yan were still slightly shocked, the girl gently said, your stomach was hurting earlier. How about skipping the cola for a couple of days? It only hurts for a while, it's not a big deal. Chen Lu started, but seeing the mist in the girl's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to be angry and quickly changed his tune. But soda is fine. I'm tired of cola anyway. It's just sugary water with bubbles. A decent person wouldn't drink that. Let's find a place and have a meal together, Liang Yin said tactfully, standing up and patting Zhang Chao on the back. Let's go. Zhang Chao nodded towards Chen Lu before following Liang Yan. Leong Xiru watched their backs absent-mindedly while Chen Lu waved the bottle of soda in front of her. Take a sip, your lips are dry. The girl shook her head. What will you do if I drink? I don't mind. Chen Lu said nonchalantly, we're in tough times, we can share a bottle. But that's not okay. You're such a stubborn cow.